Chapter 1 Chapter 01 The Future Daughter. Hello, sir, here is a courier that needs your signature. Chen Feng was awakened by the doorbell. He opened the door and looked at the confused courier in front of him. He was almost broke and had no money to buy things online. But the name, phone number, and address were all correct. Chen Feng signed in confusion. The courier left a cardboard box and a letter and left. When Chen Feng opened the box, he was shocked to find a sleeping little girl inside. Damn, this is too much of a joke. Chen Feng was so frightened that he lost all sleepiness. He used his trembling hand to check the little girl's breath, then heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, who on earth has such a bad taste? If I find out, I will definitely not let him off. Chen Feng planned to call the police first. Such a lovely little girl, if her parents knew she was lost, they would be heartbroken. Just after Chen Feng pressed 2 once, the little girl rubbed her eyes with her pink hands and was about to wake up. It's over. Next she will definitely find out this is not her home and then burst into tears. Children are angels when they are quiet, but they are devils when they cry, Chen Feng thought. Surprisingly, after the little girl woke up and blinked her eyes, she saw Chen Feng and stood up and kissed Chen Feng on the face. Daddy, Chen is hungry. What did she call me? Dad, my God. The loser Chen Feng was so shocked that he even forgot to dial the phone. Hey, little sister, I'm not your daddy. You got the wrong person. You are my daddy, I will not admit my mistake. Woohoo, is it because Chen is not good that daddy doesn't want me anymore? The little girl suddenly burst into tears. Stop crying. Hey, what's the matter? Can I go cook for you? Stop crying first. Chen Feng stood up, picked up 2 packs of instant noodles from the table and walked into the kitchen with a distressed look. These were his last food reserves. Hee, I knew that daddy loves Chen the most, long live him. The little girl burst into laughter, making people wonder whether she was really crying just now. Soon Chen Feng brought out a bowl of instant noodles. Chen clapped her hands and climbed onto the table to sit down. While she was eating, Chen Feng pulled the express box to his side and began to study it. However, he just took a look and stood up suddenly. This express delivery had a serious problem. 1. Both the sender and the recipient are himself. 2. The express company is called Future Express. Damn, he has never heard of it. 3. There was a letter inside. Chen Feng quickly opened it and found a photo of a family of 3. No wonder Chen recognized the wrong person. The person in the photo looked exactly like himself. What was going on? At this time, Chen jumped off the stool and trotted to Chen Feng's feet. Daddy, this tastes terrible. Chen doesn't want to eat this. Chen wants mommy. Wow, Dad, Chen, mommy. Chen pointed at the people in the photo with his little finger. Chen Feng thought to himself, the woman in the photo looked very familiar, but he just couldn't remember who she was for a moment. Chen, what's your mom's name? Dad, Chen's mom is Su Jingyun. Su Jingyun. Damn, Chen Feng spat out a mouthful of water. The woman in the photo is Su Jingyun, the queen of Chinese pop music, a household name. No wonder she looks so familiar. My status is completely different from Su Jingyun's, and they are not even remotely related, let alone getting married and having children. What is going on? At this moment, with a snap, a translucent bank card fell out from Chen's clothes. Chen felt guilty and wanted to step on it with his shoes, but Chen Feng got there first. Dad, I was wrong. Chen stood in front of Chen Feng like a child who had done something wrong. Where did you go wrong? Chen Feng asked deliberately. Chen kept talking like a bamboo tube pouring beans, and Chen Feng then realized that Chen saw that her father treasured this bank card very much, so she stole it to play with it. Future bank card. Just when Chen Feng touched the bank card, a line of words suddenly appeared in his mind, which scared him and he quickly threw the bank card away. After throwing away the bank card, everything returned to normal. Chen Feng seemed to have grasped the key point. Could it be that the cute little girl next to him was really from the future, his biological daughter, and the reason why she returned to the present was related to this bank card? Chen Feng picked up the bank card again, and the line of words reappeared in his mind. A button appeared below, asking whether to bind to the future banking system. After clicking on the binding button, Chen Feng immediately received 20 deposit messages, each for 50 million, which added up to exactly 1 billion. Before Chen Feng could feel happy, he heard the system notification sound again. Congratulations on receiving 1 billion in startup funds. All of the funds will be used to build the food system. The system will give you the right to use 3 delicious dishes. After the dishes are sold, all the proceeds will belong to you. The host must complete the sales task within the specified time, otherwise the right to use the bank card will be deprived. When Chen Feng saw the prompt, he quickly clicked into the system mall, where the recipes for 3 dishes were clearly displayed. However, the 1 billion quota was gray, indicating that it could not be used directly. It had to be unlocked by selling delicious food or completing system tasks. This is a bit tasteless. After Chen Feng took a look at the price list of dishes, he almost cursed. A bowl of egg fried rice is 199, small green vegetables are 299, and the most outrageous one is a plate of pepper fried pork, which costs 999. Can this be sold? The money in it will take a long time to unlock it. The price is so huge that I'm afraid the people from the Price Bureau will come to Chen Feng to negotiate the next day. As if sensing Chen Feng's thoughts, the system friendly reminded, "Host, don't worry, our ingredients are taken from the world of the universe, they are the best ingredients, absolutely worth the money. Host, do you want to try one? Since you are the first customer, you can enjoy the buy one get one free discount." Chen Feng felt his pocket and found that he only had 200 yuan after taking out all his assets, which meant that he only had 1 coin left after buying a plate of fried rice. But in order to verify whether the egg fried rice was really as awesome as the system said, Chen Feng still gritted his teeth and bought one. After a while, 2 plates of fragrant egg fried rice were placed in front of Chen Feng. They were delicious. Chen Feng just took a look and swallowed his saliva. Chen came to the table with a swish. "Daddy, it smells so good, it must be delicious." Chen Feng stopped Chen and said, "Chen, answer Daddy's questions first before you can eat." About 5 minutes later, Chen Feng figured out some more situations. The bank card system was random. There was a food system, an entertainment system, a literary system, etc. After completing 1 billion tasks, the system will start the next task and unlock new functions. In his later life, he became the most dazzling talent in the entertainment industry in 100 years by opening the entertainment system, which is why he was able to successfully hook up with Su Jingyun. But now he has activated the food system, and he wonders if he still has a connection with Su Jingyun. During this period, he also received a novice task. To sell the first serving of fried rice excluding the host's own purchase, a reward of 200,000 yuan would be unlocked and could be withdrawn. Chen Feng patted Chen head lovingly. "Okay, Daddy has finished asking questions, Chen can eat now." Chen Feng also picked up a bowl of egg fried rice and started eating. After taking a bite, Chen Feng felt his brain go blank and he felt like he was possessed by a demon. How can there be such delicious fried rice in the world? The fragrance of rice and eggs are perfectly blended together. It has a crispy texture and rich color. It's incredible. Wow, you won't know until you try it. This egg fried rice at 199 is absolutely worth the money. It's really a conscience price. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chen Feng got up and opened the door. He saw a 200-pound fat man panting. He was Chen Feng's neighbor, a senior online writer who often worked day and night to finish his manuscripts. At this moment, he seemed to have just crawled out of bed, wearing only pajamas and drooling. "Crazy, what are you cooking at home? It smells so good that I was attracted by your fragrance even when I was sleeping. Damn it, you have to serve me a bowl, otherwise I will stay at your house and not leave." As the fat man was talking, he walked in and was stunned when he saw Chen. "Wow, whose little girl is this? She's so cute. My daughter, Chen, call me uncle." Chen Feng touched Chen's head. Chen called fat uncle obediently, which made the fat man's mouth twitch. Chapter 2 Chapter 02 The Charm of Egg Fried Rice. Chen Feng threw a price tag over. Just when he was eating, the system had transformed Chen Feng's home into a simple restaurant. In fact, there was not much change, just a few more tables. "Fatty, don't say that your brother doesn't take care of you. This god-level egg fried rice costs 199 a plate. You can only eat it here in the world. You're in for a treat," Chen Feng said to the fat man. The fat guy almost slipped off the stool. "What? 199 a plate, Chen Feng, why don't you go and grab it?" Chen Feng picked up the unfinished egg fried rice and continued to eat it. The fat man saw this and became even hungrier. "Give me a plate. If it's not delicious, I won't pay. According to our store's regulations, payment must be made first." Chen Feng pointed to the mark below the price tag. "Okay. That's cruel enough. If I wasn't so hungry, I would. The fat man took out 2 crumpled banknotes from his pocket and slapped them on the table. Wait, the egg fried rice will be ready soon. Chen Feng walked into the kitchen and brought out a plate of fragrant egg fried rice in less than a minute. The golden rice grains on it reflected light, making the fat man's eyes light up. Wow, this rice can actually glow, interesting. The fat man waved his hands, took the egg fried rice from Chen Feng, and respectfully placed it on the table, muttering to himself, fuck, 200 yuan a plate, I'm a failed writer, I only make 200 yuan a day, and a bowl of egg fried rice is all it takes, you lunatic, you. Fatty, stop talking and eat first. Chen Feng interrupted the fat man. The fat man carefully took a bite and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, he seemed to have a seizure and started to pick up the rice in the bowl frantically. He even licked the rice grains that fell on the table. Fuck, you lunatic, it's so delicious that I'm crying. I've never eaten such delicious egg fried rice in my life. Chen Feng saw 2 lines of tears flowing from the corners of the fat man's eyes. Damn, do you have to be so exaggerated? I won't say any more. I'm really touched. Crazy, can I have another plate? The fat man looked at Chen Feng sincerely. I'm sorry, our store stipulates that each person can only order 1 dish per day. Chen Feng refused. We have been friends for many years, can't you even give me a bowl of fried rice? The fat man said almost pleadingly, and then he slapped another 200 yuan on the table. Although Chen Feng wanted to accept it, the system had rules. If he violated them, his bank card would be confiscated. So Chen Feng reluctantly said to the fat man, Fatty, if you want to eat, come early tomorrow. When the fat man left, his eyes were like those of a woman in the boudoir. Crazy, you really don't give me face. There is no order without rules, Fatty, I have no other choice, brother. Chen Feng said helplessly. After the fat man left, Chen Feng looked at the system and found that a quota of 199 had been unlocked and could be withdrawn. In addition, there were 2 more food points. For every 100 food points, one could participate in the lottery. This 1 billion quota is like a big cake, which you can see but cannot eat. However, Chen Feng's income is still considerable. The 199 yuan that the fat man spent on his meal just now was actually 2 Mao Zedongs. Adding the quota from the system, Chen Feng made a net profit of 398 yuan from the plate of fried rice just now. By the way, there are also tasks for novice users. Chen Feng found the task page, submitted it, and immediately unlocked another 200,000 yuan quota. Let us try it first to see if it works. Chen Feng closed the door and walked outside holding Chen. The community where Chen Feng lives is near an urban village. There is a big gap between the rich and the poor, and the security is not very good. When Chen Feng heard that Apple had released a new phone, he had been coveting it for a long time. He went to the nearest Apple store, bought 3, and gave 1 to Chen as a toy. When he came out of the store, Chen Feng was extremely excited. He didn't expect that the money in the bank card could really be used. This was really incredible. At the entrance of the mobile phone store, Chen Feng met a former colleague. This guy liked to compare with others. In addition, he brought his girlfriend to buy an iPhone 10 today. When he saw Chen Feng, he naturally would not miss this excellent opportunity to show off. Hey, isn't this Chen Feng? You become a father so soon, congratulations. The man's voice was full of sarcasm as soon as he opened it. Cuckold king, what are you talking about? This is my own daughter. Chen Feng said. Chen said uncle cuckold at just the right moment, which made Wang Xian's mouth twitch. His girlfriend next to him had an embarrassed expression, as if something had been said about her. Chen Feng, I brought my girlfriend here to buy an iPhone 10 today. It's a phone that costs more than 10,000 yuan. Can you afford it? I'm afraid you are still using your Nokia, huh? Wang Xian thought he had regained some ground, but he didn't expect Chen to take out a mobile phone from his small pocket, scan it against his little face, and unlock it with his facial recognition. This is the toy my dad bought for me. Oops, Chen made a face. Wang Xian was greatly embarrassed. He did not expect that Chen Feng would be so generous as to buy an Apple X as a toy for his own daughter. He immediately pulled his girlfriend away in shame. Before leaving, his girlfriend gave Chen Feng a wink that was meaningful and made Chen Feng feel sick. After returning home, Chen Feng was filled with joy, but no one came to patronize the whole day, which poured cold water on Chen Feng. Firstly, Chen Feng's restaurant is at home, and good wine needs to be known only by its deep alley. The simple signboard was so simple that even passers-by would think it was a roadside stall, not up to standard, so they would naturally not come to eat. Even people who occasionally walked in were scared away by the prices. Dad, it's because they don't have the chance to enjoy the food. Chen Chen comforted Chen Feng. Chen Chen is right. Daddy will cook whatever Chen Chen wants to eat tonight. Chen Feng said. Chen Chen also wants to eat fried rice with egg. Chen Chen looked at Chen Feng cunningly. Chen Feng discussed with the system, such a lovely girl, can you bear to reject her request? The system gave a line of words, this is the rule, do not violate it. Chen Feng. Fortunately, Chen Chen was understanding. When she heard Chen Feng say that there would be no fried rice for dinner, she nodded obediently, which made Chen Feng feel a little guilty. In the evening, in order to compensate Chen Feng took her to KFC for a meal. On the way home, Chen fell asleep leaning on Chen Feng's shoulder. Looking at Chen Chen's cute sleeping posture, a soft spot in Chen Feng's heart was touched, and it seemed that having a daughter would not be a bad thing. The next day, Chen came out of the room, squinting his eyes and said, Daddy, Chen is hungry. My dear daughter, Daddy will make fried rice for you. Chen Feng put Chen on the stool, then walked towards the kitchen while turning on the system. Seeing Chen Chen's cute look while enjoying the meal, Chen Feng felt very happy. It was really worthwhile to spend $199 to make the cute baby smile. Just when Chen was eating, a beautiful woman in her 20s walked in from outside. She was dressed very fashionably and had noble manners. Judging from her dress, she looked like a fashion expert. She worked in the nearby CBD and was a high-end women's clothing brand designer. Chen Xihan was picky about food, so she had tried almost all the restaurants nearby, but couldn't find anything that satisfied her taste. While at work today, she saw a new restaurant opened here and decided to go in and take a look. As soon as Chen Xihan entered the door, she was quite impressed by the layout of the restaurant. Although it was simple, it was still generous, which was very much in line with her heart. Boss, is this new? How come I have never seen it before? What kind of food do you have here? Chen Feng was greatly impressed by the woman and handed over the price list, all the food is on it. When Chen Xihan saw the price list, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Isn't this store obviously ripping people off? A bowl of egg fried rice costs $199. Chen Xihan was relatively well-mannered and kindly reminded, Boss, your price list is missing a decimal point, 19.9 is more reasonable. The price is correct, $199 per plate, fair to everyone. Chen Feng replied in a nasty tone, and Chen Xihan immediately stood up, Humph, shady shop, aren't you afraid that I will complain to you? If you feel the food is not worth the price, you can complain. Chen Feng looked calm. Chen Xihan sat down again, okay, sister, I can still afford 200 yuan. If your egg fried rice is not worth the money, I will go to the price bureau to complain to you and have you closed down. Chen Feng collected the money, and soon, a bowl of fragrant egg fried rice was freshly baked. Before it was even brought out of the kitchen, the whole restaurant was filled with fragrance. Chen Xihan's nose twitched, and she couldn't sit still. It smells so good. How can egg fried rice smell so good? When Chen Feng brought it out, Chen Xihan couldn't help but swallow her saliva, and her displeasure about the price had long been thrown out of her mind. Boss, how did you make this egg fried rice? Why is it so fragrant? No comment. Chen Feng said, but in fact he didn't know the answer himself. Humph, so stingy. Chen Xihan curled her lips, picked up a piece of golden egg yolk, put it in her mouth, and it melted in her mouth. Chen Xihan opened her mouth wide, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. Delicious. Chen Xihan didn't care about her ladylike image and just ate her rice in big mouthfuls, which made Chen Feng stunned. Chapter 3 Chapter 03 Scam? How could there be such delicious egg fried rice in the world? Chen Xihan almost broke down in tears. She has always been a picky eater, but she couldn't find any fault with this egg fried rice. It was colorful, fragrant and delicious, and it was an ultimate enjoyment to taste it. After Chen Xihan finished a large bowl of egg fried rice, she looked at Chen Feng with her beautiful eyes. Boss, another bowl? No, 2 more bowls, 1 bowl to go. I'm sorry, each customer can only order 1 bowl per day. Also, we don't provide takeaway meals. Chen Feng said apologetically. Boss, you will get beaten if you do this. Chen Xihan waved his delicate fist and said madly, 1 bowl was not enough. Chen trotted over and stood in front of Chen Feng's feet. Don't bully my dad. Chen Feng touched Chen's hair, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. It is said that daughters are like little cotton padded jackets, and this is really true, sister is joking. Chen Xihan was amused by Chen's angry look. What a cute little girl, boss, she's your daughter. I never thought that you, who are not good looking, could give birth to such a pretty girl. Chen Feng. Are you really done with the negotiation? Chen Sihan looked at Chen Feng eagerly. How about I add more money, an extra 100? Please come early tomorrow. Chen Feng's expression remained calm, which made Chen Sihan grit her teeth in anger. If she hadn't been concerned about Chen, she might have really taken action. I have a bad temper. Well, let's do it tomorrow. Boss, you have a strong personality, which is just my style. Chen Sihan left a message and slammed the door and left. After Chen Sihan left, the egg fried rice she had just eaten was still fragrant and delicious, which made her a little overwhelmed. She felt that after eating this egg fried rice, everything else she ate would taste like chewing wax. No, how could she endure this feeling alone? Chen Sihan turned around and took a photo of Chen Feng's store and uploaded it to her Moments. I accidentally found a super delicious egg fried rice. In line with the principle of sharing good things, I would like to share it with you. The address is attached. After Chen Sihan finished posting, she felt much more balanced. Soon, there were several comments. Really? Cici, is a bowl of egg fried rice so mysterious? Damn, why did the goddess go to eat in person? She should let me do it for her. Isn't this the village in the city next to our company? I heard that the sanitary conditions there are very poor. Why did Sister Sihan go there to eat? Chen Sihan is a food lover and is well known in the group for her picky taste. At this moment, she actually specifically recommended a little-known small shop, which made everyone's gossiping psychology extremely curious. 10 minutes later, a Hummer stopped at Chen Feng's intersection. 2 men and 1 woman opened the door and walked out. They looked around with contempt on their faces. How did Sister Sihan find the restaurant here? Could it be that she ate at a terrible restaurant and uploaded the photos to her Moments on purpose to trick us? Look at the environment and hygiene. I'm really worried that I'll get sick from eating this. After chatting for a few words, the few of them walked towards Chen Feng's store. They were also attracted by Chen Sihan's recommendation, but when they arrived at the place, everyone was a little disappointed. Based on the principle of better to eat wrong than to let go, the 3 of them still walked into Chen Feng's store. The girl kept shaking her head. You guys try the poison, I don't dare to pick up my chopsticks. I'm afraid that eating this dark food will make me feel sick for 3 days. The leading boy said to Chen Feng, shopkeeper, what delicious dishes do you have here? Bring some of them over quickly. There is a menu on the table, you can take a look at it yourself, said Chen Feng. Several people picked up the menu. There are only 3 dishes, are you kidding me? Egg fried rice, green vegetables, stir-fried pork with chili peppers. My god, store owner, don't you have crayfish, pork elbows, and abalone here? How can I eat this? They were all used to eating good food. They had eaten everything from sea cucumbers to shark fins, but when they saw the fried pork with chili peppers, they immediately burst into laughter. There are only these 3 things. Are you trying to make fun of me, shop owner? The girl laughed. Stir-fried pork with green vegetables and peppers are only for old customers. Since this is your first time here, you can only order egg fried rice. Chen Feng said calmly. Egg fried rice, okay, 2. Only then did they notice the price. Holy crap, 199 per plate, is the price that high? Shopkeeper, I'm sure you're here to make fun of me. What kind of egg fried rice can be sold for 199 yuan a plate? It's a miracle if it can be sold. Just at this moment, a fat man with fluffy hair walked in and found a seat to sit down. Crazy, give me a plate of 199 egg fried rice. The expressions on the 3 people's faces froze instantly. Damn, please don't slap me in the face so quickly. Wow, business is so good. There are already 3 people waiting. The fat man nodded to the 3 people. Chen Feng explained, the 3 of them haven't ordered yet. Fatty, I'll go make it for you right away. A word came to the minds of the 3 people, support. The fat man readily took out $200 bills from his pocket. Crazy, this is the meal money. Fatty, why did you pay so readily today? Chen Feng asked puzzledly. Yesterday when Fatty paid, the corners of his mouth were twitching from the pain, but today he was so readily paid, as if he was a different person. You know what, after eating your fried rice, my inspiration came like a spring, and I could write like a god. I wrote 30,000 words in one night, and yesterday's sales exceeded 1,000, which scared my editor. The fat man described with saliva flying. Stop, Fatty, you're a stooge, right? The person sitting next to him could no longer remain calm. That's right, the store owner really has good intentions. Did he trick Sister Sihan in the same way just now? A 10 yuan fried rice is sold for 200 yuan, which is 20 times the price. Isn't this cheating consumers? I want to call the police. The fat man immediately slammed the table in anger. You are the ones who are hired as agents, your whole family is hired as agents. Have I, the fat man, offended you? My brother has offended you. Can I still have a good meal? If you don't want to eat, you can leave, no one is stopping you. The fat man's righteous words stunned them, and the three of them were speechless. Chen Feng brought out a bowl of fragrant egg fried rice. Each grain of rice was plump and wrapped in golden eggs. The fragrance of the rice and the fragrance of the eggs blended perfectly together, making everyone present swallow their saliva. When the fat man saw the fried rice, he immediately stopped arguing with the others and decided to focus on eating. It's this taste that makes people intoxicated. Crazy man, I love you so much. Chen Feng was shocked by the fat man's words. But then the fat man swallowed the rice in his mouth and said half a sentence, egg fried rice. Damn, fatty, please stop eating like that. It's embarrassing. Chen Feng shook his head. I can't hold it at all, it's too delicious. The fat man said incoherently while eating. The three people nearby were already shocked beyond words. With such exaggerated acting skills, you still dare to say it's not a fake. But I have to say, this egg fried rice looks really good. I think it's comparable to the one made by Victoria's 5-star chef. Shopkeeper, give me a plate. One of them said. The other two tried to dissuade him. Kadong, you are crazy, 200 per plate, you can tell it's a scam at first glance. Zhou Kadong smiled and said, even if it's a scam, it's only 200 yuan, no big deal. Chen stretched out his little hand. Uncle, you have to pay first. Zhou Kadong reached into his wallet and pulled out 2 bills, placing them in Chen's palm. No need for change. Chen shook his head, took out $1 from his pocket, and said firmly, I'll give you the change. Chen Feng brought out a plate of egg fried rice from the kitchen after a while. Zhou Kadong had already been tempted by the fat man and couldn't resist it. He took a bite and was stunned immediately. How is it? Does it taste bad? I told you long ago that this is a scam. Just think of it as paying $200 for a lesson. The two people next to him asked out loud. Zhou Kadong chewed the rice in his mouth as if he had discovered a new continent. I have never eaten such delicious egg fried rice. As he spoke, Zhou Kadong began to eat with relish, tasting like king crab in a bowl of egg fried rice. The other two were dumbfounded. Kadong, you. Hold on, wait until I finish eating. Zhou Kadong didn't bother to talk to the two of them and started eating frantically. Chapter 4 Chapter 04 Shocked Trio. Zhou Kadong forgot about his friends when he saw the delicious food, which made the other two people a little dazed. Seeing Zhou Kadong eating with hearty expression of enjoyment on his face, they could no longer remain calm. Is it really that delicious? Do you have to be so exaggerated? It's just a bowl of egg fried rice, why is it so tempting? If they were not good friends with Zhou Kadong and had not come here together, they might have thought that Zhou Kadong had not eaten for several days, which was why he ate so voraciously. Really, it's delicious. If you don't believe me, try it. Zhou Kadong swallowed the rice in his mouth and squeezed out a sentence. The rice on his plate was soon gone. Boss, give me a bowl too. The girl couldn't help it anymore and spoke to Chen Feng. The man next to him immediately said, Xiaowei, didn't you just say firmly that you absolutely wouldn't eat it? How come? Xiaowei rolled her eyes at him. I'm just curious. Give me a bowl too. The man took out $400 bills and Chen quickly took them. Chen Feng walked into the kitchen. In fact, he didn't need to cook at all, he just did this to cover up his tracks. He went to the kitchen and played a game of King of Glory, and then came out with the fried rice. Xiaowei and her friend were in agony outside. Fatty and Zhou Kadong were eating with gusto on either side. The aroma of egg fried rice filled the air, but they could only watch but could not eat. It was such a miserable feeling. Seeing Chen Feng coming out, Xiaowei's eyes widened. Boss, hurry up. Chen Feng put down the egg fried rice, and the two of them couldn't wait to start eating. Xiaowei only took a bite and felt her whole body was burning with joy. This kind of fragrance and taste were simply something she had never heard of before. It was delicious. Only at this moment did she understand Zhou Kadong's feeling of not even having time to speak. With such delicious food, even the King of Heaven would have to stand aside. The fat man finished eating quickly. A new inspiration came to his mind. Although he was still not satisfied and had not eaten enough, he said goodbye in a hurry and went home to write a book. Zhou Kadong finished his meal soon after the fat man. He immediately shouted, Boss, another bowl, please. Chen sat on a small stool. Dad said that each person can only eat one bowl a day. This kid. Zhou Kedong's face turned green. It's not like my uncle can't afford the money. How can we open a shop without doing business? Chen Feng touched Qinchen's head and said, My daughter said that this is the store rule of our store. It is the same for everyone. Zhou Kedong felt embarrassed when he saw that there was no room for relaxation. If he had known the rule, he should have eaten slowly and savored the food carefully. Seeing Xiao Wei and the other person wolfing down the food, I felt like there were thousands of ants crawling around in my heart. It was so uncomfortable. Is there really no way to compromise? I'll add $200 more. Zhou Kedong, like Chen Sihan, wanted to impress Chen Feng with money, but Chen Feng wasn't buying it at all. He was counting on this system to change his fate and reach the pinnacle of his life, so how could he let these people ruin it? Xiao Wei, didn't you say that the sanitary conditions here are poor? You also asked us to do some poison testing. You would never eat it even if we were beaten to death. So give me your fried rice. Zhou Kedong had other ideas. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wei ran to the next table with the plate in her hand. Zhou Kedong, everything else is easy to talk about, but if you want my fried rice, no way. Xiao Han. Zhou Kedong looked at another boy. Xiao Han did something even more outrageous. He scooped all the rice into his mouth in no time at all, almost choking him and making him roll his eyes. Damn, you guys are going too far. Are you still friends? Zhou Kedong cursed. Ha, I've never seen you so angry, Zhou Kedong. Aren't you known as a refined gentleman? Why are you as angry as a bull with its tail on fire today? Xiao Wei smiled. Shopkeeper, I apologize for my previous words and actions. Your fried rice is more delicious than any delicacies I have ever eaten. I am ignorant. Xiao Wei stood up and stretched out her hand to Chen Feng. Xiao Han swallowed it and ate up all the rice grains that fell on the table. Zhou Kedong couldn't bear to watch the way he ate. The three of them were not satisfied with the meal, so they agreed to come back tomorrow and order the other two dishes to try. When Zhou Kedong walked out of the door, he kept shaking his head. The egg fried rice cooked by Victoria's 5-star chef is incomparable to Boss Chen's egg fried rice. No, I have to post it on WeChat Moments too. The three of them posted on their moments almost at the same time. Chen Feng didn't know that his shop had spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and had become a minor celebrity in Raocheng. He was coaxing Chen at the moment. Chen had been clamoring to find her mother since yesterday, but Chen Feng had no way of getting them to recognize each other. Su Jingyun was now a popular queen of the music world and the leader of the Jade Girls. It was impossible for him to say to Su Jingyun, "Congratulations on becoming a mother. This is your future daughter." If he did that, he would be considered a lunatic. Dad, is it because Chen is not well behaved that mommy doesn't want Chen anymore? Chen said somewhat sadly. When Chen Feng saw Chen like this, his heart melted and he hugged Chen tightly. No, Chen is very well behaved. Mom and Dad love you very much. It's just that Mom is very busy recently. She will come to see you when she is done. Chen nodded sensibly. I understand. I will be very good, Daddy. Chen Feng had only been in contact with Chen for such a short time, but he was already deeply moved by his daughter's cuteness, and his fatherly love instantly overflowed. After comforting Chen Feng discovered that a puppy had run into the store. It was dirty and curled up in a corner. Chen was immediately attracted. Daddy, the dog is so cute, can I keep it? Of course. Chen Feng wished he had a little thing to relieve Chen's worries and distract her attention. The father and daughter fetched water to give the dog a bath, and after blowing dry its hair, they found that the puppy looked quite good, but its right hind leg seemed to be injured and it was shaking when it walked. This made Chen feel even more distressed. Dad, it's injured. Chen Feng closed the door. Chen, let's take the dog to the pet hospital and let the doctor treat it, okay? Chen kissed Chen Feng on the face excitedly. Daddy is so great. Chen Feng held the dog and took Chen to a pet hospital in the urban village. It was not far and they arrived in a few steps. The doctor at the pet hospital was a beautiful woman who had met Chen Feng several times before. Chen Feng had thought about pursuing her before, but when he found out that she was a lesbian, he gave up the idea. Brother Chen. Su Qing smiled when she saw Chen Feng. Xiaoqing, how's business going recently? Chen Feng asked. It's okay, I can just about pass. Oh, is this your daughter? So cute. I haven't heard that you were married. How come? Su Qing was a little surprised. Well, it's a secret. Xiaoqing, can you help me take a look at this dog's legs? Chen Feng kept it a secret and handed the dog in his hand to Su Qing. Auntie, the dog is injured. It's so pitiful. Please save it. Chen Chen looked at Su Qing eagerly. Su Qing was melted by Chen Chen's cuteness. Okay, you two sit for a while, I'll help take a look at it. Su Qing skillfully placed the dog on the operating table, examined it, and began the operation. Chen Feng assisted her on the side. Chen Chen sat on a small stool and looked at the two of them expectantly. His little fists were slightly sweaty from nervousness. Fortunately, it was just a sprained ankle and no bones were injured. Su Qing helped put it back in place and then bandaged it. Your daughter is so cute. I also want a child. Su Qing looked at Chen Feng enviously. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. A lesbian actually told him that she wanted a child. This. How much is this? Chen Feng said. We are neighbors, why do you want money? Don't you run a small restaurant? I'll come to your place for a meal someday, and that'll count as compensation. Su Qing was determined not to accept Chen Feng's money. Chen Feng had no choice but to give up and took Chen Chen away. Chen Chen said goodbye to Su Qing, then jumped away happily. Chen Feng returned to the restaurant and found two people waiting at the door, a man and a woman. The man looked a little haggard, and the woman was quite pretty. She just kept looking at the time. It seemed that they came to eat and had been waiting for a long time. Brother Ming, why don't we go to another place? The woman said. Be patient. I believe Sihan's recommendation is correct. Besides, my anorexia seems to be getting worse. Now I feel like vomiting when I see food. The man sighed. Chapter 5 Chapter 05 Anorexia is cured. Dad, there are guests coming. Chen Chen took the dog from Chen Feng. Chen Feng opened the door and the two of them hurried forward. Boss, we come here specifically to eat egg fried rice. Yi Ziming said with a smile. Chen Feng responded indifferently, feeling somewhat confused. He hadn't advertised, so why were there still people coming here? It didn't make sense. I am an anorexic patient. The man continued. Chen Feng invited the two in. After a conversation, Chen Feng learned that his daughter Yi Xian was a client of Chen Sihan. He saw Chen Sihan's recommendation on his WeChat moments. After communicating with Chen Sihan, he wanted to see the fried rice that Chen Sihan described so beautifully. It just so happened that her father was there today, so she came alone. But when she got there and saw the restaurant was closed, she was very disappointed. Maybe the restaurant closed because its business was not good. Yi Xian wanted to switch to another restaurant, but her father asked her to wait a little longer. Anorexia has troubled Yi Ziming for many years. He has been to major hospitals at home and abroad, but to no avail. Seeing his body becoming increasingly thin and emaciated, the whole family is anxious but helpless. The menu is on the table, take a look at it first. Chen Feng took Chen Chen to the room to find cardboard boxes, intending to build a temporary nest for the dog. Yi Ziming and his daughter sat down and took a quick look. Egg fried rice cost 199, bok choy cost 299, and a plate of stir-fried pork with peppers cost 999. Boss, why is it so expensive here? When did the prices in Raocheng become so high? It's just a plate of fried rice, but it costs 200. Yi Xian said in shock. Sister, the fried rice my dad made is super delicious. Chen Chen said, turning around. It's delicious, but it can't charge such a high price. Could it be a shady shop? Yi Xian muttered. Yi Ziming interrupted Yi Xian and said, Xianer, since we are here, we should make the best of it. If it is really delicious, I, Yi Ziming, can still afford it at this price. Sir, you can order a plate of egg fried rice first. You will know whether it is worth the price after tasting it. Chen Feng said with a smile. Yi Xian and Yi Ziming have different attitudes. Although they are not short of this money, she always feels a little uncomfortable and disgusted. Try one first. If it doesn't taste good, I will definitely go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to complain about you. Yi Xian reluctantly took out 2 bills. She couldn't stand this kind of fraudulent consumption. Yi Ziming looked at Chen Feng with a hint of apology. I'm sorry, my daughter is outspoken, but she means no harm. Chen Feng took the money and quickly brought out a plate of egg fried rice from the kitchen. Yi Ziming just smelled the aroma and couldn't help but said, it smells so good. I think I'm hungry. I don't know how long it has been, but Yi Ziming hasn't had such a strong desire to eat. A strange look also appeared in Yi Xian's eyes. If Chen Feng's egg fried rice could really make his father eat again, it would be a pleasant surprise for her and her family, and a great favor. Enjoy your meal, both of you. Chen Feng put down the plate, and Yi Ziming pounced on it. With trembling hands, he picked up a bite with the chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, he was completely blown away. It's delicious, delicious. Yi Ziming burst into tears with excitement, which made Chen Feng a little confused. Yi Xian also wanted to try it, but Yi Ziming held her chopsticks back and said, "Apologize first. Apologize for offending the chef just now. You can only eat it after you get the chef's forgiveness." Yi Xian stood up and saluted towards Chen Feng. "I'm sorry, I just offended my benefactor. I hope you can forgive me for my reckless behavior." Chen Feng helped Yi Xian up. "You are too polite. Ignorance is not a crime." Yi Ziming took out a business card and said, "Boss Chen, this is my business card. If you encounter any difficulties in Raochang, feel free to come and find me." Yi Ziming, the chairman of Yi Group, Chen Feng just glanced at the business card and put it in his pocket without paying much attention to it. It was not until Yi Ziming and the other man left that he realized, damn, Yi Group, one of the top 3 large enterprises in Raochang, a listed group. Of course, these are all things that happened later. When Yi Ziming saw that Chen Feng didn't care about his identity at all, he praised him even more. Yi Ziming was not satisfied with just one bowl. "Boss, another bowl please." Chen came out holding the puppy. "Uncle, I'm sorry, each person can only order one bowl a day." Yi Xian, her father, finally regained his appetite, which gave her hope. How could she give up halfway? "Boss, rules are dead, but people are alive. Can you be flexible? There is no order without rules. This is the principle." Chen blinked his eyes, leaving Yi Xian speechless. Chen Feng patted Chen's little head and said, "My daughter is right. If you two think it tastes good, you can come back tomorrow." "Wait, I haven't ordered yet. I can give my portion to my dad," Yi Xian said quickly. Chen Feng asked the system in his mind, and the system agreed that it was a small loophole. "Ha, I'm smart, right?" Yi Xian smiled, quite proud. Yi Ziming refused to eat anything, saying, Xian, you haven't had lunch yet, so you can eat this bowl. You will regret it if you don't eat the egg fried rice here." Yi Xian had no choice but to eat it herself. After taking the first bite, she couldn't stop eating. She looked at Chen Feng with her beautiful eyes and said, "Boss, your cooking skills are amazing. It's a waste of talent to be a small restaurant owner here. Why don't you be a chef in the 5-star hotel of my Yi Group? You can get a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, plus 2 days off a week." If it were in the past, Chen Feng would have been so happy that he couldn't find his way, but at this moment, Chen Feng, who was sitting in the system, just shook his head lightly. "No, I'm used to being idle." Both Yi and his daughter expressed deep regret. "The salary can be discussed. It's a waste for you to stay here with such good skills. No need for that. Money can't buy my willingness." Chen Feng refused directly. "Okay then." Yi Ziming's eyes showed even more admiration. Yi Xian also felt unsatisfied after eating, and they both agreed to come back tomorrow. After the doghouse was built, Chen carefully put the dog in. "Dog, this will be your new home from now on." The puppy whined twice, as if answering Chen's words. Chen Feng clicked into the system and found that he already had 10 points of food value. The authority to redeem the mall had also been opened. However, he could not redeem anything with 10 points of food value. Chen Feng clicked in and found an unexpected surprise. There was a 10% discount for novices. If he used the discount, he could redeem a dish of superb cooking skills. The original price was 100 points of food value plus 1 million, but after the discount, he only needed 10 points of food value and 100,000. Chen Feng thought to himself, he couldn't possibly let Chen eat fried rice for 3 meals a day. Chen was his precious daughter, how could she be treated so unfairly? It was necessary to exchange her excellent cooking skills for her. It was just about time for dinner, so after Chen Feng exchanged his money, he went into the kitchen and cooked a few dishes. After tasting them, they were already cooked to the standard of a chef. Chen, come and eat." Chen Feng brought out the food and shouted into the room. Chen ran out laughing, and the puppy followed closely. "Wow, Daddy's cooking skills are great, Chen is so happy." The puppy looked at Chen Feng eagerly. Chen Feng picked up a few pieces of meat, took a bowl and put it on the corner of the table. The puppy immediately started eating, wagging its tail. At this moment, Su Ching walked in. Hey, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. Can I have a free meal? Of course. Chen Feng added a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Su Ching took a bite and immediately praised, Chen Feng, you are really good, I didn't expect you can cook so deliciously. Chen Feng called Fatty and asked him if he wanted to come over for dinner. In less than 2 minutes, Fatty appeared at the door, panting, how can I be absent from the food? Let me ask you first, crazy, do you want to pay for this meal? Chen Feng rolled his eyes at him, of course, no. The fat man smiled knowingly, then I am relieved. Isn't this the beautiful Su Ching? You are here too. What's the matter, Fatty? Don't you make several $1,000s a month from writing books? Can't you even afford to eat? Su Ching asked, puzzled. The fat man curled his lips and said, you should ask the madman about this. This guy's cooking skills are really good, but the price is really expensive. A bowl of egg fried rice costs 199. A few thousand yuan is just a few days' food money. Su Ching opened her mouth wide, looking incredible. Chen Feng, my god, your egg fried rice is so expensive, can it be sold? Chapter 6 Chapter 06 Live. Su Ching, you don't know this, right? Although the madman's fried rice is expensive, it is worth the money. I saw several servings sold this morning. Thinking about it now, it is still delicious. It's a pity that you can only eat it once a day. The madman's hunger marketing is really good. The fat man said with some complaint. Chen Feng just smiled and said, eat your meal and stop talking. Su Cheng blinked, not knowing what she was thinking. After the fat man finished his meal, he left in a hurry, while Su Ching stayed to help Chen Feng clean up the mess on the table. Su Ching is a girl with a curvy figure and a good personality. It would be nice to marry her as a wife. Chen Feng thought about it in his heart, but now that he has Chen Feng immediately threw this idea out of his mind. For the sake of my daughter, of course I have to find her original mother. Although chasing Su Jingyun is quite difficult, Chen Feng is not afraid. Brother Feng, who is Chen's mother? Su Ching asked while washing dishes. Chen Feng answered casually, if I say it's Su Jingyun, do you believe it? Su Ching chuckled, Brother Feng, you are so funny. Su Jingyun is the national goddess, how is it possible? Look, I'm telling you the truth but you don't believe me. Chen Feng spread his hands. As the two were talking, another guest came outside. Chen Feng had no choice but to apologize and go to greet the guest. The person who came was a cute girl, holding up her phone to broadcast live. Today, Meng saw a new small restaurant opened on the roadside, so I came here to try the food. Friends who entered the room, please give a thumbs up, double-click 666. The girl was very pretty and had a sweet smile. Chen Feng took a glance at her and found that she was indeed very popular. There were tens of thousands of people watching the live broadcast in the room. At this moment, all the comments were, Meng goddess, what are you going to eat today? What good food can there be in a small restaurant? Cute goddess, go find another one. +1 for upstairs. Meng smiled slightly, as the saying goes, there are masters among the people. Maybe there are some surprises in this small restaurant. Meng asked Chen Feng what delicious food he had while broadcasting live. Chen Feng pointed at the menu and said, take a look at the menu first. Meng put the menu in front of the camera, and the live broadcast room suddenly became lively, and the number of barrages increased sharply. Fuck, it blinded my titanium alloy dog eyes. A bowl of egg fried rice costs 199. Goddess Meng, run quickly, you have entered a shady shop. This is not a surprise, it's a shock. Meng glanced at the comments, her face changed slightly, and she picked up the menu. Boss, is the price wrong? Chen Feng said calmly, there is no mistake in the marking. Cute. I feel sorry for the cute goddess for 3 seconds. This store is a huge scam. Doesn't the store owner have a guilty conscience? Selling a bowl of egg fried rice so expensive. Meng often exposes some dark social issues in live broadcasts. Unexpectedly, today, just wanting to have a good meal, she ran into one. Boss, you are obviously cheating your customers. I don't mind exposing it to you. It's being broadcast live here. Meng said angrily. A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman. She is very cute even when she is angry. As he spoke, the camera was pointed at Chen Feng. Everyone thought Chen Feng would avoid the camera, but unexpectedly, Chen Feng was very calm. He even waved and said hello to the people in the live broadcast room. Live broadcast, I have played it before, hello, everyone. Everyone in the live broadcast room was petrified. Brother, shouldn't you be horrified when you hear the word exposed at this time? I've taken a screenshot of the boss's photo. Meng, let's go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau and report him. Chen Feng glanced at the comments and coughed. You get what you pay for. There's a reason why my fried rice is so expensive. If you try it once, you'll understand. I don't want to say anything else. The boss is really ridiculous. He is still making excuses. Just wait for the Industry and Commerce Bureau to come. Some people also advocate giving the boss a chance and exposing his lies to his face. Meng was very interested when she heard Chen Feng was so confident, and she immediately ordered a bowl of egg fried rice. If it was just ordinary egg fried rice, she would have fought for justice. Soon, Chen Feng brought the egg fried rice over. Meng's nose twitched twice, as if she smelled something delicious. What a nice smell. When people in the live broadcast room saw the color in steaming hot egg fried rice, they all gave it a thumbs up. It looks great, but I wonder how it tastes. It looks delicious, Ma Dan. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Meng picked up the chopsticks, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. Delicious. There was an uproar in the live broadcast room, and everyone was asking how Meng was doing. Unfortunately, Meng just said it was delicious and nothing else. She turned a deaf ear to the outside world and focused on eating the fried rice. This made everyone in the live broadcast room scratch their heads. Meng, don't just focus on eating, share your feelings with us. Is it worth it? That's right. Didn't you always comment on others' meals before? What were their advantages and disadvantages? Comparisons were made horizontally. Chen Feng leaned in front of the camera and said, Do I even need to ask? Her actions have already explained everything. This god-level fried rice can only be found here. There is no other place like here. Chen Feng took the opportunity to advertise. It's live, big brother, don't interrupt the broadcast. Haha, the boss has personality, I like it, I will definitely come to eat here some other day. The goddess looks so good even when she's eating. I really envy the boss for being able to get close to her. At this moment, Su Qing came out, and everyone's eyes lit up. Oh my god. Boss, there's a beautiful girl hidden in this golden house. There are so many beauties in such a small restaurant. Su Qing said hello to Chen Feng and left. Meng finished her meal in a flash and touched her belly. I'm so full, but it's so satisfying. Meng immediately praised the deliciousness of the egg fried rice with flowery words, blah blah blah, and finally summed it up in one word, which was that this thing should only exist in heaven and it is rare to hear it in the world. The popularity of the live broadcast room increased rapidly, but no one slandered Chen Feng anymore. All of them were filled with disbelief, surprise, and shock. Boss, this is considered as an advertisement for you. Can you give me a discount next time you come to eat? Meng blinked and said mischievously. Chen Feng smiled, of course. No, I am a principled person. Meng pouted, hey, it seems that being cute doesn't work. The live broadcast room was filled with wailing, and everyone was saying that Chen Feng didn't know how to be gentle with women. Although Meng is a small anchor and earns a lot of money every month, she can't afford to eat here every day. 200 yuan, although it's expensive, it's worth it. This may be the most delicious fried rice I have ever eaten in my life. Meng said with emotion. Meng stayed for a while and then left. This wave of advertising brought a lot of popularity to Chen Feng's shop and made Chen Feng more confident about the future. Chen Feng clicked into the task system and was getting closer and closer to the task of selling 100 servings of fried rice. Completing the task would unlock a quota of 2 million. This made Chen Feng excited, as buying a car and a house was just around the corner. In his spare time, Chen Feng made a bowl of fried rice by himself and compared it with the one in the system. The taste of the ingredients was incomparable, but it was much better than that of other restaurants. At around 5 or 6 in the evening, Chen Feng closed the door and took Qinshan out for a walk. After having Qinshan, Chen Feng felt that his lifestyle needed to change and he could no longer stay at home like that. Qinshan should enjoy the same life as other people of his age. Perhaps, this is fatherly love, Chen Feng said in his heart. Because the dog's foot had not healed yet, Qinshan did not bring it out. The two walked along the river. Willows were swaying and the breeze was blowing. Chen Feng enjoyed this feeling very much. Dad, how long will it take before we can see Mommy? Qinshan suddenly asked, causing Chen Feng to stop in his tracks. Chen Feng understands Qinshan's feelings very well. Children cannot live without their mother. Chen Feng did a search and found out that the Queen Su Jingyun was going to hold a concert in Raocheng in the next few days. He wondered if there was a chance for him to get close to her and fulfill Chen little wish. Chen, can Mom and Dad play a little game with you? Chen Feng thought for a moment and said to Chen. Okay. Chen didn't understand. The game is like this. Daddy will take you to meet Mommy, but Chen has to pretend not to know Mommy, and Mommy also has to pretend not to know Chen. Chen Feng had no choice but to resort to this last resort. It was for Chen's consideration and for Su Jingyun's sake. If Su Jingyun had a daughter suddenly appear out of nowhere at this moment, his character would collapse. Chapter 7 Chapter 07 You Don't Sell. It seems that there is still a long way to go before the family is reunited, but after having the system, Chen Feng has a bright future. As long as he is given a few years, he can reach the peak of his life and marry the Queen Su Jingyun. Chen Feng planned to take Chen to see a concert of the Queen of Pop. He searched the ticket prices online and found that the tickets for the last row were sold for 1,000 yuan, and the front row were even more expensive. After all, Su Jingyun was very popular all over the country, and tickets were hard to come by. Since he was taking Chen to see the movie, Chen Feng planned to buy a ticket for the closest distance. But when he saw the price, he was completely confused. 200,000, he couldn't even afford it with the money in his card now. Fortunately, there are still a few days before the Queen's concert. After completing the task of selling 100 servings of fried rice, Chen Feng will have sufficient funds and should be in time. Chen Feng got up early the next morning. Nowadays, it doesn't matter how late he sleeps, but with the addition of a little princess, Chen Feng's heart is all tied to her. Chen, get up and brush your teeth and wash your face. Chen Feng walked to the next room and found that the bed was empty. Chen Feng suddenly lost all his sleepiness. Dad, I'm already brushing my teeth. Chen stepped on Chen Feng's big slippers, poked his head out of the bathroom, and blinked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng walked over quickly, squatted down, and hugged Chen. He was afraid that this was all a dream and everything would be gone when he woke up. Fortunately, it was not the case. Dad, what's wrong with you? Chen stretched out his little hand and patted Chen Feng on the back. Chen, I'll make breakfast for you right away. Chen Feng left with a laugh, leaving Chen's little head confused. It was not until after breakfast that Chen Feng opened the door. There were already several people waiting outside. The leader was the beautiful Chen Sihan who had been there yesterday. She looked at Chen Feng with some complaint and said, "You are too lazy. It's already 8 o'clock and you just opened the door. How can you do business? It's the same as yesterday, a serving of fried rice with egg. By the way, can I eat some green vegetables today?" Another plate of green vegetables. Chen Sihan added. If she didn't mind eating chili peppers, she would definitely order a portion of this fried pork with chili peppers to try. 2 more people came in after Chen Sihan. They were her colleagues from the company, a man and a woman. The woman was yawning the whole time, as if she had not gotten enough sleep. As soon as she sat down, she complained to Chen Sihan, saying that she had come here to queue up at 7:30 and had wasted 30 minutes in vain. She could have taken a nap. The man didn't say anything. He sat down and handed a menu to the woman. The woman continued to chatter, "If it doesn't taste good, it will be a huge loss." Chen Sihan cleared his throat and said, "Su Miaoyin, it's fine that you go against me in the company, but you also go against me even when having a meal. Is that fun? If you don't like it, you can go home and sleep. No one asked you to come to eat." Su Miaoyin really likes to see Chen Sihan getting anxious and angry. "Oh, you're so anxious now, of course I came here to eat egg fried rice, right? Small green vegetables, right? Give me 1 portion of everything," she ordered. Su Miaoyin didn't even look at the menu and spoke directly to Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't care about their grudges and said calmly, "Ma'am, since this is your first time in our store, you can only order egg fried rice. The green vegetables are only for regular customers." Chen Sihan burst out laughing and praised Chen Feng's behavior. "Did you hear that? You can only eat egg fried rice, and you still want to order some green vegetables? You must be dreaming." Now it was Su Miaoyin's turn to be embarrassed. How could she be willing to be outdone by Chen Sihan? "Boss, I'll pay more, double the price, and give me a serving of small greens." Chen Feng refused outright. "Sorry, this is the rule, it's marked on the menu." Chen Sihan smiled as beautifully as a flower and had a better impression of Chen Feng. The man couldn't stand it anymore. He was Su Miaoyin's suitor, so he stood up and said, "Boss, why are you so stubborn and inflexible? I must have the greens today. If you don't serve the greens today, believe it or not, I have 100 ways to make your store close down. Hey, are you looking for trouble? Chen Feng sneered, sorry, I won't do business with you anymore. You'll be blacklisted by our store. Damn, what a crappy shop this is. The owner has no manners. I'm not going to eat there yet. Miaoyin, let's go to another place. The man said to Su Miaoyin. Su Miaoyin was about to stand up as well. Hey, this roadside stall is really low class. I don't know what's wrong with you, Chen Han. Come on, brother Han, let's go to a high-end restaurant. However, just as they walked to the door, they suddenly smelled a charming fragrance. Su Miaoyin sniffed twice and stopped immediately. What a nice fragrance. Miaoyin, let's go. Han Ming shouted. The aroma became stronger and stronger. Su Miaoyin's stomach growled. She turned around and saw Chen Feng coming out of the kitchen with a bowl of fragrant egg fried rice and a plate of juicy green vegetables. She could no longer move and sat back down without turning her head. She said to Han Ming, go eat somewhere else. The boss just said he blocked you, but he didn't block me. Boss, egg fried rice is egg fried rice. Give me one portion. It looks so appetizing. It is true that women are fickle creatures. Especially when faced with delicious food, Su Miaoyin finds it even more difficult to resist the temptation. Su Miaoyin, you really have no moral integrity. Didn't you just say something low class? Chen Han said sarcastically. Su Miaoyin said calmly, really? It's inevitable that people make mistakes in life. I'm not a saint. Chen Han, don't push your luck. Su Miaoyin thought that Chen Han would continue to slander her, but unexpectedly Chen Han stopped talking and just buried his head in eating, taking big mouthfuls of food, completely losing his image, which made her dumbfounded. Chen Han, are you the reincarnation of a starving ghost? Su Miaoyin muttered. Chen Han rolled her eyes at her and said, I've been thinking about this taste all day. It's so satisfying. Han Ming stood at the door and felt very embarrassed. Miaoyin, what's so good about this egg fried rice? Let's go to another restaurant. Su Miaoyin had already been salivating when she saw Chen Han eating, so she was reluctant to leave. Boss, give me some egg fried rice quickly. Our store requires payment first. A bowl of fried rice is 199, said Chen Feng. Su Miaoyin was about to take out the money when she suddenly realized something was wrong. How much did you say? 199? Vietnamese dong? Renminbi. Chen Feng replied. Damn, Miaoyin, he must have done this on purpose. He really treats us as suckers and raises the price. This trick is really cool. Han Ming said immediately. Chen Han put down his chopsticks and said, Han Ming, you are wrong. The boss didn't raise the price. I always pay this price when I eat here. Fried rice with egg is 199, and small green vegetables are 299. The prices are all written on the menu. Han Ming was stunned when he flipped through the menu. It was true that the roadside stall had become international in style. Damn, Chen Han, you still eat it at such an outrageous price? Are you stupid? Han Ming asked puzzledly. Get lost. Although it's expensive, it's worth it, okay? This is the best egg fried rice I've ever eaten in the world, no doubt about it. Chen Han had a happy look on her face, and looked particularly charming. Su Miaoyin took out 200 yuan from her bag. Boss, give me a bowl, I want to try it and see if this egg fried rice is really that delicious. Chen Feng took the money and said, wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Han Ming was isolated by several people, but he was unwilling to leave, so he had to wait at the door. After a while, Chen Feng brought out a bowl of egg fried rice. The aroma alone was enough to intoxicate people. Su Miaoyin felt her heartbeat quicken when she saw the steaming egg fried rice. I've never felt so excited before. It's like a plate of delicious food is in front of me. I can't stand the aroma. I'm going to eat. If Han Ming and Su Miaoyin had not known each other for a long time, he would have thought that Su Miaoyin was an agent sent by the store. Why was he exaggerating? This was just a bowl of fried rice, not bird's nest, shark's fin, abalone, or bear's paw. This taste. It's amazing, so delicious. Su Miaoyin took a bite and her eyes suddenly lit up and she said excitedly. Chen Han smiled as expected. Look at your silly look, I wasn't as out of control as you when I ate it for the first time. Han Ming walked back into the store without realizing it. Boss, give me a bowl too. You don't want to sell it. Chen Feng refused directly. He is a principled man. Chapter 8 Chapter 08 Captive of Food. Han Ming was furious. What do you mean? It's not like I won't pay. It's just 200. I'll pay you right now. I won't sell it to you even if you give me an offer now. Because of your rude remarks just now, you have been included in our store's blacklist. We will not sell any of our products to you. Chen Feng said calmly. Damn it. Just wait for me. Han Ming walked outside and started to call someone. Chen Sihan and Su Miaoyin had already been immersed in the delicious taste and couldn't extricate themselves. Chen Sihan finished the egg fried rice, and then turned her eyes to the green vegetables. They were as thick as 2 fingers, green and juicy, with a faint fragrance emanating from the plate. Just one look at them made people salivate. This no longer looks like a dish, but a beautiful work of art. Chen Sihan picked up a leaf and put it in her mouth. Immediately, a fresh fragrance spread out, leaving a lingering taste in her mouth. The juice slid down her throat into her stomach, bringing her an unprecedented experience. She found that her eyes were actually moist. Sister, why are you crying? Chen Chen took a tissue and handed it to Chen Sihan. Su Miaoyin was also a little puzzled as to why she started crying while eating. Chen Sihan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's okay, thank you little sister. At this moment, Su Miaoyin had finished her egg fried rice. It's too little, I can't eat enough, boss, another bowl. Just like Chen Sihan did after eating egg fried rice for the first time, she also had a feeling of wanting more. Before Chen Feng could answer, Chen Sihan said, I'm sorry, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed again. Each person can only order 1 bowl a day, so you can only come back tomorrow. I'll add money. Su Miaoyin's routine was exactly the same as Chen Sihan's yesterday, which made Chen Sihan laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Su Miaoyin was very confused. I did the same thing as you yesterday. Unfortunately, the boss didn't buy it at all. As he said this, Chen Sihan looked at Chen Feng with resentment. Maybe you're not charming enough. If I were to do it, the effect would be different. Su Miaoyin stood up, put her fingers between her lips, lifted her skirt with one hand, and looked at Chen Feng seductively. Boss, another bowl please. Chen Chen quickly covered Chen Feng's eyes. Daddy, don't look, don't look. Chen Feng coughed and said, well, for a bowl of egg fried rice, there's no need to resort to honey traps. Let me reiterate, if you still want to eat, come back tomorrow. Ha, you're killing me with laughter, Su Miaoyin. Keep this pose and I'll take a picture of you and post it on WeChat Moments so you can be on the headlines. Chen Sihan held up his phone. Go away. Su Miaoyin quickly put down her hand and returned to normal. I told you, the boss is not tempted by the beauty trap. The beauty trap won't work on him. Chen Sihan blinked and put his mind back on the little green vegetables. Sihan, you see, we are from the same company. Can you give me 1 or 2 leaves of your greens? Su Miaoyin set her eyes on the greens on Chen Sihan's plate. Chen Sihan quickly covered it with her hands. Don't even think about it, it's not enough for me to eat alone. Don't be so stingy, Sihan, please be kind. Su Miaoyin and Chen Sihan had always been at odds with each other, and they were like fire and water in the company. At this moment, she actually bowed to Chen Sihan for a few leaves. If the people in their company knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Chen Sihan let go of her hand. Okay then, it's settled, 2 pieces. Yeah, I love you so much. Su Miaoyin was just about to pick up the food with her chopsticks when a few people rushed in from outside with sticks in their hands. They were obviously here to cause trouble and had no good intentions. Beauty, this place is cleared. You have 3 seconds to leave. The leader pressed the plate of vegetables with his hand. Su Miaoyin and Chen Sihan were furious. Take your dirty hands away. Damn it. Your fingers are touching the soup. I'm going to kill you. Once women get angry, even they themselves are afraid. At this moment, the anger in their hearts is burning so fiercely that those who are causing trouble shrink back. Hey, are you kidding me? We're here to mess things up, so don't go too far. The leader was slapped in the face by Su Miaoyin before he could finish his words. You bastard, how dare you disturb me while I'm eating? Su Miaoyin was so angry. She hadn't eaten yet, and the green vegetables that looked delicious were ruined by this man. The man was slapped in the face and was about to take action when a drop of soup on his hand fell into his mouth. He subconsciously licked his tongue and was instantly petrified, unable to move his hand anymore. Then, under everyone's gaze, he actually put his fingers into his mouth and started sucking them, making a smacking sound. Hey, were you beaten stupid by me? Su Miaoyin took a step back and glared at the man. What kind of soup is this? Why is it so delicious, light, and tasty? The man said in shock. As he said this, he cast his eyes towards the table, and Su Miaoyin quickly covered the plate. What do you want to do? Sister, please let me have another bite. The man begged. The other people who were looking for trouble were all at a loss. Boss, what's wrong? I'm hungry. The man said with red eyes, I want to eat. Damn, I'm so stupid. Su Miaoyin murmured. Shen Sihan snorted coldly, if you want to eat, go and order it yourself. Boss, do we still need to cause trouble? The subordinate asked tentatively. Fuck you, boss, what do you have to eat here? The man sat down directly. Fried rice with egg. Chen Feng said. 6 plates, please. The man counted the number of people and said to Chen Feng. 6 plates of egg fried rice, a total of $11.94. Cash or card? Chen Feng's words almost made several people fall off the table in fright. What? $11.94, you are more cruel than us. One of the younger brothers shouted. Damn it, these black-hearted merchants, boss, we must enforce justice today. The leading man slammed the table and said, what a disgrace. Sit down, and take out all the money you have on you. Boss, please give it to me. After counting all the money, several people finally managed to scrape together 1,200 yuan, and they all felt a little painful. I just tasted the soup, and I felt like I was electrocuted. It was so delicious that I can't describe it in words. The pleasure was incredible. If I can't eat it today, I won't be able to sleep tonight. The man looked ferocious but intoxicated as he spoke. Chen Feng took the money and said, you guys wait. While waiting, except for Lu Tong, the others all looked reluctant. What the hell, they came here to ruin the party, so how could they eat a meal, especially a bowl of fried rice with egg that costs 199 yuan? Lu Tong's egg fried rice was served first. Lu Tong was already impatient and took a big bite without caring about how hot it was. It was so hot that he was gasping for breath. Several of the younger brothers quickly shouted, Shopkeeper, did you do this on purpose? You burned our boss, you have to pay for it. After Lu Tong swallowed it, he felt refreshed from the inside out. What do you want to do? Don't offend the chef. This. Everyone was confused. Lu Tong savored the egg fried rice carefully and exclaimed, it's delicious. It's worth the trip to eat such delicious egg fried rice. Several younger brothers looked at their boss's exaggerated words and deeds and the way he ate, and couldn't help but despise him in their hearts. It's just a bowl of fried rice, what's the big deal? But after they tasted it themselves, they all felt ashamed, because they had followed in their boss's footsteps, and became intoxicated by the delicious taste, unable to extricate themselves. The only sound in the huge restaurant was the smacking of food. The most angry among them were Chen Sihan and Su Miaoyin. They looked at the contaminated green vegetables and were in a dilemma. If they didn't eat it, it would be a pity, but if they ate it, they would feel disgusted. Outside the door, Han Ming was waiting anxiously. These people were the ones he had hired to mess things up. After more than 10 minutes, there was no movement at all. This made him a little anxious. What's going on? This is not like the style of little overlord Lu Tong. He usually comes out in 10 minutes. Han Ming decided not to wait any longer. He walked towards the store. When he reached the door, he was stunned and rushed in. Lu Tong, are you crazy? I asked you to come here to cause trouble, but you actually came here to eat egg fried rice. It smells so good. I want to eat it too. Lu Tong pointed at the stool next to him and said without raising his head, Han Ming, this egg fried rice made me cry. It's so damn delicious. If you don't try it once, you will regret it for the rest of your life. He has been blacklisted by the store, so he is destined not to have fried rice with egg, said Chen Sihan. Chapter 9 Chapter 09 Challenger. Han Ming, I knew it was you who was causing trouble. Su Miaoyin snorted coldly, her disgust evident in her words, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Don't come to me again in the future. Han Ming was struck by lightning and wanted to explain, but it was too late. Miaoyin, why? Han Ming pleaded in vain, and turned to look at Chen Feng with hatred, all this is because of you, I will fight you. Before Chen Feng could make any move, he saw Lu Tong standing up with a bowl in his hand and kicking Han Ming out of the door. What do you want to do? I warn you, don't cause trouble in this store. Lu Tong, you are a traitor and you actually turned your elbow outward. Han Ming looked at Lu Tong in shock. Lu Tong ate the egg fried rice in big mouthfuls. Go to hell with you, I just don't understand. The store provides such delicious egg fried rice. Why do you always feel bad for him? If you really make the boss mad, the store will close. Where can we eat such delicious egg fried rice? Several other brothers also stood up and rubbed their hands ready to fight. Han Ming was so scared that he crawled away. Just with a bowl of fried rice, Lu Tong and his companions were captured by Chen Feng. They even spontaneously defended him, which made Han Ming want to cry. After eating, Lu Tong patted his chest and said to Chen Feng, "Boss, don't worry, with me here, no one will cause trouble here again." But then Lu Tong said, "Look, I'll help you maintain order in the store. Can you give us guys a free meal in the future?" Lu Tong's subordinates all gave a thumbs up. After all, he is the boss. This is a really cool trick. If they can get it for free, then they can eat delicious fried rice with egg every day. Chen Feng just replied with two short words, "No. Boss, you're wrong. This is a win-win situation for both of us. Please think about it carefully." Lu Tong was anxious. "Don't think about it, I'm a principled person," Chen Feng said lightly. Chen Sihan and Su Miaoying looked at each other and laughed out loud. The boss is still your boss. The tone and accent are exactly the same. It's inhumane. Lu Tong almost got internal injuries from holding it in, and finally had to leave in anger. It was impossible for them to really break up. After tasting the delicious egg fried rice once, he had completely become a captive of food. If he was put on the blacklist like Han Ming, he would have no place to cry. Chen Sihan and Su Miaoying also left after eating. The two had already put aside their past grudges after fighting side by side just now. Even they had not expected that a meal could resolve their grudges that had lasted for more than 10 years. Not long after they left, Zhou Kedong and Xiao Wei also came to the store. There were twice as many people as yesterday. After they sat down, Zhou Kedong praised, "Let me tell you, this fried rice is the best. You guys are really satisfied today." When the others heard what Zhou Kedong said, they all shook their heads slightly. "It's just fried rice. No matter how delicious it is, it's still fried rice. How delicious can it be? Kedong, I think you are just tired of eating at 5-star hotels. You want to change your taste occasionally and eat at a roadside stall. Heizi, isn't your uncle a chef in Victoria? Have you learned a few tricks from him? I think your cooking skills are worse than the boss's here. Why don't you cook for us and make us a bowl of fried rice?" Someone suggested. A young man with a short haircut looked at everyone with great pride. "I'm not saying this, but the cooking skills of this small restaurant owner are not as good as mine. My uncle always says that in 2 years my cooking skills will be comparable to his, and then he will let me take his place." Everyone looked at Heizi with a different eye. "Of course, then shouldn't we respectfully address him as Chef Heizi?" Zhou Kedong coughed and said, "That's enough. I asked you to come here to eat, not to brag about being a chef." Chen Feng came over. "Good morning, what do you want to eat today?" Zhou Kedong said directly, "Give them egg fried rice, and for me, I'll also have some stir-fried greens and peppers with pork." Heizi wanted to show off, so he immediately said, "Boss, can I borrow your kitchen for a while? I'll cook it myself." Zhou Kedong scolded, "Wahai, you are so unreasonable. Is this interesting? If you don't want to eat, get out of here." Chen Feng didn't care. "If you want to burn it yourself, I have no objection." Wahai said proudly, "The boss is still sensible. Brothers, if you want to eat, sign up." Chen Chen stood aside, shaking his little head. "My dad's fried rice is the most delicious in the world. You are just asking for trouble, do you know that?" Wahai smiled awkwardly. "You little kid, how can you tell what is delicious or not?" Zhou Kedong and Xiao Wei looked at Guahai with disdain. "You really don't know how to write the word death. Don't blame us for not warning you if you get embarrassed later. With your cooking skills, you really can't compare with the boss, so you'd better stop showing off." Guahai got anxious after hearing what they said. "You guys know nothing. Even if I'm not good enough, I'm better than the boss of the small restaurant. Just wait for me." There were actually a few people at the scene who were supporting Guahai. "Guahai, give me a plate. I still believe in Guahai's ability. After all, he is the nephew of a 5-star chef." There were half and half of them. Guahai announced, "Victoria's egg fried rice can be sold for 180 yuan a plate. You guys are really lucky today. You can enjoy it without spending any money." Zhou Kedong immediately laughed. "Heizi, do you know how much a plate of egg fried rice costs here?" Guahai said without hesitation, 30 at most. After all, the service and taste are not on the same level. The others nodded. 30 yuan is quite expensive. Joe Kadong opened the menu and said, "You guys really underestimate this egg fried rice. To tell you the truth, the egg fried rice here is $199 per plate." Several people stared at the price list with wide eyes, unable to speak for a long time. "Damn, boss, you really have courage. The price is more expensive than a 5-star hotel." "Joe Kadong, you've been slaughtered." Joe Kadong closed the menu and said, "I am also a frequent customer of Victoria. The taste there is not as good as here. Eating egg fried rice here is an ultimate enjoyment. I am happy to accept this price." Gua Hai snorted coldly, "I give in. I hope you can still think this way after eating my egg fried rice later." Joe Kadong paid several thousand yuan for the meal in front of several people, which made them all shake their heads and talk about it. Most of them said it was too expensive and not worth the price. Chen Feng took the money and took Gua Hai to the kitchen. When Gua Hai saw the simple kitchen, he couldn't help complaining. It was incomparable to his home, so he had to make do with it. Chen Feng entered the inner room of the kitchen. This was a new kitchen developed by the system. It was several levels higher than the outside, and only Chen Feng could enter. Gua Hai was very fast and soon finished frying. He saw that Chen Feng had not come out yet, and couldn't help but sneered, "What a mystery. It's just fried rice, is it that serious?" When he brought out the egg fried rice, all of them stood up excitedly. "You are worthy of being a great chef. It looks delicious. Whoever becomes your wife in the future will definitely be taken orally." Gua Hai turned his gaze to Xiao Wei. Everyone knew that Gua Hai had always been fond of Xiao Wei. Gua Hai handed his plate to Xiao Wei. "Xiao Wei, come, eat mine." Someone nearby joked, "Haizi is really thoughtful. Sister Xiao Wei, our Hage is so infatuated, just agree to him." Xiao Wei didn't even look at Gua Hai. "Put your egg fried rice away, I only eat the boss's egg fried rice." "Xiao Wei, the boss's fried rice is not as delicious as mine," Wei Haitian said shamelessly. Everyone echoed. Xiao Wei originally didn't want to pay attention to Gua Hai, but when she saw him slandering Chen Feng, she couldn't help it anymore and began to comment, "From the perspective of color, aroma and taste, your bowl of egg fried rice is indeed quite good." Gua Hai was even more proud. It was undoubtedly an honor for him to be recognized by Xiao Wei. But he didn't expect that Xiao Wei would suddenly change her tone in the next sentence, "But compared with the boss's egg fried rice, it's far inferior. It's not even worthy of carrying shoes. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Excuse me, even if your egg fried rice is free, I won't eat it." These words were like a bucket of cold water poured directly on Gua Hai's head, chilling him to the bone and making him feel nervous. Chapter 10, Fried Pork with Chile. "I don't believe that the fried rice cooked by a small restaurant owner can be better than mine." Gua Hai snorted. At this time, the other people started eating, and the sound of praise continued. "It's delicious, Gua Hai. Your cooking skills are amazing. I almost bit my tongue." Gua Hai raised his head. "Did you hear that? The public has sharp eyes. I'll wait and see if the boss's egg fried rice is what you said it was." Gua Hai put his fried rice aside and stood there angrily, staring at the kitchen. In the kitchen, Chen Feng finished playing a game of King of Glory. When he looked at the time, he found that he had exceeded the time by 3 minutes. He immediately brought out 3 bowls of egg fried rice, a bowl of green vegetables and a bowl of stir-fried pork with peppers. Gua Hai and the others outside were already getting impatient waiting. Could it be that the boss went to lay eggs himself? Why would it take so long to fry a few bowls of egg fried rice? I think it's because Brother Hai's cooking is so delicious that he outshines him, so he doesn't dare to come out for fear of being embarrassed. When Gua Hai heard this, his smile widened. Joe Kadong sneered and said, "Now you can talk as much as you want. The harsher your words are, the more painful your face will be later." Just as Gua Hai and his men were blasting away at their slander, a strong aroma wafted out from the kitchen door. The voices stopped abruptly, leaving only a series of sniffing sounds. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Feng came out with egg fried rice. Joe Kadong rushed over and said, "This is the taste. I was dreaming about it all night yesterday. I was so hungry." Gua Hai only smelled the scent and knew he had lost. His face was ashen and he stood there blankly. "Why is it so fragrant? It doesn't make sense." Gua Hai's fans were all drooling like crazy at this moment. "Boss, give me a plate. I want one too." As for the half-eaten Gua Hai brand egg fried rice, they were all pushed aside by one another. Even Gua Hai himself said to Chen Feng, "Boss, give me a plate of egg fried rice too." Chen Chen stuck out her tongue and said, "Now you know how powerful my dad is, right? Just now you were so shameless as to challenge my dad, ha." A trace of embarrassment appeared on the faces of several people. Joe Cadone placed the egg fried rice in front of him with great enjoyment, and then gently fanned it with his hand. The fragrance wafted towards everyone, making them feel like they were being scratched by a cat. Oh my god, Cadone, you can't do this. Ha, you guys were the ones who slandered the chef just now. Now it's time to teach you a lesson. Joe Cadone laughed. Indeed, being able to see but not eat was a torment for them. A group of people went crazy. Damn it. Please let me go, it's too painful. Joe Cadone and his companions ate with relish, while others who were watching were drooling and scratching their heads. But this time Chen Feng seemed to be heating up a little slowly. More than 10 minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of him coming out. What they didn't know was that Chen Feng and Chen Chen were playing with the puppy in the kitchen. Daddy, the dog's feet seem to be better. Chen Chen gently stroked the dog's legs with his little hands. Chen Chen, why are there rice grains in the dog's mouth? Did you feed it with fried rice this morning? Chen Feng asked puzzledly. No. Chen Chen waved his hands quickly, his eyes somewhat evasive. But her stomach growled loudly, betraying her. Chen Feng touched her little head and said, Wait, Daddy will cook another plate for you. Chen Chen clapped his hands and said, Long live Daddy, Daddy loves Chen Chen the most, mwah. Soon a bowl of freshly baked egg fried rice was delivered to Chen Chen. Chen Chen washed his hands, then sat on a stool and started eating. Chen Feng brought out the fried rice, and those people were already looking forward to it. I finally waited for you. I was really anxious. A person saw Chen Feng coming out and sang a line of lyrics, which made Joe Cadone and Xiao Wei burst into laughter. Several people took the fried rice and started to wolf it down immediately. The speed was so fast that they had almost finished eating before Joe Cadone had even finished. Is this a reincarnation of a starving ghost? He eats so fast. Joe Cadone muttered. That's right. I can only eat one bowl a day. Once I finish it, it's gone. I have to eat slowly. Xiao Wei also said. Those people were stunned. Nanny. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You know I can only eat one bowl a day. I definitely won't eat like this. I've been screwed by you. Xiao Wei curled her lips. You didn't ask. These people immediately began to watch Joe Cadone and Xiao Wei eat. She looked extremely sad and resentful, just like a woman in the boudoir. Joe Cadone and his friends ate the greens with gusto. Well, these greens taste pretty good too. Xiao Wei also took a bite and said, the aroma of the vegetables has not been lost at all. It is fresh and delicious. It is so delicious. The store owner has put a lot of effort into it. Yes, whether it's the ingredients or the cooking, all aspects must be top-notch to cook a small green vegetable so well. The price of $299 is a conscience price. Joe Cadone commented. These words of praise made Gua Hai and his companions feel even more excited. There's also fried pork with peppers. Let me try it. Joe Cadone picked up a piece of pepper and put it in his mouth. A hot sensation burst out in his mouth, like a warm current that instantly filled his whole body, making him shout out refreshing. How is it? Brother Joe, is it delicious? Xiao Wei asked eagerly. Joe Cadone's face turned red instantly, like guangong, which shocked everyone. It's so spicy and stimulating. What a great dish of fried pork with peppers. Joe Cadone said excitedly. Why is your face so red? Could it be food poisoning? Xiao Wei suddenly pointed at Joe Cadone's face. Joe Cadone just felt comfortable all over, without any abnormality. He looked in the mirror and found that he had turned into guangong, and was extremely surprised. Don't worry, this is because of the ingredients, just like some people blush after drinking alcohol. It's not food poisoning, Chen Feng explained. Joe Cadone was relieved immediately. I was scared to death, but I am willing to eat such great fried pork with peppers, even if it means I have a red face for the rest of my life. Hey, I found that my cold is gone. Joe Cadone had caught a cold these 2 days and felt very uncomfortable. After eating a bite of chili pepper, he broke out in a sweat and actually recovered. This was an unexpected surprise for him. Boss Chen, I admire you so much that I can't even lean on the wall. The dishes you cook can actually cure diseases. The money is worth it. It is not only a taste enjoyment, but also greatly benefits the body. Joe Cadone said happily. After hearing what Joe Cadone said, Xiao Wei also picked up her chopsticks. She seldom eats spicy food, but the deliciousness of the fried rice with egg and green vegetables made her feel a little tempted. If she didn't try it, she would definitely regret it in the future. Xiao Wei picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. It was tender, juicy, smooth and delicious, mixed with spicy and fragrant taste, which made her feel extremely comfortable, as if she flew to the top of the clouds and then fell from a high altitude, wandering freely. Delicious, Only then did Xiao Wei understand what it felt like when Zhou Kedong shouted refreshing 3 times in a row. Guahai saw the expressions of the two people, and he was filled with envy and jealousy. It's just eating fried pork with peppers, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Xiao Wei picked up a piece of meat and said, Guahai, do you want to eat? Guahai quickly came forward and said, Xiao Wei, I know you are the best to me. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wei quickly put it into her mouth. It's a pity you can't eat it, huh? Guahai's face darkened. Xiao Wei, I can't tolerate you being like this. Chen Chen clapped his hands and said, Sister Xiao Wei did a great job. Chen Feng held Chen Chen in his arms. Chen Chen, shall we also have fried pork with peppers for lunch today? Chen Chen nodded heavily. Okay, Dad. At this moment, the courier outside brought a large box. Chen Feng felt a little scared. When he saw the big express box, he felt inexplicably nervous. Chen Chen said happily, Dad, the things I bought have arrived. I bought a lot of things online using your phone yesterday. Chen Feng signed, and Chen Chen walked inside, dragging a box that was almost the same size as her, panting heavily, which looked particularly funny. When he got to the room, Chen Feng opened the box and saw all kinds of things inside, including Chen Chen's clothes and some daily necessities. I never knew Chen Chen was so frivolous. He knew how to shop online at such a young age. Chapter 11 Mother and daughter meet in a small restaurant. Dad, I think I accidentally bought too much yesterday. Chen Chen blinked his little eyes and looked at Chen Feng, saying cutely. It's okay, it's okay. Daddy makes money for you. Chen Feng touched Chen Chen's head. Wow, then Daddy, go and empty your shopping cart. I only bought 1/10 of it. I didn't buy the rest because I was afraid you would blame me. Chen Chen hugged Chen Feng's thigh and said coquettishly. Chen Feng nodded lovingly, took out his mobile phone with a smile, and was stunned the next second. The shopping cart had 99 plus in it, and when he clicked checkout, it turned out to be 128,800. Chen Feng's phone almost slipped from his hand. Chen Chen, what are these nanomaterials and various instruments used for? Are you buying them for scientific research? Chen Chen shook his head. Dad, I want to make a robot. You taught me all these before. Well, Chen Feng paid the bill with a painful heart, and Chen Chen danced with joy. Yeah, I knew that Daddy treats me the best. With the protection of robots, no one will come to the store to cause trouble anymore, Dad. Chen Chen raised his head and said to Chen Feng innocently. Only then did Chen Feng realize that Chen Chen made the robot not to play with her, but for himself. Chen Feng was deeply touched by this little girl. Just for Chen Chen's love, he would spend money on her even if it meant a lot of money. After emptying the shopping cart, there were only a few dollars left in the bank card, which made Chen Feng feel like he was back to the time before liberation. Dad, when can we see Mommy? I can already pretend to be Mommy. Chen Chen pulled the corner of Chen Feng's clothes. This will be quick. Chen Chen, please be patient. Chen Feng looked at the progress of the task. 30 copies had been sold, and it was not far from the 100th copy. At noon, Fatty came to eat, very excited, as if he had found money. Crazy, oh no, Brother Feng, give me a bowl of egg fried rice and a plate of small green vegetables. Chen Feng was surprised. This fat guy always called him by his name, but now he called him Brother Feng. This made him a little confused. After some inquiries, I found out that Fatty's book sales exceeded 1,000 yesterday. No wonder he was so happy. Brother Feng, if you had opened this store earlier, I would have become a great boss. The fat man said excitedly. Chen Feng just smiled and said nothing. Wait, I'll make you some fried rice and some green vegetables. Not long after Chen Feng entered, 2 more people came into the store. They were Yi Xian and a woman wearing a mask. She was wrapped in a black windbreaker, revealing a beautiful hand. Yi Xian, you said you would take me here to eat delicious food, so here is it? The woman frowned slightly and asked with a hint of doubt. You big star. Yi Xian stopped talking when she saw someone in the store, and whispered, the egg fried rice here is really delicious. I'm not lying to you. You should know that my father has anorexia, but did you know that he actually ate a large plate of egg fried rice here yesterday? Ahem, really? Congratulations, Uncle Yi. The woman said with a hint of surprise. Yi Xian hurriedly held her back. Yun, don't be so loud. It would be bad if someone recognized you. Chen Chen heard the noise outside and came out. He looked at the woman in a daze, the voice just now sounded like Mommy's. Well, the figure is similar too. Daddy didn't lie to me. What he said is true. Chen wanted to rush up and hug her mother regardless of everything, but she remembered what Chen Feng said to her, and resisted the urge, and just walked over and looked at her. Su Jingyun saw Chen almost at first sight. For some reason, she suddenly felt a strong sense of intimacy in her heart, as if she had met the most important person in her life. She couldn't explain why this happened. When their eyes met, they both fell silent, with only their emotions brewing. When Yi Xian saw Chen looking at Su Jingyun, her heart skipped a beat. She thought Chen recognized Su Jingyun and thought to herself, Yun, could it be that she recognized you? Su Jingyun shook his head. I don't know why I felt inexplicably close to this little girl when I saw her. I wanted to hug her and kiss her. Chen walked to Su Jingyun's side with a look of joy on her face. It was an emotion that came from the heart, as pure and clear as a mountain spring, flowing through Su Jingyun's heart. What a cute little girl. Is she the boss's daughter? Su Jingyun asked Yi Xian, and Yi Xian nodded. When Chen heard what Su Jingyun said and saw the strangeness in her eyes, she felt very uncomfortable, but then she remembered that this was a game and felt relieved. Chen Feng came out with a plate of egg-fried rice and green vegetables. Seeing Chen standing there, he walked over and said, Chen, why are you out? Su Jingyun smelled a fragrance and sniffed. It smells so good. Is this the egg-fried rice you told me about? Boss, give me 2 bowls of egg-fried rice. Yi Xian said to Chen Feng with a smile. Chen Feng looked at the woman next to Yi Xian and thought that this woman was so mysterious and wondered why she refused to show her true face. Chen, you can't stare at your sister like that, okay? Chen Feng wanted to pull Chen away, but Chen was very reluctant. Su Jingyun said to Chen Feng, Boss, she and I get along well, it's okay. Chen Feng still carried Chen away. The moment Chen turned around, his eyes were red. Daddy, Chen, please don't play games, okay? Chen, don't pretend that you don't know Mommy. It makes me feel so uncomfortable. Chen, didn't we agree on this on the spot? This is a game. We made a pinky promise that we won't change it for 100 years. Chen Feng said softly. Chen Feng had no idea that Su Jingyun was right in front of him and had been recognized by Chen. Chen could only sigh, okay, Dad, I get it. What an interesting father and daughter. Su Jingyun said, looking at Chen Feng's back. At this time, Su Jingyun received a call. Xian, a close friend of mine wants to come see me. She is the guest of my concert. What is the address here? Yi Xian told Su Jingyun the address, and a few minutes later, a beautifully and charming girl walked in. Sister Yun, why did you come to a place like this? Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Besides, it's so hard to find here. If I hadn't had sharp eyes, I would have driven past you. You'll get scolded if your boss finds out you're eating at a place like this. Lu Fei complained as soon as she arrived. Su Jingyun smiled and said, You must not have eaten yet, so eat here. The egg-fried rice here looks delicious. Fried rice with egg? Oh my god, Sister Yun, you are going crazy. Have you forgotten what the doctor told you? Remember not to eat greasy and meaty food. How can you eat fried rice with egg? It's bad for your throat. Lu Fei was interrupted by Su Jingyun's cough before she could finish her words. You don't need to ask more questions. I have my own ideas. Su Jingyun said. No, you can't eat fried rice. You must listen to me on this matter. Lu Fei said without question. It's really okay. As long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, no one will know about it. Besides, this fried rice looks really appetizing. I haven't had fried rice in a long time. Please. Su Jingyun put his hands on his chest and looked at her with a pleading look on his face. How can egg-fried rice be so attractive that even Sister Yun is impressed? The woman was slightly surprised. Su Jingyun pointed to the side. She originally wanted to let Lu Fei see the fried rice, but she didn't expect that when she looked over, she saw an empty plate. A fat man was licking the bottom of the plate with his tongue, looking very satisfied. Damn, he eats so fast and so thoroughly. Yi Xian said in surprise. The fat man saw a few women watching him eat, and suddenly became nervous. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen people eating egg-fried rice? Puff, all 3 girls burst out laughing. The fat man cast his eyes on the small green vegetables. You sold a head of green vegetables for 300, you black-hearted lunatic. If it doesn't taste good, the fat man, will lose a lot. Lu Fei opened her mouth slightly. What? This plate of vegetables costs 300? Yi Xian nodded and handed the menu to Lu Fei. Fei, look, the prices are marked here. Lu Fei took a look and screamed in surprise, saying it was unbelievable. Only then did Su Jingyun notice the menu. He took it and looked at it, and suddenly a strange look appeared in his eyes. Yi Xian, Sister Yun, don't eat here. It's too rip-off. A small roadside restaurant is definitely not worth the price. Besides, there are only 3 dishes here. Maybe the boss is not that good and can only cook these 3 dishes. Lu Fei said and wanted to pull them out. Chapter 12 Heavenly Song Activity at the end of the chapter. Lu Fei, you misunderstood, it's not true. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I can guarantee with my character that the boss's egg fried rice is definitely worth the price. I didn't get ripped off. Lu Fei still didn't believe it. Yi Xian, why are you so obsessed? How delicious can a roadside stall be? Before Lu Fei finished her words, she smelled a fragrance. She looked towards the source of the fragrance and saw 2 people, one big and one small, walking towards her with egg fried rice. Chen Chen was holding a plate in her hands, carefully serving the egg fried rice to her mother herself. Yi Xian didn't know if Chen Feng only knew how to cook these few dishes, but with one trick he could make a name for himself. Chen Feng was able to gain a foothold in the food industry with just this fried rice, attracting many diners and making a lot of money. When Lu Fei smelled the fragrance, she couldn't move her feet any further. It smells so good, it makes me want to eat it. Yi Xian smiled and said, Lu Fei, now you know I didn't lie to you, right? Since ancient times, masters have been among the common people. You really shouldn't underestimate anyone. Lu Fei sat down. Boss, another bowl of egg fried rice. Chen Chen walked to Su Jingyun, put the fried rice in front of her, then jumped away, very happy. This child. Chen Feng looked at her lovingly, put down the fried rice in his hand, and went back into the kitchen. Su Jingyun pulled the mask up a little, revealing her cherry-like lips. She picked up a little bit and put it in her mouth to taste it. Then she couldn't stop and kept eating. Finally, she felt the mask was in the way, so she took it off and threw it aside. Lu Fei quickly used her hands to cover her face. Sister Yun, how can you take off your mask in public? Su Jingyun coughed and said, don't you still have a hat and sunglasses after taking off the mask? Don't worry about me. The main thing is that this egg fried rice is so delicious. It's not comfortable to eat with a mask on. While speaking, Su Jingyun couldn't help but pick up a piece of egg and put it in his mouth, his face full of happiness. Celebrities, especially singers, have to strictly control their diet. Su Jingyun usually eats very light food. Although he sometimes goes out to eat at night stalls with his assistant, that is very rare. He has never eaten such delicious fried rice with egg, and he forgot himself for a moment. When Chen Feng brought out the egg fried rice, he caught a glimpse of Su Jingyun's true face and was stunned. Only now did he understand why Chen Chen had said those words and why he had to serve her the rice himself. It turned out that Chen Chen had recognized Su Jingyun a long time ago. Cough cough. Chen Feng coughed deliberately, scaring Su Jingyun like a panicked rabbit, and he hurriedly reached for the mask on the table. Your egg fried rice is ready. Chen Feng brought the egg fried rice to Lu Fei, turned around and saw the fat man browsing novel data on his mobile phone while drinking the soup in the plate. Chen Feng knocked on the table. Fatty, if you're done eating, please leave quickly. I have something to do here. I'll make you an extra dish next time you come. When the fat man heard such a good idea, he agreed immediately. After the fat man left, Chen Feng closed the door, and Lu Fei quickly looked at Chen Feng vigilantly. Chen Feng turned around and said, don't be nervous. I think you guys also want to have a quiet meal and don't want to be disturbed by others. Why are you doing this? Su Jingyun looked at Chen Feng with her beautiful eyes. She could see that Chen Feng had no ill intentions. Let's keep it secret for now, just for my daughter. Chen Chen, come out. Chen Feng shouted inside, and Chen Chen, who was holding onto the door, immediately trotted out. Chen Feng's heart almost jumped into his throat. This was a brief meeting for the family of 3, and he absolutely could not let anyone else ruin it. Dad. Chen Chen looked at Chen Feng eagerly, as if asking him if he could shout out those 2 words. Chen Feng shook his head cruelly. It's not the time yet. My daughter likes you very much. Can you give her an autograph? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Of course, your daughter is very cute. Su Jingyun signed the price list casually, handed it to Chen Chen personally, and touched Chen Chen's head. Chen Chen grabbed the price list in her little hands, and suddenly stood on tiptoe and gave Su Jingyun a kiss on the face. This caught everyone present off guard and no one could react. Chen Feng quickly picked up Chin Chin. This was too abrupt. He hoped Su Jingyun would not be angry about it. Fortunately, Su Jingyun also had a good impression of Chen Chen, so he did not get angry. But then Chen Chen kissed Chen Feng on the face happily again. This made Su Jingyun a little embarrassed. Chen Chen kissed her first and then Chen Feng, so doesn't that mean she and Chen Feng kissed indirectly? Chen Feng looked at Chen Chen's cunning smile and suddenly realized that he had been tricked by his own daughter. Hey, take your time eating. Just help me open the door when you leave. Chen Feng pulled Chen Chen into the room. Sister Yun, you're blushing. Lu Fei said in surprise. Eat your meal, stop talking too much. Su Jingyun said angrily. Lu Fei lowered her head and started eating. The delicious egg fried rice quickly diluted the awkwardness just now, and in the end, she was only left with admiration for Chen Feng's cooking skills. This boss has such great skills, why is he willing to open a small restaurant here? If he were to go to another place, he might have already become famous and become a top chef. Lu Fei asked puzzled. Could it be that I guessed right? He really only knows how to cook these 3 dishes? Lu Feishuan said in shock. Yi Xian retorted, even if he can only make fried rice with egg, that's enough for all the major 5-star hotels to offer him an olive branch, not to mention that his vegetables are also top-notch. I offered him a monthly salary of 100,000 yesterday, and he refused without even thinking about it. Su Jingyun said unhappily, are you really Uncle Ye's biological daughter? How come you have such a poor talent in business? Look at how he sells fried rice for 199 yuan a portion, and he still has no shortage of customers. It's like making 100,000 yuan a month. If you offer him 100,000 yuan, he would have to be crazy to agree to it. Yi Xian patted her head in annoyance. Now that you put it that way, it's true. I really brought shame upon myself. You've only just woken me up now. No, I have to try again. Sister Yun, what kind of conditions do you think I should offer to make him interested? Yi Xian asked Su Jingyun for advice. Su Jingyun thought for a moment and said, I think we should not have a fixed salary, but a guaranteed commission. Maybe that will impress him. Yi Xian nodded and walked towards Chen Feng's room impatiently, wanting to give it a try. Su Jingyun picked up a piece of green leaf and put it in her mouth. The fragrance lingered on her teeth and cheeks, and a stream of clear liquid flowed through her throat, making her vocal cords extremely comfortable. She hummed softly. Su Jingyun suddenly opened her eyes and found that her voice had become softer. Could it be this vegetable? Su Jingyun was extremely excited. Her singing skills had not been able to make a breakthrough, and over the years it had become an obstacle restricting her from making further progress. Unexpectedly, she found a chance for a breakthrough in a roadside shop. Is that really possible? Su Jingyun cleared her throat and began to sing one of her songs. The whole restaurant was suddenly filled with heavenly singing voices. The sound was ethereal, pure, and without a trace of noise. When you suddenly hear it, it makes your scalp tingle, and you wonder how such beautiful singing can exist in the world. Lu Fei's eyes sparkled. She was familiar with Su Jingyun's singing. Although it sounded good before, she could never control her voice and sing it as freely and gracefully as she does now. Sister Yun, has your vocal ability improved? Lu Fei asked in a trembling voice. Su Jingyun nodded with a smile, it seems so. That's great, haha. Lu Fei hugged Su Jingyun excitedly. Yi Xian was discussing with Chen Feng in the room, Boss Chen, I was not thoughtful yesterday and offered too low a price. How about this? You come to my Ye's restaurant and adopt a system of basic salary plus commission? The basic salary is 200,000, and there is an additional commission for every serving of fried rice sold. But Chen Feng refused before she finished listening to her. Just then, a melodious song was heard outside. The two of them stopped talking tacitly. Chen Chen, who was playing games nearby, also pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Such a pure voice is truly a gift from God. Chen Feng thought to himself. Voice is the most critical and important asset of a singer. Su Jingyun is now singing a Chinese-style song. I searched for him among the crowd for hundreds of times. When I turned around, he was standing in the dim light. Chen Feng suddenly felt that the lyrics perfectly fit his mood. Chapter 13 Hidden Features. With such singing skills and strength, Su Jingyun is absolutely worthy of being the queen of the Chinese music scene. Basically, every song of hers is on the music charts and is well known and widely circulated. But this should be the most ethereal and beautiful one Chen Feng has ever heard, even more amazing than the recorded version of her album. Sister Yun's voice is unscientific. Yi Xian murmured, could it be that Sister Yun has made further progress? Yi Xian opened the door and rushed out. Chen Feng walked to Chen Chen's side, and Chen Chen said happily, Dad, Mommy sings so well, and Daddy's egg fried rice is delicious too. You two are really a perfect match. Chen Feng knew clearly that he was only relying on the system, while Su Jingyun had real strength and was incomparable. After the song was over, the girls were all very excited. This time the Golden Melody Award must go to Sister Yun. That's great. I didn't expect a breakthrough at this time. It's really a pleasant surprise. Su Jingyun tapped the table with his fingers, and the music score appeared in his mind. The new song I have been brewing has finally come to fruition. Lu Fei, do you have paper and pen? I'll write it down. When Lu Fei heard this, she was overjoyed and hurriedly took out a piece of paper and a pen from her bag. Great, double happiness. Sister Yun, let's go back to the company without further delay. Lu Fei said. Boss, come again next time. We're leaving first. Yi Xian said to Chen Feng. Su Jingyun asked her to wait, then walked over and put a concert ticket into Chen Feng's hand. Thank you for today. Chen Feng looked at the goddess so close to him, without a trace of blasphemy in his heart. You're welcome, this is what I should do. Su Jingyun's clean smile easily broke down Chen Feng's defenses. Remember to come to my concert, and bring your daughter with you. I will definitely get there. Chen Feng raised the ticket in his hand. Okay, I'm leaving. Bye. Su Jingyun turned around. There was a faint fragrance on her body, which made people feel very comfortable. After Su Jingyun left, Chen Feng looked at the tickets. They were for the front row, which saved him the trouble of buying them online. Chen Feng thought about the fatty's inspiration for writing a book and Su Jingyun's breakthrough just now. They were similar in concept. It seemed that it was the fried rice that contributed to this. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new function. Just as Chen Feng was thinking, the system suddenly issued a prompt sound. When I clicked on it, I found that hidden functions and added value were triggered. The host sells egg fried rice, and diners eat the egg fried rice, get inspired, and create works. The value will be evaluated by the system, and 1/10 of the total value can be used to unlock the quota. Chen Feng exhaled a breath, and he seemed to feel a little more relaxed. He realized that it was not just selling egg fried rice to unlock the quota. When the inspiration brought by egg fried rice changed 3 people, the hidden function could be activated. After systematic evaluation, the book written by Fatty sold over 1,000 copies a day, and a quota of 100 could be unlocked every day. The song created by the Queen was extraordinary, and the evaluation alone took several minutes. In the end, it was concluded that the song titled Delicious Food was worth 100 million yuan, so Chen Feng unlocked a quota of 10 million yuan. As for the third person, Chen Feng was quite surprised to find that it was Lu Tong. After eating the fried rice, he repented and decided to turn over a new leaf. Although it was unclear what business he was engaged in, after a system evaluation, he was valued at 1 million. Chen Feng instantly became a multi-millionaire and his heart beat faster. Dad, there are guests coming. Chen Chen ran outside for some reason and turned back to say to Chen Feng. I'm here. Chen Feng agreed, walked out and saw that it was yesterday's host Meng Meng. Meng Meng wore a light pink cotton jacket today, put on light makeup, and did not do any live broadcast. Boss, I'm here again. Meng Meng said with a smile. Are we still having fried rice today? Chen Feng asked. Wait, I have 2 more friends coming, both of them are beautiful. Boss, can you give me a discount if I introduce you to some diners? Meng Meng hummed. After Chen Feng learned that egg fried rice can also inspire inspiration, he felt that selling it for 199 was a loss, and he immediately said, it's a fair price, no discount. Meng Meng pouted, you are so stingy. I wanted to introduce my best friend to you, but now, humph. Chen's restaurant, this is it. A voice came from outside the door, and 2 fashionable beauties walked in. Meng Meng, this place is too remote. How did you find it? Said a beautiful woman. Did you eat your fried rice here yesterday? I was originally looking forward to the fried rice you praised as one of the rarest in the world, but now, my anticipation has plummeted. Said another person. Meng Meng stood up and greeted them. Jia, Lulu, you can't judge a book by its cover. The egg fried rice in this restaurant is really amazing. You will know after you try it. Boss, 3 bowls of egg fried rice. Meng Meng said to Chen Feng. They were sisters who shared a house. Meng Meng and Gu Jia were anchors, while Lu Shangling was the owner of a taekwondo shop. Meng Meng made a brief introduction to them. Chen Feng took a closer look at Lu Shangling. There was a hint of heroism between her eyebrows, and she had a soft waist and a perfect figure. It was obvious that she exercised regularly. "Boss, my two best friends are very good. Give me a discount and I'll tell you their WeChat addresses." Meng Meng blinked and said cunningly. Gu Jia immediately pinched Meng Meng and said, "My Meng, if you dare to betray us, you will be dead." Lu Shangling didn't say anything, but just raised her eyebrows and looked at Chen Feng with a hint of provocation. "The total is 597. Please pay, sister. Chen advises you not to go after my dad, otherwise I will let Xiaobai bite you." Chen pinched her waist and said in a connivance. Chen Feng was amused by Chen's expression. "Ha, did you hear what my daughter said? Don't make jokes like this in the future." Lu Shangling was a little confused. "How much did you say just now?" 597? We just ordered 3 bowls of egg fried rice. "Lulu, you don't know, this is the price of this fried rice," Meng Meng explained. Lu Shangling opened her mouth slightly. "Meng Meng, I told you not to do live broadcasts all the time. Staying at home all day makes you out of touch with society. You also buy a bowl of egg fried rice for 200 yuan? I really admire you." "Hee, Shangling, you still discriminate against our live streaming. What do you mean by live streaming is out of touch with society?" "Although I support you on this matter, I must make it clear that live streaming will not be out of touch with society." Gu Jia continued. "Okay, Jia, I admit that what I said was biased. We are good sisters. Meng Meng was cheated in this store, and I must help her get justice." Lu Shangling raised one foot, stretched it straight over her head, and then dropped it heavily. Chen Feng only felt a gust of wind whistling past him, feeling a little confused. Was this threatened by a girl? Meng Meng quickly grabbed her best friend and said, "Xianling, what are you doing?" "What?" "Of course, ask him to pay back the money. A plate of fried rice costs 200. Is that any different from robbery? I can't stand this kind of behavior." Lu Shangling snorted. She usually likes to help others, let alone her best friend. Meng Meng touched her forehead and said, "I shouldn't have asked you to come. Isn't this bringing bad luck to me?" Gu Jia started a live broadcast at this time. "Meng Meng, I have started a live broadcast. I must expose this unscrupulous businessman and let him know the consequences of offending our 3 righteous sisters." Meng Meng was even more troubled and shouted, "Listen to me, I called you here for the purpose of sharing delicious food. The boss's egg fried rice is really delicious. Can you not be so arbitrary and jump to conclusions without even trying it? Give the boss a chance, and give me a chance, okay?" Seeing Meng Meng still defending Chen Feng, Lu Shangling and Gu Jia were both angry and amused. "Meng Meng, that sentence is absolutely right, big breasts and no brains. Tell me yourself, is the fried rice worth the price?" Meng Meng nodded seriously, "Worth it." The two almost fainted. "You are really hopeless." The people in the live broadcast room witnessed the quarrel between the 3 beauties, and their popularity rose rapidly, watching from the front row. "Jia, what's wrong? What happened?" Gu Jia walked aside and told the audience what happened here, and the live broadcast room immediately went crazy. To Gu Jia's surprise, public opinion was not one-sided. Several fans who were often active in her and Meng Meng's live broadcast rooms supported Meng Meng. "I witnessed Meng Meng eating a bowl of egg fried rice here yesterday. Although it was expensive, Meng Meng gave it such a high evaluation, it was definitely worth it." Others in the live broadcast room were all opposed. "A bowl of egg fried rice costs 200 yuan. It has changed my worldview. I have never seen such a black-hearted merchant. It is too easy to make money." All kinds of comments filled the screen, and a rich man in the live broadcast room couldn't stand it anymore. "No matter how much you say, it's better to try a bowl yourself. Jia, order a bowl and try it. I'll buy you a gift." Brush. A rocket exploded in the live broadcast room. All the barrages fell silent in an instant, and then everyone started to brush 666. Jia was dumbfounded, then smiled sweetly. "Thank you, rich brother, for the rocket. Go order some egg fried rice. I also want to see what this 200 yuan bowl of egg fried rice looks like." The rich man sent a private message. Gu Jia was very conflicted. Although she was reluctant to spend the money, since someone was paying for it, she was happy to buy one to try. One rocket costs 1,000 yuan. After splitting the revenue with the platform, there are still a few hundred left after buying fried rice. Gu Jia is very happy. Shangling, how about we try the egg fried rice and then decide whether to uphold justice? I'll treat you to this meal. Gu Jia said generously. Lu Xiangling. Jia, what's wrong with you? Didn't we just form a united front? Before Lu Xiangling finished her words, she saw Gu Jia holding up her cell phone with a big rocket pattern on it, which lasted for several minutes. Xiangling, please, a rich man gave me a gift and someone paid for it for us. When doing live streaming, one must remember not to offend the sponsor. Gu Jia looked at Xiangling pitifully. I'm afraid of you. Well, I'll try it for now and settle the bill with the boss later. Lu Xiangling sat down. Chapter 14 Queen's Signature. Meng Meng's beautiful eyes turned around. Jia, you are so lucky, someone actually gave you a rocket reward, so I can only pay for it myself. The rich man in the live broadcast room immediately sent another rocket. Jia, this is a reward for Meng Meng. Meng Meng was immediately overjoyed. There's still a share for me, thank you, rich brother, I love you. Chen Feng took the money and went to the kitchen to make fried rice, while Chen Chen went to tinker with her robot. The rocket just now brought a lot of popularity to Gu Jia's live broadcast room, soaring from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Many viewers who came in were excited to see the three beauties in the same frame. Damn, this live broadcast room is still pleasing to the eyes. Please give my dick a break. The king of heaven covers the tiger of earth, and the chicken is stewed with mushrooms. Damn, upstairs is fine, I want to take a vacation, not stew mushrooms. Meng Meng and Gu Jia are very good at creating a funny atmosphere. The number of fans in the live broadcast room increased rapidly, making Gu Jia smile happily. Lu Xiangling was bored and flipped through the menu on the table. Oh, I thought egg fried rice was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect it to be even more outrageous. A serving of green vegetables is $299, but you can buy a big bag for just a few dollars at the market, and the pepper fried pork here is $999. My god, it turns out that my salary can only afford a few plates of pepper fried pork. Lu Xiangling screamed in surprise, causing another uproar in the live broadcast room. Is it that bad? What kind of restaurant? Michelin 3 stars? Michelin is bullshit, it's just a roadside stall. The boss is really courageous. Aren't you afraid of having your water meter checked? Some sharp-eyed netizens noticed a signature on the price list, which was left by the queen just now. They screamed, damn, isn't this Su Jingyun's autograph? It seems to be true. Oh my god, Su Jingyun's autograph is now worth tens of thousands of dollars online. The boss actually used it as a price list. Lu Xiangling suddenly noticed that Meng Meng and Gu Jia had stopped talking. She looked to the side and saw that they were staring at the price list in her hand. What's wrong with you? Meng Meng's voice changed a little, as if she was unable to suppress her excitement. Queen's autograph, Queen's autograph. Gu Jia touched it with her hand and found that there was a faint trace of ink on her fingers. It's not printed, it's really written by hand. It's just strange that the ink doesn't seem to have dried yet. Doesn't that mean that the queen had dinner here just now? The two looked at each other and said in unison. They were all crazy fans of the queen. At this moment, one of them chased outside, while the other ran to ask Chen Feng. Chen Feng came out with egg fried rice and was almost bumped into by Meng Meng. What are you doing? You look so anxious. Meng Meng said excitedly, who left the signature on the price list? Su Jingyun. Chen Feng said without thinking. I knew it, did the queen have dinner here just now? Meng Meng asked immediately. What's wrong? Is it not possible? Chen Feng was a little confused. After Meng Meng learned the truth, she felt both happy and regretful. She was happy that she had actually eaten in the same restaurant with Chao Chou, but she regretted that she didn't come earlier, otherwise she could have met Su Jingyun. Soon Gu Jia also turned back with a look of disappointment on her face. I still can't believe that the queen had dinner here. Gu Jia said to Meng Meng. Is it so important whether you have eaten or not? Chen Feng asked puzzledly. The two women had an urge to roll their eyes. Gu Jia sniffed and said, it smells so good, is this the egg fried rice you mentioned, Meng Meng? It makes me hungry just by smelling it. Chen Feng put the fried rice on the table, and the three of them couldn't wait to pull it to his side. Even Lu Xiangling, who was the most resistant just now, swallowed her saliva at this moment. I finally understand why Meng Meng is obsessed with this egg fried rice. Screw the weight loss, screw the diet control, I'm going to eat. Lu Xiangling simply picked up the plate and ate the egg fried rice. The way she ate was not at all like a lady. Meng Meng was quite proud. After all, she was the one who introduced the two people. Seeing that they approved of the fried rice, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Boss, I'm a crazy fan of Su Jingyun. I will buy every new album of hers. Can you give me this autograph? I can pay for it. Meng Meng asked Chen Feng while holding the price list. This one won't work because it's the price list of our store. Next time I see Su Jingyun, I'll ask for an autograph for you. Chen Feng said. In his eyes, Su Jingyun's signature was less important than this price list. Gu Jia was choked by the fried rice. Boss, you are exaggerating. You are talking about seeing Su Jingyun next time. Su Jingyun came to Raocheng for a concert this time. After the concert, she will fly to another place. I am afraid we will never see each other again. Even if we meet, it will be extremely difficult to get an autograph. Boss, please be kind and give me this price list. I'll give you 50,000 yuan. Chen Feng directly wiped his hand on the price list. Now the signature is gone, okay? I really don't understand you star chasers, isn't it just an autograph? Do you have to lower your status and beg for it? Meng Meng's heart was bleeding. My signature, boss, you are going too far. Those people in the live broadcast room were all stunned. I feel sorry for the cute goddess for 3 minutes. Boss, you are so awesome. I just paid you 50,000 yuan. I want to ask if you still need a thigh pendant? I am convinced. I am convinced. Chen Feng put the price list back on the table. Meng Meng, don't be sad. There will always be a chance. Boss, I really want to bite you. It's so annoying. Lu Shangling looked at Chen Feng viciously, then hugged Meng Meng and comforted him. Bite me? Are you born in the year of the dog? I just said, next time we meet, help her get an autograph. It's not that Chen Feng didn't want to give it, but this price list was generated by the system. There was only one, and it was of extraordinary significance. Gu Jia turned off the live broadcast. You are still bragging. I don't know when I will see Su Jingyun next time. Chen Feng said puzzledly, isn't there Su Jingyun's concert tomorrow? Gu Jia snorted, it's hard to get a ticket now. They've already sold out. What's more, even if you can go to the concert, the probability of you getting an autograph among tens of thousands of people is almost zero. Forget it, I won't tell you anymore. Only then did Chen Feng realize how popular the concert was. Fortunately, Su Jingyun gave him a ticket in advance, otherwise he would not be able to buy a ticket even if he completed the task. Su Jingyun's national concert tour is almost non-stop, and she can only stay in a city for 3 days. The next time they meet may take several months. Naturally, Chen Feng wants to take Chen to watch it. Meng Meng turned her grief and anger into appetite and ordered another serving of green vegetables. When leaving, Meng Meng said to Chen Feng, your egg fried rice is so delicious, maybe Su Jingyun will really come back to eat it again. When he does, remember to ask for my autograph. This is my greatest hope. Chen Feng nodded to show his agreement. After hearing Meng Meng's words, Gu Jia also realized that this possibility might be very high. If it were an ordinary restaurant, if the Queen of Pop favored it once, it would be a blessing from their ancestors. But it is really different here with Chen Feng. In front of the delicious egg fried rice, I am afraid even the Queen of Pop cannot escape the temptation. Well, if it's really possible, could you help me get one as well? Gu Jia asked tentatively. Chen Feng said generously, no problem, it's just a piece of cake. After they left, Chen Feng closed the shop and took Chen out shopping. Now that he had money, some necessities were indispensable, such as a car and a house. Chen Feng had not even dared to think about this a few days ago, but he did not expect that it would become a reality in the blink of an eye. Touching the bank card that changed his life, Chen Feng walked with more confidence. He still remembered that at the beginning of the year, when he returned to his hometown, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face by several uncles and brothers, who said that he had no future after graduating from university and was not as good as Erden from the next village, who had run a Taobao store for several years and even drove an Alto. Chen Feng was also helpless. Everyone has his own circumstances, and there is no need to make blind comparisons. Of course, there are also people who are truly good to Chen Feng, such as Chen Feng's cousin Chen Yuao, who helped Chen Feng a lot when Chen Feng was in trouble. Chen, Daddy will take you to see your mom's concert tomorrow, okay? Chen Feng said to Chen. Chen was very happy. Okay, then Chen can hear mommy singing again, yeah. Chen Feng touched Chen's head and told Chen that Su Jingyun was going to fly across the country to hold a concert. Dad, that means we won't be able to see Mommy for several months. Chen Chen was a little sad. Chen Chen, this is Mommy's job. Give Daddy some time, and our family will be reunited. Chen Feng said confidently. Chen Chen nodded heavily. Dad, I believe you can do it. Chen Feng took Chen Chen to a nearby forest store to pick up a car. Because it was the off-season, all the salesmen were bragging together, and when Chen Feng entered, no one stood up to greet him. Not only that, they also commented on Chen Feng's dress. He wears Nike shoes and ordinary clothes. He's probably not a wealthy man. He has a child and a family. If he buys a car worth more than 200,000 yuan, I lose. Your analysis is on point, and it really pleases me. But if it's not a big fish, I won't take it. You new interns, go and receive him. A middle-aged man in a suit, smoking a cigarette, gave orders in a domineering manner. The interns looked at each other and immediately swarmed towards Chen Feng. What a great opportunity! Even the most ordinary business Buick can bring in more than 1,000 yuan in commission. Car sales are based on base salary plus commission. Those old employees are like loaches and often bully the newcomers. If a rich man comes, these interns will have no chance at all. Because she walked too fast, a fragile girl was pushed to the ground by the crowd. I don't know if she was hurt or angry, but her eyes were slightly red. Chapter 15 Buying a Car Seeking Book Review, Recommendation. Boss, would you like to come and see the car? A group of interns asked eagerly. Chen Feng nodded slightly, walked to the girl who fell, and pulled her up. Are you okay? The girl was flattered. She didn't expect that the accidental fall would give her an opportunity. This was really a pleasant surprise. It's okay. Damn. The other interns looked depressed when they saw Chen Feng chose a girl. Some people may have felt uncomfortable and even mocked. Xiao Rou, you can do it, fake a fall, and show off. It's a pity that you put your efforts on the wrong person. This loser can't even afford an Alto. It's all in vain. Some people even suggested that Chen Feng go to the second-hand car market next door to take a look, as that was where Chen Feng should stay. Xiaorou's face turned pale. She was surprised just now, but now she was terrified. This action offended too many people. Those old salesmen were all laughing at her. Sister, your hands are all red from the fall. Let me rub them for you. Chen Chen ran over, tiptoed carefully to touch Xiaorou's arm, which warmed Xiaorou's heart. After returning here for 2 or 3 months, she hasn't achieved any results, and even getting a permanent job is a problem. Xiaorou sighed and ignored the rumors. These people would do anything to win over customers, and some customers specifically asked Xiaorou to accompany them to see cars, with other intentions in mind, such as unspoken rules or something. Sir, what price range of cars are you looking for so I can recommend some to you? Xiaorou asked in a soft voice. I don't know either, but it can't be too bad. As soon as Chen Feng said this, the interns started to make fun of him again. Xiao Rou, this gentleman must be looking at a minicar, a small Q that costs tens of thousands of dollars. I think you don't need to introduce it to him, just take him to pick up the car. Yeah, it's a waste of time to watch anything else. Xiaorou blared at everyone, shut up, everyone. Be careful or I'll tell the manager. Those people pretended, be careful or I'll tell the manager. Chen Feng shouted, that's enough. Is it fun to bully a little girl? A bunch of grown men, don't you have any shame? Chen Chen held Xiaorou's hand and said, Sister, don't be sad. Xiaorou forced a smile and said, Sir, let me show you the Alto XX. It's a new model this year. It's moderately priced and has a decent price-performance ratio. Chen Feng had thought about buying this model before, but now that he had money, he naturally had higher aspirations and rejected it immediately. This model won't work. The interns burst into laughter. Look, I told you that you are pretending to be so arrogant. You said a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars is not good enough. You are just a country bumpkin. I think you can only buy a garbage truck worth tens of thousands of dollars. It's so funny. There are weird things every year, but this year there are especially many. Chen Feng didn't even look at them and said directly to Xiao Rou, is there a car priced around 5 million? I can pick it up today if I want it. Ha! Xiaorou was stunned for a moment, thinking that Chen Feng was joking with her, while the other people's faces were even more smiling. Keep pretending. If you pick up a car worth 5 million today, I will call you Grandpa. Someone shouted. Chen Chen made a face at him, lie, my father doesn't have an unfilial descendant like you. Take me to see it, don't pay attention to these people. Chen Feng insisted, and Xiao had to lead the way. We have 2 models in our store that meet your standards and you can pick them up today. One is Phantom Purple and the other is Aurora. Mr. Chen, please come this way. Although Xiao didn't believe that Chen Feng could afford it, she still introduced it in detail out of professional ethics. A group of people followed behind her, wanting to see the joke. Chen Feng compared them and after a test drive, he chose the Aurora and handed the card to Xiao. This is it, swipe the card. The group of people following behind were dumbfounded. Is this true? Are you pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Fuck, the commission for an Aurora is over 100,000 yuan, and I missed this opportunity. I want to die. When the old employees heard the news, they came over and said, Dear Mr. Chen, Xiao is just an intern and cannot open this order. Let me receive you. When Xiao heard this, she bit her lips tightly and said nothing. These people were so beastly that they came to pick her peaches at such a critical moment. The man was about to grab the card from Xiao's hand and said, Xiao, don't you want to be a regular employee? I'll say hello to the sales director at the end of the month, and you'll be a regular employee next month. Chen Feng watched all this with a sneer. The world is so fickle. The manager came over with a POS machine. Mr. Chen, please enter the password. Chen Feng pulled out the card and asked, Who should I get the commission for this car? The old employees all coughed and said, Sir, this is a matter for our sales department. Manager, if this commission doesn't go to Xiao, then I won't buy it. Chen Feng said with a smile. The manager was about to lose the sales he had just obtained, so he was unwilling to accept it. Sir, I promise you, this will be whoever it belongs to. I don't need your guarantee. Just transfer the money directly. I will transfer the commission for sales to Xiao's card. Chen Feng knew that these people were old hands. Even if the manager gave a guarantee at this moment, Xiao, a weak girl, would still be played around in the end. The manager asked the boss for instructions, the boss nodded, and everything went smoothly. All the salesmen were jealous. Raocheng is not like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen. They may not be able to get such a big order in a year. Xiao bowed to Chen Feng gratefully. Thank you, brother Chen. This is what you deserve. Chen Feng smiled. By the way, didn't someone just say they wanted to call me grandpa? Chen Feng looked around and said, You can call me grandpa now. The manager coughed and said, We are all adults now. Accept the loss or I will fire you. The man was so terrified that he shouted grandpa 3 times. When Chen Feng drove out, the manager accompanied him to the gate, then turned around and made Xiao a regular employee. He also organized all sales staff to learn Xiao's spirit and treat everyone equally and not look down on others. Nowadays, many people like to keep a low profile. If you make a mistake and offend the boss, everyone will be in trouble. Chen Feng drove towards the store and saw Su Qing waiting for the bus at the bus stop, so he drove over. Su Qing was a little confused when she saw an Aurora parked in front of her. She didn't have the impression that any of her friends could afford such a luxury car. Aunt Su Qing. Chen Chen rolled down the car window and shouted outside. Su Qing saw Chen Chen. Chen Chen, is this your father's car? Of course. Chen Feng stuck his head out and said to Su Qing, Come on up, I'll take you for a ride. It's hard to wait for the bus. Su Qing got in the car. Chen Feng, you are really good. This is the Aurora, a limited edition. There are only a few of them in the whole Rao city. Going back to the clinic? Chen Feng said to Su Qing. Su Qing nodded. Yeah, I was on duty just now, and there was a large wolfhound. Wow, when it stood up, it was probably as tall as a person. I was scared when I was treating it. Su Qing was quite talkative, so the atmosphere along the way was not awkward. In fact, she was very confused. She had run a pet hospital there for some time, and Chen Feng had always been low-key. How come he suddenly became so rich? She had observed Chen Feng's restaurant in the past 2 days. Although it was not crowded with guests, there were still quite a few diners. With such outrageous prices, it was no wonder that he became rich. Of course, Su Qing kept these doubts in her heart, but she was a little more curious about Chen Feng. When they arrived at the small clinic, Su Qing said goodbye to the 2 of them. Chen Feng saw a slim woman at the door of the clinic. She was wearing a cheongsam, had delicate skin and a graceful figure. Chen Feng had seen this woman several times before. She was the one who was rumored to have had an affair with Su Qing. She saw Su Qing getting out of Chen Feng's car with a look of displeasure on her face. Chen Feng ignored her and drove away. Dad, when can we see Mommy again? Chen Chen asked. You can see it tomorrow night. Chen Feng said to Chen Chen. Ah, we have to wait until tomorrow, but Chen Chen misses mommy very much. Chen Chen pouted. Be good, Chen Chen. Daddy will take you wherever you want to go tonight. Now that Chen Feng has a car, he can take Chen Chen to farther places, such as the amusement park. Chen Chen doesn't want to go. Chen Chen just wants to be with mom and dad. Chen Chen shook his head. Chen Feng touched her head with heartache, not knowing how to answer. Su Jingyun is very popular now, and is far superior to me. Even though I am now worth tens of millions, the system estimates that one of Su Jingyun's songs is worth 100 million. The gap is still too big. It was getting late, so Chen Feng didn't go to look for houses and planned to look for one online first. Chen Feng looked at several newly built real estate projects and found a few that he liked, with quiet environments and close proximity to mountains and water. After Chen Chen finished his meal, he took a small bowl and mixed rice for the puppy. When Chen Feng wanted to close the door, Su Qing's figure appeared in Chen Feng's sight. Brother Feng, are you ready to close? Su Qing seemed a little depressed. No, do you want to eat? Chen Feng invited Su Qing in. Is there any wine? I want to drink. Su Qing looked at Chen Feng. Please wait a moment. I'll go to the next store to buy some. Chen Feng went to the next store and bought a box of beer. The dishes on the table had not been cleared yet, so Chen Feng went to get the bowl and chopsticks for Su Qing. When he came back, Su Qing had already skillfully bit open a bottle with her teeth and was blowing directly into the bottle. What's wrong? What's happening? Chen Feng asked. Su Qing finished a bottle and was about to open another one. Chen Feng held the bottle down and said, Tell me, what happened? I'm heartbroken. Su Qing looked up, tears welling up in her eyes. I proposed it. I've had enough of that kind of life. I'm not willing to live like this for the rest of my life. Chen Feng let go of his hand. It's a good thing, worth celebrating. Ah. You seem to agree. Su Qing didn't seem to understand what Chen Feng meant. Chapter 16, closed for one day. Chen Chen came back from feeding the dog and saw Chen Feng and Su Qing sitting at the table. Her little face was full of vigilance, as if saying, Dad, you already have my mother, so you must resist temptation. You drink first, I'll wash my daughter's face and feet. Chen Feng said to Su Qing, walked outside, closed the door, and then took Chen Chen to the bathroom. Dad, will Aunt Su Qing sleep here today? Chen Chen blinked and said mischievously. Chen Feng wiped her nose and said, You are a little kid, I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, your father is not such a casual person. Really? Okay, let's pinky promise. Chen Chen stretched out his little finger. Chen Feng hooked Chen Chen's fingers and said, Daddy promised you, it's okay now, right? Pop Chen Chen came over and smacked Chen Feng's face, leaving a small kiss mark. Chen Chen gave this to Daddy as a reward. Be good and go to bed. Chen Feng carried Chen Chen to the room and then walked out. Chen Feng, actually I really want a child. I'm not a child anymore. This is all I want. Thank you for the wine. I'm going back now. Su Qing stood up with a bottle of wine in her hand. When she came here, she did have the idea of staying overnight, but seeing the deep love between Chen Feng and Chen Chen, if she interfered, she would become the sinner of their family. Chen Feng saw that she was staggering and drunk, and was worried that it would be unsafe for her to go back alone. I'll take you there. The road was relatively short, so Chen Feng did not drive. The two walked in the moonlight in silence. They didn't know where to start or what to say. It would be better for them to remain silent. Arriving at Su Qing's clinic, Su Qing opened the door and leaned against it. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Chen Feng smiled and said, No, I'm worried about Chen Chen being home alone. You should go to bed early tonight. Thanks, tonight. Why isn't Chen Chen's mother at home? Su Qing asked charmingly. She went on a long trip and won't be back for a long time. Chen Feng explained. Is that so? It's quite inconvenient for you to have no woman at home. How about I go to your house these days to help you with the housework? Su Qing's words made Chen Feng's heart flutter. But he immediately rejected this idea. It would be easy for a single man and a single woman to spark passion. It would be bad if Chen Chen saw it. Chen Feng turned around and waved his hand, refusing, then strode forward. He did have improper thoughts about Su Qing in the past. In fact, he could have fulfilled his wish tonight. As long as he had that idea, it would be a sure thing for him to win Su Qing. However, Chen Feng's mind kept appearing with Chen Chen's appearance, and suddenly he couldn't do it. Su Qing looked at Chen Feng's back and bit her red lips gently. Chen Feng, why didn't I find you so attractive before? Ah, Su Qing, what are you thinking about? Chen Feng is a married man, how can you have such thoughts? When he got home, Chen Feng found that Chen Chen was not asleep. Instead, he was wearing bunny pajamas and fiddling with nanomaterials in the room with a focused look. In Chen Chen's hands, he could actually piece together those devices into various shapes. Dad, you're back. Chen Chen heard the sound of the door opening and turned around and smiled at Chen Feng. Chen Chen, is this a robot? Chen Feng walked over. Well, Chen Chen is very good, right? I have already tried 1/10 of my effort. Dad, come and help me, I will teach you. Chen Chen treated Chen Feng as free labor and ordered him around. After working until 10 o'clock, Chen Feng saw that it was getting late and said to Chen Chen, it's getting late. Take a rest and we'll work harder tomorrow. Okay, Dad, Chen Chen is going to sleep. Good night. Chen Chen yawned. Chen Feng carried her to bed, covered her with a quilt, then turned off the lights and walked out of the room. After finishing a day's work, Chen Feng felt a little tired. After washing up and returning to bed, he clicked into the system and checked the progress of the task. He was already halfway through the 100 servings of fried rice with egg, which was considered a rapid progress. The food value had also accumulated to 50. There is an option of Food Mall on the system page. Chen Feng clicked it and saw a variety of dishes that can be exchanged with food points, such as spicy and sour shredded potatoes, 10 food points, steamed dumplings, 10 food points, spicy crayfish, 100 food points, and so on. As he was watching, Chen Feng fell asleep. He had a dream that he really caught up with the Queen of Pop. He, Chen Chen and Su Jingyun lived together in harmony and led a happy life. The next morning, Chen Feng was awakened by the alarm clock. When he went out, he saw that Chen Chen had gotten up before him again and was still tinkering with the robot in the room. Chen Chen, brush your teeth. I'll make breakfast for you. Chen Feng said to Chen Chen. Chen Chen stopped what he was doing, nodded, and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. When Chen Feng brought out the porridge and vegetables, Chen Chen had already climbed onto the table, shaking his little feet. Dad, I'm so hungry. The porridge is a little hot. Let me blow it for you. Chen Feng used a small spoon to scoop up the porridge and blew it to his mouth. When Chen Feng brought it to her, Chen Chen clapped her hands happily and started eating. Chen Feng also served himself a bowl and sat down to drink. Thinking about going to the concert today, Chen Feng hung a sign at the door, I have something to do today, so I will be closed for one day. This is a tough time for the diners who come here specially. Shen Sihan and Su Miaoyin came talking and laughing, but when they saw the sign, they felt sick. Ah, why is this happening? My fried rice. Oh my god, I really want to beat up the boss. How can I get through the day? Shen Sihan clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fire, but he could do nothing about it. Let's go, it looks like we won't be able to eat egg fried rice today. I forgot to leave my boss's phone number. Oh, what a mistake. Su Miaoyin said in annoyance. Not long after they left, Yi Ziming and a few old men also came. When he saw the closed door, he was furious. Fuck, is it fair for me to go out for something? I called a group of anorexia patients here. Doctors are like parents. No, I have to find the boss. Yi Ziming called his daughter Yi Xian and asked her if she had Chen Feng's contact information. Yi Xian flipped through the address book and said, I really don't have it. I forgot to save it. Dad, let's go eat tomorrow. Please find a solution for me. All my old friends suffer from anorexia, and your Uncle Lou is here too. You can't let me break my promise, can you? Yi Ziming said on the phone. Ziming, let's forget it. I've been skeptical to begin with. How can there be such a magical fried rice? Since the boss is not at home, I won't be able to enjoy it. An old man said. Yi Ziming advised, wait a little longer, I will definitely find the boss. Yi Ziming had a small piece of land in Raochang and had great power. He mobilized his friends to look for it, which caused an uproar in Raochang. At this moment, Chen Feng was taking Chen Chen to play in the playground. Chen Chen seemed not very interested in the roller coaster and other amusement facilities. Dad, these amusement facilities are so stupid, I want to play the future roller coaster and the future pirate ship. Future roller coaster? Future pirate ship? Chen Feng had never heard of it before. It should be the high tech of the future. Chen Feng had no way to fulfill Chen Chen's wish now. Dad will take you out to play in the future, okay? Chen Feng said. Yeah, Dad, can we go to Mom's concert early? Chen pulled Chen Feng out. Chen Feng looked at the time. It would take some time to get to the concert from here. He would be in time to get there now. Okay. When the two arrived at Raoqing Gymnasium, there were already crowds of people outside the gymnasium, and the queue was like a long dragon. It seemed that it was a good decision to come early. I heard that the Queen will release a new song and delicious food at this concert. We are really blessed this time. Really? Then this trip is totally worth it. A person next to him shouted excitedly. Chen Feng also praised Su Jingyun's speed in his heart. He was able to finish a song in 2 days. Even if he had the inspiration for fried rice with egg, it must have taken a lot of energy and hard work. Chen Feng held Chen in his arms and found his seat, which was in the prime area near the first 3 rows. Quite a few people had already taken their seats, and some even brought gifts. Of course, it was up to the Queen to accept them or not. Friend, are you bringing your daughter to the concert? A sexy woman asked. The woman was about 20 years old, but she had a hot body and was well developed. She was attracted by Qinchen's cute appearance. Yes. Chen Feng nodded and smiled. Your daughter is so cute. She looks a bit like the Queen. The woman continued. Chen Feng thought to himself, nonsense, they are all born by the Queen of Diva, how can they look different? Chen has a lively personality and quickly became friends with the girl. Chen Feng also learned the girl's information, Yang Yan, who is a professional model and singer. She is an artist in the same company as Su Jingyun. The company plans to promote her and let her imitate Su Jingyun's debut. She has watched many of Su Jingyun's concerts, but this concert is the one she is most looking forward to, because the Queen actually created an original song in 2 days. This talent and speed are astonishing. Before the concert, Su Jingyun's new song was kept strictly confidential. Even among insiders, only a few were able to hear it. The outside world's expectations were already overwhelming. Brother Chen, who is Qinchen's mother? Almost 9 out of 10 people would be interested in this question because Qinchen looks so similar to the Queen. Keep it secret. Chen Feng just replied with 2 words indifferently. The concert started at 6 o'clock, and many people arrived at noon. They had lunch and dinner nearby. The box lunches outside were sold for 30 yuan a box, and there were only a few slices of meat, and the taste was also very bad. Chen Feng naturally wouldn't let Qinchen eat this kind of box lunch. He brought a lunch box with him, which contained fried rice with egg and green vegetables, which he had prepared long ago. Qinchen pulled Chen Feng towards the backstage of the concert. Dad, Mommy must not have eaten. I want to give this meal to her. Chen Feng coughed and said, the backstage is where the staff stay. Qinchen, we can't go in easily. Why, Brother Chen, does your lover work here? Yang Yan asked. I guess so. Chen Feng replied lightly. What do you mean by yes? If it is, it is. If it is not, it is not. If you want to go backstage, it's very simple. You forgot that I'm an insider. Yang Yan took Qinchen's hand and said, come on, sister will take you to the backstage. Chapter 17, Delivering Meal to the Queen. Really? That's great. Qinchen clapped his hands happily. Yang Yan took the 2 of them to the backstage. It was lunchtime and there were many people eating. The company prepared a cafeteria, which was divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. Su Jingyun had been trying out new songs in the studio and had not had a drop of water since morning. When she took some time out to come out and drink a sip of water, she found that there were quite a few people standing at the door, including company directors and rich young men who were pursuing her. Jingyun, eat something. The concert is about to start. Eat something now to replenish your energy. Yes, you are made of iron and steel. You can't get too tired. Our company's performance this year depends entirely on your new album. Eat mine. I prepared an exquisite love lunchbox. Su Jingyun looked over and saw that all of them were delivering food. One of them was even pushing a food cart with soup cooking on it, emitting an aromatic aroma. Mr. Gui is really thoughtful. It seems that we are all outdone. Ha, Jingyun, this is the black chicken soup I asked the chef to make especially for you. Drink it while it's hot. Gui Jie pushed the dining cart over. There were all kinds of dishes on it. Everyone made way for him. Su Jingyun frowned slightly. She didn't like Gui Jie as he was too flamboyant and had an extremely undisciplined lifestyle. Relying on his father being a director, he openly used his power to take advantage of the artists under the company. This kind of thing was not uncommon, and those models and artists without any backing were miserable. Why is he here? Lu Fei leaned close to Su Jingyun's ear and said, "Try not to cause any conflict. He won't dare to do anything rash. You are a popular artist in the company now." Su Jingyun said directly, "Gui Jie, take your things away. I won't eat your food." Gui Jie was stunned, then looked at the people around him. "Why don't you take your lunchboxes and get out of here quickly? Who is Jingyun to eat your food? You are a bunch of idiots, do you have any sense?" The group of people were scolded badly, but they didn't dare to refute at all. They just took their things and left. Gui Jie scolded them and a smile reappeared on his face. "Now, it seems that you can only eat my food. Don't go too far," Lu Fei said angrily. "Hey, isn't this the little wild cat Fei Fei? What's the matter? Can't I bring food to Jingyun?" Gui Jie looked at Lu Fei meaningfully. He was fantasizing about Lu Fei in his heart. All the female artists in the company were his prey. At this time, Yang Yan came in with Chen Feng and Chen Chen. Yang Yan saw Gui Jie and said to Chen Feng, "Brother Chen, I met a nasty person and can't accompany you to deliver food. I've already gone to the backstage. You guys can look for it by yourselves. It's not big here." Chen Feng nodded. That was a good idea. Chen Chen was sharp-eyed and had already spotted Su Jingyun. He ran towards Su Jingyun with a cheerful pace. Su Jingyun saw Chen Chen, left Gui Jie, and walked towards Chen Chen. Seeing the lunchbox in Chen Chen's hand, he said, "Chen Chen, are you here to bring me food?" Chen Chen nodded quickly. "Yes, Ma." Chen Feng covered her mouth and said, "My daughter has been talking about this all the time. I want to bring you food, just like yesterday, fried rice with egg and green vegetables." Su Jingyun touched his pocket and said, "My wallet doesn't seem to be with me." "It's okay, no charge." Chen Feng smiled slightly. Gui Jie's face turned green. "Who the hell are you? Who allowed you to come in? Do you have the qualifications to deliver food to the queen?" The smile on Chen Feng's face faded. "Where is the dog barking?" Gui Jie kicked the dining cart and said, "Who are you calling a dog? Say it again if you have the guts. Whoever speaks up will be criticized. I witnessed what happened just now. You are really shameless. Yun Yun has obviously rejected you, and you are still standing here shamelessly, shouting loudly. Do you think you have a loud voice?" Chen Feng said bluntly. He didn't care how big Gui Jie's background was and just cursed. Gui Jie was so angry that he jumped up and down. "Do you know that my father is Gui Shichao? How dare you scold me like that? I tell you, you are done." Chen Feng sneered, "Get out of here now. I'm warning you, don't bother Yun Yun again, or I'll beat you up." When had Gui Jie ever been pointed at in the nose and scolded like this? He was immediately furious and rushed towards Chen Feng. However, how could Gui Jie, a rich boy, beat Chen Feng? Before he could reach Chen Feng kicked him out and he crashed into the dining cart, with all kinds of soup spilled all over him. "Just wait for me." Gui Jie tried to get up by holding the dining cart, but he didn't expect that the dining cart had wheels. He fell again. He was in a very embarrassed state and left in a hurry. Lu Fei was stunned. "Oh my god, Boss Chen, what are you doing?" Gui Jie must have asked someone to go. "You should leave quickly. We will be fine," Su Jingyun said to Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head. "If this guy dares to come again, I will beat him so hard that he can't take care of himself." While talking, Chen Feng searched for self-defense skills in the system and found that they could be exchanged with military strength points, and military strength points and food points were interchangeable. Because the force system was not turned on, Chen Feng could only see two martial arts, Tai Chi, 10 points, and Wing Chun, 10 points. Chen Feng directly switched to Tai Chi and Wing Chun, and suddenly he seemed to have deep inner strength, and beating 10 people was no problem at all. How could Chen Feng miss such a good opportunity to show off? What's more, he was fighting for his future wife, so he deserved the title of flower protector. Chen Chen directly opened the box of egg fried rice, and immediately a rich aroma wafted out. Su Jingyun's stomach growled. "You go eat aside and help me take care of Chen Chen," Chen Feng said to Su Jingyun. Su Jingyun had no choice but to nod. Although Lu Fei wanted to eat it too, there was only one serving of fried rice. She had to find a lunchbox that had not been knocked over on the dining car and ate it. She didn't know if it was because she smelled the aroma of the fried rice or what, but this ordinary lunchbox tasted more delicious in her mouth than usual. Wei Jie came quickly, followed by several security guards. That's him, brothers, cut him for me, I'll treat you to a good health treatment tonight. When the security guards heard the words big healthcare, their eyes widened. Ha, Mr. Gui is straightforward. We have handed this man over to us. Please make sure he goes out lying down. Chen Feng took off his clothes and put them aside. Come on, you guys, I'm afraid you won't be enough for me. All the security guards were enraged. Damn, so arrogant. Boy, what's that smell today? It smells so good. Everyone looked towards the smell and found Su Jingyun eating a bowl of egg fried rice with relish. As Su Jingyun got closer, the fragrance became stronger, causing the security guards to stare at her and swallow their saliva again and again. I want to eat so much, what should I do? I'm hungry too. Su Jingyun stood in front of Chen Feng and said, You can't touch him. He is the one I want to protect. Wu Jie pushed aside the security guard and walked out. Su Jingyun, get out of my way, you have nothing to do here. What the hell is that food in your hand? I want to eat it. Seeing that they were all staring at the rice in his hands, Su Jingyun quickly closed the box and said, This is mine. Don't even think about it. Lu Fei reacted and said quickly, This egg fried rice was made by Boss Chen. If you hit him, you will never be able to eat this delicious egg fried rice in this life, so you have to think it through. The security guards were immediately in a dilemma. What should we do? Should we fight or not? Nonsense, of course I'm going to fight. Wu Jie took out a stack of banknotes. With money, you can buy anything you want with fried rice. Bring it to me. The security guards took the money and rushed towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng made a classic Wing Chun gesture and knocked down the security guards with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Wu Jie took 2 steps back and said, Fuck, Wing Chun. Bang! Wu Jie was knocked to the ground by Chen Feng's punch. Yes, it's Wing Chun. Su Jingyun was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Chen, I didn't know your father was so good at martial arts. Chen said as if it was a matter of course, my dad is omnipotent. Chen Feng picked up his clothes from the stool. It's getting late, we have to go out. Chen excitedly jumped onto Chen Feng and kissed him on the face several times. Daddy is so great. As the concert approached, without too much greeting, Su Jingyun said goodbye to Chen Feng and began to prepare for the concert in full swing. Chen Feng returned to his seat, and Yang Yan quickly asked, How's it going? Have you found Chen's mom? Chen Feng nodded, Found it. That's good, the concert is about to begin. Yang Yan looked at the flashing spotlights on the field. It was already dark, and the entire stadium was packed with people, with no empty seats. She is worthy of being the queen. She is so popular. I wish I could hold a concert of this level one day. Yang Yan said with a look of longing. I believe that you can do it, sister. Chen cheered for Yang Yan. Yang Yan smiled, but there was not much confidence in her smile. Yang Yan dreamed of becoming famous overnight, but success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people. It is very difficult to get to the top. Will Yang Yan be a lucky person like Su Jingyun? Or will she become a skeleton? The entertainment industry is a big melting pot, and many beauties have fallen for it. Chen Feng read the loneliness in Yang Yan's heart. There is always bitterness and pain behind the glory. Perhaps only the person involved knows the feeling. Seeing how Yang Yan ran away when she saw Gui Jie just now, he knew that she must be suffering. Mommy is out. Chen said, pointing at the stage. Su Jingyun, dressed in a white dress, descended from the sky like a fairy descending to earth, stunning tens of thousands of people. There were bursts of exclamations from the audience, and Chen Feng was also stunned. Su Jingyun was really a desperate woman. Although she was intimidating, she was flipping in the air and dancing gracefully. This difficult move was too dangerous. As soon as he appeared on stage, Su Jingyun won thunderous applause. Next, it is Su Jingyun's showtime. As long as she appears on the court, she is the absolute queen. This is the aura of a king. Chapter 18 Concert. In the past, when Chen Feng met Su Jingyun, he probably wouldn't have felt the slightest bit of disrespect in his heart, but now he just regarded conquering Su Jingyun as a challenge. It was difficult, but not like before when he could only watch from afar. After singing one song, she sang another. Su Jingyun's style is changeable. She is as quiet as a virgin, without a trace of dust. When she moves, she turns into a dancing queen, singing and dancing vigorously, exciting the whole audience and making countless audiences shout with excitement. Watching Su Jingyun's concert is a top-notch enjoyment. After a few songs, Su Jingyun sang a slow song with a very affectionate voice and was extremely lyrical. I'm afraid I will never be able to surpass her. Yang Yan sighed. She didn't know whether this was good or bad for her. Just be yourself. Chen Feng's voice brought Yang Yan back from her trance. Thank you. Yang Yan looked at Chen Feng gratefully. I wonder what industry brother Chen is in. As for me, I opened a small restaurant in Raochang, said Chen Feng. Restaurant owner, your cooking skills must be very good. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely visit your restaurant. Yang Yan said with a smile. Welcome. Chen Feng nodded. Just then, Yi Xian, Yi Ziming and others walked into the concert. Yi Xian received a message from Lu Fei saying that Chen Feng was at the concert. Yi Xian immediately told Yi Ziming the news. Yi Ziming rushed to the concert without stopping and saw Chen Feng sitting in the front row. How could I forget about this? Chen Feng's concert tickets were given to him by Sister Yun. Yi Xian complained as she walked. Yi Ziming laughed loudly. Finally I found him. What's so good about this concert? He is really not doing his job properly. He even stopped running a restaurant. I must give him a good talk today. In Yi Ziming's eyes, Chen Feng's behavior of coming to the concert was simply a waste of time. Ziming, is that young man the master chef? He looks a little young. Can he really cook such delicious fried rice at his age? Luan said puzzledly. Luan, I'm not bragging to you. You know I have anorexia. We were patients in the same ward back then. Yet, I ate a large plate of egg fried rice yesterday and I still felt unsatisfied. If one person could only eat one plate, I would have finished 3 plates, Yi Ziming shouted. If that's true, why don't you recruit him to your Yi group? Such talents are simply treasures. Luan asked. Yi Xian was a little shy when she heard this. To be honest with Uncle Lu, I did have this idea, and even offered a high price of 200,000 yuan a month plus commission, but he remained unmoved. Then I am somewhat interested in this person. Let's go and meet him together. Several people walked towards Chen Feng. On the stage, Su Jingyun was speaking and was about to sing a new song. She talked about the idea and inspiration of the creation, as well as the whole process. In fact, I have had this idea for some time, but I just haven't had any inspiration. The day before yesterday, I secretly ran out to eat a bowl of egg fried rice. It was the best egg fried rice I have ever eaten, bar none. The inspiration for delicious food gushed out of my mind, and this song came into being naturally. So the biggest contributor to this song is that bowl of egg fried rice. After he finished speaking, tens of thousands of people in the audience were stunned. Inspired by egg fried rice? The queen is still as humorous as ever. Give me a dozen of this kind of fried rice. Hearing these doubts, Su Jingyun just smiled sweetly. The music started, and the charm of Chinese style suddenly jumped into everyone's ears. The song Delicious Food is of pure Chinese style, with first-rate lyrics and music, and coupled with the queen's voice, it pushed the atmosphere of the venue to its peak. Yi Xian stopped and almost everyone was dumbfounded. In the huge gymnasium, only melodious singing was echoing. It was not until Su Jingyun finished singing that everyone burst into warm applause and cheers. It sounds great, so great. What the hell, I actually got hungry just by listening to a song. I really want to eat. Thank you all for your support. Su Jingyun bowed. Su Jingyun glanced in the direction of Chen Feng and saw Yi Ziming and a few old men talking to Chen Feng with a very sincere attitude. This surprised her a little. Yi Ziming was not an unknown person. His business was spread all over Raochang and he was considered a well-known figure. Could it be that he was also bowing to Chen Feng's cooking skills? Boss Chun, what's so good about this concert? Come back with me and make some fried rice. I beg you. Yi Ziming said humbly. If the employees of Yi Group heard these words, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground. Yi Ziming usually has the final say and is resolute and efficient in the company. He has never been so humble, let alone to a junior. Chen Feng said calmly, didn't I hang a sign on the door? I'm going out today and closed for the day. How did you find your way here? Asshole, do you know who you are talking to? Luan shouted angrily. Even if the President of the United States comes, it's the same. I just want to listen to a concert quietly. If you want to eat fried rice, you guys wait here until the concert is over. I might consider making 2 plates. Chen Feng said with a smile. Luan was furious, and Yi Ziming quickly grabbed him. Okay, in that case, let's wait here. The more Luan looked at Chen Feng, the angrier he became. He was too arrogant. He actually let the CEOs of 2 listed groups wait for him here. Boy, if your fried rice doesn't taste good, I will let you know the consequences of angering me. Luan snorted, full of resentment. Yi Xian called Lu Fei, and Lu Fei immediately arranged a few seats for them to sit down. Not long after, the CEO and several directors of the performing arts company were alarmed. Yi Ziming was one of the richest men in the company. He came in person. He must have come for Su Jingyun. Only the queen could have such a great weight. People kept coming over. Almost all the company's senior executives were present, but they were dumbfounded when they found out the truth. It turned out that Boss Yi didn't come here to watch the queen's concert, but to find the young man in front of him. As for the reason, it was even more ridiculous. He actually wanted to take him back to make fried rice for him? And he was rejected by Chen Feng. Those people felt that their worldviews collapsed. Ah? Eating fried rice? Didn't Mr. Yi come to watch the queen's concert? Someone asked. What's the point of the egg fried rice? Su Jingyun also said on stage that she was thankful for the egg fried rice. It's really inexplicable. The company's CEO immediately said to Yi Ziming, Boss Yi, you want to eat egg fried rice? That's easy. I'll order the chef to make it for you right away. Yi Ziming was somewhat speechless. If it was possible to replace it, I would have asked a 5-star chef to make it for me a long time ago. Why would I find a way to come here? You guys should just go away quickly. Don't make such a big scene. Boss. The entertainment company executive turned to Chen Feng and said, you should go back and make some rice. You can watch the live broadcast of the concert. I can get you some tickets for the next national tour. Then you can watch as much as you want. Chen Feng frowned. Yi, what, is this your man? Yi Ziming stepped forward and scolded the man. What do you want to do? How dare you offend the chef? Apologize immediately. Forget it, there's no need to apologize. Just get out of here quickly and don't block my sight. Chen Feng waved his hand. Lu Fei and Yi Xian were both at a loss whether to laugh or cry. They both knew the whole story and couldn't help but look at Chen Feng with reproach. If he hadn't insisted on finishing the concert, so many things wouldn't have happened. Yi Ziming sat next to Chen Feng and whispered, Boss Chen, if you like to listen to concerts, I can hold a small concert at home and invite all the big singers to come and perform. I just hope you can let me eat one more bowl of egg fried rice every day. It is hard to imagine that Yi Ziming, a business tycoon, would say such a thing, but it is not difficult to understand for anyone who has experienced anorexia. For more than 10 years, he had no appetite and found everything he ate bland. Suddenly, he found that his condition improved after eating a bowl of fried rice with egg. He was willing to do anything. Yi Ziming can now eat half a bowl of rice for each meal, but everything has comparison. There is a world of difference between home-cooked meals and Chen Feng's fried rice. After eating fried rice, it would be a torture for Yi Ziming to eat other things. Chen Feng refused without thinking, I'm not interested. I only listen to Su Jingyun's concerts. Besides, I'm a principled person. Luan couldn't help but snorted when he heard what Chen Feng said, you are young, but you have a lot of pomp and principle. Isn't it just for money? I'll give you 200,000 yuan. Cook for me right now. Chen Feng didn't even raise his head, I'll pay you 200,000. Can you please leave me immediately? WeChat or Alipay. Luan was so angry that he jumped up and down, but he could do nothing about Chen Feng. Fortunately, after the new song, the concert came to an end. The queen greeted everyone, and Chen Feng looked at her from a distance. Now that you've finished listening, can we go home? Yi Xian asked, take my car. Chen Feng raised his car keys, I have a car. Most people recognized that these were Aurora's car keys. When they saw Chen Feng's keys, they had different thoughts. Yi Xian thought, no wonder he was not interested in the salary she offered, she didn't expect he was a rich man. Yang Yan's eyes were full of eagerness. She had never thought that Chen Feng was a rich man. She had missed a good opportunity to curry favor with him. She immediately said to Chen Feng, Brother Chen, add me on WeChat. Can you give me a discount when I eat at your restaurant in the future? If a beautiful woman said this, 9 out of 10 people would agree. Chen Feng scanned Yang Yan's WeChat and said, we can have dinner together, but can I get a discount? Sorry, I'm a principled person and I won't give you a discount. Yang Yan did not expect that Chen Feng did not give her any face at all. Yi Ziming admired Chen Feng more and more. There are not many people who can maintain their own character and stick to their principles at all times. Since ancient times, capable people have all been like this. People like Chen Feng are the ones who have the unyielding spirit of refusing to bow down for a few pieces of silver. Chen Feng carried Chen Chen and walked past the crowd, and Yi Ziming and his group quickly followed. Chapter 19 Lottery. My dear daughter, the concert is over, let's go home and sleep. Chen Feng said. Chen Chen nodded. Dad, I will come to see you next time. Mommy is so beautiful. Yeah. Chen Feng started the car and drove towards home. There were more than a dozen cars following behind him, like a convoy, and they were all luxury cars worth millions. Passers-by along the way looked at them sideways. When they got home, Chen Feng opened the door and a large group of people swarmed in, filling the restaurant to the brim. There were dozens of people. Except for Yi Ziming and a few others who really came to eat, the others were just there to join in the fun. Some of them wanted to take the opportunity to curry favor with Yi Ziming and flatter him. Chen Feng didn't care what their purpose was. He only knew that if these people ordered a bowl of fried rice, then his task of making 100 bowls of fried rice would probably be accomplished tonight. Boss Yi, I'm here to treat you today. When will it be your turn to treat me? I have to pay for this meal. Several middle-aged men got into an argument over who should pay the bill. However, when they saw the price list clearly, they were immediately embarrassed. Even though they were in high positions, they were still shocked by the prices. There were dozens of people present, and a bowl of fried rice per person was enough to make them vomit blood, not to mention the green vegetables and stir-fried pork with peppers, which were even more expensive. If they ordered all of them, they would probably have worked for nothing for several years. Old Wan, don't you want to invite me? You should come. Old Li, you. You are so respected and virtuous, how dare I compete with you? You come here and I will withdraw. Old Wang said quickly. Just now several people were vying to pay, but now they are blaming each other, which is also hilarious. Yi Ziming said, I'm here to eat, do I need you to pay? There's no need to argue about it. Yi Xian, go and settle the bill. 50 servings of egg fried rice, 3 servings of green vegetables, and 3 servings of stir-fried pork with peppers, totaling more than 10,000 yuan. Yi Xian swiped her card without blinking, and those who had just been scrambling to pay showed a trace of shame on their faces. It's not their fault. Who could have expected that food at a roadside restaurant would be so expensive? Why do I feel like I'm being ripped off? It's not a feeling, but I really felt ripped off. Damn, it's too expensive. My heart aches. 200 for a bowl of fried rice, would you trust it under normal circumstances? Would you eat it? Everyone only dared to talk about how expensive the fried rice was, how it was unreasonable and not worth it, but no one mentioned Yi Ziming, the sucker. Instead, they praised Mr. Yi for his wealth and generosity. Chen Feng collected the money and asked everyone to wait. After more than 10 minutes, he said to the outside, send a few people in to get the food. Luan was immediately furious, this is outrageous. You sell it at such a high price and the service is so poor. You won't have any repeat customers. Yi Ziming coughed and said, Luan, you really shouldn't say that too early. If you had eaten Chen Feng's egg fried rice, you probably wouldn't think so. Anyway, I can't wait to eat it every meal. Is it so mysterious? If Luan didn't know Yi Ziming's character well and knew that he rarely lied, he would have sneered at this moment. Yi Xian brought a few people to the kitchen, each of them holding a full plate in their hands. It took several attempts to carry over the 50 plates before they were all served. When the egg fried rice came out, all the people waiting for the meal swallowed their saliva, as if they had greeted each other. It seems really good. I believe in Mr. Ye's vision. Dozens of people picked up their chopsticks at the same time, and after taking just one bite, they couldn't stop eating. The voices of praise were endless. Luan, who had been shouting the loudest just now, was even more ashamed at this moment, regretting what he had said just now to slander Chen Feng. Ha, Lao Lu, I didn't lie to you, Yi Ziming said to Luan with a smile. Luan nodded continuously. To be honest, I haven't eaten anything this delicious in more than 10 years. No, I have to have another bowl. Yi Ziming held him down and said, you haven't eaten for so long, you can't eat too much. Just one bowl is enough, and you can eat again tomorrow. Luan was about to retort when Yi Ziming said, the most important thing is that the store has a rule that you can only eat one bowl a day. I tried it yesterday, and the boss didn't buy it at all. The boss is really unique. He even refused to let you have a second bowl? Luan said in shock. Yi Ziming smiled and said, the greater the ability, the bigger the brand. Just like a queen, if you are the best in a field, you can do whatever you want and not be bound by the rules. After Chen Feng cooked the meal, he left everything alone and went back to the room to accompany Chen Chen to build the robot. After 2 days of unremitting efforts, the robot was almost built. Dad, why isn't the robot moving? It used to move. Chen Chen patted the robot's body. Ah, can the robot move? Chen Feng was a little confused. Could it be the high tech of the future? With his level of cognition, it was a little difficult to understand. Of course. I will also clean the room, do housework, help Chen Chen fold the quilt, wash clothes, and play with Chen Chen. Chen Chen said seriously. Chen Feng. Just when he was at a loss, Chen Feng received a notification sound that the task was completed. The task of making 100 bowls of fried rice was completed, 2 million funds were unlocked, and the system lottery was opened at the same time. Chen Feng clicked on the lottery system, which was a thing similar to a big turntable with various items on it. 100 delicacies were worth 1 draw. Chen Feng found a lot of good things in the inventory, including the mechanical heart, martial arts secrets, cooking gods encyclopedia, food recipes, entertainment treasure book, and even the sunflower manual. It seems that the robot Chen Chen mentioned was won in the system lottery. Chen Feng immediately decided to draw a prize. As long as he didn't draw the book of the sunflower, he would make a lot of money. Chen Feng ran outside to wash his hands, then took a breath of fresh air and clicked the button. The dial started to turn. He watched the pointer spinning non-stop and his heart beat faster. Don't draw the sunflower manual, Chen Feng said in a low voice. Yi Xian happened to pass by the door at this time. She only heard the word sunflower manual and was shocked. Sunflower manual, could it be that the boss? Chen Feng was totally absorbed in the lottery at the moment and had no idea there were people outside. Fortunately, his words came true and the turntable really stopped on the mechanical heart, which was the one he wanted most. Ha, I finally lived up to everyone's expectations. Chen Feng's weird laughter made Yi Xian shudder, and she quickly walked away. When Chen Feng walked out, he found that Yi Xian's eyes had changed when she looked at him, but he didn't take it seriously. Instead, he laughed and walked into Chen Chen's room. Chen Chen, I know why the robot stopped moving. There is a component missing. Dad has found it. Chen Feng raised the mechanical heart in his hand. When Chen Chen saw the mechanical heart in Chen Feng's hand, he quickly ran over and carefully held it in his palm. Wow, what a beautiful big gem, it's still sparkling. The mechanical heart is like a dazzling diamond, truly dazzling, and its preciousness is self-evident. Chen Chen opened the outer shell of the robot's heart and placed the mechanical heart inside. Suddenly, the whole robot seemed to be charged with energy, and the nanomolecules throughout its body began to combine crazily, making a crackling sound. Chen Feng pulled Chen Chen behind him. Chen Chen poked his head out from behind Chen Feng and asked, Dad, what is it doing? Dad, what is it doing? The robot's eyes moved and it imitated in a mechanical voice. Chen Chen walked out and stretched out his little hand. The robot also imitated Chen Chen's movements. Their fingers touched and then immediately retracted. Chen Chen's eyes widened. You learn from me. You learn from me. The mechanical voice sounded again. Chen Feng burst out laughing. This robot's imitation ability is quite strong. It is very lifelike, and its movements and expressions are exactly the same as Chen Chen's. Chen Chen put his hands on his hips angrily and said, Why do you, a robot, want to learn from me? 233, number 89757. After meeting the little master, the robot laughed so hard that it bent forward and backward. Suddenly, it held Chen Chen's little hand affectionately, lowered its head and kissed Chen Chen's little hand. It's getting late, Chen Chen, go to bed. As for you, go out and clean up. Chen Feng pointed at the robot. The robot rolled its eyes twice. Okay, master. Chen Chen climbed onto the bed. Good night, daddy, good night, robot. I am so satisfied today. I saw mommy. I really hope that one day we can be reunited as a family and daddy and mommy will never be separated again. After finishing speaking, Chen Chen closed his eyes. Chen Feng was touched. He used his hands to tidy up Chen Chen's hair, and then covered her with the quilt. Chen Chen, I promise you that your wish will come true. Good night. Chen Feng turned off the lights and walked out of the room. The robot Xiaobai followed him out. When Chen Feng walked out, he met Yi Ziming, Yi Xian, and others. They had already finished eating and came to say goodbye to Chen Feng. Boss Chen, I'm really sorry to have pulled you from the concert to satisfy my appetite today. How about this? I can give you some free tickets for the Queen's national tour. Hearing Yi Ziming's words, Chen Feng smiled slightly. He would naturally accept the benefit. Thank you very much, Mr. Yi, for the gift. Hello first. You shouldn't close the shop tomorrow, right? Otherwise, I won't be able to find you when I come over then. Yi Ziming asked. If nothing unexpected happens tomorrow, I'll be here, so don't worry. Chen Feng nodded. After Yi Ziming and others left, they left a mess of cups and plates on the floor. In the past, Chen Feng had to clean up by himself, but now that he has a robot, it saves him a lot of trouble. Xiao Bai, it's your turn next. Chen Feng patted the robot's shoulder. Black-hearted master, oh no, don't do this to me. Xiao Bai waved his hands quickly. Go quickly, or I'll tear your house apart. Chen Feng scolded with a smile. When Xiao Bai heard Chen Feng say that he wanted to tear it down, he quickly cleaned it up, and the restaurant was tidy again in a moment. When Chen Feng finished washing up, Xiao Bai was already standing respectfully in the living room. Good cleaning. Chen Feng praised. Xiao Bai made a mechanical clucking sound, as if he was laughing, but the sound sounded particularly strange. Chapter 20 Robot Butler. Early the next morning, Chen Feng was awakened by the noise outside. When he went out, he saw the sound of Chen playing with the robot. Daddy, come here quickly. Xiao Bai is so fun. He does whatever I do. Chen waved at Chen Feng. The little puppy jumped up and down beside him, very active. As Chen spoke, he made all kinds of funny movements, and the robot followed suit. Chen Feng was immediately amused. After playing for a while, Chen felt hungry, and Chen Feng had already brought out the carefully prepared breakfast. Dad, Xiao Bai is awesome. It can even dance. Chen stood on tiptoe and tapped the robot. Suddenly, a panel appeared, which could be used to control it to perform some simple commands. In terms of familiarity with all aspects of robot structure, Chen Feng is not as good as Chen. Chen is awesome. Chen Feng brought the porridge and fried dough sticks to Chen. Chen was very happy to hear Chen Feng's praise and started humming a song. It was the new song that the Queen sang last night. Chen only listened to it once, but she remembered it unexpectedly, and she sang very well. It's just that her voice is still a little immature and she doesn't have the potential to be a queen. But with a little training, she will definitely be a potential singer in the future. Chen Feng went outside to open the door, and when he came back, Chen was already eating. Woof woof, the little puppy barked twice, as if questioning Chen Feng why he didn't have a share. Chen Feng touched Xiao Bai's head with his hand and said, I forgot there was a dog. Wait. Chen Feng scooped a spoonful of porridge, added some milk and poured it into a bowl, then placed it on the corner of the table. The little puppy immediately came over and started to eat it with a smacking mouth. Chen Feng took a bite of the fried dough stick. It was crunchy and had a very good texture. The taste of the porridge was just right. Now Chen Feng was secretly proud of his cooking skills. He could be considered a master chef. The series of steps of making porridge, frying dough sticks, and grinding soy milk wasted a lot of time. Chen Feng and Chen had not finished their breakfast yet when they heard joyful shouts coming from outside. Then Chen Sihan and Su Miaoyin ran in, slightly panting with their chests heaving. Boss, I finally waited for you to open the door. I didn't have egg fried rice yesterday. I was unhappy all day and even had no passion to work. 2 bowls of egg fried rice, hurry up. Chen Sihan said happily. Xiao Bai walked over, took the money, then turned around and walked to Chen Feng. Of course, Xiao Bai was just collecting the money, but even so, it was still very impressive. Boss, am I seeing things? Robots. You actually have such advanced robots in your store. Su Miaoyin exclaimed. You know, artificial intelligence is still in its infancy around the world and can only perform some very simple actions and execute some simple instructions. There are many things you can't imagine. Chen Feng said as he walked into the kitchen. After Chen Feng entered the kitchen, Xiao Bai quickly brought out 2 bowls of rice and placed them in front of Chen Sihan and the others. The two were very friendly when they saw the egg fried rice. So excited, I must bring my parents to eat it someday. Yes, but you have to pay in advance, otherwise they will be heartbroken when they see the price. The 2 women talked while eating. While they were eating, Han Ming refused to give up and called another group of people to cause trouble in Chen Feng's store. When a group of people appeared within 100 meters, Xiao Bai had already sensed them. Master, someone is here to cause trouble. Do you want to kill him? Xiao Bai sensed the danger and issued a mechanical warning sound. Chen Chen explained, Dad, Xiao Bai is a loyal security guard. Well, don't be so violent. Just give him a lesson, or beat him to death. Chen Feng said hurriedly. He didn't want to cause any death, as that would cause big trouble. Xiao Bai said oh and stood at the door like a doorman. Han Ming tried to rush in with a stick, but Xiao Bai grabbed him by the collar and lifted him into the air. No trouble here, please leave quickly. Han Ming was completely stunned. He didn't know that he was completely controlled as soon as he entered the door. He had no power to fight back. He frantically scratched in the air, let me go, this is a shady shop, I'm going to smash it. Bang! Xiao Bai punched Han Ming in the stomach. Han Ming flew out and fell to the ground, his body bent like a shrimp, howling. The other few people were holding sticks and hitting Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's body was made of nanomaterials, extremely strong, with thick skin and flesh. The sticks did not even leave any marks on it. Instead, they themselves were hit so hard that their knuckles were numb, and even the sticks were broken. What the hell is this? It's so powerful. We brothers can't defeat it at all. What should I do? The wind is strong and I am crying. Several people tried to escape, but Xiao Bai grabbed them one by one and piled them up like a pyramid. This is the fate of those who pick quarrels and provoke trouble. Those people were regretting their decision very much. If they had known there were robots here, they would never have dared to come and cause trouble even if they were beaten to death. Han Ming, you've really put us in a lot of trouble this time. This isn't over yet. Han Ming was also confused in his heart, I don't know either, brothers. There was no such thing last time I came here. Who knows where it came from? Shen Sihan and Su Miaoyin heard the noise outside, and when they saw Han Ming, they were both a little angry. Han Ming, it's you again, why are you haunting me? Han Ming got up from the ground, Miaoyin, please listen to my explanation, Before he could finish his words, Han Ming was knocked to the ground by Xiao Bai again, please leave immediately. Those people quickly ran away with their heads covered. Han Ming looked at Chen Feng angrily and said, I will not let you go. Chen Feng spread his hands and said, damn it, I didn't hit you, Xiao Bai, catch him back for me. Xiao Bai was about to make a move, but Han Ming immediately gave in, don't fight me, I admit my mistake, brothers and sisters, please let me go. After being disturbed by this, Chen Sihan and Su Miaoyin were not in a good mood when they returned to the store. Boss Chen, I'm really sorry. This incident was caused by me. I didn't expect that Han Ming would be this kind of person. Chen Sihan said with a little apology. It's okay. He's the one who suffered the loss. I'm not affected at all. Let's eat. It will be cold soon. Chen Feng said calmly. After a while, the fat man also arrived. Although he was a little sloppy, he looked very proud and happy. Crazy man, let's go make fried rice. Hey, fatty, you seem to be in high spirits. It looks like your book is selling well again. Chen Feng asked. Hee, you guessed it right. It was on the Black Rock rankings yesterday. The fat man smiled. Of course you can. Congratulations. By the way, what's your pen name? I'll go check out the book you wrote later. Chen Feng was also happy for the fat man. My pen name is Xianyu. Please remember to follow my book and leave a comment later. The fat man said hurriedly. Chen Feng served the egg fried rice, took out his phone and gave Fatty a jade pendant as a reward. Fatty was even more excited when he saw it. Brother Feng, thank you so much. You're welcome. Eat slowly and write well. I'm counting on you. Chen Feng patted the fat man's shoulder. If the fat man wrote well, Chen Feng would also get 1/10 of the value of the system evaluation. It was a win-win situation. Crazy man, there's nothing to say. Since you said that, I must update the chapter today. The fat man said to Chen Feng while eating fried rice with egg. The fat man left after eating, and Chen Sihan and the other man were in a hurry to go to work, so they left quickly as well. When Xiao Bai was cleaning the table, a woman in a black windbreaker came in from the door. Chen Feng and Chen Chen stopped what they were doing and stood up at the same time. Mommy! Chen Chen clapped her hands and called out. The queen! Chen Feng was a little surprised. Shouldn't she be going out of town at this time? Why was she here? Little cutie, were you calling me just now? Su Jingyun pointed at himself and said to Chen. Chen stared at Chen Feng with innocent big eyes. Chen Feng quickly pulled Su Jingyun aside and explained, "To be honest, you look a lot like Chen's mom, so..." Su Jingyun suddenly realized, "I see, where is Chen's mommy? Chen is so young, and without his mommy, he must be very pitiful." Chen Feng scratched his head. "It's hard to explain this in a few words. You'll know if you have a chance in the future. By the way, aren't you going to the next city to hold a concert? Don't mention it. My flight was delayed and rescheduled. The company gave me a day off. I got to steal a little time off from my busy life." Su Jingyun smiled happily. "That's great," Chen Feng said. "Why, you seem very happy that I'm on vacation?" Su Jingyun was a little confused. "I'm happy for you. A busy person like you must be very busy. It is necessary to take a day off and relax occasionally. It is necessary to combine work and rest," Chen Feng explained. "That's right. I haven't had a rest for several months and I'm almost exhausted. Boss, your fried rice is delicious. I came here specially to eat your fried rice today," Su Jingyun said. "Okay, sit here for a while, the egg fried rice will be ready soon." Chen Feng walked towards the kitchen, passed by Xiaobai, and patted Xiaobai on the shoulder. Go outside and keep watch, put up the sign of suspension of business, today is a holiday." Xiaobai walked outside with stiff steps. "Okay, master." "Is this a robot?" Su Jingyun's eyes lit up. Chapter 21: A Little Break. Chen Feng discovered a problem. The store was too exposed in a downtown area. Not only the system, but if he wanted to win the beauty in the future, he would have to meet with Su Jingyun in private. If he was spotted by paparazzi here and got involved in any scandal, it would have a negative impact on the Queen's career. Chen Feng had the idea of moving, but he didn't have any good options for the time being. Chen blinked and started chatting with Su Jingyun. "It's called Xiaobai. It's very powerful. It can do housework and beat up bad guys." Su Jingyun was touched by Chen's cute appearance. "Really?" Chen Feng smiled knowingly when he saw the mother and son chatting happily, but it was a pity that their relationship could only be short-lived as the Queen would eventually leave. Chen Feng didn't make egg fried rice for the Queen, but brought her a bowl of porridge. "Drink the porridge, it warms your stomach, and you can have the egg fried rice at noon." Su Jingyun glanced at Chen Feng, then nodded slightly, scooped a spoonful of porridge with a spoon, blew it cool, and put it in his mouth. "Well, this porridge tastes good, it's very comfortable to drink." Su Jingyun tasted the flavor and drank several bowls in a row. Later, he felt a little shy. "I ate too much accidentally. I hope I didn't scare you guys." "No, how could that be?" Chen Feng said with a smile. The Queen who was once unattainable to him actually appeared before his eyes alive and chatted with him. This was something he had never dared to imagine, but it became a reality because of a bank card. It must be said that it was fate. "Boss, what fun places are there in Raocheng?" Su Jingyun asked Chen Feng after finishing her meal. Although a day's vacation is short, it is rare, and she doesn't want to waste this precious time. This is a great opportunity, how can Chen Feng not seize it? But the identity of the Queen is very embarrassing. She cannot go to crowded places as it is easy to be exposed. In this case, there are many places she cannot go, such as amusement parks. Chen Feng touched his head, thinking about what fun places there are near Raocheng. Suddenly, he had an idea. "I got it. I know a mountain and water farm with mountains and water. The scenery is very nice and the entertainment facilities are also complete. The main thing is that it is now in the off-season there are few people, and there is no need to worry about being exposed. It just so happens that I have nothing to do today, so I can take Chen with me." "That's not good. Once you leave, your store will have to close," Su Jingyun said. "What's the big deal? One more day won't make a difference." Chen Feng turned around and closed the store door, then took a few people into the car. Xiaobai and Xianaga were not left behind, and the car was full. In the car, Su Jingyun received a call from Lu Fei. When Lu Fei woke up, he found that Su Jingyun was missing and became very anxious. "Lu Fei, I'm such a grown-up, are you still worried that I'll get lost?" "Just don't worry." Su Jingyun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Several people arrived at Shanshui Farm and found it a little deserted. It was different from the bustling place when Chen Feng came here years ago. After asking around, they found out that an Omura farm opened across the street and hired a Japanese cooking master to serve exotic cuisine, which took away most of the business from Shanchuei Farm. The boss was worried and invited a Scottish chef to take charge. However, he did not expect that the Scottish chef was only a big name but not a good cook. As a result, the losses became even greater and the farm was almost on the verge of bankruptcy. There is still competition in this godforsaken place? Chen Feng muttered in his heart, but he didn't take it seriously. He came here to have fun and didn't want to get involved in these matters. The farm owner, Hu Fei, is young, probably in his early 20s. His family runs several large hotels, and he opened the farm just for fun. He made a lot of money in the past 2 years. If he hadn't been holding a grudge, he would have closed the farm long ago. He was unwilling to see the farm he had worked so hard to run end up in such a sad state. The Japanese consortium across the street had sent people to contact him, wanting to buy Hu Fei's farm at a low price, but Hu Fei was unwilling to give up and had not agreed. But in everyone's eyes, he was just trying to hold on. Although he was not short of money, seeing the losses day by day was a heavy blow to everyone's will. So although the people on the farm were all young people in their 20s, they did not look energetic at all. Instead, they looked like old people in their twilight years. When Chen Feng and his companions entered, they saw that everyone had no smile on their face, their eyes were dull, their movements were slow, and they ignored the customers. Would you like to eat? Come to Nomura. The passionate service from the Japanese cooking masters will allow you to experience the exotic customs without going abroad. Shanchuei Farm has long been out of date. A Nomura waiter even went to Shanchuei Manor to solicit customers, but the waiters were still indifferent, which made Chen Feng smack his lips. Are these people numb? Even after being bullied to the point of death, they still look half dead. Chen Chen and Su Jingyun both looked at Chen Feng, waiting for his answer. Chen Feng slapped the table and said, "Is Shanchuei Farm so cowardly? Do you have any courage? If it were me, I would have thrown this rude person out long ago." Chen Feng's words were like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Everyone looked up and looked at Chen Feng with interest. Hu Fei walked out from backstage. Chen Feng continued, "How can a man of 7 feet tall be bullied by someone who comes to his doorstep? Moreover, the other party is some kind of Japanese cooking master. To be honest, I am very disappointed with your farm." Hu Fei took off his coat and threw it on the ground. "Well said, I've had enough. Screw Nomura, screw the cooking master. If you dare to come here to solicit customers, I'll beat you up." Hu Fei shouted loudly, and all the waiters stood up and walked towards Nomura's waiter. "What do you want to do?" The people in Nomura Farm were panicked. "If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think we are sick cats? Get out of here, or don't blame us for being rude." Hu Fei shouted angrily. Nomura's waiter was surrounded and fled in panic. Hu Fei came to Chen Feng's table and said, "You are right. It is indeed not the turn of a Japanese guy to be arrogant in our territory." Chen Feng stood up and said, "I take back what I said just now. This farm still has some blood in it. I am ashamed to be forced into this situation by a Japanese cooking master. Sir, are you here to eat? I will have someone prepare it for you right away. All your expenses today will be free of charge." Chen Feng waved his hand, "No need, we actually want to find a place to relax. Don't you have any lakes and mountains, recreational projects?" Hu Fei shook his head when he heard this. "You don't know, it was abandoned several months ago. Now all the amusement facilities are overgrown with weeds. I'm afraid you've come here for nothing today. Dad, what should we do?" Chen Chen turned his head and looked at Chen Feng. "What about boating on the lake? Isn't it true that even the boat is overgrown with grass?" Chen Feng asked again. "Not really. There are still a few boats available. If you want to enjoy the beautiful scenery of lakes and mountains, you can." Hu Fei's words finally made Chen Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Feng asked Su Jingyun for her opinion, and Su Jingyun nodded. She has always preferred quietness and did not like moving around, so boating was a good way to have fun and enjoy the sight. Hu Fei took a few people on a boat. They talked and ate snacks, and before they knew it, half a day had passed. Hu Fei revealed his intention to transfer the villa, which was exactly what Chen Feng wanted. Chen Feng thought to himself that it would be better to take it over and make it bigger and stronger. The transfer fee for such a large villa would be no less than tens of millions. Chen Feng could not afford it for the time being. He asked Hu Fei tentatively, "What if I am sure that I can bring your villa back to life?" Hu Fei heard what Chen Feng said and smiled. "Don't joke, how is it possible? I have already given up." Chen Feng spread his hands, "Since it's already like this, why not try it out? What do you think? It will only benefit you and won't cause any harm. Tell me what you think. Hu Fei said seriously. He saw that Chen Feng was so confident that it didn't seem like empty talk. Don't worry about that for now. Let's talk about the reward. I don't want much, just half of the shares of the villa. If you agree, I will fill this place with guests within 3 days. Chen Feng said mysteriously. Hu Fei's men couldn't help but laugh. Who do you think you are? You want to get half of the shares just by saying a few words? Dream on. I really don't know where you get the confidence from. You said the restaurant is full of guests. It's simply a fantasy. Chen Feng ignored those people and just looked at Hu Fei. Hu Fei's hands were shaking a little, and he fell into deep thought. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, if you can do it, half of the shares is half, but if you can't do it, I, Hu Fei, am not so easy to deceive, and I will make you pay the price. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Okay, you are courageous. Leave this matter to me. Can you reveal your thoughts now? Hu Fei asked. Chen Feng took out his phone and sent a message to his friends, then said to Hu Fei, it's that simple. Hu Fei took a look and saw that it said if you want to eat fried rice, come to Shanshui Farm. This means a few things. A bunch of people are in a mess. Damn it, I really fell for your trick. I thought you really had some solution, but it turns out you just opened your mouth and relied on bragging. Chen Chen snorted, you ignorant people, you probably haven't seen my father's strength. After you eat his egg fried rice, I believe you won't say such things anymore. Su Jingyun nodded. Chen Feng's fried rice might indeed turn the tide of life and death here. Chen Feng said to Hu Fei, do you have a pot on your boat? Hu Fei pointed to the bow and said, there is a kitchen there. It seems like you want to show off your skills. I am looking forward to it. If your cooking skills can rival those of the Japanese chefs, I will give you half of the shares without even frowning. I don't take a mere cooking master seriously. Please wait here for a moment. Chen Feng said and walked into the kitchen. After a while, a rich aroma wafted out from the kitchen. It smells so good. Hu Fei's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, could it be that Chen Feng really has some special skills? Chen Feng came out with 3 bowls of egg fried rice and placed them in front of Chen Chen, Su Jingyun, and Hu Fei. Hu Fei was about to pick up his chopsticks when Chen Feng stopped him. To show my sincerity this time, I paid for you. Next time, even if you want to eat, you will need to pay 199 yuan. Hu Fei swallowed his saliva and said, okay, I get it, big brother, let me eat. Chen Feng let go of his hand, and Hu Fei began to eat voraciously. Hu Fei's subordinates could only watch but not eat, and could only swallow their saliva. Chapter 22 Moving. I want to eat it too. It doesn't make sense. It's just a bowl of fried rice, why am I drooling? A man found himself drooling and quickly wiped his mouth, revealing his ugly appearance. It's delicious. I finally understand where your confidence comes from. Hu Fei praised sincerely, compared with your egg fried rice, the Japanese cooking master over there is simply a piece of scum. I will immediately draw up a contract to transfer half of the shares to you. Hu Fei's worries disappeared in an instant. He had a keen business sense and knew what owning this bowl of fried rice would mean in the future. There was a hint of admiration in Su Jingyun's eyes when he looked at Chen Feng, but it was just admiration and did not rise to the level of worship. Why are you wearing a mask, sister-in-law? Isn't it stuffy? Hu Fei said puzzledly. Cough cough. Chen Feng was drinking tea and choked. He quickly got up and went outside to cough. Su Jingyun blushed, you misunderstood, I'm not. At this moment, Chen Chen suddenly called out Mom, leaving Su Jingyun speechless. After the boat toured around, it returned to the starting point. Perhaps because the tranquility of the mountains and rivers infected everyone, everyone's mood became peaceful. Returning to the villa, Hu Fei looked at the dozen or so extra tables of people in the hall in surprise. Could it be that the sun rose from the west today? These people didn't order any dishes. They all looked outside. When they saw Chen Feng, they all stood up. Master Chef, you are finally back. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Yeah, we're all here to eat egg fried rice. Hu Fei suddenly realized that these people came for Chen Feng. No wonder, in the past few months, the number of people who came here to eat might not be as many as today. Chen Feng raised his phone, the power of the circle of friends. Hu Fei laughed. At first I thought I was being ripped off, but now I know I found a treasure. However, I think egg fried rice is too low end. We can go the high-end route and make dishes such as Buddha jumps over the wall, wild delicacies, and Manchu Han banquet. With your cooking skills, you will definitely make a lot of money. The senior executives of several nearby villas also agreed. Yes, how much can egg fried rice sell for? Only these high-end dishes can make a lot of profit. Master Hu Fei is very thoughtful. Not only that, I feel that the people who eat egg fried rice are of very low status. Our villa wants to go the boutique route. Before he finished speaking, Hu Fei looked carefully. When he saw the appearance of the people present clearly, he could not help but shudder and almost fell to the ground. Hu Fei! You've become so powerful. How come people who eat fried rice with eggs have been demoted? A middle-aged man slammed the table and shouted loudly. Hu Fei was silent, and called out cautiously, Dad, why are you here? Not only me, your Uncle Yi and Uncle Lu are here too. Master Chef, I am flattered to have you visit my humble home. If you like, you can take this property. Hu Fei's father Hu Li said, patting his chest. That's too serious, old man. I'm not the kind of person who would take advantage of others by trickery or robbery. Cooperation and mutual benefit are the best way to go. I've already discussed with Hu Fei, and the two of us will jointly run this farm that is about to go bankrupt. Chen Feng said to Hu Li. Hu Li smiled when he heard this. Great, my Feier is really lucky to have met a nobleman. You little bastard, why don't you thank the chef properly? Hu Fei quickly thanked him again. Xiao Bai, bring me a copy of the price list. Chen Feng snapped his fingers, and Xiao Bai quickly handed over the price list. Hu Fei leaned over to take a look and was immediately shocked. I am not seeing wrong, a bowl of egg fried rice is sold for 200, you are really too black. Don't you think this fried rice is worth the price? Chen Feng asked back. That's not the case. This egg fried rice is the most delicious I've ever eaten. Don't mention 200, I'm willing to pay even 250. Before Hu Fei could finish his words, he was hit on the back of the head by Hu Li. I think you are the idiot. You have run such a good mountain and water farm into such a depressed state. If it weren't for Mr. Chen's help, I'm afraid it would have gone bankrupt. Hu Li scolded. Dad, it's really not my fault. The Nomura farm across the street is so cunning. I don't know where they found a Japanese cooking master, and I fell into their trap. Hu Fei explained. Xiao Bai counted the orders from the people present, collected the money, and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng said to Hu Fei, from now on, I will be the only one allowed to enter the kitchen. Is this rule okay? Brother Feng, can you take care of so many people by yourself? Otherwise, I will send a few people to help you. Hu Fei said. Chen Feng just smiled and said, don't underestimate my robot butler. Even a dozen people may not be able to match him. Chen Feng took Xiao Bai into the kitchen. In less than 5 minutes, dozens of bowls of egg fried rice were freshly baked and the waiters waiting outside brought them to the table one by one. Smooth as flowing water, that's the only way I can describe it. Hu Li said with emotion, son, this is your chance, you must seize it. Whether our Hu family can soar to the sky depends on you. Hu Fei nodded continuously, I understand, Dad, don't worry, Brother Feng will be my role model in the future, and I will protect him with my life. Yi Ziming and Yi Xian felt quite jealous. They had invited Chen Feng several times, but they didn't expect that Chen Feng would choose Shanshui Farm, a remote place like that. It really surprised them. They never expected this. In fact, they all don't know what Chen Feng really wants. What he needs is seclusion rather than prosperity. Being located in a busy city would cause many inconveniences, and Shanshui Farm just happens to meet Chen Feng's mental standards. Another point is that given Hu Fei's weakness, Chen Feng can completely control the situation here. If the Hu family wants to develop, they will naturally follow his lead. From Hu Fei's performance tonight, it can be seen that Chen Feng will be the one in charge here from now on. After making the fried rice, Chen Feng sent Xiao Bai out to clean the recreational facilities at Shanshui Manor. Before leaving, Xiao Bai said in a mechanical voice, Oh, my black-hearted master, don't I have a rest at night? You are exploiting me. After dinner, Su Jingyun had to leave. She had a very pleasant time with Chen Feng and Chen Chen today. For some reason, when she was with Chen Feng and his daughter, she felt very relaxed both physically and mentally, as if a ship was anchored in the harbor. That kind of quiet and tranquility was something she could not find in the bustling city. She even felt that this was her final destination. I'm leaving now. I don't know when we'll meet again. Su Jingyun waved to the two of them. Chen Chen was a little sad, Mom, don't go. When Su Jingyun first heard Chen Chen calling her mom, she felt a little uncomfortable, but as time went by, she no longer resisted it. Chen Chen, next time you come back, I will bring you a gift. Auntie is really leaving. Bye. Su Jingyun squatted down and helped Chen Chen wipe away her tears. Chen Chen looked pitifully at Su Jingyun as she got into the car, and finally threw herself into Chen Feng's arms. Lu Fei rolled down the window. I don't want you to mention what happened today to anyone else, Boss Chen, I think you understand what I mean. Chen Feng nodded. Don't worry, I will keep the queen's whereabouts a secret. That's good. By the way, I have to thank you today. I haven't seen Sister Jingyun so happy for a long time. Lu Fei smiled. After Su Jingyun left, Chen Feng took Chen Chen back to his home in the city, packed up his things, and prepared to move. To be honest, Chen Feng was really reluctant to leave here. When the fat man heard that Chen Feng was leaving, he was heartbroken. Crazy, why are you leaving without saying a word? What will happen to my fried rice in the future? It's not far from here to Shanshui Manor. You can work hard to write books and earn money to buy a car. You will be there in half an hour. Chen Feng said to the fat man. The fat man was a little absent-minded. Yes, crazy, I am happy for you. Being able to become a partner at Shanshui Manor is more promising than selling egg fried rice here for a lifetime. I will patronize you in the future. Please don't raise the price. Don't worry, the price hasn't changed. Chen Feng said with a smile. When Chen Feng took Chen Chen away, he hung a sign at the door saying that the store had been moved to Shanshui Manor. Those who wanted to eat fried rice could go to Shanshui Manor, which was considered as informing them of the news. Su Qing watched all this silently from a distance. It was not until long after Chen Feng left that she returned to the small clinic dejectedly. For some reason, she felt a faint sense of loss in her heart. Are we destined to just pass each other by? Su Qing bit her lip lightly. By the way, little puppy, I almost forgot that the dog has an injury on its leg. Well, I got it. Tomorrow I will go to Shanshui Manor under the pretext of treating the dog. Su Qing's eyes were full of cunning, and she giggled. Shanshui Manor covers a large area, with a restaurant, a hotel, several villas in the back, and an amusement park next to it. Hu Fei originally planned to turn it into a high-end leisure resort, but due to poor management, several villas were vacant, and Chen Feng could move in. With Xiao Bai, Chen Feng saved himself a lot of trouble. As soon as he arrived at the door of the villa, Chen Feng said to Xiao Bai, "Go and clean the house." Xiao Bai rolled his eyes anthropomorphically. Black-hearted master, it's almost dawn, don't you plan to let me rest? Oh no, why are you abusing a robot like this? Stop talking nonsense. You know it's almost dawn. It's so late, why don't you clean up quickly? Otherwise, you won't be able to sleep at night. Chen Feng kicked Xiao Bai out of the car door. Seeing that he could not resist, Xiao Bai had to enjoy Chen Feng's domination. In less than half an hour, the villa had been completely renovated. Chen Feng was impressed by Xiao Bai's efficiency. Dad, is this our new home from now on? It's so big and beautiful. Chen Chen looked around and said to Chen Feng happily. As long as you like it, my little princess. Chen Feng picked up Chen Chen and lifted her up. Chapter 23, Kitchen God's Residence. After Chen Chen finished washing up, Chen Feng looked at the time and saw that it was already very late, so he sent Chen Chen back to the room. Just as Chen Feng was about to turn around, Chen Chen stretched lazily with satisfaction. Dad, Chen Chen had a lot of fun today. I am so happy to be with Daddy and Mommy. Chen Feng touched Chen Chen's little face and said, Dad will work hard. When I make enough money, our family of 3 will never be separated. Chen Chen nodded his head, not quite understanding. I believe in Daddy, I can definitely do it. Chen Feng returned to the room, checked the bank card system, and found that the task had been updated. In addition to the task of sales quantity, there was an additional triggering task to defend the dignity of the Chinese food industry. Sell 1,000 servings of fried rice, unlock the chef's recipe, and get 10 free dishes, 1 dish unlocked for every 100 servings sold, with the dish chosen randomly by the system. Defeat the Japanese cuisine master, defend the dignity of the Chinese food industry, and unlock a 20 million quota. The name of the chef's recipe sounds awesome, doesn't it? And it also comes with 10 free dishes. Chen Feng feels like he is going to be rich. He is finally not limited to fried rice with egg and stir-fried pork with peppers. His journey to becoming a chef's god is about to set sail. Defeating the Japanese cooking master was like giving himself some money, and Chen Feng felt very happy. Early the next morning, Chen Feng found Hu Fei. After some discussion, the two decided to give Shanshui Farm a thorough transformation and a new look. First of all, the name had to be changed, as Shanshui Farm was too small. Secondly, the internal personnel and layout of the farm had to be adjusted. Those who were just wasting time had to be eliminated, and a group of smart and capable people had to be recruited from outside to enrich the team. The Chinese style was something that both of them were tacitly aware of. Chen Feng and Hu Fei reached an agreement tacitly and soon carried out drastic reorganization. Chen Feng served as the commander-in-chief and Hu Fei provided money and manpower. Soon, a large amount of materials were transported to the villa. Now the villa has been renamed Chushinju. This move caused the people of Nomura farmhouse across the street to sneer. What? The opposite side is actually doing renovations, how ridiculous. I'm afraid the daily turnover is not enough to buy one lantern. Ha, Hu Fei still refuses to give up. Li Yang, I think out of humanitarian concern, we should go and comfort them. After all, this Shanshui farm will close down sooner or later. Spending so much money on renovations now is a waste of money. What nonsense are you talking about? Manager Sun, what was the turnover yesterday? Li Yang asked with a smile. Manager Sun checked and said, Mr. Li, yesterday's sales were 180,000. Because it was the weekend, it was a little more than usual. Li Yang smiled even more. I'm afraid Shanshui Farm can't make so much money in a month. Hu Fei thought it was a few months ago. Ever since the Japanese cooking master came, Shanshui Farm has been declared out. Several people walked out of the gate of Nomura and headed towards Shanshui Farm. When Hu Fei saw them, his face changed slightly, and he reminded Chen Feng, Brother Feng, they are the partners of Nomura. The leader is called Li Yang, also a rich second generation. He studied in Japan for a period of time, and opened this restaurant when he returned to China. It is very popular. I think they are here with bad intentions. Are they here with bad intentions? I think they are here to humiliate me. Chen Feng climbed down the ladder and led his men to meet them. Li Yang held a cigar in his hand and spread his hands. Hu Fei, how are you? What are you doing, decorating? Excuse me, your place is going to go bankrupt soon, so don't waste your money. It's none of your business. Hu Fei replied immediately. You have personality, but I think people should face reality. Why do you have to hold on? If you continue to be stubborn, you will be the one who gets hurt in the end. Why don't you sell Shanshui Farm to us now and make it bigger and stronger together? I will give you some shares so that you can go home and retire. How about that? Li Yang's arrogant demeanor made Hu Fei clench his fists. The group of people behind him also rolled up their sleeves, waiting for Hu Fei's order, and then they planned to rush up and teach Li Yang and others a lesson. Chen Feng patted Hu Fei on the shoulder, and Hu Fei's clenched fists suddenly loosened. Brother Feng, I'll listen to you. Hu Fei looked at Chen Feng and said. Chen Feng stepped forward and said, Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you invited a cooking master from Japan? Could you please take a piss and look at yourself first? From today on, Chushinju will be the nightmare of your Nomura farmers. Who are you? How shameless. You are not the chef hired by Hu Fei. Even the Scottish pastry chef was defeated. Do you think you can beat him? Li Yang widened his eyes and glared at Chen Feng. Since ancient times, China has been famous for its food all over the world. Japanese cuisine also spread from China. You have forgotten your roots and do not want to carry forward Chinese traditions. Instead, you worship foreign things and pursue Japanese cuisine. It is simply unreasonable. Chen Feng's rebuttal left Li Yang speechless. Hu Fei and his group secretly gave Chen Feng a thumbs up, saying that what he said was very well said. That sounds better than singing. Sales volume is the key factor that determines popularity. Your Shanshui farm has not been open for a long time. I'm afraid even the rats have moved away. There is hardly anyone at the door, and you still have the audacity to talk about carrying forward tradition. Look at our Nomura. Our daily sales volume is more than yours in a month. Manager Sun tried to make a comeback with sales. Li Yang looked better after hearing what Manager Sun said. How much was our Nomura's sales yesterday? About 180,000. I'm afraid your small farm can't even make a fraction of ours, right? Li Yang thought that after saying this, everyone in Shanshui Farm would feel ashamed, with expressions of loss, shock, and even shame and anger on their faces. But unexpectedly, Hu Fei and others looked at him as if he were a fool. 100,000. You probably haven't seen so much turnover in several months. Li Yang repeated. Hu Fei finally couldn't help laughing. Why, is 100,000 a lot? You guys are still showing off here, it's really embarrassing. I'm not afraid to tell you that although our turnover yesterday was very small, it happened to be just a little more than yours, only 110,000. Li Yang and the others were all confused. Hu Fei, you are lying, this is impossible. I'm lying to you. I'm not that full. The current Shanshui farm has been renamed Chushinju. If you come to eat, we welcome you. If you come to cause trouble, we will accompany you to the end. Hu Fei sneered. Li Yang was about to refute Hu Fei's words when more than a dozen luxury cars drove in and stopped at the door outside Chushinju. When Manager Sun saw the person getting off the car, he quickly pulled Li Yang's sleeve and said, "Boss Li, isn't that Boss Luan?" Luan. The chairman of Lu Group, worth hundreds of millions. Li Yang's eyes lit up immediately. He must be coming to our Nomura for dinner, go and entertain him. Before he had taken 2 steps, Manager Sun stopped and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Li. Am I dazzled? I think I saw Mr. Yi Ziming Yi. Yi Ziming is the richest man in Raochang. It can be said that 70 to 80% of the people doing business in Raochang know him." Manager Sun had only seen Yi Ziming on TV before. This was the first time he saw him in real life, so he was so excited that he stuttered. Li Yang was so excited. Fuck, today is really an auspicious day for our Nomura. Even Boss Yi Ziming came to show his support. We are going to be rich this time. Chushinju and Nomura farmhouse were only separated by a not very wide road, so Li Yang and others had misunderstood. Li Yang took the lead and walked quickly towards the door with a smile on his face. He turned around and said to Hu Fei, "Did you see that? Even a big shot like Mr. Yi came to our Nomura for dinner, and you guys are still in the kitchen god residence. It's really laughable. To hell with the 110,000 turnover, I'll let you go for now. I'm going to receive the guests." Yi Ziming got out of the car and walked towards Chushinju. He was a little surprised. When he came here yesterday, it was still deserted. How could it have changed so much overnight? Li Yang walked over enthusiastically. "Uncle Yi, do you still remember me?" "Xiaoyang, Li Yang, a few years ago when you had your birthday, my dad took me to your house for dinner." Yi Ziming thought for a while and said, "Oh, I remember now. You are Li Tianqing's youngest son, right?" Li Yang clapped his hands excitedly and said, "Uncle has a really good memory. It's me, Manager Sun, who will immediately order the kitchen to prepare the best ingredients and entertain Uncle Yi well today." Manager Sun hurriedly ran towards Nomura, but because he ran too fast and too hastily, he fell down. He limped along with a smile through his tears. Yi Ziming frowned slightly. "Xiaoyang, what are you doing?" Li Yang made a gesture of invitation. "Uncle, aren't you coming here to eat?" "Yi Ziming. I'm here to eat fried rice." "Where are you?" Yi Ziming asked puzzledly. Li Yang was stunned for a moment, and the smile on his face froze. "Egg fried rice. We also have it in our store, but I still suggest that Uncle try the food from the Japanese cooking master, you will definitely like it." Before Yi Ziming could speak, Luan behind him said, "What are you trying to do here? I've never heard of a Japanese cooking master. Get out of the way. Don't block us from eating fried rice." Hu Fei stood at the door with his men just in time, and said in unison, "Welcome Mr. Yi to the kitchen god residence." Yi Ziming passed by Li Yang, and Li Yang's enthusiasm was extinguished, and his heart sank to the bottom. Who could have expected that Yi Ziming was going to Chushinju? He was really embarrassed this time. How could this happen? In terms of quality and taste, our Nomura is many times better than Shanshui Farm. Could it be that it has been resurrected just because it changed its name? Li Yang murmured. He returned to Nomura in a state of despair. Manager Sun ran out to greet him with a smile. "Boss Li, why are you alone?" "Where are they?" "I went to the kitchen god's residence. I was so angry." Li Yang gritted his teeth. "How could that be? Even if you don't come to our Nomura, you won't go to that rubbish place like Shanshui Farm." Manager Sun said without thinking. "How should I know? This is really weird." He even asked to eat egg fried rice. Are all rich people nowadays so cheap that they like to eat garbage food cooked with gutter oil? Li Yang said angrily. Maybe that's the case. Maybe those rich people have some weird habits. "Mr. Li, what should we do now?" Manager Sun asked. "Okay, you ask the chef to prepare a top-notch dish, and I'll take it to Shanshui Farm. As long as Uncle Yi has eaten the food in our restaurant, I believe he will make the right judgment." I don't believe that a plate of fried rice can compete with a top-notch dish. Li Yang's words made the others nod secretly. Chapter 24 Self-Humiliation. Mr. Li is really thoughtful. This way we can kill two birds with one stone, boost our own morale and destroy the opponent's prestige. Manager Sun gave a thumbs up and praised Li Yang for his cleverness. I can already imagine how ugly the people at Shanshui Farm look like. They just got a glimmer of hope, but it was ruthlessly destroyed by us. Li Yang said excitedly. Soon, the cooking master from Japan presented a delicious dish that looked mouth-watering. Li Yang held it carefully in his palm and said, "It's done this time. It's the kitchen god's residence. Bah, let them tremble under the hands of the cooking master from Japan." A group of people surrounded Li Yang and headed towards the kitchen god residence. Yi Ziming and others were already seated, waiting for Chen Feng's egg fried rice. Hu Fei saw Li Yang and others coming over here, and hurried to the door to stop them. "What do you want to do? I tell you, don't make trouble, otherwise I will not be polite." Li Yang smiled and said, "Hu Fei, you are wrong. We are not here to cause trouble. Instead, we have prepared a meal to honor my Uncle Yi." Uncle Yi. Li Yang stretched his neck and shouted to Yi Ziming. Yi Ziming was alarmed, and Hu Fei couldn't stop it. Yi Ziming said something to Hu Li, and Hu Li gave Hu Fei a look. Hu Fei stepped aside, Li Yang straightened his clothes, and walked in with a smile. "Hello everyone, I'm Li Yang, the general manager of Nomura Farmhouse across the street. Our Nomura Farmhouse has hired a cooking master from Japan at a high salary. Even in Raochang, you can taste delicious food from Japan." As soon as Li Yang entered the door, he began to promote his own signature dish, without paying any attention to the Chushinju employees next to him. Hu Fei wanted to explode, but was stopped by his father. Li Yang put the food in his hand on the table. "Today I saw Uncle Yi coming, so I specially prepared a delicious dish as a gift for Uncle Yi to taste. Everyone here can go to Nomura to taste it for free. Just consider it as my welcome gift to everyone." Everyone saw the food Li Yang brought and it did look tempting. Yi Ziming couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks and taste it. Li Yang quickly asked, "Uncle Yi, how does it taste?" Yi Ziming nodded. "Yes, it is a pure Kyoto flavor, and it is indeed made by a Japanese cooking master." Li Yang was even more proud when he heard what Yi Ziming said, "If Uncle Yi likes it, you can come here often. My place is always free for Uncle Yi. As for the egg fried rice, it is too greasy and low-end. It does not suit Uncle Yi's taste at all. A person of Uncle Yi's status and position should of course taste high-end food." Yi Ziming's face darkened as Li Yang spoke. Li Yang gradually felt something was wrong and his voice became smaller and smaller. Bang! Yi Ziming swept the food to the ground. "I thought you were really kind-hearted, but I didn't expect you to have such an ulterior motive. But you made a wrong calculation. Boss Chen's egg fried rice is not what you thought. Your dish is not even worthy of carrying Boss Chen's egg fried rice shoes." "That's right, what a crap master. Is he worthy in front of such a great chef like Boss Chen?" Luan also said. Li Yang stood there, as if struck by lightning, totally at a loss. How could this happen? "I don't believe it." Just at this moment, several waiters came from the kitchen carrying egg fried rice. A whiff of fragrance wafted over, arousing the taste buds of everyone present. "The fried rice is here. I won't talk to you anymore." Luan didn't look like a CEO of a listed company at all. He ran over and got a bowl of fried rice from a waiter. Then he sat down, took a breath of the aroma, and looked like he was enjoying it very much. The others also took their egg fried rice and started to eat, leaving Li Yang and others aside. Seeing this, Hu Fei laughed out loud. "Li Yang, there is a saying, you bring disgrace upon yourself, it is just right for me to give it to you." Li Yang's stomach couldn't help but growl. "Damn, I want to eat too, what should I do?" Manager's son came up and said, "Boss Li, be reserved. This is our rival's house. We can't eat egg fried rice here. If it gets out, we'll be laughed at." Li Yang turned around and hurried away with his people, because he was afraid that if he stayed here for too long, he would not be able to resist having a plate of fried rice with egg. The temptation was indeed too great. After they walked away for a distance, the fragrance seemed to still linger in their minds for a long time. Several old customers who came to Nomura for dinner parked their cars at the entrance of Nomura. When they got out of the car, they were attracted by the aroma and walked towards Chushinju. Li Yang quickly stopped them. "Isn't this brother Yuhi? You are here for dinner in Nomura, right?" "Yes, but I seem to smell a fragrance coming from the opposite side. I want to see what it is." Yu-hee said. Li Yang's mind moved. Today we have an event in Nomura, drinks are free, dishes are half price, it's a big deal, brother Yu-hee, don't miss this opportunity, if you come too late the event may be over. When Yu-hee heard such a good thing, he immediately gave up the idea of going to the opposite side to look for the fragrance and followed Li Yang into the Nomura. A few minutes later, another car stopped at the door and a young woman dressed fashionably and beautifully pushed open the door. She was Yu-hee's sister, who arrived a step late and was left alone. The young woman hurriedly tried to get into the village. At this moment, she suddenly sniffed and smelled a fragrance in the air. What a nice fragrance! Where does this fragrance come from? Following the scent, she walked all the way to Chushinju. When she saw the sign, she was slightly startled. Isn't this Shanshui Farm? How did it become Chushinju? Did they change the owner? All the way to the lobby, the aroma turned from light to strong. She became even hungrier and pulled a waiter over. What are they frying in there? Why does it smell so good? Hey, you don't know this, right? Fried rice with egg is the signature dish of our store, the waiter introduced. Give me a bowl quickly to satisfy my craving. I can't stand the aroma alone. The woman sat down quickly. Please go to the counter to pay first and get your seat number. The kitchen will make it for you as soon as possible. The waiter said calmly. The woman ran to the counter and was stunned when she saw the price. Is this really the price of fried rice? It's too expensive. Ma'am, although the price is high, it is worth it. Look, everyone here is a regular customer. If it was not worth the price, why would they come here to eat so many times? Said the waiter with a smile. When Luan and the others heard this, they all agreed. Yes, I was also very angry at first, and even spoke rudely to the boss, but after eating it once, I suddenly realized that the boss's cooking skills were worth the price. My anorexia is gone. I feel like I've gotten smarter. Look, have my muscles become stronger? Yuan Wan smiled awkwardly. These people's acting skills were so exaggerated, they couldn't be hired by the store. But she couldn't resist the temptation of the aroma and paid 199 yuan to buy one, wanting to try it. While waiting for the food to be served, Yuan Wan received a call from Yu-hee. Mani, come quickly, you won't fall into the toilet if you go to the toilet. Yu-hee's magnetic voice came from the phone. Yu-hee, you still have the nerve to talk like that. You ran away while I was in the toilet. Are you even a human being? Yuan Wan said angrily. Oh, it's my fault. Where are you now? Nomura is having an event today. Drinks are free and dishes are half price. Come quickly. If you are late, they will be gone. Yu-hee said. What? There's such a good thing. I'll come over right after I eat the egg fried rice. When Yuan Wan heard about the discount, she was like a cat smelling fishy smell. She wanted to run to Nomura right away to have a big meal. But now she had already paid for the egg fried rice and the kitchen had already started cooking it. It was not easy to return the money, so she had to eat at 2 restaurants with 1 meal. Soon, the egg fried rice was served. After Yuan Wan took a bite, she completely gave up the idea of going to Nomura for dinner. Damn the Japanese cuisine, it was just garbage compared to this bowl of egg fried rice. It's delicious. I've never eaten such delicious food before. Yuan Wan was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. Waiter, another bowl, please. Sorry, each customer can only order 1 bowl. The waiter said softly. Damn it, what kind of crappy rule is this? I don't care. How can 1 bowl of rice be satisfying? Ask your boss to come and see me. Yuan Wan slammed the table and said. I'm really sorry, ma'am, our boss said that this is the rule and no matter who comes, they must abide by it. The waiter was a little embarrassed. Just when she was getting furious, Yu-hee called again. Sister, have you finished your egg fried rice? Come over here quickly. I'm not coming over. Yu-hee, you eat by yourself. I had a fight with the boss today. Yuan Wan said casually. When Yu-hee heard this, he immediately stood up and walked outside. The group of people had eaten half of their meal and hurriedly paid the bill. What's wrong? Sister, why are you fighting with the boss? Is the boss bullying you? Yu-hee said. That's not the case. It's because each person can only order 1 bowl here. I'm anxious. I'll feel bad if I can't have the second bowl. Yuan Wan said. Yu-hee stood in the wind, disheveled. Just because of this lame excuse? Is that really necessary? Soon, Yui found out where his sister was and immediately laughed. I thought it was something else. Li Yang, the owner of Shanshui Farm, is my buddy. When I come, let alone 2 bowls, even 20 bowls, he has to serve it up. Yuan Wan was so happy. Really? Then come quickly, brother. Wait there, I'll be there soon. Yui hung up the phone. Chapter 25, Just a Few Kicks. Yuan Wan put down her phone and looked up at Hu Fei. How about it? Can you please say something? I feel bad that I can't have egg fried rice. I've already asked someone to come to my rescue. Please, just 1 bowl, okay? I'm not unwilling to pay. I'm willing to pay double the price. Hu Fei coughed and said, Miss Yu, I'm really sorry. This is the rule set by the godly chef. You see, everyone here is a person of status and position. They all abide by it consciously, so please forgive me. Yuan Wan looked around and saw that they were all old men in their 50s or 60s. They were all dressed very modestly and did not look like people of status or position. If you didn't know them, you would think they had accidentally entered a senior activity center. I don't care. Anyway, if I don't have egg fried rice today, I won't leave. Yuan Wan sat down angrily with her hands crossed on her chest. Just then, a large group of people rushed in from the door, led by Yuhi. Sister, I'm here. Where is Li Yang? Yuhi rushed in and shouted loudly. Li Yang was delighted when he saw Yuhi. Yuhi, boy, this is really a flood that has washed away the Dragon King temple. Is this your sister? Yuhi punched Li Yang and said, Of course, we are old friends meeting. Why are you making things difficult for my sister? It's just a matter of a brother's word if my sister wants to eat a few bowls. When Yuan Wan heard this, she thought it was a good idea. It would be easy to make such a bowl of fried rice with egg. But unexpectedly, Li Yang refused directly. Brother, I can't do anything about it. This is the rule set by the god of cooking. Even I can only eat 1 bowl a day. I don't care. Yui wanted to throw a tantrum, but he glanced around and saw a familiar figure in the hall, so he stopped immediately. Uncle Lu, what are you doing here? Yuan Wan blinked, somewhat confused. Yuhi, who is this old man? Yui quickly covered Yu Wenjuan's mouth with his hand. Sister, please stop talking. This is the chairman of Dad's company. Luan looked at the 2 siblings with great interest. I didn't expect that old Yu had such a beautiful daughter. Uncle Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yuan Wan put on a sweet smile. I'm a regular here. Boss Chen's rules have always been the same and have never changed, said Luan. Yuan Wan was truly convinced at this moment. Even a man of Luan's status obeyed him. What else could a little girl like her say? Only now did she realize that the boss behind this was really powerful. Sister, don't you usually maintain your figure and stay away from meat and greasy food? Why are you eating fried rice with egg today? Have you changed your personality? Yuhi asked doubtfully. The egg fried rice here is really different. You'll know after you order one and try it. Without further ado, I think you'll like it as much as I do. Yuan Wan said with a little regret. She couldn't eat it today. Is it true? Is it better than Nomura's food? Yuhi was a little unconvinced. It tastes 100 times better. Yuan Wan blurted out. Yuhi was surprised to hear such words from her sister. She couldn't help but order one too. When she saw the price, she almost rolled her eyes. Is this really the price of fried rice? How can it be so expensive? Did you get ripped off? Eat your fried rice. You're still complaining about it when you have something to eat. I paid double the price and still can't get it. Yuan Wan glared at Yuhi. Chen took the puppy outside to play for a while and came back. He seemed to be in a good mood. He hummed a little tune and jumped around. Chen Feng walked out from the kitchen. Chen, tell Daddy where we go to play in the morning? Chen blinked his eyes. I went to the kindergarten behind to play with other kids. I had a lot of fun. There was also a pretty older sister who gave me candy. But she was a little unhappy when she heard that I hadn't started school at the age of 5, so she said she wanted to talk to you. I gave her Daddy's phone number. Oh yeah, Chen wants to eat fried rice with egg. Chen said, clapping his hands. Chen is already 5 years old and is indeed old enough to go to kindergarten. Chen Feng plans to take time to take Chen to a nearby kindergarten to enroll him. Dad will cook it for you right away. Chen Feng took Chen's hand and went into the kitchen. Yui also wanted to go in, but was pushed out by Xiaobai with one hand. the kitchen is a restricted area, no one is allowed in. Oh my god, this is high tech. How much is this robot? Can you sell it to me? Yui said to Hu Fei. Xiaobai slapped Yui to the ground with a slap. I am priceless. If you dare to say you want to buy me again, I will throw you out. You have personality and you fight well. Yu Wenwan applauded. When Yui's men saw Yui being beaten, they rushed up to seek revenge, but were knocked to the ground by Xiaobai with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Everyone in the hall was amazed. They didn't expect that this artificial intelligence could be so powerful. It must have been decades ahead of the United States to reach this level. They felt that Qin Feng's identity was more and more mysterious. So handsome. Yu Wenwan looked at the robot infatuatedly. Seeing this, Xiaobai quickly posed, and conjured up a rose from somewhere, and gave it to Yu Wenwan. You are also very beautiful. Yu Wenwan didn't expect that she would be seduced by a robot. Miss Yu, wait a moment. I'll fry you an egg. Xiaobai took out an egg from his pocket and was about to crack it when he was suddenly kicked from behind. He was kicked several steps away. Fuck, I was away for just a while and you're flirting with girls behind my back? You're obviously not a serious robot. Go back to the kitchen. Seeing Qin Feng's angry look, Xiaobai rolled his eyes and said, Master, I'm out of order. I need a kiss from my beautiful sister to get back to normal. You're really bringing shame to the robots. I think you need to kick him a few times before he'll stop. Chen Feng raised his foot to kick him again, but Xiaobai quickly ran back to the kitchen, begging for mercy. Chen Chen chuckled as he held the meal in his hand. Dad, yes, I think Xiaobai's fault is probably fake. He needs to be kicked a few times before it can be fixed. Yuhi and others got up from the ground and smelled the fragrance. What a nice fragrance, isn't this the fragrance we smelled before we entered Nomura? It was coming from the little girl's hand. It was the smell of egg fried rice. Yui wiped the saliva from his mouth and said, I finally know why my sister is crazy about this egg fried rice. Just one look at it makes people unable to extricate themselves. Brother, don't be impulsive. That girl is so cute, how could you have the heart to do that to her? The person next to him said hurriedly. What the hell are you talking about? I didn't say I wanted to steal the little girl's fried rice. I can still afford a bowl of fried rice. Yui patted the man on the shoulder. Walking to the counter, Yui paid for a few bowls of egg fried rice, then sat down and waited. Soon, the egg fried rice was served, and Yui and his friends started eating. Wow, this tastes really good. I used to think Nomura's food was delicious, but now compared to this egg fried rice, it's just dregs. To be honest, this is the best bowl of egg fried rice I have ever had in my life. Sister, I finally understand how you feel. If you can't eat this egg fried rice in the future, you will definitely lose your appetite. Yui said to Wenwan excitedly. I think I can say goodbye to Nomura from now on. After having such delicious fried rice, it will be hard to swallow any other dishes. Yu Wenwan took out a Nomura membership card from her bag and threw it into the trash. Soon Yui and his friends finished eating, all of them looking unsatisfied. Yui suddenly saw the menu. Sister, don't just focus on the egg fried rice. They also have stir-fried greens and pork with peppers. Although the names sound lowbrow, they might be delicious too. Yu Wenjuan's eyes lit up. Brother, you are smart. Boss, we don't want to order egg fried rice. Can we order stir-fried pork with green vegetables and peppers? What? It still doesn't work. Yui was furious when he heard Hu Fei's words. Hu Fei nodded. Since you are a first-time customer, you can only have egg fried rice. As for the green vegetables and pepper fried meat, you need to order them a second time. Yui was almost going crazy. What kind of crappy rule is this? Are you being mean to your customers? Other stores are eager for customers to spend as much as possible, but you guys are restricting this and that. I'm really impressed. That is right, it's sold at such a high price. Why is there a limited quantity? How can you make money if the quantity is limited? Yu Wenwan also complained. Facing these barrage of questions, Hu Fei had already prepared his answer. All rights of interpretation belong to our store. Please come back early tomorrow. The Yu siblings almost vomited blood due to exhaustion. When leaving, Yui kicked the door and limped away. One group left and another group came. From morning to noon, there was a constant stream of people. Hu Fei felt so happy when he saw the huge pile of money going into his account. The kitchen and the outside are two different worlds. The kitchen here has been systematically renovated and has become extremely warm. Chen Feng cut some fruits, put them in a fruit plate, and brought it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen was lying on the sofa playing games. Chen Chen was very smart and could get started with any game quickly. In the past 2 days, he had helped Chen Feng to get to Diamond Eye and King of Glory. Originally, Chen Feng was a silver rookie who often let his teammates down, but now he has received countless likes. The girl who often played duo with Chen Feng was a cute girl named Dai Wu Qingchang. She was the most beautiful girl in Chen Feng's former class. She had played duo with Chen Feng a few times before and almost got so angry that she smashed her phone. But after Chen Chen took over, the girl took the initiative to invite him. "Brother Feng, I've seen your battle records. You're always awesome. Can you lead me?" The girl shook Chen Feng, and Chen Chen raised his phone. "Dad, who is this auntie? She's so beautiful." Chen Feng glanced at his phone and said, "She was my dad's classmate when he was in school." "Damn, Chen Chen, you pushed me up to Diamond 1 in just 2 days. How did you do that? Wasn't I a silver? This aunt asked me to take her to play games. Does Chen Chen want to take her?" Chen Chen bit his fingers and frowned in thought. "Of course, it depends on what you want, Chen Chen, right?" Chen Feng almost said something wrong. "Well, Dad, I think I'd better not bring it. If Mom sees you playing games with others in the future, she will definitely be jealous," Chen Chen said seriously. Then Chen Chen directly clicked reject and quit the game. "Dad, I added Mom's WeChat, take a look." Chen Chen boasted that he added Su Jingyun on WeChat when they went boating together last time. However, Su Jingyun was busy these 2 days, so Chen Chen sent her WeChat messages but she never replied. "When did you add me? How come I didn't know? Come on, add Daddy too." It was a pleasant surprise for Chen Feng to get Su Jingyun's WeChat. Chapter 26 Another Lottery. Chen Chen curled his lips. "Dad, you really don't even have Mom's WeChat. Chen Chen despises you." Chen Feng coughed. It was a bit embarrassing to be looked down upon by his own daughter. Chen Chen gave the Queen's WeChat ID to Chen Feng, who searched and added it. As for whether Su Jingyun would accept it, no one knew. Chen Feng discovered a lazy function. By spending food points, he could let Xiaobai make fried rice for him in a short period of time. 10 food points were consumed every hour. If Chen Feng didn't want to cook one day, he could ask Xiaobai to replace him. Of course, these delicacies are hard to come by, and Chen Feng will not waste them easily. In the past 2 days, thanks to Yi Ziming and others, Chen Feng sold another 100 servings of fried rice and collected 100 food points, which allowed him to participate in a lottery. In addition, the system unlocked another dish, Xiaolong Bao. Now the screen of Xiaolong Bao is no longer gray. Chen Feng found that the system has automatically added Xiaolong Bao to the menu, priced at 99 per serving, which is also extremely expensive. The mechanical heart that Chen Feng won in the system lottery last time was truly a piece of black technology, so Chen Feng was full of confidence in the lottery and was looking forward to drawing the best treasure this time. The turntable started to spin, and Chen Feng prayed silently in his heart. As long as it didn't stop at the sunflower manual, Chen Feng would be able to accept it. Bad luck sticker +5. Chen Feng saw the pointer stop and hurried to check what he had drawn. Bad luck post, what the hell is this? Chen Feng was a little confused. Unexpectedly, as soon as he thought about it, the bad luck sticker automatically fell into his hands, and an explanation also came out, allowing Chen Feng to instantly understand the purpose of this thing. To put it bluntly, it is used to play a prank on people. It takes effect when attached to anyone and lasts for 1 day. Within 1 day, the person who is attached will be plagued by bad luck, everything will go wrong, they will choke when drinking water, fall down when walking, and so on. All kinds of bad luck will come to them. Chen Feng looked at Xiaobai who was lazing around. It seemed that this guy was a little disobedient. Yesterday, he asked him to do something, but he complained about everything. Today, he even wanted to flirt with girls in front of him. It was really hard not to give him a bad luck sticker. Seeing Chen Feng's eyes and the evil smile, Xiaobai couldn't help but shudder. "Master, what do you want to do? I'm just tired from work and want to take a break." "There's no need to stare at me like that. It scares this robot." Chen Feng walked over and Xiaobai shrank back a little, but he found that Chen Feng just patted him on the shoulder. "Xiaobai, you've worked hard these past 2 days. You deserve to take a break and combine work and rest." "I don't blame you," said Chen Feng. Xiaobai didn't know why, but the more Chen Feng acted like this, the more uneasy and frightened he felt. He breathed a sigh of relief after Chen Feng left, but less than a few seconds later, a piece of the wall above where he was standing fell off and hit him directly on the head. He got up, stepped on a puddle of oil and fell again. The third time, he carefully observed the ground and the top of his head to make sure there was no threat before he dared to stand up. Zizizi, he actually found that the place where he was hit by the wall just now was leaking electricity. Oh no, my god, why do you do this to me? Chen Chen put down his phone. Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you? Xiao Bai stopped Chen Chen. Dear little master, don't come near me, I think something is wrong with me. Chen Chen stopped and said, Xiao Bai, you look so embarrassed. Chen Feng looked at Xiao Bai's embarrassing state and thought that this bad luck sticker really lived up to its name. If you dislike someone, give him one of these stickers and he will be guaranteed to be in ecstasy. Chen Feng gave Xiao Bai a day off and told him not to go back to the villa, but to go anywhere else, preferably to the Nomura farm opposite, because he must not bring harm to his own family. Xiao Bai rushed outside excitedly. When he was almost to the door was suddenly closed by the wind, and Xiao Bai hit the door with a bang. After walking out of the door and a few steps away, Xiao Bai fell into the manhole cover under maintenance. When he was fished out, the electricity in his body was connected, and it kept crackling. Chen Feng was wondering if this move was too cruel and he felt a little bit reluctant. Fortunately, Xiao Bai is a robot. As long as the core components are fine, it can be repaired. If it were a human, losing arms and legs would be the least of its problems. Chen Feng quickly collected the remaining bad luck stickers. Chen Chen looked at Chen Feng with a pair of small eyes. Dad, you seem a little guilty, is it you who made Xiao Bai behave like this? Hee, how is it possible? How could Dad do such a thing? Chen Feng said without blushing or panting. Mom replied to my message. Chen Chen received a message on his mobile phone at this time. After reading it, he said happily. Great, then she must have added me too. Chen Feng also picked up the phone, but it turned out that he was overthinking it. Su Jingyun directly rejected Chen Feng. Chen Chen glanced at Chen Feng's phone and burst out laughing. Dad, Mommy mistook you for those fans who harassed him. I just don't believe it. Chen Feng submitted another application, this time with a note, Chen Feng. Su Jingyun agreed to go over when he saw the name Chen Feng, egg fried rice boss? Chen Feng. He doesn't want to be just an egg fried rice boss in Su Jingyun's eyes. Of course, this must be a gradual process. Sooner or later, Su Jingyun will become the egg fried rice boss lady, hee. Chen Feng wanted to go over to see what Chen Shen and Su Jingyun were talking about, but he didn't expect Chen Shen to cover the screen with her hands and look at Chen Feng nervously. Dad, you are not allowed to look at this. This is a secret between us women. Okay, I won't look at it, little brat. Chen Feng waved his hand, stood up and went to cook fried rice. After going through many hardships and dangers along the way, Xiao Bai finally arrived at Nomura. In just a distance of a few hundred meters, he had fallen more than a dozen times and was covered in dust and looked in a miserable state. At the Nomura farmhouse, Li Yang was communicating closely with a client. Xiao Bai passed by and suddenly a piece of wood fell down at a nearby construction site and hit both of them on the head. Mr. Li. Upon seeing this, the group of Nomura security guards rushed forward to rescue, but they did not expect that at this time all the wood collapsed, burying everyone inside. Li Yang got up from the ground, his head a little confused. What happened to the construction company? This is an accident. I'm going to deduct their construction payment. What he didn't know was that this wasn't an accident at all, but rather he was caused by a bad luck sticker. Several people helped each other to stand up, and suddenly a car lost control on the road and sped away at a high speed. They were all dumbfounded. Mr. Li, why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? What the hell? Li Yang and his companions ran away as fast as they could because the car was about to hit them. Xiao Bai was hit by the car directly into the hall, and the tables and chairs fell to the ground. Xiao Bai got up and walked into the kitchen. The Japanese chef was cooking, but unexpectedly there was a fire in the kitchen and it almost exploded. After they finally dealt with it, the water pipe burst again. The next day, Nomura was in a mess and had to suspend operations for rectification. Li Yang was directly tricked by Xiao Bai into being sent to the hospital, and the others were also in a miserable situation. Xiao Bai retired after completing his mission and returned to the outside of the villa, wanting to rest under a tree. But when Chen Feng found him, he had been buried by the leaves. The effect of this bad luck sticker is really terrifying. Fortunately, there were plenty of nanomaterials last time, and Chen Feng waited for the effect of the bad luck sticker to wear off. He cleaned Xiao Bai and repaired it for an hour before returning it to normal. God knows what it went through last night, it was really horrible. Master, why does God treat me like this? Xiao Bai said with tears in his eyes. Chen Feng patted Xiao Bai on the shoulder and said, "When God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make his heart and mind suffer and his muscles and bones work hard. I believe your luck will change soon." Chen Chen ran out of the villa with the puppy. "Wow, Xiao Bai, hello, I haven't seen you for a day, what have you been doing?" Xiao Bai straightened his chest and said, "My lovely little master, I went to save the world last night." "Wow, no wonder you look so tired, Xiao Bai." Chen Chen touched Xiao Bai with his little hand, warming Xiao Bai's mechanical heart and emitting a soft light. "Xiao Bai, how are you? Does it hurt?" Chen Chen poked the scar on Xiao Bai's arm. Although Xiao Bai is a robot with low intelligence, he was deeply moved by Chen Chen's sincere care. "No, it doesn't hurt, little master, thank you." When Chen Feng and his companions arrived at the hotel, they found the lobby was very noisy. When they went in, they saw quite a few people sitting there, all of them unfamiliar faces. After asking around, I found out that Nomura across the street was closed today, so I came here to eat. If Nomura hadn't closed today, I wouldn't have known there was a restaurant here. Speaking of which, boss, you only have 3 dishes here. Are you kidding me? Can 3 dishes be given such a cool name as Chushinju? The most amazing thing is that fried rice is sold for 199. Boss, have you never seen money, or are you crazy because of lack of money? These people kept accusing him, some of them were quite aggressive. Hu Fei was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to respond. At this time, Chen Feng walked in. "Hu Fei, why are you so cowardly? Fight back. We run a restaurant, not here to be bullied. If you want to eat, eat. If not, get out." Hu Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Chen Feng coming. "Brother Feng, you are here. So you are the boss?" Those people all turned around and looked at Chen Feng. "Tell me, why is this fried rice so expensive? Is it made from dinosaur eggs?" The leader shouted. Chen Feng smiled slightly. "If you come to eat, I welcome you very much. If you come to cause trouble, I will count to 3 and you must disappear from my sight immediately, otherwise you will bear the consequences yourself. 1, 2, 3. After Chen Feng counted 3 times, those people still ignored him. Bang! The person who shouted the loudest was thrown out of the door by Xiao Bai, and the rest of the people quickly sat down quietly. Chapter 27 Xiao Long Bao. Chen Feng said to Xiao Bai, "All those people who were thrown out will be blacklisted, and we will not sell any products to this store in the future." Xiao Bai glanced at a few people, then pulled out a set of data and registered it. "Hu Fei, did you see that? This is how you deal with troublemakers in the future," Chen Feng said to Hu Fei. Hu Fei nodded. A girl said, $200 is actually more cost-effective than eating food, but I don't know if this egg fried rice is worth the price. After all, it's only $20 at most if you sell it at a roadside stall." "Xiao Yao, you're wrong. Although Nomura's food is expensive, it is made by a Japanese cooking master after all. The taste and craftsmanship are top-notch, so it's reasonable that it's expensive. How can egg fried rice compare to it? No matter how delicious it is, it's just so-so." Several people present echoed this. "I say, you guys can't afford fried rice, right? No matter what you say, you'll know whether it tastes good or not after trying it once. Everything else is just empty talk," Hu Fei said, and those people immediately became anxious. "Who can't afford it? Is 200 yuan a lot? I'm really going to fall for your provocation. Give me 2 bowls. I'll eat one and pour the other." Hu Fei pointed at the price list and said, "One person is limited to 1 bowl per day, so I'm afraid your idea will fail. You can give me a discount and eat half and throw away the other half. I hope you can keep your promise." The man patted his chest and said, "I'll take a bite and then throw it away for the dog to eat. You'll see what happens later." When the little puppy heard this, he actually walked under the table in a very human way, sat down, looked at the man eagerly, and rolled up his tongue from time to time. "Damn, this dog is so sneaky, it even stalks me." Soon, several bowls of steaming and fragrant egg fried rice were served. The man regretted it as soon as he smelled the fragrance. It really looks different from the egg fried rice sold outside. That doesn't make sense. How can egg fried rice smell so good? I can't handle it. They no longer had the arrogant attitude they had just now and picked up their chopsticks. Delicious. The little demon almost bit his tongue. After just one bite, she was already a fan. "I take back what I said before, Japanese cuisine can't compare to this bowl of egg fried rice." "Damn it, you stupid dog, why are you biting me?" The man who spoke just now took several bites, which aroused the little puppy's strong dissatisfaction. How can a person go back on his word? Xiaoya coughed and said, Xiaodongdong, you just said those words yourself, and you will give them to the dog if you take a bite. Xiaodongdong was so upset that he wanted to slap himself twice. Why was he so rude? He couldn't even eat enough of such delicious fried rice, and it was such a waste to give it to the dog. But he had no choice. Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. If he didn't fulfill his promise, he would be ridiculed by the little demons. Xiaodongdong sighed and reluctantly poured the fried rice onto the ground. The puppy barked a few times and went to eat it, wagging its tail. Xiaodongdong's heart was bleeding. Nomura's one-day closure did attract a lot of popularity to Chushinju. These people were all impressed by the fried rice with egg. As for Japanese cuisine, they had long forgotten about it. Chen Feng was chatting with Su Jingyun on WeChat in the kitchen. The two chatted idly and the topic turned to Chen. Chen glanced at Chen Feng's phone and shook his head. Dad, your way of flirting with girls is too old-fashioned. Let me help you chat with them. As he said that, Chen snatched Chen Feng's phone away. When Chen Feng wanted to take it back, a few more orders came in, so he had to go cook first, while reminding Chen not to send random messages. When Chen Feng came back from his work, he found that Chen had withdrawn several messages, and Su Jingyun said hate at the end. Chen, what did you say? Chen Feng asked hurriedly. Keep it a secret. Next time you see your mom, you can ask her in person. He. Chen jumped off the stool cunningly and ran outside to play. Isn't this a rip-off? Chen Feng touched his head. After my concert today, the company gave me 2 days off. I want to eat fried rice with eggs. Su Dingyun typed. Chen Feng's heart almost jumped out of his throat, and he typed tremblingly, okay, I have moved to Shanshui Manor now. Okay, wait for me. Su Jingyun sent a smiling emoticon. Chen Feng put down his phone and felt uneasy for a long time. Chen Feng went out to look for Chen and found an old acquaintance, Su Qing, who was squatting on the ground checking the puppy's back. Today she was wearing a slightly slim-fitting outfit, and when she squatted down, her sexy figure was undoubtedly exposed. Chen stood by nervously, Aunt Su Qing, is the puppy okay? Su Qing let go of the little puppy. He's recovering well, he's basically fine now. Where's your dad? Chen pouted, over there, Dad, Aunt Su Qing is here. Brother Feng. Su Qing stood up, straightened her clothes, and called out with a smile. You haven't eaten yet? I'll treat you to some fried rice with egg. Chen Feng said to Su Qing. Chen Feng then realized that Su Qing seemed to have never eaten his fried rice with egg, but had eaten it several times as a home-cooked meal. Brother Feng, I just heard a lot of people saying that egg fried rice is delicious. Did you make it? Su Qing asked. Chen Feng nodded, yes, I'll let you taste my cooking skills later, you will be surprised. Really? Then I'm a little curious. Su Qing said with a smile. Behind Su Qing, a white sedan stopped and Chen Sihan and Su Miaoyin walked out. Boss Chen, it was so hard for us to find you. Why didn't you inform us old customers in advance when you moved? It makes me so sad. Didn't I hang a sign at the door? Chen Feng said puzzledly. Sign? We didn't see the sign. It must have been blown away by the wind. If we hadn't met Fatty, we wouldn't have known you moved here. Chen Sihan complained. Chen Feng frowned. It was unlikely that the item was blown away by the wind. He had checked carefully before leaving to make sure that such an accident would not happen. After thinking about it, there is only one result, that is, it was taken away by someone, and this person probably has a grudge against Chen Feng. The range was very small, and Chen Feng could basically guess that this despicable method should have come from Han Ming's hands. He was really bored. After the three girls sat down, they were slightly surprised to see so many people in the hall. Boss Chen's business is really getting bigger and bigger. But it's true. His cooking skills are so good. It's a waste of his talent for him to stay in such a small restaurant. Only by coming here can he better display his talent. Chen Sihan said with relief. It's hard for us. We have to drive here to eat. Su Miaoyin muttered. Su Qing smelled the aroma of egg fried rice, and her stomach growled twice. She was a little embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't eat it this morning. Hey, it's nothing strange. This sister is also from the urban village. I wonder what industry she is in. Chen Sihan started chatting with Su Qing. Su Qing knew that those people were fans of the boss and drove all the way here to eat egg fried rice. She didn't quite understand. Chen Feng's cooking skills were indeed good, but not to that extent. Could it be that his egg fried rice was more delicious than other dishes? Sister Sihan, I have never eaten Boss Chen's fried rice before. Excuse me, is it really that delicious? Su Qing said to Chen Sihan. Chen Sihan opened her mouth slightly. I thought you had eaten it before. Since you haven't eaten it, you must try it, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. Soon, egg fried rice for several people was served. Su Cheng smelled the fragrance and found it was indeed unique. She liked Chen Feng even more. Chen Sihan and Su Miaoyin didn't care about their manners and started eating directly, with very satisfied expressions on their pretty faces. Su Qing picked up a piece of golden egg skin and put it in her mouth. The next second, she threw her ladylike image aside and started to eat it in big mouthfuls. Each grain of rice was full, hot, and suitable for the taste. Su Qing has been well educated since childhood, and is extremely polite when eating. Even the first 2 times she was at Chen Feng's house, she ate in small bites. But at this moment, she was overwhelmed by a bowl of fried rice and no longer cared about etiquette. Chen Chen came out from the kitchen with a basket of buns in her hand. The aroma of the steaming buns immediately wafted into everyone's noses. Where is the aroma of freshly baked buns? Have the boss introduced any new dishes? After looking around, everyone fixed their eyes on Chen Chen. Chen Chen jumped up and down as he brought the dumplings to the table of Su Qing and the others. Dad said this is a gift for you. Chen Chen just ate one and it was super delicious. After saying that, Chen Chen took another small bun with his little hand, put it in his mouth, and took a light bite. The thin skin was bitten open, and the fragrant juice and meat filling inside stimulated his taste buds. Even if he was watching from a distance, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Chen Feng came out from the kitchen and said, "From now on, our restaurant will offer xiaolong bao. Each person is limited to 1 order per day." Yi Ziming and others rushed over and said, "Boss, you should have introduced breakfast a long time ago. You can only eat 1 serving of egg fried rice a day. You eat fried pork with peppers at night, and it's really uncomfortable to be hungry in the morning." Yes, I've eaten Boss Chen's egg fried rice. If I go to eat other restaurants, it's simply hard to swallow. Now it's better. The 3 meals are finally balanced. Xiaolong bao, 99 yuan a basket, is still expensive, but as a die-hard fan of Mr. Chen, I believe the xiaolong bao is worth the price. A group of people rushed to pay, and soon, the dumplings were served. Everyone took the dumplings to their seats and started eating. This is the first time I eat such expensive buns. If my wife finds out, she will tear me apart, said a man who looks weak and obviously dominated by his wife. He accompanied a client to Nomura for a social event today, but he didn't expect Nomura to be closed, so he came to Chushinju. After eating egg fried rice, he was still not satisfied, so he ordered another serving of soup dumplings. Chapter 28, Challenge. Soon, baskets of buns were served. The bun skin was thin, soft and delicate, and they were steaming hot. The meat filling was separated from the skin, and you could even see the meat filling swaying back and forth in the juice. If it weren't for its smaller size, it would be no different from a soup dumpling. It smells so good. What kind of meat is it made of? Yi Ziming asked sincerely. With his strict attitude towards selecting ingredients, the dumplings are impeccable, just like a work of art. Boss Chen is really a particular person. Just based on your attitude towards food, I give you a thumbs up. Luan picked up a steamed bun and put it in his mouth, regardless of the scalding heat, and started chewing it. After just 1 bite, the juice burst out in his mouth, and the fragrance was fully released, making him feel like crying. Delicious. Although expensive, it is worth it for the taste and deliciousness. When Yi Ziming saw Luan closing his eyes and savoring the delicious buns with a satisfied look on his face, he couldn't resist the temptation and started eating. For a moment, the entire hall was silent, and everyone was focused on the food in front of them. Seeing this, Chen rested his head on his hands and looked at Chen Feng with his big eyes. "Dad, the food you cook is so delicious." Chen feels very proud. Hearing Chen words, Chen Feng felt a strong sense of happiness in his heart. Su Qing was intoxicated by the food. She had eaten dishes cooked by Chen Feng before, but because of the ingredients, the taste of the 2 dishes was very different. It turned out that this was Chen Feng's true level. The launch of the Xiaolong Bao once again made Chushinju famous. All the residents nearby knew about this place and came here, but were discouraged by the price. A small number of people tried it out of a try and were immediately amazed by it, which overturned their previous understanding of food. There are such delicious dumplings in the world. I want to bring a basket back for my wife to eat. An old man said with a flushed face. Sorry, old man, each person can only buy 1 kg per day. Hu Fei apologized with a smile. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. Please sell me one because of my age. The old man said patiently. Hu Fei still refused, and the old man got angry. There are many people like this. Hu Fei then realized that it is not easy to be Chen Feng's partner. It is easier to talk to those with good manners, but he is most afraid of those who are arrogant and unreasonable, crying, making a fuss, and threatening to commit suicide, which makes people very annoyed. Hu Fei was at his wit's end, so finally Chen Feng stepped in and made a rule that anyone who continued to make a scene after 3 persuasions would be put on the blacklist, regardless of gender, age, or seniority. As a result, there were fewer troublemakers. When Li Yang came out of the hospital, he found that Nomura Farmhouse's business had plummeted and many of its old customers had been taken away by Chushinju. How could this happen? Where is the Japanese cooking master? His cuisine is famous far and wide. How could he be outdone by an unknown kid? Li Yang said in shock. Hey, Mr. Li, you don't know, the fried rice over there is really delicious, even I couldn't help but go there to eat it a few times. Manager's son said embarrassedly. What kind of crappy Japanese cuisine can't compare to the delicious fried rice? Now their Nomura only has a richer variety, and the rest can't compete with the other side at all. What? Manager's son, you actually went to eat the fried rice across the street. I am so disappointed. Li Yang was furious. Mr. Li, you can't blame me for this. I was just gathering military intelligence. Only when you know yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Manager's son explained quickly, but this reason couldn't even convince himself. How could he go to eat several times just to gather military intelligence? No need to explain. I will not pursue this matter for now. The kitchen god residence across the street has now threatened our Nomura's business. We can't go on like this. Call the cooking master Shan Gui to me. Li Yang said to manager's son. Manager's son nodded and walked outside. Not long after, a short bald man wearing a kimono and a mustache walked in. His eyebrows were singed by the fire in the kitchen last time, and now he looked even more wretched than before. Mr. Shangu, I think you should know why I called you here. Tell me what you think. Li Yang and Shangu are partners, so his attitude is very sincere. Let me challenge you. I'm very interested in this Chinese man Chen Feng. I want to see how good his cooking skills are. In front of our Japanese cuisine, your so-called Chinese delicacies are all rubbish. Shangu was very proud of his cooking skills and said arrogantly. 80 to 90% of the people present were Chinese, and they were all very angry when they heard Shangui's words. Li Yang was also a little embarrassed, but thinking that Shangui was his cash cow, he did not get angry. Since Mr. Shangu is so confident, then I will challenge Chen Feng to a cooking competition and let them see who is the best chef in Rao City. This time, we must completely defeat Zhu Shinju and show the reputation of my Nomura farmhouse. Everyone present echoed, with Mr. Shangu's help, this matter has already been 70% to 80% successful. The kitchen godhouse is too despicable to send a spy robot to sabotage us. If it weren't for the suspension of business for a few days, they wouldn't have been able to do anything. Yeah, next time I see that robot, I will tear it to pieces to vent my anger. Li Yang was quite impressed with Shangui's strength, so he immediately wrote a letter of challenge, which was handed over to Chen Feng by manager's son. Manager's son took a look at the content of the letter of challenge and said, "Boss Li, this letter of challenge is too harsh. The loser will have to pay for the store." This. Li Yang snorted, "Manager's son, you have to be careful about your position. You are from Nomura, and you can't be disloyal. The more demanding the conditions, the better. It would be best if Chushinju loses everything, so that they have no chance to turn things around." Manager's son said unhappily, "Boss Li, I think you misunderstood me. I was afraid that Nomura would lose too badly." Li Yang didn't expect manager's son to say such a thing, and was suddenly speechless. Manager's son continued, "To be honest, the fried rice across the street is really good, otherwise so many people wouldn't come here. Do you know how much a bowl of fried rice costs? $1.99, such an expensive price, and so many people eat it, which is enough to prove the problem. People in the world are not stupid." Bang, Li Yang picked up the plastic fruit plate in his hand and threw it at manager's son. "I think you have eaten too much fried rice and become stupid. You are helping others to be more ambitious and destroying your own prestige." Go and fight me, or I will fire you. Manager Sun didn't dare to continue speaking and could only cover the painful area with his hand and walk away. Shangu shook his head slightly. Manager Sun is no longer suitable to stay in Nomura. Li Yang, you decide. I don't want to see him again. Li Yang heard Shan Guyi's words and nodded. Since Shan Gujun has made his choice, I will naturally support him unconditionally. Between Manager Sun and Yagui, Li Yang naturally chose the latter without a doubt. Yagui and his cooking have made great contributions to Nomura's current success. Mr. Shangu, do you think Qin Feng and the others will accept the challenge? Li Yang asked. Shan Gui smiled sinisterly and said, if they don't accept the challenge, it means they have admitted defeat. We can spread the word that the kitchen god is afraid of fighting and dare not compete with our Nomura. Then most of those diners will naturally come to our place. That's brilliant. The older you get, the wiser you are. Mr. Shangu is really shrewd and I admire him very much. Li Yang clapped his hands and exclaimed. Mr. Li Yang, I have just developed a new dish. If you put the new dish in the main position, it will definitely attract some old customers to eat it. Let the competition of culinary skills begin from now on. Shangu sneered. At Chushinju, Hu Fei and his group stopped Manager Sun and asked, Manager Sun, what are you doing here? Manager Sun raised the letter of challenge in his hand and said, I am here to issue the letter of challenge on behalf of our CEO Li. Where is Qin Feng? Call him out. Declaration of war? Let me see it. Hu Fei frowned. One of his men went to inform Qin Feng. Hu Fei opened the letter of challenge and took a look. He was furious. This Li Yang is too arrogant. He actually devalued our Chinese delicacies. Isn't he a Chinese? What a person. That's not true. Our President Li had already given up his Chinese nationality when he was studying in Japan. He is now a genuine Japanese national. Manager Sun's words made Hu Fei even more angry. Qin Feng walked out of the kitchen, holding his phone in his hand, and texted Su Jingyun as he walked, Is your flight tonight? What time will you arrive in Raocheng so I can pick you up? Don't bother me. I can just take a taxi over when the time comes. Su Jingyun replied. That won't work. You're a big star. It would be bad if you were recognized. Qin Feng typed anxiously. Hu Fei explained the situation in general, and Qin Feng didn't even look at the letter of challenge. Hu Fei, in the future, just agree to this kind of small matter for me. I'm very busy. What a bullshit cooking master, challenging me is just asking for trouble, you know? Hu Fei coughed and said, Brother Feng, you should show some respect. Besides, they are playing a big game, even to the point of betting on the store. The loser will go bankrupt. Huh, congratulations, Dad is going to have another farm under his name. Qinshan said, clapping his hands. Did you hear what my daughter said? We accept the challenge. Qin Feng said. Several senior executives nearby quickly persuaded Hu Fei, Master, this is too hasty. What if we lose? That's right. Although Chen Feng's cooking skills are good, Japanese cuisine is also well-deserved. I think it's better to be cautious. After all, the stakes are too high. How can you bet like this? Isn't it nonsense? Hu Fei said seriously, I believe in Qin Feng. Without him, Shanshui Farm would be a dead end. Now there are infinite possibilities. Besides, this is a great opportunity for us to take revenge. Have you forgotten the days when Nomura wantonly humiliated us a few months ago? We must take revenge. Chapter 29 The game begins. This is a challenge. We accepted it. This domineering sentence declared the attitude of Qin Feng and others. Qin Feng received the flight information sent by Su Jingyun on his mobile phone, which showed that the flight would arrive in Raocheng at 8:30 tonight. Qinshan stood on tiptoe to look at the phone screen in Qin Feng's hand, then hugged Qin Feng excitedly. Daddy, I can see Mommy again, yeah, I'm so happy. In the evening, after Qin Feng finished his work in the store, he drove Qinshan to the airport. Along the way, Qinshan was very active. Arriving at the airport, Qin Feng parked the car and took Qinshan to the exit to wait. Not long after, they saw a woman wrapped tightly in a black windbreaker with only a pair of big eyes coming out. Qinshan recognized her at a glance. Dad, I think I saw Mom. Qin Feng followed Qinshan's gaze and saw Su Jingyun's appearance. He felt emotional. Being a big star is glorious, but it also has its own hardships that ordinary people cannot understand. Many times, one dares not show his true face to others and has to disguise himself. Here. Chen Feng raised his hand and said to Su Jingyun. Su Jingyun walked over and said, Boss Chen, you must have been waiting for a long time. Why did you come alone this time? Chen Feng was a little surprised. Lu Fei had some matters at home, so I didn't let her go with us. Su Jingyun explained. Her voice sounded a little tired and hoarse, probably because she had been using her voice for a long time. Concerts put a huge strain on her voice. Let's go. We'll talk in the car. Chen Feng took Su Jingyun's luggage. Su Jingyun held Chen's little hand, just like a family of three. What they didn't know was that this scene was captured by the paparazzi who were following them. Although Su Jingyun disguised himself very well, he still found it difficult to resist the paparazzi who were everywhere. When we got in the car, Chen handed over an insulated box containing steamed dumplings, egg fried rice and green vegetables. Mom, you must not have had dinner yet. Come, eat it while it's hot. Chen opened the lid of the thermos box, and Su Jingyun couldn't help but exclaimed, Great, thank you Chen. Mom, you should thank my dad. He made this for you with great care. Chen blinked. Well, Boss Chen, thank you. Su Jingyun said to Chen Feng. Chen Feng quickly waved his hand and said you're welcome. When he arrived at Chushinju, Chen Feng found that the roads on both sides were full of slogans and banners about the battle. The people of Nomura farmhouse had spent a lot of manpower and resources, and even invited the second-tier star Qiao Yishuan to help out. The scene was grand and attracted widespread attention. Hu Fei and the others were also stunned. They thought it was just a private contest, but they didn't expect it to escalate to the level of attention of the whole city. Nomura was too cruel. He was going to beat them to death. The loser might not even have the qualifications to stay in Raochang. At the Nomura farmhouse, Li Yang and Shangu looked at the busy scene outside and smiled knowingly. Since we want to have fun, let's have a big one. By the way, we can also increase the popularity of our Nomura. I will definitely win the next Raochang food competition. Li Yang clenched his fists and looked at the kitchen godhouse across from him with a wicked smile. Hu Fei, I'm sorry, I'm using you as a stepping stone to get to the top again. When they arrived at Chushinju, Chen Feng parked the car directly outside the villa. Xiaobai opened the car door and Su Jingyun walked out. This scene was captured by the paparazzi in the distance. I didn't expect that this group of paparazzi would be so persistent and follow me here. Xiaobai issued a dangerous warning sound. Alarm, master, someone is secretly filming 300 meters away. Chen Feng quickly looked in the direction Xiaobai pointed, but there was only endless darkness and he couldn't see clearly. Su Jingyun said with relief, It's so dark, it doesn't matter if we get photographed, let's go. Chen Feng nodded and led a few people into the villa. The layout and furnishing style of the villa were all designed by Chen. It was warm and comfortable. Su Jingyun felt at ease when she saw it. Moreover, the tone and color were very similar to the colors in her mind. This was how she planned to decorate her future home. Chen Feng saw Su Jingyun standing at the door and was stunned for a while. What's wrong? Don't you like it here? No, this place is very much what I want, and it fits my idea so well that it makes me a little excited. Su Jingyun took a deep breath and relaxed himself. Mom, can you sleep with me at night? Chen said, shaking Su Jingyun's hand. I don't know what kind of magic potion Chen gave Su Jingyun, but she actually made Su Jingyun acknowledge her as her goddaughter. Now Chen calls Su Jingyun mom with perfect legitimacy. After the long journey, Su Jingyun felt a little tired, so she took Chen to wash up and go to bed early. The mother and daughter chatted happily and ignored Chen Feng. Chen Feng closed the door and walked out. Outside the villa, Hu Fei had been waiting for a long time. Brother Feng, things have gotten serious this time. I don't know what Li Yang is up to. He actually spread the news of our two families' fight, and publicized it with great fanfare. Now the whole Raochang knows about it. Hu Fei said nervously. If you know, you know. Why are you so panicked? Chen Feng said with some confusion. Brother Feng, our all can see that your cooking skills are definitely better than Japanese cuisine. But this competition is not just about cooking skills, it's also about sales and turnover. I didn't expect that bastard Li Yang would invite the hottest and most popular young actress Qiao Yishuan to help out. He really has a lot of money to burn. Qiao Yishuan alone can bring a lot of sales and popularity to Nomura. Even if our cooking skills beat Shan Gui, we are still at a disadvantage. In short, we are in trouble this time. Hu Fei analyzed. Chen Feng frowned. This was indeed a hidden danger. Xiao Yixuan had been very popular in the past 2 years and had quite a few fans in Raocheng. It's okay, it's just Xiao Yixuan. We can win by word of mouth. I believe that the public has sharp eyes. Whether the food is delicious or not is the key to determining victory or defeat. Chen Feng said with a smile. Brother Feng, I think we can start a price war. Why don't we lower the price of egg fried rice and soup dumplings? The current prices are indeed too expensive and not at all affordable. They will discourage most of the diners who come here after hearing about the news. A senior executive of another hotel suggested. Chen Feng refused without a second thought. The price cannot be changed. This is the bottom line. You can think of other ways. Hu Fei and his companions discussed some countermeasures and then left. The next day, the cooking competition finally kicked off. It lasted for 3 days. During this period, the sales and turnover generated by both stores would all be counted by the notary agency and calculated into the final results. On the last day, the Chef King contest of this competition will be held simultaneously. This is also the much anticipated ultimate battle. Chen Feng will compete against the cooking master from Japan. The hype has already built up before the two sides even start fighting. In order to counter Nomura's celebrity marketing and discounts, Hu Fei came up with many ideas, such as giving away discount cards for nearby supermarkets, organizing singing and dancing performances, inviting lion dancers to entertain, etc. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the staff of the notary office announced the start of the competition, and the crowd swarmed into the two restaurants. Xiao Yixuan stood on the stage of Nomura, smiling sweetly and greeting the audience below. The fans who came here to see her idol all shouted excitedly when they saw her. These people have terrifying spending power. Some even pack up 10 meals just to show their support for their idols. The data is summarized every hour. In the first hour, Nomura sold 180,000 units, which is a staggering amount and far ahead of Chushinju. Li Yan laughed contemptuously and said, "Look at the group of people across the street, they are still dancing the lion dance. Young people nowadays are all star chasers, who would watch the lion dance?" Of course, there were many people who came to Chushinju to support it, mainly old diners. Yi Ziming and others also called on employees in the company to have dinner at Chushinju, and the company reimbursed half of the expenses. When the people in the company heard this, they were happy to go, but they were dumbfounded when they saw the price. A serving of fried rice was $199, and even if half of it was reimbursed, it would still be $100. The price was too expensive, and they found it hard to accept. However, after the food on the opposite side was discounted, it became more attractive to them. Some of the people stayed, while the rest went to the opposite side to watch the stars and buy food. Yi Ziming said to Chen Feng with a hint of guilt, "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that my good intentions would lead to bad results." Chen Feng didn't take it to heart at all. "Boss Yi, I am very grateful for your help in introducing these customers to me. Leave the rest to me." Su Jingyun and Chenshin stood in the distance watching the lion dance. Chenshin clapped his hands and jumped up and down, looking lively and cute. Chen Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart when he saw him from afar. He secretly swore in his heart that he would do his best to protect Chenshin and not let her get hurt. At this moment, two sneaky men walked into Chushinju. They came in to eat ostensibly, but they were secretly glancing at Su Jingyun. Paparazzi? Chen Feng frowned and thought, they are still haunting us. Chapter 30, Meat Buns Hitting Dogs with Red Envelopes. Chen Feng gestured, and a waiter walked towards them. "Please come this way for your meal," the waiter said to them politely. "We're just taking a walk." The man smiled. "This is a private residential area, entry is prohibited." The waiter added. Chen Feng sent a message to Su Jingyun. Su Jingyun glanced at his phone, pretended to be calm, picked up Chenshin and turned back. The two paparazzi saw that the situation was not good, so they took out 2 SLR cameras from their arms, took pictures of Su Jingyun, and ran towards Su Jingyun. Chen Feng picked up a portion of steamed dumplings and walked towards them, smashing them directly on the heads. "Who are you and what are you doing?" the paparazzi asked very confidently. Chen Feng clenched his fists and said, "Get out of here right now. You are not welcome here. What's your relationship with Su Jingyun and that little girl? Are you a family of 3? Before the paparazzi could finish his sentence, Chen Feng knocked him to the ground with a steamed dumpling. "I don't understand what you are saying, but I warn you, I have a bad temper. If you make me angry, you will be in trouble." Chen Feng directly pulled out the memory card, broke it with his hands, and threw it in their faces. "Just wait, this matter is not over yet." I will expose you when I go back and file a complaint against you for assault. A paparazzi said angrily. Let me be clear, I didn't hit you, I just. Chen Feng threw another basket of buns on their heads. I'll treat you to some buns. The two paparazzi smelled the fragrance of the buns and sniffed twice. It smells so good. The two picked up the dumplings that fell on the ground, wiped them twice, and actually put them into their mouths and started eating. It's delicious. It's really delicious. The anger on their faces disappeared in an instant, and they were so immersed in the food that they couldn't extricate themselves. Chen Feng looked at them and said, Do you still want to expose me now? If you do, you will never be able to eat this bun again. No, brother. If we can't eat such delicious buns, we will definitely go crazy. A paparazzi said to Chen Feng sincerely. But, we already sent out a report yesterday. Even though it was a groundless report about the Queen's whereabouts, it was still picked up by major media today. Another person said a little nervously. All the news about Su Jingyun is traffic, and these media will naturally not miss any related reports, even if there is no real evidence and it is just speculation. Let's forget about yesterday's incident. Let me keep today's incident to myself, said Chen Feng. The two of them nodded hurriedly, ran over to pay for the 2 baskets of buns, and sat down to eat a plate of egg fried rice. From then on, Shushenju had 2 more loyal fans. Su Jingyun was very nervous for a while. She didn't know that the paparazzi were so powerful. She was targeted as soon as she got off the plane. She was a little worried. When she checked online, she found that there were indeed some groundless reports. The beautiful figure of the Queen Su Jingyun appeared in Raocheng, holding a child in her arms, and they were in an intimate state, and it was suspected that they were mother and daughter. The accompanying picture is a photo of a woman wrapped tightly in a black windbreaker at the airport exit. The photo was blurry, as if it was taken from a distance. Although the face was not clear, many people below recognized that this was Su Jingyun. This back view is so similar, this report seems to be true. Oh my god, this is such a big news. Su Jingyun has always been known as a beautiful girl. When did she have a daughter? I think it's impossible. The daughter is fake, but the Queen's whereabouts are real. There are no concerts in the past 2 days, maybe she really went to Raocheng. When Chen Feng returned to the villa, Su Jingyun was answering a phone call from the agency. Chen Chen blinked. Daddy, what's wrong? Mommy seems a little unhappy. It's okay, it's not a big deal. Daddy will handle it properly. Chen Feng said to Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded. Well, I believe Dad can handle it. After Su Jingyun finished the call, Chen Feng walked over and said, I have already dealt with the 2 paparazzi. Don't worry, they won't reveal anything about what happened today. The photos taken last night have already been published, so there is nothing I can do. Well, I know. This is my fault. I didn't keep it a secret well enough. Lu Fei and the others are on their way here. I'm afraid I'll have to leave when they arrive. I'm really sorry. Su Jingyun said with a little apology. I should be the one saying this. If you need to clarify the relationship, just say it. I know your current image doesn't allow you to suddenly have a daughter, even if you recognize one. Chen Feng said in a low voice. I'm afraid you can't stay here anymore. I'll take you away. Yesterday's report mentioned the word Chu Shenju. I'm afraid many people are rushing here now. Su Jingyun nodded, and Chen Feng set up the program, consuming food points to let Xiaobai temporarily take over the kitchen instead of him, and then wanted to drive away with Su Jingyun. But he didn't expect that a large crowd had poured in from outside, blocking the kitchen god's residence. Chen Feng had to return to the villa. Since the car couldn't drive out, staying in the villa was the best option. Chen Feng closed the doors and windows and asked Su Jingyun to stay in the house and not go out. He would wait until night when the crowd dispersed and then take her away. The popularity of Shushenju suddenly skyrocketed, even surpassing Nomura across the street, which scared Hu Fei. He thought it was just a burst of good luck. After finding out the reason, he realized that it was related to the Queen Su Jingyun. Li Yang and Shan Gu gnashed their teeth in hatred. They looked at Xiao Yishuan, who was interacting with fans on the stage, and were a little discouraged. Xiao Yishuan may be famous, but she can't compare with the Queen. Damn, I don't know how much money Hu Fei spent to hire paparazzi to make up rumors about the Queen, and even added the 3 words Chu Shenju. This trick is really cunning. We spent so much money to invite celebrities to help us, but is a real person not as good as a report that is hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood? Shan Gu said angrily. Seeing that Chushinju's sales were rising rapidly, it actually sold 300,000 in 1 hour, firmly surpassing Nomura. Li Yang found Xiao Yishuan and said, "Miss Xiao, can you sing 2 songs to stabilize the situation?" Xiao Yishuan's agent immediately got angry. "Mr. Li, we agreed at the time that we would only come to support her and not sing. If she sang, your money wouldn't be enough." Li Yang gritted his teeth and said, "You decide how much you want to add, but I'll make it clear that I won't pay until I see the results." Xiao Yishuan smiled happily. Boss Li is a straightforward person. It is very convenient to talk to you and do things with you. I will take care of the popularity. I just learned a few new songs, one of which is about food. Okay. Li Yang said excitedly. He immediately asked his men to start setting up the stage, and soon it was ready. When Xiao Yishuan's fans heard that she was going to perform live, they became even more enthusiastic and their purchasing power increased steadily. The rich man who had just bought more than a dozen dishes spent a large sum of money and bought another 20 dishes. The people around were dumbfounded. "Brother, can you finish all the food you bought? You have to buy more even if you can't finish it." "I have no choice but to support my goddess," the man said, patting his chest. After Xiao Yishuan started singing, Nomura naturally spared no effort in promoting her, and soon, a large number of people flocked to Nomura. Xiao Yishuan's new song is a replica of delicious food. There are many traces of imitation in the lyrics and music. Many people in the audience are fans of Su Jingyun and they could tell it just by listening to the prelude. "Fuck, do you still want to order billion? This is your new song. It shouldn't be too plagiarized. It's just like a delicious dish. Aren't you afraid of being sued?" Xiao Yishuan's fans are now trying to cover up their crimes and are attacking these people. Plagiarism? This is hilarious. This is a joke, okay? Just because Su Jingyun sang a song about food, our Xiao Xiao can't sing a song about food? You are too overbearing. That's it, Xiao Xiao, I will always support you. Both sides insisted on their own opinions and refused to give in to each other. The situation escalated and they were about to fight. Chapter 31 Despicable Means. Are these people just bored? They started fighting after listening to a song. Li Yang came with a group of security guards, complaining non-stop. Something happened backstage and the song couldn't be sung, so Xiao Yishuan walked out from the backstage escorted by several bodyguards. This situation was beyond everyone's expectations. After more than 10 minutes, even several police cars arrived and the situation was finally under control. "Hey, it's finally quiet," Hu Fei said to Chen Feng while eating a bowl of egg fried rice. "I heard that Xiao Yishuan plagiarized the Queen song, and the fans of both sides started arguing. This is really speechless." Chen Feng was a little amused when he saw that the popularity of Chushinju was gradually increasing because of the situation on the other side. Some of these people are fans of Xiao Yishuan, who came here to cause trouble. Wasn't Su Jingyun exposed in the kitchen god residence? Let her come out. What right do you have to accuse our Xiao Xiao of plagiarism? This is slander. Yeah, isn't she just a little more popular than Xiao Xiao? What's the big deal? In our hearts, Xiao Xiao is the one and only. Chen Feng winked at Hu Fei, who brought a group of security guards to stop the people. "What do you want to do? What are you talking about here? Everyone who comes here comes to eat. If you want to chase stars, please go to the other side." I don't know if Li Yang has lost his mind. Inviting stars to help out in a cooking competition is just a pretense. In fact, real skills are still required. If the food is not delicious, it will be useless even if more stars are invited. That's right, this is totally putting the cart before the horse. When these people heard what Hu Fei and the others said, they were a little angry. "It's as if the food at your kitchen god residence is delicious. I don't think so. Japanese cuisine is indeed delicious. Even if Xiao Xiao wasn't around, I would still choose Nomura." Hu Fei clapped his hands, and the person next to him brought a plate of egg fried rice and passed it in front of the crowd. Those people's eyes suddenly widened, and they all stared at the egg fried rice as the plate moved forward. "It smells so good. Is this really egg fried rice? I want to eat it. I want to eat +1. Hu Fei pointed in the direction ahead. "If you want to eat, go and pay quickly. The quantity is limited." Suddenly, a large group of people rushed over there, and a few seconds later, a large number of shocked voices were heard. "Damn, it's so expensive, 199 for a bowl of egg fried rice. I thought Japanese food was expensive, but I didn't expect this fried rice to be even more expensive than the food." Seeing the endless stream of diners, these people felt their three views were completely shattered, as if they were living in a fake Earth. Some people couldn't resist their curiosity and paid for one, joining the group eating fried rice. Chen Feng took some time to log into the system and take a look. More than 500 steamed dumplings were sold, and the sales of egg fried rice were even higher, about to exceed 1,000. A lot of green vegetables and stir-fried pork with peppers were also sold. Fortunately, the location of Chushinju was large enough, and there were hundreds of tables placed on the grass outside to accommodate so many diners dining at the same time. Hu Fei said with emotion, "Brother Feng, I never dreamed that there would be such a day. This is all thanks to you. Today is a day of great harvest for Chushinju. To be honest, we really have to thank the people of Nomura Farmhouse. If it weren't for their vigorous publicity, Chushinju's business wouldn't be so popular." Some are happy and some are sad. Li Yang is very jealous of Chushinju now. They spent so much energy and money, but in the end they ended up making wedding dresses for Chushinju. Seeing that Chushinju's sales have far exceeded Nomura, Li Yang is anxious. "Mr. Shangu, please give us some strength. Look how fierce the opponent is. If we don't put in some effort, we're going to lose," Li Yang said. Shangui no longer had the calmness and composure of yesterday. "Baga, it looks like we have to implement the second plan." Shangu gave Li Yang a wink, and Li Yang immediately sent two people towards the kitchen god's residence. The two men mingled in the crowd, ordered 2 servings of egg fried rice, ate them separately, and then almost at the same time, they foamed at the mouth, shouted that the egg fried rice was poisonous, and then fell to the ground twitching. The people around were shocked. "What's going on? Oh my god, food poisoning?" Hu Fei immediately brought people over and lifted up the man's sleeves. He found tiny red rashes on his skin and his face was dark purple, which were indeed signs of food poisoning. "Damn it, this egg fried rice is inedible. Pay us money, compensate for our losses." Chen Feng frowned. He could conclude that this was a premeditated and organized frame-up, and the other party's methods were very clever. They first caused food poisoning and then framed Chushinju, making it hard to guard against. Seeing the public outcry, Hu Fei and the others began to panic and were now at a loss for words. Across from Nomura Farmhouse, Li Yang was holding a telescope in his hand and laughing. "Mr. Shangu, this move of yours is really amazing. Now let's see how the other side can turn the tables. They are bound to suffer this loss." Shangui was as cunning as a fox, with a hint of evil in his eyes. "In a fight with Shangu, Chen Feng is far from being good enough. He wants to defeat me with a bowl of egg fried rice. It's wishful thinking." Chushinju's crisis public relations had been done very well, but it was still broken in an instant by the anger of these diners. Now they would not listen to anything. Chen Feng could understand their feelings. Such a thing was a test for the entire Chushinju. If there is no person with strong appeal to calm down these angry crowds, I am afraid that the kitchen god residence will be in danger this time. The first person Chen Feng thought of was the Queen Su Jingyun. It would definitely work if she came forward, but Chen Feng quickly put this idea behind him. If Su Jingyun showed up, it would definitely push the situation to another level. If the matter could not be resolved perfectly, it would also have a great impact on Su Jingyun. Just when Chen Feng was thinking hard, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. The worst situation finally happened. Under the protection of Xiaobai, the queen walked onto the temporary platform. She indeed made a great determination to make this decision. "Hello everyone, I am Su Jingyun." Su Jingyun took off his glasses and mask, revealing a perfect and delicate face. The noise from the audience suddenly died down, and everyone looked towards the stage. She is really a diva. I didn't expect that she is really in the kitchen god residence. The report is not wrong. This is the first time I'm so close to the diva. It's so beautiful. Su Jingyun smiled slightly. "I hope everyone will not be blinded by anger. The more we are at this moment, the more we need to stay sober and rational. The owner of Chushinju and I are good friends. I believe there is absolutely no problem with his food. Can everyone please give us a little time?" Su Jingyun's words were like a shot of sedative, making the noisy situation suddenly quiet. Offstage, Chen Feng's thoughts settled into the system, where he was madly drawing lots. 1,000 food points, 10 draws. He didn't want the good situation to be ruined overnight, and he didn't want to implicate Su Jingyun. This was an obvious conspiracy, and there was no way to resolve the situation in a short period of time. Only by sending the people to the hospital and decomposing the poisonous substances could Chushinju be cleared of all charges. But in fact, knowing the truth was useless, as these diners would still resist Chushinju from the bottom of their hearts, and this incident had left them with psychological trauma. What a vicious plan. Chen Feng glanced at Nomura across from him. He was almost certain who had come up with this plan. Energy potion plus 10. The chef's golden knife. Spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Magic note. Lucky charm. Chen Feng looked at the prizes. Although these things were good, they were not what he needed. Chen Feng simply stuck the lucky charm on himself and continued to draw the lottery. I hope this lucky charm can bring me good luck. Lie detector. Inspiration accelerator. Mechanical arm guard. Detoxifying and refreshing. Seeing the detoxifying lynching, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After so many attempts, he finally got it. Hard work pays off. I hope this detoxifying medicine can resolve this crisis. Chen Feng pushed through the crowd and walked towards the scene of the incident. The 120 ambulance was still on the way, and there were doctors on the scene who gave the patient simple treatment, which temporarily controlled the condition. But unexpectedly, something strange happened. The two patients suddenly started convulsing all over, as if their condition was serious and their lives were in danger. A female doctor pressed the patient's chest and said, "This is bad. If the patient doesn't receive treatment, his life may be in danger." The crowd, which had just been briefly quiet because of Su Jingyun's words, was ignited again by these words. Chapter 32, A Sudden Turn of Events. If someone dies, that would be a huge matter. Even the person in charge of Chushinju would be detained. These unscrupulous merchants are so vicious. What kind of materials are they made of? How can they kill people? We must not let them off. This is too evil. At that moment, public sentiment became turbulent again, and Su Jingyun was unable to suppress the development of the situation. Chen Feng walked out of the crowd and approached the two patients. When the female doctor in care saw Chen Feng coming over, she frowned and said, "What do you want to do?" "Don't move." Chen Feng was holding a small bottle in his hand. The liquid inside was clear and transparent, just like water. Of course, it's to save lives. Chen Feng dropped 2 drops of liquid on the patient's lips, and the liquid quickly flowed along the patient's lips into his mouth. It's so funny. What do you think you have in your hand? A panacea? You'd better go away quickly and don't make the patient's condition worse. And Kier said angrily. However, as soon as she finished her words, she saw the patient tilt his head to one side and vomit violently. Many people present felt nauseous and couldn't stand seeing this scene. This is too magical. What kind of liquid is in his hand that can actually bring 2 seriously ill people back from the brink of death? What a miracle doctor! I didn't expect Chen Feng is a miracle doctor. Hu Fei cried with joy. Just now he thought that the kitchen god residence he had worked so hard to build would be destroyed beyond repair, but he didn't expect that at the critical moment, it would be revived. Chen Feng covered his nose and walked in front of everyone. "Everyone, please listen to me. We, Chushinju, were framed in this matter. These 2 people did not get food poisoning from eating our Chushinju's egg fried rice. You can see from their vomit that there was no egg fried rice in their stomachs. It seems to be true. Have we all been deceived? Who on earth set this up? How big of a grudge do they have against the kitchen god residents that they would do such a thing? Look, those with green hair seem to be food." Chen Feng didn't expect things to turn around so quickly. Could it be that the lucky charm took effect? Not only did they lift the siege on the kitchen god's residence, but they also managed to uncover the real culprit. Damn it, it turns out these 2 people didn't get poisoned by the fried rice, but by the expired food from the other side. It almost wrongly accused a good person. The truth of the matter was already clear, and everyone present was filled with guilt. Some of them walked towards Nomura in a menacing manner. When the 2 patients heard what Dr. Nkir said, they broke out in cold sweats. They thought that food poisoning could be cured by going to the hospital for gastric lavage, but they didn't expect that they almost lost their lives. "Li Yang, you bastard, I want to call the police and turn myself in." One of the patients took out his cell phone and called the police. This is tantamount to murder. And Kor's breasts heaved with anger. She usually hated unscrupulous businessmen the most, but she didn't expect to meet one today. "Boss-chun, thank you so much this time." The 2 patients held Chen Feng's hands and kept thanking him. "If it weren't for you, we would have been half dead." Chen Feng patted their shoulders without saying anything, then stood up and left. He came to the stage and took the microphone from Su Jingyun. Fortunately, there was no danger and everyone was safe, but this behavior is really infuriating. I didn't expect Nomura to do such a thing. I, Chin Feng, swear here that I must make them close down. I will destroy such unscrupulous businesses one by one. The people in the audience echoed. Soon the police and ambulance arrived, the patient was sent to the hospital for treatment, Li Yang was thrown into prison, and the angry masses almost demolished Nomura. It was beyond Chin Feng's expectation that Shan Gui, the instigator, was still at large. After some inquiries, I found out that it was Li Yang who took all the blame, and he wanted to get back at them with the help of Shan Gui's cooking. Shan Gu was a little furious. How could the good situation suddenly turn into what it is now? The strategy he was proud of sounded the death knell for Nomura. Chen Feng, Hu Fei, it's not over yet. I will definitely win. Shan Gu said, gritting his teeth. After this incident, Chushinju's popularity did not decline, but became even more popular. The situation is now completely one-sided. In terms of sales volume and turnover, Chushinju is already far ahead. Hu Fei and others' moods fluctuated greatly, just like riding a roller coaster. It was extremely exciting. When the storm subsided, everyone turned their attention to Su Jingyun. Su Jingyun's appearance surprised and made everyone crazy. Chen Feng looked at so many people and was worried about Su Jingyun's safety. He sent a large number of security guards to maintain order on the field. Xiaobai stayed by Su Jingyun's side all the time and provided close protection for him. Jingyun, your identity has been exposed. For your safety, you'd better go back to the villa. Leave this to me. Chen Feng said to Su Jingyun in a low voice. Su Jingyun smiled charmingly, I just wanted to do something for you. Now it seems that I did it in vain. It turns out that you already had a plan to resolve this crisis. Thank you. Chen Feng's words made Su Jingyun pause, but then he became a little happier. Dad, I'm going back too. Chen said to Chen Feng, then trotted to Su Jingyun. The audiences in the audience were very regretful. Queen, please sing a song. Yeah, we are all your fans. Chen Feng went through a lot of trouble to extinguish the enthusiasm of these fans. The news that the queen appeared in the kitchen god's residence disappeared, and the whole Rao city was boiling. Many people did not enjoy the last concert, but they did not expect that Su Jingyun would appear in Raocheng again not long after. How could they not be excited? The spending power brought by these people is terrifying. One day later, Chen Feng found that the amount he unlocked from selling fried rice alone had reached 10 million, and the food value had reached the 3,000 mark. This was because he asked Xiaobai to cook fried rice for him, which consumed a lot of food value. Otherwise, the food value would be even more. Lu Fei had already arrived in the afternoon, along with her team of divas. I may have to leave. Su Jingyun squatted down and said to Chen. Chen was very reluctant. Mom, Chen doesn't want to be separated from you. I don't want to be separated from you, my little cutie, but I have to leave eventually. I promise you that I will come to play with you next time, okay? Su Jingyun touched Chen's head. Chen Feng watched from the side and sighed silently. Lu Fei came behind Chen Feng without knowing when, and she motioned Chen Feng to follow her. After walking some distance, Lu Fei said, Boss Chen, please respect yourself. The queen is weak in character. It all depends on her perseverance and tenacity to get to this point. You are a married man, I believe you understand what I mean. I don't want the queen's career to be ruined. Chen Feng listened carefully. He knew that Lu Fei's words were actually out of consideration for the queen. He would not reveal Chen's identity. Now was not the right time. Even if he did, no one would believe it. You must not have eaten yet. I'll treat you today. Chen Feng changed the subject. When Lu Fei heard Chen Feng's words, her stomach growled involuntarily, making her look a little embarrassed. She had been thinking about Chen Feng's fried rice for a long time along the way. Remember what I told you, keep your distance. It's good for the queen and your family. Lu Fei whispered in Chen Feng's ear. Chen Feng just smiled. The queen was already a member of his family. How could she keep her distance? Although his current status is not enough to reach the level of a queen, but in time, who can say that he will not be able to win the beauty? Chen Feng went to the kitchen and cooked a few dishes and treated the queen's team to a meal. While they were eating, Su Jingyun called Chen Feng aside. I don't know why, but I always feel close to Chen and you. This feeling is something I have never had before. I admit that I am a little greedy. Sometimes I even integrate myself into this place and imagine that I am the hostess here. Su Jingyun said softly. But I am not. Chen Feng really wanted to say, you are it, but he held back. Chen Chen kept blinking at Chen Feng from a distance, as if asking Chen Feng to keep Su Jingyun. Chapter 33 Cooking Showdown. But Chen Feng did not do so in the end. Su Jingyun had her own career, and Chen Feng did not want to become a hindrance on her way forward. Or maybe Chen Feng was not good enough yet to make Su Jingyun stop for him. Since you have to leave eventually, just be generous and graceful so that you will cherish each other more when you see each other again in the future. Brother Chen, come on, defeat Shan Gui. It's a pity that I can't cheer and celebrate for you from the audience. Su Jingyun said to Chen Feng before leaving. Don't worry. I can't guarantee anything else, but I'm absolutely sure that I can defeat Valley One. Chen Feng waved goodbye to Su Jingyun. Chen Chen pulled at the window, watching the car leave with tears in her eyes. Why is Mom leaving again, Dad? Didn't you promise me that our family would be together forever? Chen Feng held Chen Chen in his arms. It's almost there, just wait a little longer. The relationship between Chen Feng and Su Jingyun has been progressing at a rapid pace. It can be seen that Su Jingyun has a good impression of both Chen Feng and Chen Chen, but due to his identity and status, he has been suppressing his inner feelings and dares not release them. Su Jingyun asked Chen Feng several times in a roundabout way who Chen Chen's mother was, and Chen Feng always told her seriously that Chen Chen's mother was her. This made Su Jingyun both angry and amused, and he said that Chen Feng was not serious. Finally, Chen Feng asked, if all this is true, what would you do? Su Jingyun remains silent. Although the queen has passed away, the popularity of Chushinju is still high. Nomura across the street has been left far behind, and only Chao Yishuan's fans are struggling to support it. Chao Yishuan was so angry that she disguised herself and came to Chushinju to see if the fried rice here was really as delicious as the outside world said. Sister Chiao, this is not a good idea. We have received money from Nomura. It would be embarrassing if they found out. Chao Yishuan's agent said. What's the big deal? After work tonight, we can use our private time to go for a walk across the street. They won't be able to interfere with this. Chao Yishuan snorted. The lights came on, the crowds dispersed, and Chen Feng could finally take a short break. But before I could sit down, 2 more people came in, wearing masks and in a hurry. Give us 2 bowls of egg fried rice. Chao Yishuan knocked on the table. The total is 398. Would you like to pay in cash or by card? Asked the waiter. It's so expensive. Xiao Yishuan was shocked when she realized the price. She thought the business was booming because the store offered low prices to attract customers, but she didn't expect that this bowl of egg fried rice would overturn her idea. Seeing the sales outside, she was a little bit unbelievable. Do you have a discount? Xiao Yishuan asked curiously. No discounts. The waiter's words surprised Xiao Yishuan again. If it were selling so well without a discount, it would make no sense. Give me 2 bowls to try. Xiao Yishuan paid the bill and found a secluded corner to sit down. Soon, 2 bowls of egg fried rice were served. The rice grains emitted a golden glow, which was very tempting and had a rich aroma. It looked delicious at first glance. Xiao Yishuan couldn't help swallowing her saliva. This looks pretty good, and it must taste good. Now I finally know why so many people are flocking to it. The boss is really good at cooking. Xiao Yishuan picked up the spoon, scooped a small mouthful and put it into her mouth. The slightly hot rice grains entered her mouth, bringing her the ultimate enjoyment. She snorted softly, how can it be so delicious? Is this really egg fried rice? Xiao Yishuan couldn't help but want to meet Chen Feng. Anyone who can make this kind of fried rice must be no ordinary person. No wonder he was favored by the Queen Su Jingyun and came here. The feeling was similar to the century-old snake soup she tasted at a farm at the foot of Changbai Mountain 10 years ago. After Chao Yishuan finished eating the fried rice, an inspiration suddenly came to her mind. She imitated Su Jingyun's songs, and always had a feeling that she was willing but not able to do it when she sang. Now she finally found the reason, that is, if she had never tasted such delicious fried rice, she would not be able to sing out that feeling. She had the form but not the method. Sister Chiao, what's wrong? The agent asked when he saw Xiao Yishuan was stunned. Xiao Yishuan came back to her senses. I know the meaning of my queen's words, and why she said that at the concert. What is going on? The agent looked confused. Thanks to the fried rice, the queen must have eaten this fried rice, so she was inspired to create the song, Delicious Food. I have been imitating it for so long but couldn't sing it. Now I finally understand the source of the inspiration for this song. Xiao Yishuan said excitedly. Xiao Yishuan was so absorbed in her thoughts for a moment that she was recognized by the people around her, causing an uproar. Isn't Xiao Yishuan the artist invited by Nomura across the street to help out? How ironic that even she came to Chushinju to eat egg fried rice. Xiao Yishuan, tell me, which one is better, this egg fried rice or Nomura's food? Nomura is just a piece of trash. He actually bribed people to frame Chushinju. And you are promoting Nomura. What is your intention? Xiao Yishuan suddenly became the focus of everyone and was pointed at by people around her. She quickly put on a mask and left in a hurry. This matter spread like wildfire, and Shangu was so angry that he wanted to terminate the contract with Xiao Yishuan, and Xiao Yishuan readily agreed. Now Nomura is in a situation where everyone is pushing him down, and the rise of Chushinju is unstoppable. After Xiao Yishuan terminated her contract with Nomura, she stopped hiding her feelings and went directly to Chushinju for dinner. She met Chen Feng, the person she wanted to see the most. Xiao Yishuan was slightly surprised to see that Chen Feng already had a daughter. Boss Chen, you were so young and your daughter is already this big, I can't tell. Getting married early, cough cough. Chen Feng explained. Xiao Yishuan expressed her admiration for Chen Feng's cooking skills, but Chen Feng just responded indifferently, which made Xiao Yishuan even more interested in Chen Feng. Chen Chen kept shaking his head. Daddy is so outstanding, it's really a headache. There are always girls thinking about him. What can I do? No, I must protect Daddy for Mama. Chen Chen brought a stool, sat not far away, and looked at Chen Feng. When Chen Feng turned around, Chen Chen had fallen asleep on the table. He carried Chen Chen home. Chen Chen was still murmuring in his sleep, Daddy, you already have a mom. Chen Feng was touched. He covered Chen Chen with the quilt and then walked out of the room. Tomorrow is the final moment, and it will also be the culmination of the showdown between Chinese cuisine and Japanese cuisine. The 100 public judges from all over Raochang have been getting impatient. This time it's not just about the personal grudge between Chen Feng and Shan Gui, but also about the ranking of the two countries' cuisines. Everyone is looking forward to it. Many Japanese students came here just to watch the game. Early the next morning, the streets outside were already crowded with people. Chen Feng saw many familiar faces, including the fat man wearing a red headscarf, the old diners who had supported him for a long time, Chen Xian, Su Miaoyin, Meng Meng, Gu Jia, and so on. As soon as Chen Feng appeared, they cheered for him loudly. Thank you all for coming. I'm hosting a celebration banquet at home tonight. You all have to come, Chen Feng said to them. On the other side, a group of people in the valley were already on full alert. The competition was about to begin, and everyone's heart was in their throat, waiting quietly. Shan Gui, you, Nomura, have already lost half the battle. This time, I will make you lose completely. Chen Feng said calmly. In terms of turnover and sales volume, Chushinju is more than 10 times ahead of Nomura, so it gets the first point. Shangu would never have thought of these things in his dreams. His face looked very ugly, but he still pretended to be calm and said, Chen Feng, don't be too confident. It's still uncertain who will win. You are so confident. It will be embarrassing if you lose. The game was already full of tension before it even started. Both parties were confident in their cooking skills, and soon both sides were ready. Before the game, Shan Gui did not forget to mock Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you can't just cook egg fried rice, right? A bowl of fried rice is enough to defeat you. Chen Feng replied. In front of Shan Gu, various fresh ingredients were laid out in order. It seemed that he was planning to make many kinds of dishes and wanted to win by quantity. Chapter 34 Fried Rice vs. Sushi. The people in Nomura mocked him, saying, I think he can only cook egg fried rice. I'm afraid he can't cook other dishes well. The cooking competition is a competition of cooking skills. If you can only make fried rice with egg, it will be laughed at if it gets out. Hu Fei was also a little nervous. After all, every time he cooked a dish, the food judges would taste it and vote. If he cooked 3 identical dishes in a row, it would not be popular in the end because the judges had eaten it before and it would no longer be fresh to them. Even if I cook 3 plates of fried rice, you are still no match for me. Chen Feng declared. How arrogant! I want to see how delicious your fried rice is. My cooking is learned from the best chef in Hokkaido, Miyamoto Keiichi. His ancestor was the royal chef of Yamato. Shangu's face was full of pride when he mentioned his teacher. The Japanese students around were all in awe when they heard this. Mr. Miyamoto Jinyu? He is one of the most prestigious chefs in Japan. I didn't expect that Yagumi Koen is Mr. Jinyu's student. No wonder the master's cooking skills are so superb. It is true that a good teacher produces good students. While they were praising each other, Chen Feng had already cooked the egg fried rice. With a bang, he placed the plate of egg fried rice on the table. The aroma filled the air and drifted far away. Everyone who smelled it couldn't help but take a deep breath. It smells so good. This egg fried rice smells too good. It's not scientific. Shangu's face changed slightly. He has always been proud of his cooking skills. Only now did he realize that Chen Feng's reputation was not in vain. Even he couldn't help but want to taste this egg fried rice. Shangu calmed down. He knew that if he didn't show his true ability, he would probably fail today. It would be a small matter if he lost, but he just revealed where his master came from in order to show off. If he lost, wouldn't it bring shame to his master's school? Shangui also started cooking various dishes. With his superb knife skills, cutting vegetables became an art. Watching the chef cooking is a feast for the eyes. The onlookers were stunned by the duo's superb cooking skills. They had never imagined that there were so many ways to cook and it was so entertaining. Come on, Dad. Chen Chen put his hands together in the shape of a trumpet and said to Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled at Chen Chen and saluted. Soon, Shangui's first dish, palace sushi, was ready. In the first round, egg fried rice versus palace sushi. The public judges were divided into two groups and took turns tasting. Tasty. It's delicious. The judges who tasted the imperial sushi all said so and gave it high praise. On the other hand, those judges who ate Chen Feng's egg fried rice strangely didn't even give him a word of praise. Shangu was a little puzzled. He turned around and was suddenly in a state of confusion. The judges had actually started fighting. Fuck, you ate too much. Leave some for me, damn it. I'll beat you to death. The onlookers were all stunned. What on earth was going on? Why did they start a fight? We finally pulled them apart and asked them the reason, only to find out that it was due to uneven distribution. Chen Feng touched his head and said, well, if there's not enough fried rice, why don't you just tell me? Is it necessary to fight? Since Chen Feng's egg fried rice was sold out, Chen Feng had to fry 2 more plates and divide them into 100 small portions so that all the judges could taste it. After the tasting, the judges began to vote. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng was far ahead of Shangui with 90 votes. The remaining 10 people were bribed by Shangui in advance. If not, Shangui would have lost even more miserably. Baiga, do you guys know anything about food? How can fried rice compare to sushi? I seriously question your professionalism. Shangu said angrily. Nomura's people quickly grabbed him and said, Mr. Yami, calm down. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it after the competition is over, okay? It would be irrational to offend the judges at this critical moment. After all, the decision of victory or defeat is in their hands. Calm down, Shangu. It's well known that Chen Feng's egg fried rice is delicious, but after the judges tried it, they didn't find it fresh the second time. Shangu still has a lot of dishes to cook. I think it's Shangu's turn to cook next. After hearing this, Shangu calmed down a little. Yes, for the second dish, I will make the famous Japanese sashimi, which will definitely make a comeback. Sashimi, also known as sashimi, means raw fish slices. It is the representative of Japanese cuisine and can be called the national dish of Japan. In Japan, serving raw fish slices is the highest etiquette for state banquets or civilian banquets. Shangui signaled his men to fish out a few fresh fish from the water, kill them right after catching them, skin them, remove the bones, and cut them into paper-thin transparent slices. Shangui deliberately showed off his knife skills, and very quickly, everyone around him could not help but be impressed and amazed by his knife skills. Soon, a plate of fresh sashimi came out of the oven. Shangu poured the cooked mustard and condiments on it, and it became a rare delicacy. Chen Feng, my second dish is sashimi. Are you going to order fried rice with egg? Shangu said sarcastically. Chen Feng smiled slightly, grabbed a kitchen knife from the chopping board, turned it several times in his hand, and then chopped it on the chopping board. His knife skills were equally superb, not half inferior to Shangu's. Chen Feng took out 2 potatoes from the bag, threw them into the air, and then the kitchen knife flew. Everyone saw the potato skins being peeled off and the potatoes were cut into strips before they fell in the air. The shapes and sizes were exactly the same, which was jaw-dropping. Fatty, Chen Sihan, and the others all exclaimed, "Oh my god, old Chen is really good at using the knife. I am impressed by how you can even cut potatoes into flowers." Shangu's skill in cutting sashimi was immediately compared to others, and he couldn't help but snort, showing off. Hu Fei couldn't stand it anymore and retorted, "Why didn't you say you were showing off when you were wielding the knife just now? You should admit that you are not as skilled as others." Chen Feng put the shredded potatoes on a plate and turned on the fire. The first dish was spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Since Shangu said that he only knows how to make fried rice with egg, I will surprise them today. Those who said I only know how to make fried rice with egg, look carefully. In full view of everyone, Chen Feng began to stir-fry the shredded potatoes. He completed all the steps in one go and it was perfect. A group of people in the valley immediately shut their mouths. Is this spicy and sour potato shreds? I've never seen Chen Feng make it before. It seems like he can get rid of the nickname of the three-dish chef. He's very secretive. If it weren't for this battle with the Japanese cooking master, Chen Feng might have kept it a secret for a long time. Humph, how bad. You know so many dishes, but you always focus on fried rice with egg. I'm tired of it. Su Miaoyin snorted. All these ingredients come from the system, and after being transformed into a fragrant dish by Chen Feng's hands, the judges are salivating at the sight. The second round is between sashimi and spicy and sour shredded potatoes. This time, all the judges swarmed around Chen Feng, and only a few went to Valley 1. Go eat sashimi, why are you joining in the fun here? Didn't you vote for Valley 1 in the last round? A sharp-eyed person noticed that a judge who had voted for Valley 1 wanted to eat spicy and sour potato shreds, and immediately scolded him. Damn, you can recognize me among so many people? You are too amazing. The man said with a guilty conscience. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Under the overwhelming public outcry, the man had no choice but to go across the street to eat sashimi. The aroma and appearance are really mouth-watering. 50 people picked up their chopsticks at the same time, and the plate of spicy and sour potato shreds was quickly finished. Chen Feng had to fry another plate. After everyone had tasted 2 dishes, a new round of voting began. Shan Gui suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The person next to him comforted him, "Mr. Shan Gu, please rest assured. Sashimi is the best of all dishes, and you learned from Mr. Miyamoto. How can a plate of spicy and sour potato shreds compare to it?" That's right. No matter how delicious the spicy and sour potato shreds are, they can't compare to the deliciousness of fish. This is determined by the ingredients. Chen Feng saw a potato shred dropped on the table. He flicked his finger and it fell into the man's mouth. His words suddenly stopped, he chewed subconsciously, and his whole body was petrified. Chapter 35, The Ultimate Move. A strong sour and extremely spicy taste rushed into his mouth, making him feel like he was flying into the clouds. The man held his head with both hands, and fell into a state of madness. Nanny, how can there be such delicious potatoes in the world? He turned his gaze to Chen Feng and said, "I take back what I said just now. Your potato shreds are indeed extraordinary and are top-notch delicacies. The best sashimi I have ever eaten is not as good as this spicy and sour potato shreds." As he said this, he lowered his head and bowed to Chen Feng in shame. Chen Feng simply said, "Don't be so confident next time. It's easy to sprain your tongue in a strong wind." Soon, the votes were tallied together, and Chen Feng was leading Shan Gui with an absolute majority of votes. This time, 3 of the 10 judges that Shan Gui bribed defected and voted for Chen Feng. Shan Gu's face was extremely ugly. Chen Feng's 2 rounds of crushing victories had pushed him into a desperate situation. If he could not fight back, what would await him would be a loss of reputation, and even the Nomura farmhouse would lose to Chen Feng. This was something he couldn't bear. Shan Gu slammed the table, and the kitchen utensils and ingredients on the table flew up. He began to mix them at a very fast speed. Everyone was just startled by his action at first, and then all the Japanese students became excited. Is this the ultimate dish? Someone said almost tremblingly. Oh my god, I didn't expect that I would be able to see such a miraculous ultimate dish. Shan Gu's flour arranging technique won the applause of these international students. Others also learned from the people here what the ultimate dish is. This dish is also called golden dish, which was only enjoyed by emperors in ancient times. The ultimate dish is a bit like the Chinese Manchu Han banquet, which is a hodgepodge of dozens of dishes. For an ordinary cooking master, cooking 2 or 3 dishes at the same time is already the limit, but Shan Gui can actually cook more than 10 dishes at the same time, and make them delicious. The difficulty coefficient is very high. If he can really do it, it can be called a miraculous skill. As Shangu prepared the food, he glanced at Chen Feng with contempt. I will never lose this time. Chen Feng placed a spoonful of oil in the pot and began to cut the meat. The ingredients provided by the system were all top quality from the world of the universe. After Chen Feng cut them, he put them in the oil pan. A scent of meat wafted out and the people around him were salivating just by smelling it. Chen Feng swung the spoon in his hand, adding various ingredients and seasonings. About 10 minutes later, a plate of extremely tempting braised pork appeared. The fat man was so excited that he almost jumped up. Red braised pork, it's my favorite. I just received my manuscript fee. I must go and eat it tomorrow, no matter how expensive it is. After Chen Feng finished cooking the braised pork, he did not stop but continued cooking. He even started another pot and cooked in 2 pots at the same time. He was cutting fish with one hand and tofu with the other. Soon the fish and tofu were poured into the pot and stewed together. Chen Feng closed the lid and began to cook the ribs. Just now it was the Japanese students who were shouting, now it was Hu Fei and the others' turn to cheer for Chen Feng. How did Brother Chen do this? This is amazing. Crazy man, why did you cook all the dishes I like today? You are not secretly in love with me. The fat man had just finished speaking when he was stepped on by someone and grimaced in pain. Su Miaoying glanced at Su Qing and said nothing. Whoever stepped on me, stand up. The fat man shouted, if you dare to step on someone, stand up. The fat man smelled the fragrance, stopped talking, and madly inhaled the fragrance in the air. Those who were discussing the ultimate dish just now also turned their eyes to Chen Feng. About 10 minutes later, Chen Feng's 3 dishes were ready. Each had its own characteristics, but they all had one thing in common, which was temptation. They could only watch but couldn't eat, and the onlookers were going crazy. Over in the valley, there are also many varieties of dishes, with the ultimate hodgepodge of various cuisines placed on the table, which is also eye-catching. The judges were all in a very good mood. No one was in a better position than them. Being able to taste the delicious food firsthand was priceless. The third round was the ultimate showdown, with Shangui's ultimate dish versus Chen Feng's 3 dishes, braised pork, fish head stewed with tofu, and sweet and sour spare ribs. Just now, due to the limited number of dishes, the judges only tasted a little and didn't get enough of them. Now they are even more eager to try. Some people tried the valley one first because of its reputation as the ultimate dish, and they were full of praise for it. Yes, it tastes great. It is worthy of being the ultimate dish. It really lives up to its reputation. It's even better than the previous 2 dishes. After all the judges tasted the food, not one gave a bad review, all of them said it was good. This made Shan Gui regain his confidence, and a smile appeared on his face when he heard their words. Soon, the public judges came to Chen Feng and tasted the food one by one. The first judge who picked up his chopsticks tasted the flavor first, and he seemed to be possessed. He even wanted to run aside with the plate. The people behind him were quick to stop him. These people acted like gentlemen when they were enjoying the food just now, but now they brazenly started snatching food and even fighting each other. The situation became out of control. Are you a starving ghost? There are still so many tofu, why are you eating so quickly? A man picked up a piece of tofu and put it in his mouth, and the people next to him immediately scolded him. The situation of scrambling for fried rice just now happened again. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Aren't these people well-educated, cultured scholars and food critics who have been screened through various levels? How could they fight each other so many times? Hey, have you had enough fighting? We've finished eating, why are you still fighting? Chen Feng shouted, and those people realized that the food had already been fought over, and they all felt a little ashamed. We should be able to vote now, right? Chen Feng asked again. The public judges began to vote, and in the end Chen Feng got more than 90 votes again, 3 wins out of 3. Shangu looked as if he was dead, and some of them did not quite believe the result. How could this happen? I don't accept it. He walked over, picked up the plate of fish head and tofu, drank the last bit of soup, and straightened up, his hands trembling slightly. It doesn't make sense, fish head and tofu actually made me cry. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his hands, and finally understood where he had lost. Finally, the people from the notary office announced the result of the competition. Chushinju won the competition and also obtained the management rights of Nomura Farmhouse. Chen Chen threw himself into Chen Feng's arms. Dad is great, I knew you would win. Mom will be very happy when she knows. I will send her a WeChat message when I get back. I just took a short video for Dad. Chen Feng walked back holding Qinchin, and the crowd followed him along the way. Hu Fei's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. The heavy stone that had been pressing on his chest for more than half a year finally fell off his chest, and he felt relieved. The video of Chen Feng's battle against Shan Gui was uploaded to the internet, received countless hits, and even became a hot topic on Weibo. Su Jingyun came back from the concert and received news from Qinchin. She was also happy for Chen Feng. Chen Feng held a celebration banquet in the villa, and new and old friends gathered together. Although there were no ingredients provided by the system, with Chen Feng's current cooking skills, the dishes he cooked were also delicious. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was a little tipsy. Su Qing looked at Chen Feng with drunken eyes, somewhat confused and bewildered. There are still many rooms in the villa, so these drunk people have no shortage of accommodation. Chen Feng sent Qinchin back to the room. Qinchin looked at Chen Feng seriously. Dad, please don't do anything to let Mom down. Chen Feng nodded. Don't worry, Dad won't do that. Chen Feng cooked a pot of sobering soup. After drinking it, those who were drunk became a little more sober, but there were some who were unwilling to sober up. Su Jingyun sent a voice message to Chen Feng, asking him to go to bed early and not drink too much. How did Su Jingyun know that I was drinking? Chen Feng wondered. He quickly thought of Qinchin. It must be his beloved daughter who reported me. Taking advantage of being a little drunk, Chen Feng called Su Jingyun. Su Jingyun answered the phone after a while, probably because he walked to a secluded corner. Brother Chen, congratulations on winning the competition. It's a pity that I wasn't there to watch it. I saw the video that Qinchin sent me. Your cooking posture is very handsome. Su Jingyun laughed. By the way, it seems like I have never eaten some of the dishes you cooked this time before. Boss Chen, you are really not nice. Su Jingyun said. Chen Feng was embarrassed. Next time, when you come back, I will cook it for you alone. Chapter 36 New Dishes. Then it's settled. Su Jingyun said in a very relaxed tone. Ever since she entered the entertainment industry, she has never had a sense of belonging. Even though she has won the top spot in the Chinese music scene and received many Golden Melody Awards, she is not necessarily happy. But for Chen Feng, a bowl of fried rice gives her the happiness that the Golden Melody Awards cannot give her. Delicious food makes people happy. This sentence is the best to describe it. Thinking back to when he left, Chen Feng looked so silly, wanting to grab her hand but not daring to, and finally scratching his head the moment she looked back. She felt particularly warm. But she was afraid to get too close and couldn't help herself. There are many shining points in Chen Feng, but also many mysteries. Who is Qinchin's mother and why did she cruelly abandon Qinchin and Chen Feng? These all make her confused. When will you be back? Chen Feng asked. Su Jingyun thought for a moment and said, I won't be free anytime soon. I have to work on my concert and new album. It may be next month. Chen Feng felt a little disappointed, but he quickly returned to normal. The Queen and he were from 2 different fields, so it was precious for them to be able to be together for a short time. Hee hee, Dad, you are so stupid. Mom is busy, so we can go see her. Qinchin appeared beside Chen Feng at some point and replied. Chen Feng was startled. Aren't you asleep? You little brat, eavesdropping on adults talking. The Queen laughed so hard on the other end of the phone. Brother Chen, I think Qinchin is right. You can come and see me. I will be staying in Flower City for a while. It is spring like all year round here and the scenery is pleasant. I believe you will like it here. Okay, I'll come over after I'm done with this busy period. Chen Feng agreed. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng wiped Qinchin's nose and said, Go back to sleep. Let's go see Mom tomorrow. Qinchin blinked and said mischievously. Not tomorrow. I have a lot of things to do here and I can't leave for the time being. Chen Feng's words made Qinchin a little sad. Dad promises you that I will take you there as soon as I'm done with my work here, okay? Chen Feng saw Qinchin's little mouth pouting, and his heart almost melted with grievance, so he quickly gave in. Ha, I knew that Daddy is the best to me. Qinchin ran away happily. Chen Feng smiled slightly, as if everything was moving in a good direction. Keep it up, come on. In this chef competition, Shushenzhu became the biggest winner. Not only did it gain fame in Raochang, it also earned a large amount of funds. Some venture capital companies have already contacted Hu Fei and want to invest. After consulting Chen Feng, Hu Fei refused. Although Hu Fei is now the nominal legal representative of the company, everyone knows that the boss behind the scenes is actually Chen Feng. With abundant funds on hand, Chen Feng invested a lot of financial and material resources in the construction of Chushanju. The abandoned amusement park also began to be rebuilt, and the lake at the foot of the mountain was planned from the inside out. The entire Chushan residence has a brand new look and has begun to take on the scale and appearance of a hotel resort. The Nomura opposite was also taken over by Hu Fei, who used it as a branch of Chushanju and is currently undergoing renovation and planning. Shan Gui returned to his country very unwillingly. He wanted to ask his senior brother Kawashima Shirzwa to come out of retirement. Kawashima Shirzwa was known as the new generation of Beihai food god, and his cooking skills were even better than Shan Gui. A new day, a new atmosphere. When Chen Feng walked into Chushanju, he found that not only the appearance and layout of the hotel had changed, but even the mental outlook of the people working here was completely new. Joy was overflowing from the inside to the outside, and all the waiters had smiles on their faces. It was a world of difference from the first time Chen Feng came here to eat. Brother Feng. Seeing Chen Feng coming, everyone called out respectfully. Hu Fei found Chen Feng with the menu and said, "Brother Feng, the hotel has been upgraded, so should the menu also be updated? Our hotel can finally say goodbye to the era of fried rice." Chen Feng took a look at the menu and found that no dishes had been added. The last time, the dumplings were added automatically by the system, so why weren't they added this time? Chen Feng walked into the kitchen with the menu. "Leave the menu update to me." Chen Feng entered the system and found that the funds he had unlocked had unknowingly reached a huge amount of 50 million, of which 20 million was the reward for the last mission to defend the glory of the Chinese food industry. When the amount of money unlocked in the system reaches 100 million, the main task will be opened. By completing the main task, you can obtain various titles. Each title is a professional skill. For example, if you obtain the title of pastry master, you can master all kinds of pastries. The ultimate title is the King of Gourmet Food, which combines all the delicacies from around the world into one, making him the undisputed king of the chef world. "It's a long and arduous journey," Chen Feng said with emotion, estimating that even if he completed the 1 billion quota given by the system, he would not be able to achieve this honor. The menu appeared on the system page, with 10 dish options below, which Chen Feng needed to actively add. After Chen Feng checked the box for the braised pork, a line of words braised pork appeared on the menu in his hand. In addition, the price was also marked at the back, $29.99 per plate. This price is simply shocking. The average person's monthly salary is only 3,000 yuan, and this braised pork is actually. The loss was huge. Chen Feng remembered that he had cooked several new dishes in the cooking competition yesterday and did not charge any money. Looking at the fish head tofu, it is also extremely expensive, 2,000 per plate. The price of spicy and sour potato shreds is the same as that of fried pork with peppers, 999 per plate. Sweet and sour spare ribs cost 2,000 yuan per plate. The price of this dish is enough to discourage 99% of people. It seems that the era of fried rice in restaurants is far from over, and it is the mainstream now and in the future. Chen Feng added these dishes to the menu and set a quantity limit, cooking only 3 plates a day. Chen Feng handed the new menu to Hu Fei. Hu Fei took a look and his eyes almost fell to the ground. "Brother Feng, is the price wrong? It's so expensive, will anyone come to eat?" "There is nothing wrong with it, just post it," Chen Feng said lightly. Seeing that Chen Feng insisted, Hu Fei had no choice but to take the menu out. When the new menu came out, it immediately attracted a large number of diners to stop and watch, and then a burst of exclamations broke out. "Are you kidding me? I was planning to try some new dishes, but I didn't expect them to be so expensive. I can't afford them. I can't afford it. I thought the pork with peppers was expensive enough, but I didn't expect the braised pork would be even more expensive." The fat man took a taxi to the restaurant and found a large group of people surrounding a wall. "Wow, so many people, what are they looking at? Oh my god, there are new dishes. Do you have braised pork?" When the fat man saw the word menu, he excitedly squeezed to the front. A beautiful woman in front said, "Stop squeezing, my milk is all squeezed out." When everyone heard the sound, they quickly made way for her, and saw a beautiful woman holding a bag of yogurt in her hand with a slightly red face. "What are you all looking at me for? You squeezed out my yogurt. Am I wrong?" The beautiful woman snorted. That's right," everyone said in unison. The fat man squeezed to the front and saw the braised pork on the menu. He burst into laughter. His laughter puzzled the people around him. "Fatty, why are you laughing so happily just looking at a menu? Is it so funny? Sorry, I'm too excited. The fat man walked through the crowd and came to the front desk. Give me a plate of braised pork. The fat guy only earns 3 or 4,000 a month. He has to grit his teeth and shiver for a while to eat a plate of braised pork. And after eating this meal, he probably won't be able to eat fried rice with egg for more than 10 days. But there was nothing he could do. He was too greedy. The fat guy had been talking about it for days. The website required him to work hard for days. After eating this bowl of braised pork, he could go back to seclusion and write some new words. The girl at the front desk glanced at the fat man. When this menu came out, most people would be deterred from looking at it, but this fat man was the first one to try it. Could he be a rich man? When the girl at the front desk thought of this, she somehow added the fat guy's WeChat. This was a real surprise for the fat guy. Chen Feng brought out the braised pork. Fatty, why are you so generous today and willing to eat braised pork? Is it because your novel is a big hit? Not really, I did this purely to show my support for my buddy, plus I have a special liking for braised pork. The fat man's eyes lit up when he saw the fragrant braised pork on the plate. Chapter 37 Qinshan's School Problems. When the fat man saw the braised pork, he trembled and could hardly speak clearly. He picked up a piece with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. His little eyes narrowed slightly and he looked like he was enjoying it very much. The meat is plump and not greasy. It is top quality. If it's made by a madman, it must be top quality. The money is worth it. The fat man gave a thumbs up and praised after eating. The fat man picked up his chopsticks repeatedly and soon finished the bowl of meat. In the end, the fat man even drank up the oil in the bowl in one gulp, which stunned the people around him. I finally understand why you are so fat. Someone sighed. The fat man was quite embarrassed. Actually, I'm not like this on weekdays. It's just that this braised pork is so delicious. Chen Feng said goodbye to the fat man and returned to the kitchen. He saw Chen happily chatting with a young woman in professional attire outside the door. Dad, she is the teacher Xiaoyu I told you about. She is the teacher at the kindergarten behind. Chen explained. The woman stood up and stretched out her fair hand. Hello, you must be Qinshan's parent. I see that your daughter is well behaved and smart, and she is already so old. I wonder if you have any intention of sending her to school. Our school is quite famous in the area, and many children of leaders of government agencies are sent to school there. Teacher Xiaoyu, please come in and sit for a while. I'll pour you a glass of water. Chen Feng invited her in. Chen Feng had never taken care of a child before and didn't understand many things. Now he thought that Qinshan was indeed old enough to go to school. Teacher Xiaoyu, would you like something to eat? Chen Feng asked. No, things here are quite expensive. I heard that. Are you a waiter here? Xiaoyu was a little restrained. I'm the chef here. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Chef, then you must know the amazing chef here. I heard that the dishes he cooks are delicious. It's a pity that my salary is not high, so I can't afford to come here for a meal. Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed. From her dress, we can tell that Xiaoyu should be a simple person, but her attitude towards life is optimistic and positive. She does not pursue fashion and has her own insights into life. Chen Feng suddenly didn't know how to continue the conversation, so he had to just follow Xiaoyu's words. Oh, I know him. I have a good relationship with him. The meal is free. Are you sure you don't want to come? Chen Feng said. No, that's not a good idea. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. These 2 days are the registration time for kindergarten. You should hurry up and take Qinshan to register. Xiaoyu insisted. Chen Feng looked at Xiaoyu's departing back and thought that this female teacher was a good person with a warm heart. He felt relieved to let Qinshan study with her. Dad, what were you talking about just now? Qinshan ran over and asked. Qinshan, do you want to go to school? That way you will have many friends to play with. Chen Feng said to Qinshan. Qinshan nodded. Okay, Qinshan likes playing with children the most. In the afternoon, Chen Feng took a leave and took Qinshan to the kindergarten. The kindergarten is large in scale, with complete facilities, and there is a constant stream of people coming to register. Chen Feng took Qinshan in and soon saw the busy teacher Xiaoyu registering students' information. Qinshan waved to teacher Xiaoyu. Teacher Xiaoyu, I'm here to sign up. Brother Chen, you are here. Please sit down for a while. After I finish registering this, I will help you fill out the information. Xiao Yu said with a smile. No rush, you go ahead and do your thing, we'll wait here for a while. Chen Feng took Qinshan to walk around the kindergarten. After helping Qinshan register, it was already a while after get off work. Xiao Yu said to Chen Feng apologetically, I'm so sorry, I didn't notice the time. I should be the one to say sorry. I made you get off work late. Where do you live? I'll give you a ride. Chen Feng raised his car keys. It's on my way. Today's faculty and staff dinner is scheduled at your restaurant, and I want to go too. Now that you mention it, it seems like it's really late. Thank you for trouble. Xiao Yu was stunned when she saw the car keys in Chen Feng's hand. These didn't seem to be the keys to an electric car. When Chen Feng drove the car to her side, the girl was a little surprised. No wonder my mother always told me to marry a doctor or a chef, it turns out that chefs make so much money. Chenshin blinked his eyes and sat in the passenger seat, wondering what he was thinking in his little head. Soon after Xiao Yu got in the car, she received a call from her colleague. Xiao Yu, where are you? Why haven't you come yet? We are almost at Chushinju. Sorry, I'll be there soon. Xiao Yu apologized quickly. Is someone treating us today? Chen Feng asked as he started the car. Xiao Yu nodded, it's the new dean's treat, otherwise we wouldn't want to go. You, the dean of studies, are quite generous. You even went to the kitchen god residence to treat us. Chen Feng said. None of my colleagues had ever been there, but we suggested going there after hearing from a few parents of students that it was delicious, Xiao Yu explained. Soon, the car arrived at the door of Chushinju. Xiao Yu saw the group of people waiting at the door and quickly asked Chen Feng to stop the car. After thanking him, she got out of the car to greet them. Xiao Yu, I can't believe you know such a rich man. The dean widened his eyes and exclaimed at the Aurora logo on the car. Ah? Dean, is this car valuable? I have no idea about cars. He brought his daughter to our school to register today, so he took his car and came here. Xiao Yu said, puzzled. When everyone saw Chen Feng driving directly into the villa area, they all began to inquire about Chen Feng's information. What's his daughter's name, and which class is she in? Xiao Yu answered honestly. After those people got the news about Chen Feng, they were all grinning from ear to ear, but who knows what bad intentions they might have in mind. Let's go in and eat. It's my treat today, so order whatever you want. Don't think about saving money for me. The director said, patting his chest. After a few people sat down, the waiter brought the menu and passed it around. Fuck. This price is too outrageous. The first teacher who saw it cursed. Director, why don't we go eat somewhere else? A teacher suggested. The director waved his hand and said, since we are here, we should make the best of it. It is normal for such a high-end restaurant to have higher prices. I said I am treating you today, so you can order whatever you want. Then I'd like some fried rice with egg. The teacher handed the menu to the next person. As they went in one by one, most people ordered fried rice with egg. No one ordered any dish because the price was too expensive and they were afraid of offending the director. Xiao Yu ordered a serving of xiaolong bao. The director's face looked a little grim. What? Are you afraid that I can't afford the money? You ordered egg fried rice and looked down on me? The teachers hurried to explain. The director got the menu, took a closer look, and suddenly couldn't sit still. He instantly understood that these teachers under him didn't look down on him, but were afraid that the dishes they ordered would be too expensive and offend him. I'll have a bowl of fried rice, too. The director was a little confused and handed the menu to the waiter. However, when he saw that Xiao Yu only ordered one soup dumpling, he felt a little more favorable towards this girl. Xiao Yu, I invited you here for dinner, not for buns. So, just change her buns to egg fried rice, that's okay. The director thought for a moment and said. When the director was paying, he pretended to be calm, but his heart was bleeding. For more than a dozen teachers, that would be several $1,000s. If he had gone to a high-end restaurant for a fancy meal, he could accept spending so much money. But it was just a dozen bowls of fried rice, he really felt uncomfortable. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit awkward, but fortunately the fried rice was served soon. I've heard that the egg fried rice here is delicious, but I didn't expect it to be so expensive. If it weren't for the director, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be willing to come and eat here. I want to try this egg fried rice to see if it's worth the price. It smells so good, I can't wait to taste it. The director took a mouthful of rice with mixed feelings, put it in his mouth, and was immediately stunned. Delicious, this taste is so wonderful, you guys should try it too. Xiaoyu then picked up her chopsticks and started eating. After taking a bite, her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. As expected, you get what you pay for. It makes sense that so many people come to eat here even though it's expensive. Gradually, the only sound in the huge box was the sound of chopsticks colliding with plates, with no other noise. Chapter 38, A Visitor from Beijing. Xiaoyu couldn't help but think of Chen Feng. He must be very happy to be a chef here. There is no limit on the amount of fried rice. He can have as much as he wants. She didn't expect that Chen Feng was the god chef she mentioned. After dinner, everyone was not in a hurry to go back, but walked around the kitchen god residence. The current Shushinju was even more beautiful at night, with flickering lights that set off all kinds of scenery magnificently, making it seem like a paradise on earth. Today is the day when the amusement park reopened, and it is very lively. Many people have made plans to come and play. Xiaoyu has never been to an amusement park since her family was poor when she was young. Now that she has a job, she has no chance to go either. She is standing outside and watching, feeling a little itchy. Chen Feng took Qianqian to play outside the playground. Qianqian kept complaining that the amusement facilities were outdated and not fun. Chen Feng was also helpless. Compared with the playgrounds of the future, this one was definitely outdated. Hey, Dad, isn't that teacher Xiaoyu? Let's go over and say hello. Qianqian suddenly saw a pretty figure in the crowd. Chen Feng walked over holding Qianqian's hand. The crowd was so crowded that he was afraid that if he was not careful, Qianqian and Nyochi would dive into the crowd. Teacher Xiaoyu. Chen Feng said. Brother Chen, Chen. Xiaoyu said happily. Let's go in and play. Chen Feng pointed to the amusement park. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Xiaoyu finally made up her mind. Seeing Xiaoyu wanted to buy a ticket, Chen Feng quickly stopped her and said, You forgot my identity. I'm an internal employee with an employee pass. It's free. Xiaoyu opened her mouth slightly. This is not good. Chen Feng thought to himself, this amusement park belongs to him, and he has to pay for it. If this gets out, people will just laugh at him. After much persuasion, Xiaoyu was pulled in through the employee passage next to it. When the staff saw Chen Feng, they all greeted him respectfully. Good evening, Brother Feng. Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder, is the chef so awesome? When they arrived at the amusement park, Xiaoyu was in high spirits. She wanted to try all the rides and did not forget to bring Qianqian with her. Chen Feng stood below and looked at Qianqian sitting on the carousel with an innocent look on his face and rolling his eyes. Qianqian, this is so much fun. Xiaoyu got off the carousel with a big smile on her face. Teacher, do you know the carousel of the future? It's the kind that will really take you to fly in the sky. It's so fun to play on that kind. Qianqian said seriously. Ah. I really don't know about that. There was some longing in Xiaoyu's eyes. Let's go to the next ride. Chen Feng touched Qianqian's head and said to Xiaoyu. By the way, I still don't know teacher Xiaoyu's last name? Chen Feng asked. My last name is Xie. Xiaoyu replied. Happy times always pass by unknowingly. Qianqian couldn't play many of the projects, but it was getting late after a walk around. After Chen Feng settled Qianqian down, he drove Xiaoyu home. Early the next morning, Qianqian was sent to kindergarten by Chen Feng. When Chen Feng came back, he saw Yuhi and Hu Fei waiting for people at the door. Oh, the two of you who are waiting for you must be important people. Who are you? Chen Feng asked. Hu Fei explained, we have been friends since childhood. Later, his family became rich and moved to Beijing. Now, it is out of our reach. This time, he wants to acquire a listed company in Raochang and come to play for a few days. It seems that the only thing we can offer is food. This is a good opportunity to slap him in the face. He always says that Beijing's food is the best in the world. No problem, this sentence has almost become his catchphrase. I get goosebumps every time I hear it. This time I will make him change his words immediately. Yuhi clapped his hands. Chen Feng raised his hand, then I'll go in first, you guys wait slowly. Not long after Chen Feng left, a small convoy drove in from the door. They were all Lamborghinis. The leading car was this year's limited edition, which was said to be worth 500 million yuan, and it was extremely luxurious. Several bodyguards in black clothes got out of the car first and opened the front door. A gentle man walked out from the driver's seat. Yu He and Hu Fei hurriedly walked up to greet him. Brother Li is becoming more and more impressive. I don't think even the god of gamblers is as impressive as Brother Li, Yu He flattered him. Li Shuwen smiled and greeted the two people. Are you praising me or insulting me? Hu Fei, is this the farm you opened? Yes, it's getting bigger and bigger. Li Shuwen looked around and nodded slightly. Hu Fei was a little embarrassed. This scale now only made Li Shuwen nod slightly. If it was before, it would be insignificant and he would not take it seriously at all. It is true that status determines one's vision. The brothers who used to be his peers have now grown to a level that he needs to look up to. Xiao, long time no see. We'll talk later. Please go in first. Hu Fei invited. After they sat down, Li Shuwen said to Hu Fei, I'm here to see you. I wonder what delicious food you've prepared for me. I'm a bit picky about taste, you know. In the past, I might not have had anything to treat you, but now, forgive me for being frank, as long as you eat this once, you will never forget it. Hu Fei vowed. Li Shuwen was a little surprised. Hu Fei, I haven't seen you for a few years. I found that you have become much more shameless. I will never forget you. The only thing I am proud of is eating. The food in Beijing is the best in the world. In Beijing, I drink imperial wine and eat Manchu and Han banquets. I have eaten all kinds of delicacies. I will never forget them. What do you think, Yu He? Yu He coughed and said, here it comes again, Xiao Wen's catchphrase. I know that Xiao Wen, you have indeed eaten a lot of delicious food and can be said to be knowledgeable, but I agree with Hu Fei's point of view. Once you eat here, you will never forget the taste here. Li Shuwen laughed loudly. Okay, since you are so confident, then I will give it a try and see if what you say is really that mysterious. Soon, the waiter brought up various dishes that were delicious in color, aroma, and taste. Li Shuwen closed his eyes and smelled them. These ingredients, these aromas, are simply perfect. Hu Fei, this. Li Shuwen was stunned. Come, try the signature dish here, egg fried rice. Hu Fei brought a bowl of egg fried rice in front of him. Li Shuwen didn't care about being reserved and just picked up the food and started eating. He was completely immersed in the paradise of food. It's delicious. Egg fried rice is the best test of a chef's skills. It is precisely because it is ordinary that it is more difficult to make a breakthrough. If the perfect level of egg fried rice is compared to 100 points, then an ordinary chef can make egg fried rice to 85 points, and a 5-star chef can make it to 90 points. The higher the score, the harder it is. Even the royal chef can only make it to 95 points. But I dare say this bowl of egg fried rice is perfect. Li Shuwen became more and more excited as he spoke. The few people who came with Li Shuwen were all shocked when they heard Li Shuwen's evaluation. It seemed that they had never heard such a high evaluation from Li Shuwen before. Could it be that the egg fried rice was really that delicious? They couldn't help but pick up the egg fried rice in front of them and started to taste it. And then I really couldn't stop. Perfect, perfect. How come this egg fried rice is so delicious? Oh my god, why did you let me eat such delicious egg fried rice? What if I can never eat it again? Hu Fei coughed and said, you don't have to worry. You can eat egg fried rice every day. You can come here anytime you want. Li Shuwen finished a bowl of egg fried rice. Any more? I'll just eat egg fried rice today. Well, Xiao Wen, each person can only eat one dish a day. This is the rule set by the godly chef, and everyone follows it. You can eat other dishes, they are all produced by the godly chef, and the quality is guaranteed. Yu He was worried that Li Xiaowen would get angry, so he hurriedly said. But Li Xiaowen, who usually has a bad temper, was unusually calm today. He must be a god chef to be able to cook such delicious egg fried rice. God chefs are moody, so it's normal for him to set some rules. I can totally understand that. Well, I'll come back tomorrow and eat other dishes today. Can I meet the godly chef? After tasting the dishes, Li Shuwen was even more awed. He thought to himself that this godly chef had such high attainments in cooking, he must be an elderly and respected man. Wait, don't be in a hurry to meet the chef. Let's first discuss the fact that Beijing's cuisine is the best in the world. Hu Fei and Yu He smiled at each other, and finally regained some face in front of their old friend. Chapter 39 Leisure Time. Li Shuwen was very calm. I take back what I said. The masters are among the common people. The ancients were not deceiving me. Today I know that there are people who can make egg fried rice so delicious. It completely subverts my imagination. It makes me so happy to see you get humiliated. He and Hu Fei both laughed. The three of them hadn't had a heart-to-heart talk for a long time, and meeting each other now brought back some of the childhood feelings. I'll call the chef to come and see you, Hu Fei said, standing up. Li Shuwen quickly stopped him and said, "Stop right there. How can you be so rude to the god chef? I want to visit him in person." Hu Fei was a little surprised. "No, I can just ask him to come over. He is a very easygoing person. Being easygoing doesn't mean you can be presumptuous. He is a magnanimous person and won't bother with you. No need to say more. Hu Fei, lead the way." Li Shuwen felt that Chen Feng was an extraordinary person. Okay. Hu Fei had no choice but to lead the way, and the group headed towards the kitchen in a mighty manner. Li Shuwen was surprised when he saw Chen Feng. "The god chef is so young? I thought he must be old to have such high cooking skills." Chen Feng smiled slightly. "You must be Hu Fei and Yui's childhood playmate." "Yes, my name is Li Shuwen, nice to meet you." Li Shuwen stretched out his hand. The two started chatting. Li Shuwen himself is a food lover and has unique insights into food. At this moment, they talked excitedly and they both felt that they had met each other too late. Hu Fei looked at Li Shuwen warily, wondering if this guy was trying to poach his employees. As expected, Li Shuwen really extended an olive branch. "Brother Chen, you have such superb cooking skills at such a young age. It's really a shame for you to stay in a small Raochang. Why don't you come with me to Beijing to develop your career? Let's set a small goal first, to make 100 million yuan." Hu Fei spat out a mouthful of water. He put down the cup and walked towards this side, but did not speak. Although he didn't want to admit it, he also knew that this was Chen Feng's opportunity and the choice was in Chen Feng's own hands. He could not interfere with Chen Feng's decision. "So what if you are unwilling? You should bless Chen Feng." Li Shuwen looked at Chen Feng, waiting for his answer. Chen Feng smiled. "I am very happy here. I have not considered moving to another place yet. Raochang will soon hold the annual chef competition. I am the favorite to win this year. Could it be that Brother Li was invited by the fried rice master of Xiqing to let me leave Raochang at this critical moment?" Li Shuwen felt relieved after hearing what Chen Feng said. His answer had already explained everything, and the last sentence was just a joke. Fried rice master, whose fried rice can compare to Brother Chen's? I think he'd better admit defeat as soon as possible to avoid embarrassment. Li Shuwen also laughed. A group of people were chatting and laughing, while a middle-aged man not far away clenched his fists and left angrily. He was the fried rice master from Sha County. In the spirit of exchanging ideas with his peers, he wanted to come to Chen Feng to learn from him, but he unexpectedly heard Chen Feng and others slandering him. How could he not be angry? There were two people waiting outside, a man and a woman, who seemed to be the fried rice master's apprentices. "Master, what's going on?" "Humph, this so-called Chen Feng is an arrogant fellow who dares to tease me. I will defeat him in this cooking competition with my own hands and let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." The man clenched his fists, and veins on his arms were exposed. It was obvious at a glance that he was an expert. Not only was he a superb cook, but he was also very skilled in martial arts. "What?" I helped the master to vent his anger. The male apprentice was irritable and wanted to rush forward. "Xiao Shang! Stop right there, don't be rude, come back with me," the man scolded. Xiao Shang stepped back, but there was still resentment on his face. "Ting, Xiao Shang, this is what I taught you. Practicing martial arts can strengthen your body, but you should not be competitive. It's just that there is no future in practicing martial arts now, so we changed our career to make fried rice. But even if we are making fried rice, we must remember not to conflict with others," the man said. Ting and Xiaoxing quickly clasped their hands. "Yes, master." They were dressed in tang suits, talked about martial arts, and made fried rice, which attracted special attention. Soon, people gathered around to watch. To avoid attracting attention, the three of them left in a hurry. Chen Feng didn't know all this, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't take it seriously. At noon, Chen Feng went to pick up Chen Chen from school. Teacher Xiaoyu sent Chen Chen out and personally handed him to Chen Feng. "Teacher Xiaoyu, is Chen Chen behaving well in school?" Chen Feng asked. Chen Chen stuck out his tongue and said, "Daddy, of course I am very well behaved." "Is there any need to ask that?" Teacher Xiaoyu touched Qinchen's head and said, Qinchen is very smart. She can understand things very quickly. I think she can finish learning all the textbook knowledge in a few days. All our teachers praise her. That's good. Sorry to trouble you. Chen Feng said with a smile. You're welcome. Brother Chen, I'll leave Chen to you. I'm going to eat too. Xiaoyu waved her hand. Teacher Xiaoyu, please come to my house for dinner. My dad's cooking is delicious. Chen grabbed Xiaoyu's sleeve. This is not a good idea. Xiaoyu was a little shy. There's nothing wrong with it. Get in the car. I can see that Chen likes being with you very much. I feel relieved to have you help take care of Chen. Chen Feng opened the car door. When they got home, Chen Feng went to the kitchen to cook. Xiaoyu saw that the villa was a bit messy and started to tidy it up. She blinked and began to doubt Chen Feng's identity. How could a chef afford to live in such a luxurious villa? Chen Feng finished cooking and found that the living room had become tidy. He quickly patted his forehead with his hand and said, Teacher Xiaoyu, please stop. I invited you to come back for dinner, not to do housework. What can I say to you? It's okay, Brother Chen, I'm used to cleaning at home, it's just a piece of cake. Is the food ready? I seem to smell the fragrance. Xiaoyu sniffed twice and suddenly felt a little hungry. It's ready. Stop working. I feel a little embarrassed. Chen Feng brought the dishes over. The three of them sat down quickly. Xiaoyu picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and tasted Chen Feng's cooking. Brother Chen, it's delicious. Are you a god chef? The title of godly chef is just a rumor spread by outsiders. I don't dare to be called the chef. Chen Feng picked up some food for Chen. Chen ate with great relish, shaking his head as he ate. Teacher Xiaoyu, you can come often in the future. Dad and I eat so many dishes every day that we can't finish them all. Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully, but did not agree. After actually knowing Chen Feng's identity, she became a little restrained and not as relaxed as before. This explains Chen Feng's mansion and car. There are top talents in every field. Teacher Xiaoyu, eat your food. Chen Feng shouted when he saw Xiaoyu seemed absent-minded. Oh, okay. Xiaoyu came back to her senses. Back at school, Xiaoyu was still in shock. In the afternoon, which is the slowest time of the day, Chen Feng was bored and started playing live streaming. He clicked into BlackRock Live. Last time, he paid special attention to Meng and Gu Jia's live streaming rooms. Now when he went in, he found that they were really online. Meng was wearing light makeup and was visiting the live broadcast room with Gu Jia, so Chen Feng only needed to click on one person's live broadcast room to see both of them. As they chatted, they talked about food, and naturally mentioned Chen Feng a lot. Boss Chen is getting more and more corrupt. The new dishes he serves are so expensive. I can only watch them. Chen Feng. Many people in the live broadcast room knew the egg fried rice meme. Meng, you are joking. It's just 199 yuan worth of fried rice. How can you not afford it? Gu Jia smiled and said, that's all in the past. Boss Chen's new braised pork sells for 3,000. The crowd in the live broadcast room suddenly became chaotic. 666. Boss Chen is still Boss Chen. He is a ruthless person. It has refreshed my worldview. Poverty limits my imagination. Chen Feng silently gave 10 rockets as a reward and then left. Meng saw the ID of the reward, and Chen Feng said, Gu Jia, look, has Brother Chen been here? He just gave me 10 rockets. It seems to be true. Damn, he came to my live broadcast room too. Gu Jia saw 10 rocket icons rising in her own live broadcast room and immediately burst into swearing. Under normal circumstances, if someone gave them so many rockets as a reward, the two of them would definitely be grateful and would have sent a lot of kisses, but at this moment, they were all cursing. Boss Chen, sir, this must be a temptation for us to go to your place to eat braised pork. Scheming boy, you really put a lot of effort into attracting customers. The live broadcast room exploded. This is the first time I've seen a host scolding a sponsor. I felt sorry for the rich man for a few seconds. He gave so much reward, but was scolded like a dog. Chapter 40 Weird Diner. Chen Feng is probably the only one who was scolded for giving rewards. He is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Those netizens were amused. How deep must the resentment be? Please find out the psychological shadow area of Boss Chen. It's a rare opportunity to give a reward, but I was scolded? Chen Feng was really at a loss for words, and he had no way to complain. He estimated that he would be able to meet these two people soon. After receiving the reward, Chen Feng left without a word, hiding his achievements and fame, and went back to making money. Sure enough, when it was almost evening, he saw Meng Meng and Gu Jia. They must have rushed over as soon as the show went on air. They looked exhausted and happy. Give me a bowl of braised pork and a bowl of fish head tofu. Let Chen Feng serve the dishes to me personally. Meng Meng swiped the card and took Gu Jia to find a seat and sit down. The receptionist found Chen Feng embarrassingly and told him Meng Meng's request. Chen Feng smiled, okay, you go down, I will send it to them in person later. After bringing the braised pork to Meng Meng and the other person's table, Chen Feng had no intention of leaving. He simply pulled a stool and sat down to eat together. Meng Meng was both angry and amused. Boss Chen, you can't be like this. I just asked you to bring it, but I didn't ask you to eat it. Chen Feng picked up a piece of braised pork without hesitation and put it in his mouth. This is not up to you. Ah. The two beauties went crazy and rushed to grab the meat in the bowl. You are not allowed to eat. You unscrupulous boss, you actually ate our braised pork. I'm going to file a complaint against you. I am the boss, who can you complain to? Chen Feng picked up another piece. Gu Jia was the first to laugh. Well, Boss Chen gave us 20,000 yuan today, so he can have a few pieces if he wants. Gu Jia is still sensible. Chen Feng gave a thumbs up. I think he is just trying to get us to spend money in disguise. Boss Chen has a very clever plan. In the end, the money will go back into his own pocket. Meng Meng also started to move. Chen Feng talked to them for a while, and seeing that school was almost over, he went to pick up Chin Chin. When I drove out, I saw an old man standing at the door of Nomura, as still as a clock, like he was a master. He couldn't help but stop the car. Just at this moment, the old man turned around and looked at him with a deep and distant gaze. Old man, is there anything wrong? Chen Feng asked. It's okay now. After the old man said this, he disappeared from the spot, walking as fast as the wind. What a weird guy. Chen Feng muttered. After picking up Chen Chen, Chen Feng returned to Chushinju. Chen Chen got out of the car and went to the backyard to play with Xiaobai. Chen Feng saw the old man in the evening actually walked into the gate of the kitchen god residence. Old man, would you like to eat? A waiter came forward to greet him. Well, give me a bowl of fried rice. The old man sat down and showed no intention of paying. The waiter was a little embarrassed. Old sir, our restaurant has a rule that you have to pay first. How much? The old man asked again. 199, said the waiter. I didn't. The old man said frankly. Damn it. Why are you still here to eat without me? The waiter was a little annoyed. Are you eating a free meal? Chen Feng walked forward and motioned the waiter to leave. Sir, wait a moment, I'll cook it for you right away. The old man nodded slightly and closed his eyes to rest. Chen Feng walked to the front desk and paid 200 yuan. I paid for his meal. Brother Feng, do you know this old man? Hu Fei asked. I don't know him. Not knowing him doesn't stop me from treating him to a bowl of fried rice. Respecting the elderly and loving the young are traditional virtues of the Chinese nation. Chen Feng's words made Hu Fei despise him for a while. He didn't believe that Chen Feng would be so noble. Chen Feng quickly came up with a bowl of egg fried rice and placed it in front of the old man. The old man smelled the fragrance and was moved. It smells so good. Eat slowly. Chen Feng said. Just as Chen Feng was about to turn around and leave, the old man suddenly called out to him, Are you the Chen Feng who defeated the Japanese cooking master? Do you know me? Chen Feng asked, turning around. That's interesting. I came all the way from southern China just to taste the ultimate cuisine of the Japanese cooking master, but I didn't expect to find out that Nomura has gone bankrupt and even the boss has changed. I wanted to beat you up to vent my anger, but now I suddenly think that eating your fried rice is not a bad choice. The old man said to himself. Chen Feng then understood the old man's intention. Chinese cuisine is profound and extensive. Why does the old man want to eat Japanese cuisine? After hearing what Chen Feng said, the old man fell into deep thought. I am determined to eat all over the world, and only eat the best. This is my obsession, you don't understand. Enjoy your meal. Chen Feng smiled. He was really a weird old man. The old man picked up the egg fried rice with his chopsticks and said, I have eaten egg fried rice from many famous chefs. I wonder how this bowl tastes. He took a mouthful of rice and put it in his mouth. Suddenly his eyes were full of surprise. It's delicious. This egg fried rice is the best in the world. Madman. Hu Fei was shocked by the old man's words. The old man devoured the food in no time. In less than a few seconds, the bowl of rice was gone. Good food, give me another bowl. The old man said, patting the table. If you want to eat, come back tomorrow. Chen Feng said to the old man with his hands in his pockets. A hint of anger flashed across the old man's eyes, but he immediately suppressed it. What if I insist on having it today? I advise you to give up this idea. The rules I set must be followed even if the King of Heaven comes. Chen Feng confronted the old man head-on and did not lose the upper hand at all. Ha ha. The old man was moody and suddenly laughed. Interesting, heroes emerge from youth. Although I didn't get to eat the ultimate dish today, I was able to eat such delicious egg fried rice. It's worth the trip. I will come again tomorrow. The old man stood up and threw a golden object at Chen Feng. This is the meal money. How can I, Hong Chi, let you treat me to a meal? Chen Feng stretched out his hand to catch it, and felt his palms numb from the shock. He took a closer look and found that it was actually a gold ingot. Before the old man finished speaking, he had already disappeared in the hall and appeared several meters outside the door. He was indeed a master. Hu Fei came over, picked up the gold ingot and took a bite of it. Fuck, really? How much is this worth? I don't know how much it's worth, but I saw someone take it out of his shoes. Chen Feng's words made Hu Fei run to the side and vomit. This is becoming more and more interesting. Chen Feng pondered in his heart, are there really such masters in this world? Do masters who can fly over eaves and walls and move as fast as the wind really exist? The old man who carried gold ingots with him and behaved strangely, all these things put together made Chen Feng a little curious. Chen Chen found Chen Feng with his phone, pointed at the phone screen and said to Chen Feng, Dad, let's go find Mama, the fat chicken for tonight. Fat chicken? What the hell? Chen Feng realized what it meant by airplane when he saw the phone. Chen Chen, you just registered and you're skipping classes. You're not a good student. We can wait until the weekend to go. Chen Feng said. Okay. Chen Chen gave up the idea of buying a plane ticket, then let's wait until the weekend to go find Mom, yeah. Early the next morning, Chen Feng sent Chen Chen to school. On his way back, he saw Hong Chi sitting at the door, seemingly waiting for him. Hong Chi? I have something better than fried rice. Do you want to try it? Chen Feng asked tentatively. Hong Chi was indeed moved. Really? Don't lie to me. I hate it the most when people lie to me. How could I, a great chef, lie to you? Come with me. Chen Feng said to Hong Chi. Hong Chi found a seat in the middle and sat down. Chen Feng walked into the kitchen and made a plate of donkey rolls. This dessert is also one of the 10 dishes unlocked in the last mission. Chen Feng has not yet launched it, and only a few people have tasted it. Firstly, innovation needs to be gradual and there is no need to launch so many dishes at the same time. Secondly, Chen Feng does not want to be overworked because of too many dishes. Donkey rolls are a famous snack in China. They may look ordinary, but it is quite difficult to make them really delicious. When Chen Feng brought the donkey rolls over, Hong Chi frowned. You said this is what's better than egg fried rice? Don't rush to comment, try it first. Chen Feng said. Hong Chi nodded and stared at the donkey rolls on the plate. The outer layer was covered with bean flour and was golden in color, just like any other snack. He picked one up and put it in his mouth, only then could he taste the difference. Chapter 41 The bodyguard delivered to your door. Hong Chi did not chew it, but savored it carefully. The fragrance of the beans, the sweetness of the filling, everything seemed to be natural and unpolished. It was soft and had a unique flavor. The bean filling melted in his mouth and was sweet to the heart. He could not help but applaud. It's amazing. To see the extraordinary in the ordinary is a real supernatural power. This snack is very good. Hong Chi exclaimed sincerely. Chen Feng was not happy about Hong Chi's praise, but said calmly, this donkey roll is just ordinary, I have something more delicious. Hong Chi's expression changed slightly. Really? Then make it for me to taste. I am willing to pay any price. You are really a foodie. If I asked you to kill people or set fire, would you do it? Chen Feng said deliberately. Where is the person? Just tell me and I will be able to catch him. Even if he is overseas, I can do it. Unexpectedly, Hongqi took it seriously. Chen Feng quickly dissuaded him, "Old man, you should stop fighting when you are old. Eat some delicious food, have some fun, and enjoy your old age." Hongqi, the king of killers who was popular overseas, did not expect that he would be taught a lesson by a junior in a small restaurant. "Ha, little brother, what you said makes sense. I, Hongqi, learn a lot from your teaching." Hongqi bowed. If the assassins knew about this, their jaws would drop to the ground. Hongqi ate another plate of egg fried rice and threw down a gold ingot. "Interesting restaurant, interesting chef, come again tomorrow." Wow, this old man is really a hidden talent, yet he is so generous. Hu Fei said in surprise. This time he didn't bite with his teeth. Chen Feng put away the gold ingot. It was obvious that the old man was wealthy, so it would be a shame not to take it. Li Shuwen from Beijing came again. This time he brought a lot of people with him. They were laughing all the way. It seemed that the business was done. After entering the door, Li Shuwen sat down with everyone. "Everyone, please sit down. Waiter, here is the menu." "Mr. Li, why do you bring us here to eat?" "It's just a meal, there are so many big restaurants in the city," said a man wearing glasses and dressed casually. "Ahem, Technician Lu, you just don't understand this. Good wine needs no bush. This place is definitely worth your visit," Li Shuwen said. "I hope so. Let me see the menu." Technician Lu pushed his glasses up, and then with a click, the glasses fell on the table. "I'm sorry, maybe my myopia is too severe and I misread the price." Lu Han felt his palms were really sweating. "You are not mistaken, the prices here are indeed very expensive," Li Shuwen said with a smile. "This is outrageous. This place is in the suburbs and the prices should be cheap. Why are they several times more expensive than in the city? Could it be a shady shop?" Lu Han said puzzledly. "You can order as much as you want. I'll pay today. However, the chef here has a rule. You can only order one of each dish. If you order more, they won't cook it." Li Shuwen's words made everyone feel incredible. The world is so big and full of wonders. How can a store like this be opened? Finally, each person got a basket of xiaolongbao, a portion of egg fried rice, and one portion of each of the dishes. Li Shuwen paid by credit card. The technicians and programmers were all a little restrained. The total cost of all these meals must have been tens of thousands, which even made them speechless. Soon, the dumplings were served. Li Shuwen picked up the chopsticks and said, "Everyone, try it. I ate it yesterday and I still remember the taste. Although the food here is expensive, it is definitely worth the money. You will never forget it after eating it once." As he said that, Li Shuwen ignored the scorching heat of the bun and directly put one into his mouth. It was so hot that he gasped and shouted that it was so delicious. Lu Han also followed suit and picked up one and put it in his mouth. After biting it, the juice splashed all over his mouth, burning him so much that tears almost came out. However, the pleasure of the delicious and tender taste was so strong that he wanted to spit it out but was reluctant to do so. It was so painful and happy. "Ha, don't eat so quickly, you are not me." Li Shuwen laughed out loud. Lu Han also smiled shyly, blew on it a few times, and then started eating the second bun. After eating a basket of buns, all of them were pleasantly surprised. "These buns are great. It's really quite sophisticated. No wonder they dare to sell it at such a high price. If it were sold at such a high price in other places, the store owner's legs would probably be broken." Soon after, egg fried rice and various dishes were served. This time, without Li Shuwen saying anything, everyone started to eat and praise the dishes. After the meal, everyone was satisfied. The unpleasantness from the long journey had all disappeared, and everyone was grateful. If they had given up the dinner because of the long journey, they would have regretted it for the rest of their lives. When Chen Feng returned to the villa, he found someone had entered the house. Chen Shen shouted to catch the thief, but saw Hongqi walking out of a room. Several people stared at each other in shock. "Why are you here?" Chen Feng asked. "Isn't that what you said? Let me eat delicious food and live out my life in peace." "You're the only place that has delicious food, so of course I'll live out my life here in peace." "Don't you think this makes sense?" Hongqi's words made sense. Chen Feng suddenly felt like he was screwed. "You bastard, this is trespassing. The view here is wide and there are no obstructions around. If a killer wants to assassinate you, he can find hundreds of ways to do it, such as a shot in the head or a fatal knife. By then, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died. I think you need a Godfather-level killer to protect you closely. I will sacrifice a little and be your personal bodyguard. All you need is to provide me with 3 meals a day. Hongqi sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at Chen Feng with squinted eyes. Xiaobai, throw him out. Chen Feng waved directly at Xiaobai. Xiaobai rushed over and started fighting with Hongqi. The two fought from the room to outside the room. Wherever the battle affected, the walls, windows and the ground were broken, as if it was ravaged by several grenade explosions. In the end, Hongqi defeated Xiaobai miserably, but he was still in a tough situation. You are so dangerous, I can't let you live with me, so just give up on this idea. Chen Feng said and slammed the door shut. Hongqi stood outside in tattered clothes and shouted, just think about it again. The president of a South American country offered me $100 million to protect him for a year, but I didn't agree. Do you have to be so heartless? Dad, who is this old man? Chen asked with blinking eyes. Who knows? Maybe he's a homeless person. Chen Feng patted Chen's little head and said, forget about him. Tell Dad what you learned in school today. Chen put down his school bag and reported to Chen Feng. The next day, when Chen Feng went out, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, which scared him. When he looked closely, it turned out to be Hongqi. He built a treehouse on the tree and spent the night there. Why are you doing this? Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Master Chef, your cooking skills are so good that you will definitely offend a lot of people. A personal bodyguard is indispensable. I think you will understand this in the future. Just like when you defeated the Japanese culinary master Shan Gui, you offended the entire Japanese culinary world. Will they let it go? Hongqi said righteously. Are you done? You can leave now. I won't see you off. Chen Feng pulled Chen into the car. Hey, it's not easy for an old man like me to eat something delicious. Why can't you be considerate of the old man? Hongqi jumped up and down behind him. Ha, Dad, that guy is quite interesting. Chen said to Chen Feng. Don't talk to him, do you hear me? Chen Feng warned. After sending Chen to school, Chen Feng returned to the kitchen god residence. The lingering Hongqi appeared again, holding a gold ingot in his hand. I'm here to eat this time. Chen Feng did not take his gold ingots. The gold ingots I paid 2 days ago are enough for a long time. What do you want to eat? Fried rice with egg. Hongqi blurted out. How disrespectful to the elderly. Chen Feng shook his head and walked into the kitchen. When Chen Feng brought out the egg fried rice, Hongqi sniffed it and asked, does it smell murderous? Murderous intent? I think you are possessed by a demon. Eat quickly. Chen Feng put down the fried rice. No, it's true. I never lie. Have you offended someone? Hongqi stood up solemnly and looked around. Chapter 42 I don't want you. Go away, stop making alarmist remarks here and enjoy your fried rice. Chen Feng put down the fried rice and was about to go back when Xiaobai suddenly issued a series of red alarms. There is danger, please evacuate here immediately. Xiaobai appeared around Chen Feng in an instant and activated the defense system. See, I was right. You, a robot, are not reliable. You are always slow to react when encountering danger. If a top expert like me came to assassinate you, I'm afraid you would have been beheaded. At this moment, Hongqi ate the fried rice with egg calmly, as if nothing had happened. Chen Feng suddenly laughed, don't lie to me. I didn't expect you to still play tricks at your age. Even if there is danger, it may not be directed at me. Do you think I am right or wrong? Hongqi was a little embarrassed when his trick was exposed. You young man, you have no sense of humor at all. I won't play with you anymore. Hongqi rushed out and grabbed a man in. It was Li Shuwen. He looked confused and pale, as if he was frightened. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? Li Shuwen shouted. Catch you? I'm saving you. Do you know that there are at least 3 medium-sized sniper rifles outside aimed at your head? If you step out now, you will be dead within 3 seconds. Hongqi said. Li Shuwen's bodyguards also rushed in and wanted to deal with Hongqi. Li Shuwen quickly stopped them. Get out of here. You said there was a sniper rifle pointed at me? Where is the evidence? Li Shuwen glared at Hong Qi. If he didn't give him an explanation today, Li Shuwen would definitely not let this old man go. Evidence? You want evidence? Great. I love finding evidence the most. Hong Qi pushed Li Shuwen out of the door and pulled him back in at lightning speed. Bang, 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 3 bullets hit the place where Li Shuwen had just stood, causing dust to fly. The huge noise scared the diners in the hall and made them run around in panic. Li Shuwen's legs were shaking. Do you need more evidence? Hong Qi pretended to push Li Shuwen out again, but Li Shuwen hugged Hong Qi's thighs with a plop. No, I already completely believe in you, master, please save me. Li Shuwen said tremblingly. Those bodyguards were also scared to death. The push and pull just now were enough to prove Hong Qi's strength. It was because of his skill and boldness. If it were anyone else, they would have died 7 or 8 times already. Hong Qi summoned his inner strength and closed the door. A few hundred meters away, on the treetops and rooftops, several red light scopes were put away. One of the killers hammered the tree trunk with his hand. What a pity, it was just a little bit short. The other side has an expert. Should we continue to wait or retreat? A voice came from the Bluetooth intercom. Keep waiting. I don't believe he can stay in the hotel all day long. As soon as he comes out, blow his head off as soon as possible. The killer said viciously. In the hall, Hong Qi returned to the table and started eating fried rice with egg. Li Shuwen was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in front of the table. If you move again, I'll kick you out. Hong Qi slammed the table and Li Shuwen stopped instantly. Master, what should I do? Li Shuwen asked. Just wait to die. The 3 killers on the opposite side are all top-notch in the country, and your bodyguards are only second-rate. As long as you go out, the other party will blow your head off in an instant. Hong Qi said lightly, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Master, please save my life. I am willing to pay 1 million, no, 2 million. Please protect me this time. Li Shuwen knew how powerful the old man in front of him was, so he said quickly. You'd better use your 2 million to buy your way to the underworld. Hong Qi said without thinking. The bodyguards were all anxious. How can you talk like that, old man? Shut up. How can you talk to a benefactor like that? Li Shuwen angrily scolded his men, then looked at Hong Qi with a fawning look on his face. Benefactor, as long as you save me, you can set any conditions. Hong Qi had a cold and unsympathetic look on his face. He walked up to Chen Feng and said, now that you have seen my skills, how about it? Am I qualified to be your personal bodyguard? Chen Feng looked at him angrily. Why are you being so stubborn and insistent? Are you trying to blackmail me? Li Shuwen was stunned. What was going on? Chen Feng was too awesome. He actually dared to scold this peerless master in person. Just when they all thought that Hong Qi was about to fly into a rage, they saw that Hong Qi was just sulking and didn't dare to talk back. I just want to be your personal bodyguard. Why do you say I'm blackmailing you? There were so many people out there begging me for help, but I didn't agree. Why are you begging me for help now? Hong Qi sighed. Master, why don't you be my bodyguard? I will pay you tens of millions a year. When Li Shuwen said this, his heart was beating fast. If this was done, he wouldn't have to worry about any assassination anymore. Get out of here, what does this have to do with you? Hong Qi started scolding him. After eating, let's go quickly and don't disturb my business here. Chen Feng said to Hong Qi. Hong Qi. I won't give up until you agree to me. Hong Qi slammed the door and left in frustration. Li Shuwen chased him to the door and beat his chest. Why are you leaving, master? If you leave, who will save me? Li Shuwen shouted outside. Chen Feng patted Li Shuwen on the shoulder. How much money did you say just now? I'll save you once. Do you have a solution? Li Shuwen's eyes lit up. How about this, you donate 10 schools to children in mountainous areas, and I save you, and it will be considered as a good deed. How about it, is this a good deal? Chen Feng said. Yes, as long as you save me, I will donate to not only 10 schools, but also 15 or 20. Li Shuwen seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Sit down and eat. You can leave after you're done. Chen Feng waved his hand, and Xiaobai rushed out like an arrow. In less than a minute, several fierce gunshots were heard outside. 3 minutes later, Xiaobai appeared at the door of the kitchen god's residence carrying 3 people whose life or death was unknown. with several broken sniper rifles in his hands. All the diners were a little scared and didn't dare to come forward. Li Shouwen felt relieved and quickly called the company's finance department to donate to the school immediately without any delay. Not far away, Hong Chi was watching all this and muttered, "I never thought that I, the king of assassins, would be outdone by a robot. No, I am a well-known figure in the assassin world, how can I lose my integrity in my later years?" After finishing his meal, Li Shouwen still did not leave. He was frightened by what had just happened and felt that only by staying here could he guarantee his safety. "Shouwen, what kind of enemy have you offended? They actually sent assassins to kill you." Hu Fei was also a little frightened. Who knows? As the family business grows, it is inevitable to offend some enemies, but this is the first time that something of this level has happened. Li Shouwen himself was confused. So what are you going to do now? Staying here all the time is not a solution. Hu Fei said. I haven't dealt with things in Raocheng yet, otherwise I would have returned to Beijing. As long as I'm in Beijing, these killers can't do anything to me. I want to stay here for a few days. As he said this, Li Shouwen looked at Chen Feng, as if asking for Chen Feng's opinion. Chen Feng said calmly, "Don't even think about free food and lodging. I will still collect the money." Ah, Brother Feng's words are enough. How could I, Li Shouwen, eat and live for free? Li Shouwen immediately paid for a month's food and rent. Chen Feng looked at the time and went out to pick up Chen Chen from school. Teacher Xiaoyu saw Chen Feng's car and sent Chen Chen out. "Teacher Xiaoyu, come to my house for lunch." Chen Chen invited. "No, the teacher has something to do this afternoon." Xiaoyu declined. "Oh, okay then." Chen Chen blinked her eyes. The clever girl already understood what Xiaoyu meant. After returning home, Chen Feng put down his school bag and went to wash his hands. When I came out of the bathroom, a table full of fragrant food had been served. "Dad, I met some new classmates at school today. They are all very friendly and wanted to give Chen Chen the food they brought from home." Chen Chen said. "Really? Well, in return, Daddy will bring you some snacks later and you can take them to school for them, okay?" Chen Feng picked up a piece of meat and put it in Chen Chen's bowl. "Okay, my classmates will definitely like it," Chen Chen said, clapping his hands. Chapter 43, Morning Snacks with Red Envelope. After dinner, Chen Feng made some donkey rolls, packed them in a small box, and gave them to Chen Chen. "This is enough." Chen Chen happily climbed into the car carrying the small box. "Daddy, please take me to school quickly." Seeing Chen Chen happy, Chen Feng felt so happy that he immediately opened the car door and said, "Okay, I'll take you to school now." After sending Chen Chen to school, Chen Feng did not go back immediately, but stood aside and watched. Chen Chen skipped into the school, the donkey roll in his hand gave off a fragrant smell, and immediately a large group of little kids surrounded him. A snotty kid was sleeping when he suddenly smelled an alluring fragrance. His eyes rolled and he woke up. "What a nice smell. Chen Chen, what's that in your hand?" Chen Chen was like a child king, with his hands on his hips. "Everyone, stand up straight and line up. This is the snack made by my dad. It's super delicious. Everyone should have a share." Some naughty kids wanted to get close to take it, but Chen Chen glared at them and they immediately shrank back. "If you don't queue up, don't even think about eating it." This group of naughty kids became orderly in an instant, and Chen Feng smiled with relief. After Chen Chen distributed the food to the children, he left a portion for Teacher Xiaoyu. After tasting it, Teacher Xiaoyu smiled and praised Chen Chen for being sensible. Chen Feng turned around and found a person standing behind him. He was startled. After seeing clearly, he cursed, "It's you again, Hong Chi. Why are you haunting me? Boss, you actually gave such delicious food to a group of children. It's such a waste. Are you trying to piss me off to death?" Hong Chi said angrily. "I'm warning you, don't have any bad intentions, otherwise I will block you and you will have nothing to eat." Chen Feng slammed the car door. Hong Chi chased after the car and shouted, "I, Hong Chi, am a person of status and position. Do I really want to attack a child? Don't leave. Explain your thoughts to me clearly." Bang! Hong Chi was chasing too hastily and didn't pay attention to his feet. He stepped on an underground manhole cover and fell into it. Chen Feng returned to the Kitchen God residence and saw two people in tang suits standing outside the door, a man and a woman. There was a hint of anger and disdain on the man's face. "Brother, let's go back. Didn't the master tell us not to do anything rash?" Ting Ting advised in a low voice. They were the apprentices of the Shaxian fried rice master, Qiu Shang and Tingting. Junior sister, you are wrong. I didn't do anything rash. I just went out to buy some ingredients. I got hungry on the way, so it's okay to come here for a meal. Qiu Shang made up a lie. The two entered the kitchen god's residence and found a seat to sit down. Boss, do you have any delicious fried rice here? Give me a bowl. Would you two like some fried rice? Okay, please pay here, said the waiter. Yes, 2 bowls of egg fried rice. Qiu Shang stopped talking halfway, then touched his pocket and suddenly felt embarrassed. After purchasing the ingredients, he had very little money left. Junior sister, help me, do you have any money? Tingting took out her wallet in a bad mood and said, I don't know what you do with the salary your master gives you every month. You don't even have money for a bowl of egg fried rice. Tell me how much you want. Tingting opened her wallet. 200, no, 300. I will definitely pay you back when I get my salary next month. Qiu Shang smiled at her. 300. What do you want so much money for? Tingting stared at him. We really want to have fried rice. If you don't believe me, look at the menu. 1 bowl of fried rice is 199, and 2 bowls is 398. I only have 100 yuan left. Qiu Shang took out a crumpled bill from his pocket. It's so expensive. I don't want it. Give me a bowl. Tingting took out 100 yuan and handed it to Qiu Shang. Qiu Shang rubbed his head and said, all right, let's have a bowl first. Tingting didn't treat Qiu Shang well at all and kept blaming him. The fried rice here is so expensive. The chef's fried rice is only 49 yuan a bowl. I don't know where the boss gets the courage to sell it at such a high price. Only a fool would eat it. Qiu Shang muttered. Yes, there is a fool right in front of me. Tingting said with a smile. Qiu Shang choked, it doesn't count. I just came to taste it. If this egg fried rice is not worth the money, I will definitely promote it so that people won't be fooled. Soon, the egg fried rice was served. Qiu Shang and Tingting smelled the aroma of egg fried rice and looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. The fried rice made by the chef is not as fragrant as this, right? It seems that the color is rounder and fuller than the chef's egg fried rice. Qiu Shang picked up the chopsticks and said, it does look good, but I don't know how it tastes. However, the chef is the king of fried rice in Sha County, the best in southern China. Even the king of assassins, Hong Qi, is his guest. I don't think this bowl of egg fried rice will be as delicious as the one cooked by the chef. Just as he finished speaking, a wet man walked in, covered in dirt, as if he had just been fished out of a stinky ditch. Shan Feng. If you don't give me an explanation today, I, Hong Qi. Hong Qi saw a waiter bringing a plate of braised pork and swallowed the rest of his words. Take it outside and eat. How can I still do business with you here? Chen Feng leaned against the kitchen door, pinching his nose with his hand. Fuck you, I'll settle the score with you after I finish eating. Hong Qi picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. He was immediately in high spirits. All the anger in his heart was thrown out of the window. He rushed out with the plate of braised pork like a gust of wind. Qiu Shang and Tingting were petrified holding their chopsticks. Was that man just now really the king of killers, Hong Qi? Qiu Shang murmured. Why is he so embarrassed? He is a top figure in the killer world. It's not scientific, but judging from his voice and skills, it is undoubtedly Senior Hong. Tingting analyzed. Qiu Shang took a bite of the egg fried rice, put it in his mouth, and then exclaimed, delicious, this egg fried rice is so delicious, junior sister, you should try it too. Tingting tried a bite and then beamed with joy, this egg fried rice is really delicious, and it tastes even better than the one made by the chef. As she spoke, Tingting ordered another one. The 2 disciples of the fried rice master actually ran to their opponent's house to eat egg fried rice. Fortunately, the fried rice master Sha Minsong was not there, otherwise he would have been so angry that he would vomit blood. After finishing his egg fried rice, Qiu Shang ran outside and saw Hong Qi, who had changed his clothes, walking towards him with his hands behind his back. He quickly saluted and said, Junior Qiu Shang greets Senior Hong. Hong Qi just nodded slightly as a response. It's really Senior Hong. After changing his clothes, his temperament is different. A master is a master. Qiu Shang sighed from the bottom of his heart. However, he didn't know that the master in his eyes suddenly became shameless after seeing Chen Feng. Master Chef, the egg fried rice and braised pork you made are too greasy. My stomach feels uncomfortable after eating them. I need to eat some dessert to eliminate the greasiness. Getting old is troublesome. Can you please be kind and pity me, an old man? Hong Chi-tian said with a sullen face. Are you done? Now you can go aside. I'm very busy here and have a lot of fried rice to make. Chen Feng said. It's just one portion. Let those people outside wait. If not, I will drive them all away. I will take all your daily turnover. Hong Chi said, patting his chest. Xiao Bai. Chen Feng shouted, and Xiao Bai's body beside him suddenly lit up. No, I'll leave now. Hong Chi left helplessly. It seemed that he really had no way to deal with Chen Feng. For the first time, he, who had been invincible all his life, felt helpless. Li Shouwen happened to come over after a meeting, and when he saw Hong Chi, he was so enthusiastic. It was a pity that Hong Chi had a stern face and could not get along with him. In the evening, Chen Feng was checking his moments and saw that a serious car accident had occurred in Huacheng. He immediately called Su Jingyun. After calling several times but failing to get through, I started to panic. It is reported that a chain rear-end collision occurred on the airport section of Huacheng Expressway today, causing the section to be paralyzed. It has not been open to traffic until now. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. Listening to the news, Chen Feng hurriedly picked up his phone and found the fastest flight to Feihua City. Chapter 44 Rushing to Flower City. In fact, it was not unreasonable for Chen Feng to be so worried. The Queen's temporary residence in Huacheng was near Airport Road. The car accident happened during the rush hour. Chen Feng watched the video of the car accident. The scene was very tragic and the impact was wide. Among them, there was a white Lamborghini that looked very much like Su Jingyun's car. In addition, Chen Feng made many phone calls to Su Jingyun, but received no response, which made him a little uneasy. However, all the tickets for today are sold out, and the earliest flight is tomorrow. Chen Feng was extremely anxious and couldn't wait that long. He looked at the distance and decided to drive there. Dad, what are you doing? Chen stood at the door in his cute pajamas, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked at Chen Feng, who was busy upstairs and downstairs. Chen, log into WeChat and see if you can contact your mom. Although Chen Feng knew the probability of this was very small, he still said to Chen. At this time, Chen also heard the sound from the TV outside, and the phone in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Dad, is mommy okay? I don't know, maybe it's okay, but I want to go to Huacheng in person. Chen Feng packed some daily necessities and moved a box of water into the truck. I want to go too. Chen hurried to the room to change clothes. Soon after, he appeared in front of Chen Feng wearing a sports suit. No, the journey is a bit far. Daddy will let Aunt Su Qing take care of you, okay? Chen Feng said. Chen had tears in his eyes. Dad, I just want to see mommy safe and sound as soon as possible. Chen Feng hugged Chen and said, no more words, let's get in the car. A few minutes later, the two got in the car. Chen Feng didn't even have time to say hello to Hu Fei and others. He just sent a text message to Hu Fei. Hong Chi was resting with his eyes closed on the tree, when he suddenly opened his eyes and saw Chen Feng taking Chen and a large bag of luggage out, and he quickly jumped down from the tree. Master Chef, you are not going to run away, are you? Hong Chi asked in confusion. You are the one who wants to run away. I just need to go out for a while. I may not be in Ruacheng for a few days. Chen Feng said casually. Then how should I prepare 3 meals a day? Hong Chi suddenly became anxious. You wouldn't have starved to death even if you hadn't met me, right? Find a way to solve the problem yourself. Chen Feng opened the car door, carried Chen to the back seat, then gave her a thin blanket and smoothed the back seat. Chen, I'm sorry to have you sleep in the car tonight. We should be able to reach Huacheng tomorrow morning. Chen Feng kissed Chen on the forehead. Dad, drive carefully. Mom is lucky and everything will be fine. Chen's words warmed Chen Feng's heart. Chen Feng shook Chen's hand and said, Dad will. You're going to Huacheng? Take me with you. The security in Huacheng is a bit chaotic. With me here, I can ensure that you're safe. Hong Chi stopped the car. I really don't have time to joke with you. It's urgent, old man. Chen Feng opened the car door and said anxiously while looking at Hong Chi, who was blocking the front of the car. Who is kidding you? The car accident in Huacheng was definitely caused intentionally. Hong Chi said solemnly. Chen Feng opened the passenger door with a snap. Get in, quick. Hongqi rushed in quickly. Ah, Master Chef, I knew you wouldn't leave me alone. Chen Feng started the car, let's get to the point. Was the Huaqing car accident man-made? How can you be so sure? Hongqi took out a mobile phone with a WeChat group chat on it, did you see it? I have inside information. This is the killer's group chat. There are a lot of inside information in it. I just glanced at it and it seems that there is someone talking about it. I will look for it. After a while, more than 10 minutes after the car drove out, Hongqi still hadn't found it. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. There are too many chat records. Are these people all chatty? I really saw it. Chen Feng was not in the mood to talk. He just nodded slightly, his mind already flying to Huaqing 1,000 miles away. Afraid that he would fall asleep, Chen Feng prepared a lot of coffee and candies. Chen had already fallen asleep in the back seat. Chen Feng saw Chen sleeping state in the rearview mirror and felt a little calmer. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning when Chen Feng's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and found it was a message from Su Jingyun. It's a voice message. Brother Chen, I'm sorry. I just saw you called me so many times. You must be asleep now. I don't want to disturb you, so I'll just send you a voice message. I'm fine. Don't worry. Maybe I'm lucky. I only had minor injuries after such a tragic car accident. Without having time to listen to the next few voice messages, Chen Feng stopped the car and called Su Jingyun. Su Jingyun was holding her phone and replying to various greeting messages when she suddenly received a call from Chen Feng. Her heart suddenly felt warm. Brother Chen, haven't you rested yet? Su Jingyun said in a slightly tired and hoarse voice. How can I sleep? Send me your address. I'm on my way now. Every word Chen Feng said struck Su Jingyun's heart. Ah, it's so late. Why don't you find a small hotel on the side of the road to rest for the night and come back tomorrow morning? Su Jingyun said hurriedly. How can I sleep? I can only feel at ease when I see that you are safe and sound. Chen Feng tried his best to keep his tone calm. A few minutes later, Chen Feng had a preliminary understanding of the situation. Although Su Jingyun's injuries were not serious, she would need several days to recover. The worst off was her assistant Lu Fei, who was still lying unconscious in the hospital. Lu Fei had blocked the disaster for Su Jingyun. A piece of debris from the car explosion pierced her back obliquely, only a few centimeters away from the heart. The doctor performed surgery for several hours to remove it. Just now, Su Jingyun had been waiting anxiously outside the operating room, his mind blank. He only found time to reply to his phone after Lu Fei's operation was completed and the condition stabilized. Chen Feng comforted Su Jingyun on the phone, telling her not to feel too guilty and that good things will come to those who love her, and that Lu Fei would be fine. Early the next morning, Chen Feng rushed to Huaqing Hospital and saw Su Jingyun, who looked haggard. Chen touched Su Jingyun's face distressfully. Mom, you look very bad, did you not get enough rest last night? Chen, why are you here too? Su Jingyun was a little surprised. Chen Feng prepared a breakfast in advance and handed it to Su Jingyun. Eat something. If you survive a disaster, you will have good fortune in the future. I believe Lu Fei will turn the disaster into good fortune. Su Jingyun sighed. Lu Fei blocked that piece of car debris for me. I will save her at all costs. About 10 minutes later, Su Jingyun received a call. After saying a few words, he became emotional. I'm not in the mood now, okay? Concert, don't you have anything else in your eyes except the concert? I said, either postpone it or terminate the contract. Su Jingyun hung up the phone angrily. Chen Feng frowned and asked, is it an entertainment company? Su Jingyun brushed her hair with her hands and said, yes, the concert was originally scheduled for tonight, but I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. I don't want to face my fans with my current emotions. I don't want to force a smile. Chen Feng hugged Su Jingyun gently and said, it's okay. I'm here. I'll take care of everything. Su Jingyun really needed a shoulder. Perhaps because she was tired, she just leaned on Chen Feng's shoulder for a short while and then fell asleep. Chen Feng listened to Su Jingyun's slight breathing, put his arms around her and carried her into the car. Fortunately, the back seat of the Aurora was big enough for Su Jingyun to sleep with her legs slightly bent. After covering Su Jingyun with a blanket, Chen Feng closed the car door and left a small gap in the window to prevent her from suffering from oxygen deprivation. After doing all this, Chen Feng returned to the hospital. Hongqi and Chen were waiting there for Chen Feng. Chen raised his head. Dad, what should we do next? Of course, I'm going to see my mom's savior. As Chen Feng walked, his thoughts entered the system and started the system lottery. The food points accumulated these days are enough for him to draw more than 10 times. He doesn't believe that he won't be able to draw life-saving medicine. Lu Fei was injured while saving Su Jingyun. Chen Feng would definitely not sit idly by, otherwise he would feel uneasy. Hong Qi made a phone call. Master Chef, I have contacted the most famous doctor in Huacheng, and he will be here soon. Chapter 45 Ward. Famous doctor? Is he reliable? Chen Feng said to Hong Qi while drawing the lottery. Of course he is reliable. Let me tell you, we have been friends for many years. He has a weird temper and hasn't saved anyone in many years. But he and I have a fatal weakness, which is our love of food. As long as you treat him to fried rice with egg once, he will definitely make an exception and save people. Hong Qi explained. I hope so. Chen Feng asked the nurse for Lu Fei's ward number. Lu Fei is still in a coma. If her family knew about this, they would be heartbroken. Chen Feng looked through the window at Lu Fei, whose body was full of tubes, and sighed. After drawing more than 10 times, he got a lot of good things, but he didn't get any life-saving medicine, so Chen Feng felt a little discouraged. After using the lucky charm he had just drawn, Chen Feng started drawing the lottery again, hoping that he would win some rejuvenation elixir just like last time. The famous doctor that Hong Qi mentioned arrived soon after. He was an old man dressed very fashionably. He greeted Hong Qi warmly as soon as he met him. Hong Qi, why haven't you died yet? Isn't being a killer very dangerous? Hong Qi's face turned green at that moment. Old Huang, if you can't speak, you can just shut up. No one will think you are dumb. I have to say that I treated you as my best friend and brought you back to the medicine house, but I didn't expect that you would take away the 1,000-year-old ginseng I raised in the medicine garden. I will remember this incident for the rest of my life. Old man Huang said arrogantly. Damn, you still remember it? Is it that serious? I have tasted the 1,000-year-old ginseng, haven't I? So I pulled it out to try it, and in the end I left half of it for you. I have done my best for you. Hong Qi said. Why did you call me here this time? Old man Huang glared at Hong Qi. Good thing, absolutely good thing. I met a young friend by chance. He is an expert at cooking and making fried rice. If you don't eat it once, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Hong Qi brought old man Huang to Chen Feng. None of the people you, Hong Qi, know are good people. Old man Huang muttered. Old sir, saving lives is the most important thing. Can you put your grudges aside for now? Chen Feng bowed. Old man Huang saw that Chen Feng had a good attitude, and his expression became better. Are you the young man that Hong Qi was talking about? That's right, Mr. Huang. Can you see if the patient's condition inside can be treated? Chen Feng pointed to the ward. Old Huang put his hands behind his back and looked inside. His life hangs by a thread. Although the contents have been removed, he is still in danger and could die at any time. I have stopped practicing for many years and no longer treat patients, so you should seek help from someone else. Hong Qi winked at Chen Feng. Egg fried rice, egg fried rice. Chen Feng understood, took out a portion of egg fried rice from the thermal box and opened the lid. Mr. Huang, who had already turned around and walked a few steps, suddenly stopped and sniffed twice. It smells so good. Mr. Huang turned around, his eyes full of joy. I haven't smelled such delicious food in a long time. Old Huang, I give you 3 seconds to reorganize your words. Should we save this man or not? When old Huang came closer, Hong Qi suddenly covered the fried rice with his hands. Huan Lao felt like he was being scratched by a cat. It is a doctor's duty to treat illnesses and save lives. I will not sit idly by, but being hungry will affect my performance. I have to eat a full stomach before I can treat patients. Chen Feng put the egg fried rice in Mr. Huang's hand and said, I'll leave all this to you. Mr. Huang hurriedly and carefully took the fried rice and squatted in the aisle to eat. The ringtone rang. Chen Feng touched his pocket and found it was the Queen's phone. Just now when she fell asleep, Chen Feng casually put her phone in his pocket, but he didn't expect that there would be a call. Chen Feng looked at the caller ID and saw it was from the entertainment company. He thought about it and didn't answer. But unexpectedly, after a while, a group of people came out of the elevator and walked towards the ward. Su Jingyun is not here, only Lu Fei is. A man trotted to the door of the ward and took a look. Damn, this bitch, it's not like she's lying in a hospital bed. Is her manager's injury going to kill her? She even dares to cancel her concert, The company supports her to make money. Who does she think she is? Ball her again until she answers. I will tie her up and take her back today, said the leader. The person next to him made another call. Chen Feng walked straight up to the man, snatched the phone from the collar, and smashed it to the ground with a bang. Who are you? Why are you stealing my phone? What the hell, what do you want to do? A group of people blared at Chen Feng. What don't I want to do? It's just that no one can force Su Jingyun to do something she doesn't like. I'm in a bad mood today, so you have to get out of my sight immediately. Chen Feng pointed in the direction of the elevator. Idiot, who do you think you are? Beat him up for me. The leader waved his hand, and a group of people rushed towards Chen Feng. Hong Chi was smoking a cigarette. When he saw someone touching Chen Feng, he was so scared that he jumped up from the ground and kicked, smashing on those people like a cannonball. Before Chen Feng could do anything, he saw a group of people lying on the ground wailing. Hong Chi clapped his hands. Damn it, you dare to touch the god chef in front of me, crippling you is the least of your punishment. Chen Feng walked up to the leader and said, I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Take your people and get out of here. The man folded his hands and led his people away. Before leaving, he gave Chen Feng a vicious look and said, This matter is not over yet. I don't care where you come from. If you dare to touch anyone from our Tianlong Performing Arts Company, I will make sure you pay the price. Chen Feng kicked him into the elevator, and several people fell together, with another round of wailing. Master Chef, do you want me to step in? What a crappy entertainment company. It's just shit in my eyes. Hong Chi said. Chen Feng waved his hand, no need. After Huang finished eating the egg fried rice, he no longer had any intention of leaving. If he left, where would he be able to eat such delicious egg fried rice? Hong Chi, have you changed your personality? I have never seen you being so humble to others. Old Huang walked over and said. Didn't you put down your scalpel and stop treating patients? Why can't you be patient now? Just leave one of you alone. Hong Chi retorted. The two of them were arguing like children, and Chen Feng quickly stopped them. I won't argue with you. Since you have eaten the fried rice made by the master chef today, I will make an exception and save this little girl's life. Old Huang opened the door of the ward. When the nurse on duty saw someone breaking into the ward, she rushed over to check. What she saw was shocking. The old man was actually trying to pull out the tube from the patient. What are you doing? Stop it. The young nurse shouted, almost crying. Little kid, you don't understand. I'm saving people. Old Huang said, turning his head. The young nurse wanted to step forward to stop Mr. Huang, but Chen Feng would never let her disturb Mr. Huang, so he quickly hugged her and carried her out the door. Ah, someone come quickly, someone is touching the patient here. The young nurse shouted at the top of her voice. A large group of doctors and nurses heard it and rushed over here. Even the director who was on patrol was alarmed. The girl did nothing wrong. Everything she did was for the patient's sake. Chen Feng just guarded the door of the ward and didn't let her in. Unexpectedly, the young nurse actually bit Chen Feng's hand. The bite was so fierce that it made Chen Feng's hand bleed. The blood flowed down the nurse's mouth, dripping. Chen Chen cried anxiously and tried to push the nurse, but they couldn't separate at all. Hong Chi, a bystander, couldn't help but shudder. It hurts just looking at it, Master Chef. For the safety of your friend, you have to bear it. Chen Feng grimaced in pain, but Mr. Huang had already unfolded the golden needles he carried with him and started to give acupuncture to Lu Fei. It was extremely urgent. What's going on? Xiao Han, what's going on? The head nurse and the dean all rushed over. Let go, why are you biting me? Chen Feng hissed. Seeing the dean coming, Xiao Han wiped away her tears and said, Dean, they moved the patient without permission. She is the girl who was rescued from the car accident today. You should go and take a look. If you don't stop the old man inside, I'm afraid something bad will happen. When the doctors heard this, they were so shocked that they immediately tried to push Chen Feng away. Get out of the way. This is illegal. You are taking human life lightly. The dean was an old man of high moral character and prestige. He leaned over the window and took a look inside. When he saw Mr. Huang, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 46, Telling My True Feelings. The dean saw how smoothly Huan Lao applied the needles, and he became more certain of his thoughts. He immediately scolded his doctors, all of you stop it. Do you know who is inside? All the doctors stopped what they were doing and asked in confusion, "Dean, who is that person inside?" The dean took a deep breath and said, "That is Master Huang, the master of the acupuncture needles. Even I have to behave like a disciple in front of him. All of you should step back and don't disturb the miraculous doctor from saving lives." When all the doctors and nurses heard what the dean said, their attitude towards Chen Feng and his group suddenly changed. "Ah, it turns out to be Master Huang. This is really like a flood that has washed away the Dragon King temple. Family members no longer recognize each other as family. Ha, then we won't disturb Master Huang from giving acupuncture." The young nurse who had just bitten Chen Feng was extremely ashamed and kept apologizing. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. "It's okay, I understand your feelings." About half an hour later, Mr. Huang came out and wiped the sweat off his forehead with a towel. "Brother Chen, her condition is fine now. Now we just need to wait for the external injuries to heal." The dean immediately bowed and said, "Disciple Wei Yong greets Master Huang." Huang Lao waved his hand and said, "Stand up. You and I are about the same age, so you can just call me big brother. It's not too much to call me disciple, right?" No, Master Huang's theory of golden needle treatment can be regarded as a classic in the medical field. He deserves to be called a master. Wei Yong flattered him. "Is this little girl inside Master Huang's relative?" Wei Yong asked. "No, she is this young man's friend," said Mr. Huang. "Who is this friend?" Wei Yong looked at Chen Feng. After a few pleasantries, Chen Feng said goodbye to them because he was worried that the queen would wake up. Hong Qi soon followed. He had wanted to leave for a long time. Being polite to others was not his forte. His forte was killing. Chen Feng's arm was simply bandaged, the wound was wrapped with several layers of gauze and tied with a small bow. Chen Chen touched Chen Feng's wound with heartache, and asked Chen Feng if it still hurt every few minutes. Chen Feng was almost melted by Chen Chen's cuteness. "Daddy doesn't hurt, Chen Chen. You're lying, Daddy is bleeding. Well, you won't die, will you?" "If you die, Chen Chen will have no daddy." Chen Feng almost fell down because of Chen Chen's words. Children's words should not be restrained. Children's words should not be restrained. Hong Qi tried to hold back his laughter. Chen Feng held Chen Chen's hand tighter. "Dad won't die. Dad hasn't watched you grow up, hasn't dressed you in your dowry, hasn't watched you have children. How could he die, my little cutie?" "Well, okay then, let's pinky promise." Chen Chen stretched out his little hand and hooked his little finger with Chen Chen's. "Let us make a pinky promise and stick to it for 100 years. After they made the pinky promise, Chen Chen burst into laughter. Chen Feng wiped her tears with his hands. "You've cried so much that you've turned into a little kitten." Hee, Daddy is laughing at me, you are not allowed to laugh." Chen Chen was embarrassed. When they got to the car, Chen Chen got in. Su Jingyun was still sleeping soundly, but his brows were furrowed in his sleep, as if he was having a nightmare. Chen Chen crawled into the small quilt, and Su Jingyun hugged Chen Chen, feeling a little relieved. "Dad, Mommy's arms are so warm. Do you want to come in too?" Chen Chen said to Chen Feng, who was outside the car. Chen Feng choked, "I won't come in. The place is too small. There will be no space if I go in." Perhaps the noise outside had affected Su Jingyun. Su Jingyun opened his eyes slightly and woke up. He saw Chen Chen in his arms and touched Chen Chen's hair. "Where is this?" "Mom, you're awake. This is in Daddy's car," Chen Chen said. Su Jingyun got up and walked outside. "Brother Chen, why did you wake up after just a short sleep?" "Sleep a little longer, there's nothing wrong now," Chen Feng said gently. "I want to go see Lu Fei." Su Jingyun walked towards the hospital. Chen Feng knew that Su Jingyun would not feel at ease if she didn't see Lu Fei, so he did not stop her and accompanied her in. The doctors and nurses all greeted Chen Feng warmly along the way, which made Su Jingyun a little puzzled. "Brother Chen, have you been to this hospital before? Why do these people seem to know you?" "Ah, maybe I have an innate affinity," Chen Feng lied. Su Jingyun uttered a no and his tone clearly showed disbelief, but he didn't say much. Arriving at the ward, Su Jingyun was relieved to see Lu Fei's rosy complexion. This hospital's technology is quite good. She was pale just now, but now she looks a little rosy. That's really cause for celebration, Jingyun. Seeing Lu Fei like this, you should feel relieved. Find a place to rest. I'll take you back. As for here, I've asked someone to take good care of you, Chen Feng said. Su Jingyun nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Chen. Please take me back to the company." There is still a lot of work to be done in the company. It must be a mess. Chen Feng didn't have any good feelings towards the company that Su Jingyun worked for. From Guijia before to the group of people he saw today, they were all people who looked powerful but were weak in their actions. Jingyun, terminate the contract. I can see that you are not happy in this company. Why don't you? Chen Feng said seriously. Su Jingyun covered Chen Feng's lips with her hand. I was just saying that out of anger before. I won't really terminate the contract. The company has been very supportive of me. I can get to where I am today, and the company has made a lot of efforts. I will not terminate the contract unless it is absolutely necessary. Besides, if I terminate the contract, will you support me? Seeing Su Jingyun's slightly playful look, Chen Feng couldn't help but stroke her hair with his hand. I'll support you. A glimmer of hope appeared in Su Jingyun's eyes, but then it was shattered. How can you support me? You already have a wife and children. Do you want me to be your mistress? At this point, Su Jingyun seemed to sigh softly in his heart, lamenting the circumstance of life and the twists and turns of fate. Of course I'm not a mistress. In fact, Chen. Before Chen Feng could finish his words, Su Jingyun covered his hand again. No need to say more. I would rather hurt myself than hurt Chen in the slightest. Su Jingyun said and was about to leave. Chen Feng hurriedly reached out to grab Su Jingyun, but this pulled the wound on his arm, causing a slight cry of pain. Ah, Brother Chen, why is your hand injured? Su Jingyun hurried to check Chen Feng's wound. Chen Feng explained the cause of the injury, which made Su Jingyun laugh. You deserve it. You touched the patient without even telling the doctor. Even if Master Huang was here, you can't. When Su Jingyun mentioned Master Huang, his tone suddenly paused. Are you talking about the medical expert Huang Shihu? Su Jingyun said excitedly. What's Huang's name? I don't know. Hong Qi, what's Mr. Huang's name? Chen Feng said to the person outside the door. Hong Qi's voice came from outside the door. Huang Shihu. Jingyun, do you know Huang Shihu? Chen Feng asked. There are outstanding people in every field. I've only heard of them. We have 4 great queens and kings in the music world, and there are 4 great medical kings in the medical field. Huang Shihu is the medical king of South China. Don't you think he's amazing? It is said that he can extend a person's life with a single injection, and even the king of hell can't do anything to him. Su Jingyun said with longing. This is all bragging. I don't think that old man is that powerful. Chen Feng said casually. Su Jingyun touched Chen Feng's wound, and felt a faint warmth in his heart. Brother Chen, why are you so good to me? Why did you rush to Huachen without hesitation when you heard that I was in trouble? Do I really hold such a high position in your heart? Of course, Dad is a fool and not good at speaking, but his feelings for Mama are from the heart, and true friendship is tested in times of adversity. Chen continued from the side. Ahem, Chen, children should not interrupt when adults are talking. Just play with your phone. Chen Feng was speechless. Chen quickly lowered his head, but still glanced at Chen Feng and Su Jingyun from time to time. When I heard about Huacheng's car accident, my heart was in turmoil. I don't know what kind of feeling that was. I only knew that I wanted to rush here regardless of my own safety and be with you as soon as possible. If anything really happened, I would be able to share some of your burden. But thanks to God's blessing, you are safe and sound, which makes me feel at ease. Chen Feng couldn't help himself. Chapter 47 Inside Story. Su Jingyun hugged Chen Feng gently. This is a reward for you. When Chen Feng wanted to reach out, Su Jingyun had already let go, took a step back, and kept his distance. I want to go back to the company. Chen Feng saw that Su Jingyun had scratches on her arms and legs, and felt sorry for her. Actually, someone from the entertainment company came to see you just now, and I helped you deal with it. They probably won't come to see you again today. Go home and have a good rest. What you need now is a good rest. Really? Su Jingyun asked. Chen Feng nodded solemnly. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Okay then. Su Jingyun felt relieved. Chen Feng winked at Hong Qi, who rolled his eyes. You only know how to order me around. You didn't even bother to order 2 more plates of fried rice. You'll offend the king of assassins by being so stingy. I originally wanted to eat braised pork for lunch today, but now I need to think about it. Before Chen Feng finished speaking, Hong Qi picked up the phone. Braised pork, it's settled. I'll call people now. Hong Qi said hurriedly. Chen Feng sent Su Jingyun home, which was a small single-family villa with a quiet and elegant environment. The house is nice. Did you buy it? Chen Feng asked. No, this villa costs at least 50 million. I'm just staying in Huacheng for a while, so I can't afford to buy it. I rent it, and the lease expires next month. Su Jingyun shook his head. I can't afford it. That's impossible. Isn't your new album selling very well? It is said that it has sold over 1 million copies in just 1 week, and there is also income from concerts. Chen Feng was a little puzzled. It seems glorious in front of people, but in fact, it's not like that. I signed a 5-year contract with the company. A few years ago, I was not famous at all. I signed something like an exclusive buyout contract for 30 million over 5 years. At that time, I was a young girl who was not well versed in the world and thought that 30 million was a huge amount. Who would have thought that 3 years later, I would become a diva admired by thousands of people? I haven't received a penny except for the signing fee over the years. Now you should know. Su Jingyun poured Chen Feng a glass of water. Chen Feng squeezed the cup tightly. Is the entertainment company so deceptive? Your value has skyrocketed over the years, and you have made so much money for them, but they took it all for themselves? Some things are just the rules of the circle. Don't think about them. Let's talk about happy topics. Su Jingyun smiled. Chen Feng felt a little cold in his heart. The world is so cruel and indifferent. There is no need to eat in such an ugly way, right? Hongqi glanced at Chen Feng and said, Brother Chen, the queen thinks and sees things much more thoroughly than you do. The world is not that simple. It is a fantasy to expect capital to have conscience. There are still 2 years left before the 5-year agreement. Does this mean Su Jingyun will have to work for Tianlong Entertainment Company for free for another 2 years? Chen Feng exhaled slowly. Is there any way to terminate the contract? Hongqi pointed at the table and said, It's very simple. Just get rid of the top executives of Tianlong Entertainment Company. Chen Feng spat out a mouthful of water. Hey, old man, can you please not be so violent? You always fight and kill people, and you teach the children bad lessons. Chen Chen is still here. Hongqi quickly changed his tone. Then let's try a more moderate approach and confront them head-on. There could be 3 possible outcomes. The first is that the contract cannot be terminated and the queen is hidden away. When the contract expires, she can leave the house with nothing. The second is that the contract is terminated, but she still has to pay a sky-high penalty. Since the queen is now very valuable, this amount of money is an astronomical figure for a small restaurant owner like you. You can't afford it. Is there no other way? Chen Feng asked. There is another way, which is more despicable. Come here. Hongqi leaned over and whispered something in Chen Feng's ear. After Chen Feng finished listening, he showed a look of contempt. Isn't this bad? Whether you want to do this or not is up to you. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Go and make the braised pork. I'm hungry. After Hongqi finished speaking, he lay on the sofa with his eyes squinted and close to rest. You only care about eating. I don't know how a foodie like you became the king of killers. Chen Feng cursed and walked into the kitchen. Soon, a table full of fragrant food was served. Su Jingyun's appetite was whetted, and he briefly forgot about his worries. Seeing Chen Chen and Su Jingyun happy, Chen Feng felt relieved and gradually made up his mind. Although the method was a bit damaging, he had to do it in order to rescue Su Jingyun from the sea of suffering. After dinner, while Su Jingyun and Chen Chen were taking a nap, Chen Feng and Hongqi walked out together. Brother Chen, you are not really going to do that, are you? Hongqi looked at Chen Feng with some surprise. Chen Feng was not the kind of person who hesitated and made up his mind. He did not hesitate any longer. You always tell me that you have many brothers in Huacheng. Why don't you call some of them over? Hongqi took out his cell phone and said, You must be joking. I have thousands of brothers in Huacheng. I can just call a car for you. After a while, an electric tricycle came from a distance, and several old men jumped off the car and walked towards the side. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Hongqi, your uncle, I asked you to call for help, but I didn't ask you to call these old men. We might have to take action later, so don't hurt your waist before we do anything. Chen Feng lowered his voice and said to Hongqi. Hongqi glanced at Chen Feng and said, Little guy, you still look down on others. Bai Lanyan, why don't you park your car on the side of the road? There is a parking space 30 meters away from you. The old man walking at the back looked listless, but when he heard Hong Chi's words, he suddenly turned around and kicked the tricycle away, landing it exactly on a parking space 30 meters away. Chen Feng shrank back a bit. Damn, he's still strong even at his old age. Brother Chen, are you satisfied now? Hong Chi looked at Chen Feng with interest. Very satisfied, haha. Chen Feng and Hong Chi went forward. Hong Chi taught a few people the key points of cheating others, and the group of old men shouted with excitement. Brother Hong, leave it to us. Only 300 million? That's a bit too little. Why not add a zero? I feel like my role is a bit small. When the fight starts, can I perform a set of Shaolin long fist to liven up the atmosphere? Chen Feng. Can this group of top talents really get things done? He is now somewhat skeptical. Soon, the group was ready to go, while Chen Feng and Hong Chi turned on the TV at home. Hong Chi connected the Bluetooth headset. Bai Lanyan, why haven't you uploaded the image yet? A weak voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Hong, don't worry, it will be done soon. After a burst of snow, there was a real picture on TV. Not far away, a tricycle was speeding at high speed, but the camera was very stable. Where is the camera? Why isn't it shaking? Chen Feng asked. Trembling? You underestimate my brother. This is a picture projected by a satellite. It can be captured anywhere there is a camera, just like your cell phone camera, which can be used as a means of surveillance for me. Chen Feng quickly threw the phone in his hand aside. Don't be nervous. I won't pry into your privacy. Just watch the movie quietly. Hong Chi said calmly. A bunch of disrespectful old men are playing with high technology. This world is too crazy. Chen Feng muttered. Soon, the car stopped. Bai Lanyan and others jumped out of the car, exchanged glances, and walked forward. Not far away, Guo Jia was playing a game of vibrating the car in his car, with several bodyguards standing by. This is the third one for Master Guo today. He has so much energy. That's nothing. The most I remember was 3 at a time. It's a pity that the car windows are opaque, otherwise the brothers could learn some new tricks. Several people were chatting with each other and having a great time. Bai Lanyan and his companions walked straight to the front of the car, smashed the window with a punch, and then picked up their cell phones and started taking pictures. Wow, your skin is so white. She's still a second-tier celebrity. She looks much better in real life than on TV. After all, she's not wearing any clothes. Go on, bro, you haven't seen enough? Wei Jia was so confused that he no longer had any interest. He quickly reached out to grab the phone from Bai Lanyan's hand. Fuck, where did these old men come from? Damn it, stop taking pictures, stop taking pictures. The bodyguards were also shocked by the sudden scene and rushed over to rescue him. Chapter 48 Father and Son. Bai Lanyan was not afraid when he saw so many burly bodyguards rushing over. Instead, he became excited and stopped the others. He shouted in a weak voice, "Don't fight with me. I have heart disease, hypertension, coronary heart disease, cerebral thrombosis, and myocardial infarction. It's a benefit to have so many people rushing over. I don't even have to pay for pension insurance." Wah-aha. When the bodyguards were halfway through their charge, they heard Bai Lanyan's words and his devilish laughter, and were so scared that they turned around and ran away, crawling all the way. Fuck, this old man is a scammer. Don't come over here, we didn't run into you. Bai Lanyan's calf moved very quickly and slammed directly into the crowd. Those people immediately felt their bones fall apart. Now you not only bumped into me, but also gave me a heart attack. Ouch, ouch. Bai Lanyan acted so realistically, as if he couldn't catch his breath. The bodyguards were almost crying. They had seen many kinds of cheating, but they had never seen anyone as cheating as this. Old man, this is none of our business. You bumped into me on your own. Yeah, there are so many of us watching, can't you blackmail us? Moreover, when Bai Lanyan crashed into people, he was extremely powerful and his speed was almost as fast as that of a flying man. He didn't look like he had any of those diseases at all. Bai Lanyan opened his eyes and said, "Well, it seems that the only way is to call the police. They will definitely make a fair judgment." The bodyguards hurriedly stopped Bai Lanyan. "Old man, we admit defeat. Just tell us what we should do. I kneel down to you." Bai Lanyan clapped his hands. The show can finally begin. Wei Jia was taken out of the car, his body clean and smooth. He quickly covered his lower body with his hands. Jianghu Daoji, fellow grandfathers, please give me a pair of pants. Hey, you're still talking to me about the code of conduct in the martial arts world? I've done my best by not killing your little brother with a pair of scissors. Bai Lanyan grabbed Gui Jie. Gui Jie was so scared that his legs tightened. Grandpas, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I'll give you whatever money you want. Bai Lanyan patted Gui Jie on the shoulder and said, You are smart, how about this? Call your dad and let him come out. We will talk to him directly. A bodyguard wisely took out Gui Jie's cell phone and handed it to him. Gui Jie dialed his father's number with trembling hands, and the words of asking for help were on the tip of his tongue, but when he saw Bai Lanyan raising the phone in his hand, which was still playing the disgusting video, he immediately gave up the idea. Dad, where are you? Can you come over? I really have something to ask you for money. Okay, hurry up. If you don't come, I'll die in front of you. After Gui Jie hung up the phone, he looked at Bai Lanyan and said, I have done what you said. Can you give me a pair of pants? Kid, you need to pay for shorts. It's really not easy for us to start a small business at our age, right? I won't sell it to you at a high price. Just give me 1 or 200,000. Bai Lanyan said casually. Gui Jie felt fine when he heard the first part, but he collapsed when he heard the last few words. Why does it cost so much money for a pair of shorts? You are blackmailing me. Gui Jie said in a crying voice. He was really anxious. His father would be here soon. He would be very angry seeing him like this. Of course, an ordinary pair of pants is not worth so much money, but the pair of pants in my hand has a special meaning. Just tell me, should I pay the money or not? Bai Lanyan said. Come on, transfer the money. Just tell me an account number and I'll give you 1 million, but the prerequisite is that you delete the short video. Gui Jie compromised. 1 million is the money to buy shorts. Don't get it wrong, kid. Don't play tricks. Bai Lanyan glared at Gui Jie. Give me all the money for deleting the short video. 3 million, is it enough? Gui Jie said, suppressing his anger. 3 million? Are you treating a beggar well? Tianlong Entertainment Company is one of the leading companies in the Chinese music scene. If a video of the company's young boss having sex with one of its female celebrities appears on the hot searches tomorrow, how much would it be worth? I'm a relatively fair person. Just think of it as paying for major entertainment headlines in news searches. The price is 50 million. Bai Lanyan stretched out a hand. Damn, you wouldn't get that much money even if you sold me. Gui Jie shouted excitedly. Of course I know you don't have that much money, but your father does. Otherwise, why would I ask you to call your father? You are both right and wrong, Master Gui. Bai Lanyan's words made Gui Jie feel cold in his heart. Tell me, who sent you, DU or Huaji Entertainment? Gui Jie said angrily. What kind of bullshit entertainment is this? I've never heard of it. Don't make blind guesses. Just think of it as us making use of our remaining energy to contribute to socialism, said another old man. Fuck you, Gui Jie was screaming hysterically in his heart, but he had no choice but to give in and appease these uncles first. Chen Feng was watching TV in the living room with beer and peanuts. He said it was so eye-catching and his worldview was completely ruined. Hey, Hong Chi, where did you find such a group of top-notch people? Looking at the situation, this must not be the first time. Chen Feng said to Hong Chi. Hong Chi sneered, the acting is too exaggerated. It must be that he got something on Gui Jie, otherwise it wouldn't be so smooth. Soon, Gui Jie's father Gui Dalong arrived in a Porsche. He got out of the car with a confused look on his face. Gui Jie, where are your clothes? Why are you standing here in your shorts? Are you cosplaying? Bai Lanyan laughed out loud. Mr. Gui is really humorous. Have you ever seen a cosplayer without clothes? Could it be a cosplayer of David Copperfield? Who are you? Gui Dalong quickly realized something was wrong and looked around the crowd with a vigilant look. It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that we have a wonderful video of your baby son. It's not censored. Do you want to watch it first? Bai Lanyan pressed the play button, and an unsightly picture suddenly appeared on the phone. When Gui Dalong saw this, his mind went blank and he kicked Gui Jie to the ground. You beast. Bai Lanyan did not stop him, but said calmly, it's no use cleaning up the mess now. Gui Jia hugged his father's legs. Dad, please save me. If the video gets out, I'll be finished. I don't want to become Shigu. Guo Dalong stopped angrily and said, Tell me, what do you want? One price, 50 million. Bai Laonian said. Oh my god, you are asking for too much. I won't agree to it. Guo Dalong was shocked and angry. Then I'll send it out. Bai Laonian was about to click upload, but Guo Dalong suddenly sighed. Wait, everything can be discussed. I can give you 10 million. 10 million? Your son has paid more than you. You are such a disgrace to be his father. 50 million, no bargaining. Either delete it or forward it. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. Bai Laonian said weakly. Guo Dalong suddenly reached out to Bai Laonian's hand, trying to snatch the cell phone. Bai Laonian happened to turn around at this moment, and Guo Dalong failed to break and rushed out, falling flat on his face. Damn it, you still want to steal the phone? Bai Laonian said angrily. Guo Dalong fell and was in a state of dismay. Gui Jia quickly helped him up and said, Dad, they are definitely organized and premeditated. Maybe our peers are trying to get us. Guo Dalong shook off his son's hand and said, Get out of my way. I told you to be more restrained. If you had listened to me, this wouldn't have happened. By the way, Mr. Gui is still sensible. In the final analysis, it is you who cannot control the second brother. Bai Laonian raised his cell phone. Guo Dalong took a deep breath and said, Okay, 50 million. I'll give it to you, and you delete the video immediately. I'm sorry, 50 million was the price just now. It has increased now. Bai Laonian still looked depressed and seemed to deserve a beating. How can you go back on your word? Do you have any professional ethics left? 50 million is already enough. Don't be greedy. Guo Dalong roared. This is all your own fault. It was you who had an inappropriate attitude first. You even tried to snatch my phone just now. That's outrageous. Bai Laonian said. Gui Jia was also a little annoyed. Dad, don't make trouble. Just give these grandfathers what they want. Chapter 49, Mission completed. When Guo Dalong heard what his son said, he was furious. Today's incident was caused by him, and now he was blaming him. It was outrageous. After slapping him a few times, Guo Dalong's anger finally subsided a little. He turned to look at Bai Laonian and said, Tell me, how much do you want? I heard that you hold the most shares in Tianlong Entertainment Company, right? I think it's about what percent, 47. It just so happens that I have a niece who wants some shares to play with, so you can just give her 20%. How about that? I hope I'm not putting you in a difficult position. I'm an old man who's easy to talk to. Bai Laonian said. Guo Dalong's heart was bleeding. 20% of the shares, do you know what that means? Our Tianlong Performing Arts Company is in its heyday and is planning to go public. The original shares can be said to be equivalent to gold. 20% will be worth at least 10 billion in half a year. Oh, I really didn't expect it to be so valuable. Did I offer too little? Then add another 50 million. Bai Laonian gave Guo Dalong another blow. He smiled and said, Mr. Guo, you are smart and capable. You also know that you are preparing for an IPO. If a scandal breaks out, why would you go public? You might as well go back and hang yourself. You. Guo Dalong was hit in the vitals and couldn't even speak clearly. He was gasping for breath and shaking all over. It was as if he had given his life to the enemy. Now he is really like meat on a sticky board, at the mercy of others. Why do you look like your son has died? Your son is not dead yet. Let me tell you, money is just something outside of your body. You should let go of it, okay? Bai Laonian said, hugging Guo Dalong's shoulders. At this moment, Guo Dalong actually hoped that his son was dead. Okay. I promise you. Guo Dalong said, gritting his teeth. In the hall, Chen Feng and Hong Qi high-fived each other and celebrated. It's done. How can we not have braised pork to liven up the fun, brother Chen? Chen Feng waved his hand. Braised pork is nothing. I will make you spicy crayfish tonight and let you enjoy it. When Hong Qi heard the word spicy crayfish, his eyes lit up. Brother Chen, don't deceive my feelings. Spicy crayfish is my favorite. Chen Feng took a big sip of beer. Although the trick was a little damaged, the result is still good. It's just that Jing Yun is nostalgic and can't let go of Tianlong's kindness. Otherwise, I would have sneaked into their company and burned the contract and put an end to it. Why would I go through so much trouble? Since Jingyun wants to stay in Tianlong, then I will let him become the master of Tianlong. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Seeing Chen Feng's deep affection, Hongqi nodded slightly. I, Hongqi, was not wrong about you. You, Chen Feng, are a real man. Bai Lanyan followed Guo Dalong back to the company and transferred the original shares. Guo Dalong's heart bled as he watched 20% of the original shares flow out of his name. After receiving the shares, Bai Lanyan deleted the video in front of Guo Dalong. It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Guo, and Mr. Guo. After Bai Lanyan left, Guo Jie hurriedly said, Dad, send your men to stop them right away and take back the shares. Guo Dalong slapped Guo Jie to the ground. Those old guys are definitely masters. I am a retired mercenary after all. But in front of them, I found that my hands and feet were shaking uncontrollably. It was a trembling from the heart. If you touch them, do you think you will live too long? What about the shares? Guo Jie said. Forget about the shares. Just consider it as a way to avoid disaster. If you weren't my only son, I would really want to slap you to death. You've always caused me trouble. Do you want to squander the family business that I've worked so hard for? Only then will you feel at ease? Guo Dalong said with a look of disappointment. Guo Jie was scolded so much that he lay on the ground and didn't dare to breathe. Let's go out and greet them. Chen Feng and Hongqi stood up, turned off the TV, and walked out the door. Not long after, they saw Bai Lanyan and others appear in front of them with smiles on their faces. Brother Hong, the shares are here, and there is also a card with 50 million yuan. Bai Lanyan handed over a package. Hongqi took it and threw it to Chen Feng. Take it, remember my spicy crayfish. Chen Feng took out his bank card and handed it to Hongqi. I can't let your friend work in vain. Hongqi didn't answer. These are all your wife's hard-earned money, how can we take it? It would be embarrassing for us. If you really want to thank us, then treat us to a good meal. Yeah, we're just sitting around doing nothing at home anyway, so we might as well make use of our remaining energy and contribute to socialism, said an old man. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Lanyan slapped him on the head. You stole my line. The two started arguing. Hongqi coughed and they stopped immediately. Chen Feng was in a very good mood and went to the kitchen to cook. Soon after, a fragrance wafted out from the kitchen, making the group of old men watching TV in the living room swallow their saliva. Damn, why does it smell so good? I finally understand why Brother Hong wants to help him. It seems that he wants to solve the problem of Wugu Temple. Hongqi crossed his legs and said, food is the most important thing for the people. Is there any problem? Lao Hong, there's nothing wrong. In one word, stable. Bai Lanyan gave a thumbs up. Soon, Chen Feng brought out a plate of fragrant crayfish. The most amazing thing was that the white mist rising from the scalding hot water was actually in the shape of individual crayfish. Come on, brothers, try the spicy crayfish made by the God Chef. You guys are really lucky to be able to taste crayfish for the first time. You know, I have been with the God Chef for so long, and I have only eaten fried rice with eggs. Occasionally, braised pork is considered an improvement in my diet. Hongqi said as he put a crayfish into his bowl. The lobster was as big as half a palm and filled Hongqi's bowl with just one. Hongqi was so itchy seeing this that he started to bite the lobster's shell. The spicy taste rushed into his mouth, making him feel very satisfied. The tenderness and spicy taste of lobster blend perfectly together, giving them an unprecedented experience. Compared to this plate of spicy crayfish, I think the crayfish I ate before were all garbage. Bai Lanyan sighed without stopping talking. Hongqi didn't even bother to express his opinion and concentrated on eating the lobster in front of him. Well, what are you eating down there? It smells so good? The queen rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out of the room. Chen Feng picked up a few lobsters and brought them to her. Jingyun, you're awake. Come, try these crayfish. Su Jingyun sniffed it, squinted his eyes and said happily, this is the smell. I was awakened by this smell just now. Wow, it looks delicious. Chen Feng handed the share rights certificate and card to Su Jingyun. Jingyun, these are what you deserve. I got them back for you. What are these? Su Jingyun picked them up and saw the words original shares of Tianlong Performing Arts Company. He immediately lost all his sleepiness and stood up. Tianlong Company was just a little-known company 3 years ago. If it weren't for you, they would never have been able to get to where they are today. I think this 20% stake is a bit low. In addition, there are 50 million in this card. Just consider it as your salary for the past few years. Chen Feng said softly. Su Jingyun immediately felt that these were like hot potatoes. No, I can't take them. How did this come about? Brother Chen, you didn't do anything illegal or criminal, did you? Chen Feng comforted Su Jingyun, of course not. Don't worry, these are all legitimate. If you don't want them, I will throw them away. Chen Feng said this and threw the right certificate into the trash can. Seeing Chen Feng's serious look, Su Jingyun knew that he was not lying, and immediately felt relieved. Since it was not illegally obtained. Su Jingyun quickly snatched the rights book back. Well, you also said that these are what I deserve, so of course I will accept them, but you have to tell me how you got them. Chen Feng avoided the main point and told Su Jingyun what happened in the afternoon. Su Jingyun listened while eating crayfish. Although Chen Feng said it lightly, Su Jingyun knew that what happened here was not that simple. This friendship is heavy. Chapter 50 Main Mission. After he finished speaking, the room suddenly became quiet, leaving only Su Jingyun fighting with the crayfish on the plate. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment as he watched Su Jingyun's slender hands peeling the shell of the crayfish. Su Jingyun raised his head and smiled slightly, then handed the peeled crayfish in his hand to Chen Feng's mouth. Here, this crayfish is a reward for you, great contributor. Chen Feng was flattered and quickly stretched out his mouth to eat. But Su Jingyun suddenly withdrew his hand, leaving Chen Feng empty-handed. Brother Chen, you've been fooled. Su Jingyun smiled cunningly. Are you so naughty? Chen Feng smiled and reached out to grab Su Jingyun's hand. Su Jingyun felt a little panicky and her heart was pounding. Strangely, she didn't feel any resistance at all. She let Chen Feng hold her hand and put the crayfish in her hand into Chen Feng's mouth. This crayfish tastes really good. Chen Feng said deliberately, making Su Jingyun's face turn a little red. After you've finished eating, are you still holding my hand? Su Jingyun blinked and looked at Chen Feng innocently. Dad and Mom, what are you doing? At this moment, Chen woke up, rubbed his eyes and looked at the two of them. Chen Feng quickly let go of Su Jingyun's hand. We are eating crayfish. When Su Jingyun saw Chen Feng's embarrassment, he burst out laughing. Chen wants to eat it too. It smells so good and must be delicious. Chen walked over wearing little slippers. Chen Feng took a crayfish and started to peel the shell. Chen, come here, Daddy will peel the shell for you. Su Jingyun took the contract and the card. When Chen was eating shrimp and not paying attention, she secretly touched the back of Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng had just held a crayfish in his hand, and it fell into the plate with a snap. The two big claws were bared and waving, as if laughing at Chen Feng. Dad, what's wrong? Chen asked puzzledly while chewing the crayfish in his mouth. It's okay, Chen, eat quickly. Chen Feng felt his heartbeat quicken, and even his breathing became faster. When they went downstairs, Hong Chi and Bai Laonian were sitting on the sofa contentedly chatting about life. When they saw Chen Feng, they immediately praised Chen Feng's cooking skills. Huacheng is the base camp of Tianlong Performing Arts Company. Su Jingyun has now become a director of Tianlong and will definitely stay in Huacheng for a long time. Chen Feng asked Bai Laonian and others to take care of Su Jingyun. Bai Laonian and the others readily agreed. Okay, the chef's business is our business. If she can eat crayfish every day, let alone take care of her, there will be no problem even if she is promoted to the chairman of Tianlong. Chen Feng fully believed in the abilities of this group of old men. They were all retired killers in the past. Being able to live to such an old age and still be alive and kicking was a miracle in the killer world. None of these people were easy to deal with. They all possessed unique skills, but now they no longer had the competitiveness and fighting spirit of the past. They returned to Huacheng to live a few days of peace. Chen Feng hosted a banquet for them the next day. Now that he saw that Su Jingyun was safe and sound, it was natural for Chen Feng to return to Ruocheng. Bai Laonian and the others were so reluctant to let you go. Master Chef, why don't you open a restaurant in Huacheng? We brothers will support you. It will definitely have better prospects than staying in Ruocheng. Everyone else looked at Chen Feng expectantly, hoping that Chen Feng would agree. Chen Feng smiled slightly. I was born and raised in Ruocheng, and I have a special feeling for Ruocheng. If you come to Ruocheng some other day, I will give you a warm hospitality. That's fine too, Brother Hong. Do you want to stay in Huacheng or go to Ruocheng? Asked Bai Laonian. Of course I will follow the godly chef. As you know, I have an almost crazy desire for delicious food. Now I can't live without the godly chef's food. Hong Chi said. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways, and Mr. Huang went to the hospital to visit Lu Fei again. Lu Fei's condition is better than before. He has woken up and can speak, but he cannot overwork himself. Su Jingyun looked at Lu Fei with red eyes. Why are you so stupid? The fragment was clearly flying towards me, but you blocked it for me. Lu Fei held Su Jingyun's hand and said, we are sisters and we are separate. I believe that if it were you, you would do the same without hesitation. Everyone present was moved by their deep sisterly love. Before leaving, Chen Feng carried Chen Chen into the car, and Su Jingyun called him. Chen Feng turned around, and Hong Chi quickly dispersed the people around him, leaving the two of them some space to be alone. I won't say much about thank you, I've kept it in my heart. Our reunions are always fleeting, and I don't know when we will see each other again. Su Jingyun lowered his eyes and looked at the ground, kicking the dirt in front of him with his shoes. Jingyun, actually Chen Chen's mother. Chen Feng wanted to tell Su Jingyun the truth. But before he could finish his words, Chen Feng's mouth was blocked by Su Jingyun's fingers. You idiot, at this time, you still want to mention Chen Chen's mother? What a spoiler, don't you have anything to say to me? Chen Feng. This is what I want to tell you. Chen Feng explained. Su Jingyun snorted and turned to leave. Chen Feng quickly grabbed her hand. When their skin touched, both of them felt a strange feeling in their hearts. No matter who Chen Chen's mother is, she is also my daughter. Su Jingyun raised her head and looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded heavily. Chen Chen's mother is you. Su Jingyun left with brisk steps. As they drove on the road, Hong Chi suddenly said, Master Chef, there is something I am not sure if I should say. Just say it. Chen Feng said. Su Jingyun and you can be said to be a match made in heaven. We are all very optimistic about them. But as your elder brother, I want to remind you that Su Jingyun owns those shares. She will soon become the queen of the entertainment industry and enjoy unlimited glory. And you have only a small piece of land in Raochang. Your vision is too small and you are destined to not achieve much. The gap between you will widen infinitely. I'm afraid that you will do something bad with good intentions. Hong Chi said with some concern. At this moment, Hong Chi was completely considering the issue from Chen Feng's perspective, which made Chen Feng feel warm in his heart. However, in Chen Feng's view, Hong Chi's concerns are nothing. He, Chen Feng, wants to be a wife-doting maniac and praise Su Jingyun to a height above everyone else. As for himself, of course, he will stand at the top of the cloud. Old man, don't worry. I, Chen Feng, am no ordinary person. One day, I will become a powerful figure, transform into a dragon in the sky, and look down on the world. Chen Feng said with great enthusiasm. There was a glimmer of something strange in Hong Chi's eyes, and he showed more appreciation and respect for Chen Feng. I'm waiting and looking forward to the day when you soar into the clouds. Hong Chi said excitedly. Grandpa. Chen Feng was about to speak, but found that the system in his mind had issued a task. It was the Golden Main Quest. All Chen Feng had done before were insignificant additional quests or main quests. This was the first time a main quest had appeared. What do you want to say? Hong Chi asked when he saw Chen Feng stop talking halfway. Chen Feng smiled slightly. It's okay. Chen Feng entered the system and checked the main tasks. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Registration for the Chinese God of Cookery contest has begun. The host must register within 3 days. Completing the God of Cookery challenge will receive rich rewards and unlock the next system. In addition to the ultimate reward, each completed stage of the task will receive a corresponding task reward. Phase 1 task, advance as the first seeded player in the Raochang audition to unlock a 100 million quota and the God of Cooking as health secrets. When Chen Feng saw the reward, he became very excited. This was only the first stage of the task, and the reward was more than all the previous tasks combined. Chen Feng clenched his fists. This task came at the right time. He was worried that he couldn't catch up with Su Jingyun, and now it happened. As long as he won the challenge of the God of Cookery and became number 1 in the food industry, his status and position would be almost the same as that of the queen. At that time, no one should say that they were not a good match. Even if there was no mission, Chen Feng would never miss this opportunity to become famous. Chen Feng called Hu Fei and said, Hu Fei, can you help me check the God of Cookery contest?